Hungry ghosts are the weakest race in the monster forest, surviving each day by scavenging rotting corpses. Whenever they run into anything stronger, they get beaten to a pulp without exception. But one day, these feeble hungry ghosts suddenly underwent a complete transformation. They became insanely powerful, charging out to hunt every other race in the forest. From that point on, they rose to become the apex predators at the top of the food chain. What's even more shocking is that the cause behind this terrifying change was a human. Du Hanso is a young and highly promising strongman. He was considered the hope of the nation's sports scene. During a competition, our MC pushed himself to lift at his absolute limit. A full 10 tons, leaving the entire audience gasping in disbelief. A performance that was literally earth-shattering, and the ending pulled off an unthinkable twist. This young man got reincarnated straight into another world. The moment he opened his eyes, right in front of him was a whole flock of dumb-looking chickens. MC even thought he'd eaten too much chicken breast, so when he kicked the bucket, he was still being haunted by chickens. But these guys were nothing special, and when they tried to eat him, he smacked them senseless on the spot. That's when MC suddenly discovered he had the ability to see status information. Just like a game system, all the stats of those chickens appeared crystal clear. Who would have thought these dope-looking birds actually had insanely high protein content? Starving out of his mind, the guy was so desperate he slaughtered and ate the entire flock. Only after finishing his meal did he realize a harsh truth. MC had been reincarnated into the body of a guy so skinny he looked like an addict. So all those years of grueling training to build his six-pack abs were basically down the drain. Luckily, he still retained his physical strength from his previous life. MC ripped an entire large tree right out of the ground with his bare hands. Then he hoisted it onto his shoulders and trained with it every day to get his physique back. 3 months later, his body was noticeably more muscular, but compared to his previous life, it still wasn't much. Looking at those fat, plump chickens, MC decided to load up on more protein. Right at that moment, something unexpected appeared directly behind him. The guy turned around to see what it was, and nearly jumped out of his skin in sheer terror, because it was a super massive chicken, completely dominating him in size. Since MC had devoured its entire brood, today it came looking for revenge. Knowing he was no match for this creature, he immediately took off running. Just one hit from that thing and his body would be reduced to paste. While fleeing, MC could help himself. He was jealous of the chicken because its pecs were absolutely ripped and perfect. Gym bros lifting weights for over 180 minutes couldn't even compare. Absolutely insane. One man and one chicken chased each other all across the forest just like that. While running for dear life, two dopey chickens suddenly popped out of the bushes. They even smirked at him like, "Hey buddy, you ate our kind the other day, now karma's coming for you without mercy." MC was furious but couldn't do anything, because behind him was a crazed chicken that wanted to tear him apart. While fleeing, he unexpectedly activated the skill Eagle Eye. Thanks to that, MC discovered the giant chicken was a cockatrice, weighing up to 1.2 tons. If he ate the cockatrice's breast meat, he would unlock a rare skill. That skill was the extremely valuable muscle recovery. Seeing that, MC decided to stop running and solo it right there, carrying more gains than his own life. What a madman. Most people think muscle growth comes from training, but in reality muscles get broken down during that process. When that happens, both the strength and mobility of the muscles decline severely. But if you absorb enough nutrition and rest properly, the damaged muscle fibers will regenerate and grow back stronger than before. People call that process muscle recovery. Du Hanso believed that if he could take down this giant chicken, the muscles he once had would return to him. In the middle of the fight, our MC accidentally activated the skill spinning fist cannon. With just one punch, the giant chicken's head exploded. He successfully finished it off clean, then absorbed more protein to build muscle. A warning popped up saying his muscle endurance had been depleted, and contraction mode was activated for recovery. That night, the guy enjoyed a nice roasted chicken dinner. If only he had some salt and seasoning, it would have been absolutely perfect. But our MC had no idea that in the nearby forest, greedy eyes were staring at him with intense craving, drool dripping down their chins. They were actually just 3 local residents who hadn't smelled meat in so long that they couldn't help reacting like that. They realized our MC was the one who had taken down the giant cockatrice, the terror of the entire forest. At first, the 3 didn't dare approach because they thought he was extremely dangerous. But hunger makes people desperate. The 3 guys sat down and waited shamelessly, tossing all dignity aside. When our MC asked who they were, they introduced themselves as hungry ghosts from the Alamai region. He immediately activated the Eagle Eye skill to check their info, and sure enough, they weren't lying. The guy was pretty curious since this was his first time encountering a race like the hungry ghosts. One of the hungry ghosts revealed they were looking for whoever defeated the cockatrice, and asked if our MC had any information. He admitted that he was the one who killed it, and apologized because he thought the chicken belonged to someone. The 3 hungry ghost guys were visibly overjoyed when they heard that. They then explained that since the most powerful monster had died, a territorial war between species had broken out in Alamai. The cockatrice wasn't very intelligent, but it was extremely aggressive whenever its territory was invaded. Their goal was to beg our MC to help the hungry ghost tribe. However, he flatly refused because he was busy training to get his former physique back. The 3 hungry ghost guys were deeply disappointed and had no choice but to say goodbye and head back to their village. Seeing how sad they looked leaving, our MC told them to take some chicken meat along since he couldn't finish it all by himself anyway. The hungry ghost group thanked him for his generosity. It had been so long since they'd eaten meat that they were beyond thrilled. At that moment, one of the 3 was about to bend down and lift a chunk of meat. Our MC saw that and couldn't stand it, so he immediately stopped the guy. Then he started explaining that lifting heavy objects with bad form can injure your back, which is extremely dangerous. The hungry ghost dude just stood there confused, not understanding what our MC was talking about. Does nobody here know what a deadlift is? What's that? This is literally the first time we've ever heard that word. No wonder your arms and legs are skinny as twigs. Our MC recalled something his PE teacher back in elementary school once taught him. Du Hanso, only when you teach someone else will you truly master it yourself. If your muscles ever stop growing, try teaching someone. It'll help you out. He felt the teacher's words made sense, so he decided to help the 3 hungry ghost guys transport the meat all the way back to their village. Inside the hungry ghost tribe's village, our MC was being personally welcomed by the hungry ghost king. The hungry ghost king thanked him for providing food aid to the villagers. But during their conversation, our MC could only focus on the old man's bizarrely structured body. His limbs were stick thin while his belly was all fat. This was a classic sign of obesity from lack of exercise. This old guy probably drank and ate greasy food all the time, just like our MC's former loudmouthed, pot-bellied boss. Skipping the pleasantries, our MC told the hungry ghost king to get straight to the point and asked why he'd been brought here. The hungry ghost king revealed they were in serious trouble because of the giant cockatrice's death. The hungry ghost tribe was the physically weakest race in Alamai. They had neither strength nor skills, so they survived by eating carrion. When our MC said he knew absolutely nothing about this, the hungry ghost king was visibly furious. He immediately ordered his subordinates to bring in the 3 hungry ghosts, who had led our MC to the village. Before long, all three of them were bound and dragged before the Hungry Ghost King. He coldly asked if they still hadn't realized their crimes, then ordered his subordinates to bring that thing out. Loyalty to the strong, that's the unwritten law that has existed here for a very long time. So he wanted to lure the one who took down the cockatrice and force him to submit under his command. But you dared to deceive me, so you'll pay for it with your lives. The skill heavy mace was activated, doubling his strength, right as the Hungry Ghost King was about to deliver his punishment. Yu Hanso stopped his mace with nothing but his bare hands. Wasting other people's time and bullying the weak, is this the culture of this village? I clearly activated my skill already, maybe I didn't channel my strength properly. Otherwise, how could a weak human possibly block my attack? The Hungry Ghost King assumed our MC just got lucky, so he started boasting that he'd show him what a real skill looks like. My skill is heavy mace, it can increase the weapon's weight anywhere from 2 to 10 times. With his current mana, the Hungry Ghost King could push the mace's weight up to 4 times. The mace weighs 32 pounds times 4 is nearly 130 pounds, and with the force of his swing on top of that, the destructive power is even more terrifying. But our MC just raised his hand to block it casually, completely unscathed. The mace shattered on its own right before his horrified eyes. After that, he easily subdued the Hungry Ghost King with just 2 fingers. Grabbed at his weak point, the king was so terrified he didn't dare move a muscle. After looking all cool and badass, our MC didn't forget to advertise that it was thanks to his fitness training that he became this strong. The whole group was dumbfounded because they'd never heard of those exercises before, so he proposed a deadlift challenge against the Hungry Ghost King to prove to the entire village what fitness training is all about. If our MC loses, he'll have to become the Hungry Ghost King's subordinate. This guy even reminded him to maintain proper form, otherwise he'd injure his lower back. At that moment, the Hungry Ghost King suddenly flashed a sinister grin. Turns out he had another skill called Heavy Blank, which can reduce an object's weight. Once the skill activates, the barbell's weight drops to just 1/4. Just like that, the Hungry Ghost King successfully lifted the 200-pound barbell, but in reality it only weighed 50 pounds. When it was our MC's turn, he told everyone to carefully observe each movement and posture. Before lifting, he warmed up his body so his muscles could stretch properly and avoid cramping during the exercise. The deadlift, also known as the death lift, is a full body exercise where the lower body is used the most. The first movement is to stand straight with feet shoulder width apart. Second, push your chest out as far as possible and keep your back straight by shifting your weight backward. Next, find your center of gravity at the middle of your feet. Slowly lift the barbell past your lower body, then through your whole body, and finally bring it up to knee level. At this point, the Hungry Ghost King had been secretly cheating, multiplying our MC's 200-pound barbell several times over. But no matter what tricks he pulled, our MC didn't waver in the slightest. Not only did he lift the barbell, he straight up hurled it away. The barbell shot up into the sky, leaving the entire village in awe. Witnessing this, all the villagers, including the Hungry Ghost King, immediately dropped to their knees and begged him to be their leader. From that day on, our MC officially became the chief of the Hungry Ghost Village. From the Hungry Ghost King, he learned that this place is an alternate world completely different from Earth. But there's also a legend that those who are reincarnated here can find a way to return to their original world. This alternate world is called Lisa, a place where the belief in the strong devouring the weak exists in the most literal sense. The Hungry Ghost King's name is Gudo, so from now on we'll call him that. Gudo led our MC to the warrior training grounds of the Hungry Ghost tribe. Calling it a training ground is generous though, because it's really just an empty patch of dirt with nothing on it. He ordered all the villagers to quickly assemble at the training grounds. They didn't understand what their new leader was planning, but they obediently lined up in neat rows anyway. Our MC believed that hungry ghosts are weak creatures who survive only on scraps left behind by other races. But that would all change if they could build strong, healthy bodies. Over the next 3 months, he would train every single one of them into real warriors. If they complete the training program, no other race will ever look down on them again. The very first exercise in Yu Hansu's 3-month training program was push-ups. This move seems simple, but getting the form right is no easy feat. It strengthens the chest and arm muscles like nothing else. The hungry ghost task was to master push-ups by the end of that very day. 3 hours later, the entire group was completely exhausted after finishing the exercise. At this point, each of them could only manage about 700 reps. The scorching midday sun made everyone want to give up. Meanwhile, our MC had already completed over 20,000 push-ups with a massive boulder pressing down on his back. He still didn't feel it was enough, so he told Gudo to make the stone even heavier. The hungry ghosts watching from the side were drenched in cold sweat, unable to comprehend what their leader ate to be that strong. By now, everyone in the village was utterly drained. Some even muttered that they'd rather have Gudo back as leader, because this kind of body-wrecking training was more than anyone could endure. When our guy heard those complaints, he was absolutely furious. It's precisely because of that weak mentality that you're all called the weakest, you know that? Are you really content with that title? This is the wilderness. Only the strong survive here. Do you plan to live as cowards, running away while your friends and family are slaughtered? If you're nothing but trash like that, then get lost. I refuse to train people like you. But whoever dares stay and keep doing push-ups, I will grant you the strength to protect what matters most. After his wake-up call, the entire village of hungry ghosts finally understood the importance of training. Every single one of them decided to stay. Not a single person left. No matter how exhausted they were, they gritted their teeth and completed the first training session. The more sweat shed on the training ground, the less blood spilled on the battlefield. The MC inspired them all, making everyone want to become stronger. What makes a great trainer? It's not the person who knows the most about muscles, nor the one who's reached the physical limit. The best trainer is someone who can reignite the determination and fighting spirit in others. At that very moment, his eagle eye skill also leveled up to level 2. Time kept flowing, and just like that, 3 months had passed. On the narrow trail leading into the Hungry Ghost Village, a group of strangers appeared. They were the Lizard Folk tribe. Today, the Lizard Folk decided to attack the Hungry Ghost Village and turn it into their colony, but they had no idea that the MC had detected their movements long ago. He immediately ordered the Hungry Ghost warriors to take their battle positions. This was their very first real battle after 3 months of grueling training. By now, the Lizard Folk had entered the canyon. From above, countless boulders suddenly rained down, catching them completely off guard. In the blink of an eye, several of them were crushed and critically wounded, lying flat on the ground, unable to stand. Only then did they realize they had walked straight into the Hungry Ghost's ambush. The young men of the village were no longer the weakest. Now every one of them was ripped with bulging muscles and raw power. The Lizard Folk chief had to think of a counter-strategy fast, or defeat was only a matter of time. He sensed Gudo's mana and assumed the old man was the one leading the Hungry Ghosts, so he decided to challenge Gudo to a one-on-one duel to turn the tide. "Hey, you hungry ghost, get out here. Stop being a coward hiding behind your underlings. Come down here and fight me one-on-one." Lord Yuhansu, how will you respond to his provocation? The MC couldn't help but recall how he once kept a crocodile as a pet back in the day. That creature had an absolutely terrifying bite force reaching up to 2 tons, and yet that crocodile still couldn't bite through his muscles. After going through his training, the croc would bite down and end up breaking its own teeth instead. "You were my pet for quite a long time, you know." From that memory, he recalled exactly how to deal with reptiles. He immediately leaped down and pinned the lizard folk chief flat on his back against the ground. The first step is to flip these lizards over and leave them belly up toward the sky. Next is to look the animal straight in the eyes. When animals are young, you need to show them that you're stronger than they are. Sure enough, when faced with Duhan So's intimidating gaze, the creature quickly lowered its head in submission. I wonder if this human is gonna bite me or not. As a result of the battle with the lizard folk tribe, the Ghoul side achieved an overwhelming victory. Not far from Amai was the Duchy of Wura. It is truly an honor that such a small nation possesses outstanding talents like yourselves. I'm assigning you the mission to investigate the mysterious disappearance of the cockatrice. We shall obey, Baroness Warose. The general is really entrusting such an important mission to these young warriors. Is that really wise? Don't worry too much, Baroness Warose. Despite their young age, they are all rare geniuses. Labor uses elegant swordsmanship to toy with his opponents. He is a true master of the blade. Henda wields a heavy greatsword, possessing the power to knock away any weapon his opponent carries. If the two of them fight together, nothing short of a dragon could take them down. Then I assume the rather plain-looking warrior in the back must also be an exceptional individual, correct? That one is a bit hard to say. I'm not really sure about his true abilities either. Labor and Henda suggested he come along because the three of them have been friends since childhood, and also because those two geniuses are fond of him. After that, the three of them ventured deep into the forest to investigate the mysterious disappearance of the cockatrice. On a nearby tree, a goblin was drawing its bow, aiming straight at them. However, Labor was faster. He skewered it with a clean thrust of his sword. At that moment, the other two were already surrounded by goblins on all sides. Henda showed no fear, immediately swinging his greatsword up. Since it was a heavy weapon with immense destructive power, every area it swept through left a pile of goblins lying face down. The remaining young man had it easy. Before he could even do anything, his two friends had already wiped out the goblins. Block felt quite envious of his two friends, since all three of them were trained by the same master. Yet he was the only one still weak. Perhaps this was the difference between a genius and ordinary person. Meanwhile, at the Ghoul village, the lizard folk group was learning Duhan So's crash course on rapid muscle building. "Thank you for everything you've done for us. Don't mention it. If you want to keep training, feel free to stop by any time." The Ghoul village also advised the lizard folk group that they needed to lift heavier if they wanted to get as big as them. In the end, the lizard folk tribe left, puzzled as to how ghouls, who were supposed to be weak, could be so jacked. Truly unbelievable. A lean, solid physique. Even he was surprised when he first looked at himself. When training, muscles get sore and grow through the recovery process. However, if fatigue accumulates in the central nervous system, training capacity will decline or injuries may occur. To prevent this, resting to minimize fatigue after training is called a deload. When the ghouls reached their 9th week of training, they were feeling exhausted, so Duhan So gave the entire village a rest day. Unexpectedly, the next morning, the ghouls' bodies showed noticeable development. Not only their muscles, but their height had also increased significantly. The main character used his eagle eye skill to assess the ghouls and discovered their body fat was extremely low, only 8%. Even he didn't expect ghouls could progress this fast. After all, there were no toys here and no gacha to roll. The lizard folk group had already left. The MC told the whole village to hurry and prepare dinner. One young man asked him if they could go hunting on their own today. It wasn't that they wanted to skip training or anything like that. It was because they'd never had the chance to directly confront prey, since Duhanso was always the one doing the hunting. Gudo was curious whether a buff ghoul could actually beat the MC. He declared bluntly, "You guys are still greenhorns. When it comes to lifting, I can take on the whole village." After that, everyone packed up their gear and set off on the hunt. Even while moving, the ghouls had to train their legs on the MC's orders. At that moment, one ghoul suddenly turned around while performing the exercise and ended up injuring his ankle. Seeing this, the MC immediately told everyone to stop. He checked the wound on the unfortunate young man. That night, Block practiced his swordsmanship alone in the middle of a deserted forest. He wanted to become stronger, not wanting to hide behind his two friends every time danger struck like it did that morning. So while everyone else had drifted off to sleep, this young man was still grinding away at his training. Labor suddenly appeared and reminded the main character to put more force into his thumb, so the sword stroke could reach maximum speed and power. Turns out the noise from his training had woken both of his friends. Henda reminded him that staying up this late without resting would leave his body exhausted from sleep deprivation the next day. Right at that moment, something came charging out from deep within the forest. A group of lizardmen were rushing straight toward everyone, but the lizardmen's target wasn't his group at all. They looked like they were fleeing from something absolutely terrifying behind them. Following behind was also a flock of berserk chickens, seemingly panicking from something as well. It turned out they were all being chased by Duhan So and his hungry ghosts looking to load up on protein. From that point on, a new ecosystem formed within the forest, with the main character sitting at the top of the food chain. Back to that afternoon, the whole group was hiding behind the foliage to observe their prey. It was a flock of plump chickens, their meat both delicious and packed with nutrients, incredibly effective for building muscle. However, the hungry ghosts were still a bit hesitant about confronting the berserk chickens head-on. At that moment, one berserk chicken was sniffing around hunting for prey, but it got stuck between two tree trunks blocking its path. Unexpectedly, the berserk chicken let out a sudden crow, and its entire body instantly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, it had easily toppled both trees. When hunger strikes, even a mere chicken becomes incredibly dangerous. No wonder the hungry ghosts were so cautious, not daring to mess with them. After witnessing the berserk chicken's strength, one young hungry ghost went to find 2 other trees to test himself. He refused to believe that after months of training he was still weaker than a chicken. But even after straining with everything he had, the 2 trees didn't budge an inch. "I'll wait a minute and try again." "Bro, take a full 3 minutes off. Don't force it. Focus on moving your heel correctly." With Duhanso's guidance, he immediately executed the proper form, but the trees seemed to be rooted too deep, so he still didn't have enough force to push them over. Right then, Du Hanso suddenly turned his attention to the flock of chickens. Through his observation, he noticed the difference between the berserk chickens and the hungry ghosts. Their muscle improvement had been too steady, which is why he hadn't noticed this sooner. Lord Du Hanso, is something wrong? I'm sorry, the reason you all can't perform as well as those chickens is my fault. Is your form wrong? It's not that. It's just that your muscles have adapted to the old routine. Starting now, the hungry ghosts would have to completely overhaul their training schedule. Du Hanso gathered everyone together, then began introducing new equipment and exercising. What's behind me is a cable crossover machine, specially designed to break through your body's plateau. From now on, everyone would use it to train their chest muscles. If they performed this exercise correctly, they'd easily overpower the chickens. That's our leader for you. He always has the answer. This exercise was designed to stimulate chest muscle development, elevating the trainee's physique to a whole new level. However, the exercise only works when performed with proper technique. It's one of the advanced level exercises for beginners. First, lean your upper body forward slightly and bend your knees a little. Second, don't extend your arms all the way out. Keep your body stable in the center position throughout the exercise and minimize movement. Third, position your body in the middle of the machine. Pull the cables with moderate force like a bird flapping its wings, then cross them over. Fourth, different hand angles will target different muscle groups on the chest. Important note, don't let your hands shake. Maintain steady pulling force and don't rely on the cable's rebound momentum. With their leader teaching them a new exercise, the hungry ghosts were fired up and got right to it. By the time they faced the berserk chickens again, everyone's chest muscles had developed dramatically compared to before. But when the chickens saw this, they started leveling up too. Their size was now far larger than it had been at the beginning. The hungry ghosts showed no fear and charged forward, their faith in the new training regimen fueling their strength. Both sides decided to throw down right in the middle of the forest. Du Hanso stood on the outside using his eagle eye skill to observe the battle. He discovered that the crazy chickens had evolved to the size of ostriches, with a protein composition of 132 pounds and a body fat ratio of only 12%. The hungry ghosts were absolutely no match for them. If he didn't want the chickens to evolve further, he had to make sure their chest muscles stopped developing. Meanwhile, back inside the hungry ghost village, one person had stayed behind. That was Gu Duo, assigned to guard duty. Watching over an empty house seemed pretty boring, but Gu Duo didn't see it that way. He actually felt happy and free. The MC is truly a good person, but our tastes are completely different. That's why I prepared this. Today's menu is crispy fried chicken skin. The ingredients include clean chicken skin, flour, chili powder, oil, and salt. The first step is to use a knife to cut the clean chicken skin into evenly sized pieces. If you fry it right away, it'll smell fishy, so before cooking you need to season it to remove the odor. Next, add chili powder to the flour and mix well, creating a magical blend. Finally, sprinkle that mixture over the chicken skin and then fry it. Drop it into a pan of hot bubbling oil and fry until golden. And just like that, Gu Duo's golden, chewy, and perfectly crispy fried chicken skin was complete. Back at the battle in the forest, the hungry ghosts had been completely overwhelmed by the chickens. They had trained their chest muscles exactly as the MC taught them, but still couldn't beat the chickens. He explained it simply. Everyone had only been training for a few months, while the crazy chickens had been developing their chest muscles since birth to hunt prey. Achieving chest muscles that impressive isn't something that happens overnight. But that doesn't mean you have no way to win. You need to remember how you made it all the way here in the first place. You have to train from the foundation first, and only then can you go all out. The true source of muscular power originates from the foundation of your legs. You finally realized it. Maybe you lost because you only used your chest muscles. But what if you combine that with the power of your legs as well? Show me your effort and your fighting spirit. After the MC's motivational speech cleared their heads, the hungry ghosts got fired up and charged straight at the flock of chickens. But the result was still getting slapped away by the crazy chickens in one hit. It turned out that carrying heavy loads over long distances had trained their leg muscles, but also left them completely exhausted. By the time the MC realized this, it was already too late. After claiming victory, the chickens began looking down on everyone with utter contempt, as if saying you guys aren't even worth our time. It was time for him to show these creatures who really sits at the top of the food chain in this forest. The chickens saw that someone still dared to challenge them. They furiously charged straight at him. Facing that situation, this young man remained perfectly calm. He simply extended one hand forward. The crazy chickens were charging in when suddenly slow motion footage began playing in their eyes. From the moment they were just tiny eggs that had just hatched. When they grew a little bigger, their parents taught them how to hunt. As adults, they always had to compete fiercely with their own kind. That process had helped their chest muscles develop to an incredibly powerful level. But today the opponent they faced was the MC. The end result was every last one of them ended up in his pot. Not a single one escaped. Eat up on that protein. Tomorrow you'll each have to catch one on your own. Yes sir, leader. And anyone caught holding a chicken leg will do 300 push-ups. The next day, following his orders, the hungry ghosts began their hunt. He reminded them to be careful, because if they got injured they wouldn't be able to train. Du Hanso won't be joining everyone because he's still busy training his chest. Without a leader to command them, the hungry ghosts had to come up with their own action plan. By their calculations, the main character alone took down 27 cockatrice chicks yesterday. So today everyone's goal is to hunt at least 50 of them. They decided to split into 3 small squads. If any squad runs into danger, they'll signal the other 2 to come as backup. And just like that, the hungry ghost village's second hunting expedition officially began. Meanwhile, 3 human youths had discovered the skeleton of the cockatrice he had butchered and boiled the day before. The skull was nowhere to be found. It seemed like it had been completely destroyed by high-level magic. Someone who can take down a cockatrice in a single blow must be on par with a great mage. Can we really accept this mission? Don't worry, Block. You may be the weakest in the group, but we won't let you get hurt. The 3 were chatting when suddenly the ground began to shake violently. It turned out a squad of hungry ghosts was herding chickens nearby. The hungry ghosts quickly spotted the 3 human youths, and as for them, they were equally shocked to witness such a bizarre group of 6-pack monsters for the first time. Hold on. Humans are a cruel and bloodthirsty race. We don't know how they'll act. A reckless decision could put everyone in danger. What are those hungry ghosts doing? Is that some kind of intimidation display before they attack? Go call Squad 1 and Squad 2. We need to gain the advantage through numbers. The hungry ghosts came up with a way to use their pecks to send signals to their comrades. Little did they know, this action provoked the chickens and accidentally helped them level up. The derpy chickens had evolved into cockatrice monsters, and their faces looked noticeably less derpy now. In a rage, the entire flock charged straight at the hungry ghosts. Squad 3 thought to themselves that they were totally screwed. However, in the nick of time, the captains of Squad 1 and Squad 2 arrived on the scene. Reinforcements had come. The hungry ghosts were no longer afraid of the cockatrices. Now they could use the secret technique they had learned from him. To get the posture right, you're doing great. When you can't maintain proper form, you need someone supporting you from behind. But what should we do if we want to truly feel our own strength? strength in a safe way. That was the main character's secret bodybuilding technique. 4 hungry ghosts coordinated together to form a single formation. Thanks to this, the attack from the person in front carried the combined power of all 3 behind them. Using this 4-man combat formation, the hungry ghosts successfully demolished the chickens. But there was one extra hungry ghost in the group who was about to get picked off by a lone cockatrice. The 3 human youths decided to step in and help because they had been moved by the hungry ghost spirit of unity in battle. The 2 sides had just teamed up to take down the chickens when a new threat appeared. It was a supermassive cockatrice. Its eyes glared at everyone, filled with pure fury. This cockatrice reminded them of a dragon named Long Yi. That dragon was infamous for being greedy and brutal. It feared that other dragons might surpass it in the future, so it took extreme measures by dispersing its own power. And this is exactly how the cockatrice, a species closely related to dragons, came into existence. This chicken may not be a dragon, but for everyone here, it was still an extremely dangerous creature. At this moment, he was still busy training his chest and had no idea what was happening in the forest. Although his muscles were developing slower than in his previous life, this young man still had plenty of time to adapt to the new world. 3 months had passed. At first, they were all as scrawny as anchovies. He had to teach them step by step, like teaching a newborn baby to walk. They nearly gave up, but that was only a fleeting thought. In the end, they pushed through with everything they had, and not a single one of them quit. That's why their bodies kept growing stronger, and now they seem to be doing just fine. Leader, we've got a problem. The chickens evolved way too fast, and now everyone's in danger. If things keep going like this, they're all done for. Shut up and show me the way. Now, warning, energy has exceeded the muscle tolerance threshold. Continuing will cause bodily harm. Do you wish to cancel this skill? How dare you lay your hands on my kids? Confirmed, continuing skill activation. Du Hanso stomped the ground hard to launch himself, and the earth around him cracked open like a spider web. Right after that, our main character shot into the air and vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Labor and Henda were fighting the giant chicken. One drew its attention as a decoy, while the other aimed straight for its weak point and attacked. Their coordinated tactics were pretty solid, and the chicken took a few hits to its vital spots, but its strength far exceeded what either of them had anticipated. Before long, Labor got swatted into the sky by a single wing flap. Even though he was badly injured, the guy still signaled that he was alive so his teammate wouldn't worry. Seeing how dire things had gotten, the hungry Ghost King had no choice but to unleash his secret combat form. The ultimate technique of a bodybuilder is none other than the human tower pose. But the chicken attacked too ferociously, and before long, everyone's combined formation was completely shattered. Just as the hungry ghosts were about to meet their end, something came crashing down from above and obliterated the chicken. The dust quickly cleared, and the one who appeared was none other than Gudo. As for Du Hanso, he jumped a bit too hard and ended up landing at the wrong location. At that moment, a swarm of giant chickens arrived and surrounded Gudo. He showed no fear whatsoever and even taunted them. Is that all you've got? That hungry ghost seems to be a ghost king. His long-range attack earlier was pretty impressive. What are you all staring at? You think I came here without any preparation? Could it be that Lord Ghost King already had a plan in place? I've drawn their attention. Now seize the opportunity and wipe them all out. Lord Du Hanso, please make your entrance. Leader, why aren't you showing up? Where are you, leader? The Ghost King already talked big to the chickens. There's no saving him now. Unlike ordinary hungry ghosts, Gudo never participated in the bodybuilding training session. Yet his status never changed one bit, so how was that possible? How did he maintain his position while every other hungry ghost in the village had grown so much stronger? It's because Gudo was assigned an extremely important task by Du Hanso, controlling the training weight levels for everyone. Gudo had no choice but to continuously activate his weight increasing skill. His heavy blank skill had already reached max level and kept growing stronger without him even realizing it. Earlier, Gudo had only used a single chunk of rock and dirt, and that alone was enough to completely destroy the giant chicken. However, now that the chickens called in reinforcements, he was starting to feel a bit uneasy. The hungry ghost began cheering Gudo on. He could take down a chicken in a single blow, then he was truly on par with Du Hanso. No one can defeat something that massive with just one hit. Perhaps I truly am a genius, because from the moment I was born, I've been different from ordinary hungry ghosts. Come at me, all of you chickens. This great ghost king will defeat every last one of you. But right after talking big, Gudo got slapped by a chicken so hard he flew out of sight. We're really done for this time. Henda, Labor, I'm sorry that I could never understand your jokes. In the final moments of my life, at least I have friends by my side. At least I won't be alone. We'll fight down to our very last muscle fiber. Thank you, leader, for everything you taught us. The training was grueling, but we truly felt the joy of becoming stronger. If there's a next life, please guide us once more. Elsewhere, Du Hanso had found the spot where Gudo crashed down. The hungry ghosts are in danger. Please save them, leader. Activating Calm Mind skill. A dominant emotion has been detected. Calm Mind skill has been overridden. Calm Mind skill has been cancelled. What's going on? Why are the chickens suddenly scattering everywhere? Turns out the flock sensed the overwhelming pressure radiating from Du Hanso, so they all rushed in to surround him. You all stop right there. I'm already trying my hardest to stay calm. Detected an emotion that surpasses the composure skill. User will be placed under surveillance. Composure skill has been cancelled for 1 day. That trimmer in the chest, it's definitely Lord Du Hanso. Who is this Lord Du Hanso you all keep mentioning? He's our teacher and also our leader. His muscles are far lighter than any of ours. That's all you can say. Words alone can't fully convey it. Once you meet him, you'll understand. Why not just put it simply so he gets it? Lord Du Hanso is our new demon king. Our MC still has no clue what these guys are talking about. At this moment, he's facing an entire flock of giant chickens all by himself. He unleashes the gratitude quake fist, sending one of them flying straight into the sky. 2 others see this and immediately leap up into the tall trees. Then from above, they stomp straight down onto the ground where our MC is standing. Even though he's been driven deep into the earth, he shows no sign of fear whatsoever. This guy uses a weightlifting technique to hurl them somewhere else. While leaping out of the crater, he takes down yet another chicken. My ancestors taught me that your kind can grow muscle through the tremors in your chest. That's why I brought you all here. This is the right place. I can develop my muscles using the power of my own chest. But what about you? Can you do the same? All we see is our MC pressing his hands against the ground, and the silhouette of a barbell with infinite weight appears behind his back. His muscles suddenly expand as if he's transformed to a giant. Then he executes his ultimate technique, the sweeping divine palm. The crazed chickens get absolutely demolished, beaten to a pulp with nothing left. Everyone arrives on the scene just in time to witness our MC wrecking the chickens. So this is the demon king those hungry ghosts were talking about? Going this far, is he even human? I've been using my legs way too much. Can't waste any more time. I don't know how much longer I can maintain this form. But if I give up now, Lord Du Hanso, at this rate I'm going to die from exhaustion. But it's better that I'm the only one who dies than the entire village being destroyed. If he gives up now, he won't be able to face the former demon Demon King Gudo, who volunteered to help him train. I have to finish them all in one move. Gratitude Quake Maximum. Super muscle recovery skill activated. Recovered 15% of muscle. Warning. The limb muscles are weaker than the upper body muscles. Limb muscles are critically weak. Release upper body muscles immediately. Muscle damage risk detected. Requesting immediate release of upper body muscles. Lord Yu Hanso, we'll all lend you a hand. After that, everyone joined forces and took down the chickens completely. That's enough training for today. Gudo, I won't forget what you've done for me. Before Lord Yu Hanso came along, that old man was always grumpy and irritable. But the moment he met Yu Hanso, he turned into a nice guy just like that. So who's gonna help me up now? Don't look away like that, you ungrateful brats. Get back here and you'll see what happens. It's been a tough day, Lord Yu Hanso. Gudo has made a sudden and unexpected return, leaving everyone frozen in place for a solid 5 seconds. I wasn't feeling well, so before coming here I took a nap first. Gudo, you're still alive, what the hell? Don't all rush at me like that. Stop it, or I'll give you all a beating for real. Welcome back to Gudo. From now on, let's protect and take care of everyone together. He single-handedly wiped out all the Kokats. He's also the one who took down Kokat Rees. Isn't that right? Yes, I'm quite certain about that, Lord Warose. That Demon King is nothing to worry about, but that kid is definitely dangerous. We still don't know when they'll reveal their true nature. I need to think carefully about how to deal with him. Speaking of which, where's Block? He didn't come back with you guys. Hey, excuse me, what are you doing? Hey kid, are you trying to hurt him? Whoa, look at that, he's actually got a pretty solid build. Stop treating Block like some kind of object. Do you want to become stronger than you are now? That's not what matters. What matters is the guy behind you. So do you want to or not? I'm sure there have been times you've wanted to try. If you do, then stay here and train with me. We had no choice but to let him take Block away like that. Boss, please rescue Block from those damn monsters. We still don't know what they're training in over there. It could be dark magic. I'm truly sorry that someone was taken like that, but we can't take risks when we know nothing about the enemy. Besides, your boss isn't the type to do something that reckless. No, today we're gonna teach them a lesson. You too, get ready to fight. Why are you suddenly so fired up? That doesn't look like you at all. Come on, move aside, old man. How dare you lay a hand on my student? We have to rescue Block from those hungry ghosts. Let's go. At the Hungry Ghost Village, we have a newcomer today. To start off, everyone do squats first. Can I ask what's a squat? I'll tell you, come here. Squats are the best exercise for toning your body, and they also help build muscle. What's wrong, Block? You're just gonna plop down like that? Alright, stop right there. Honestly, the way you're doing it just looks like you're standing up and sitting down. Instead, you need to put the force into your thighs, do it properly or you'll hurt yourself. Spread your feet shoulder width apart, Block, like this. Point your knees forward and go up and down, like you're about to sit in a chair. As for your hands, you can put them wherever you want. Do it with conviction, put the force into your thighs and hips. That's what a proper squat looks like. For your first time, that's pretty solid. Have you trained somewhere before? I've studied swordsmanship actually. Really? Then try doing more squats. Remember to be decisive with each rep. Can you raise your hands? Let me put some weights on them. Get into the proper stance first, then squat. Alright, great job. Everyone give Block a round of applause. This guy was squatting while holding weights and he could still maintain that posture. Just as I thought, I really do have an eye for talent. Now that's what you call a natural gift for physical training. Block, you followed me because you want to get stronger, right? Yeah, that's right. I want to be strong like my friends. I'm just afraid you won't be able to do it. To be honest, I know full well that no matter how hard someone like me tries, I can never match someone with innate talent. But I'm still very grateful to you, Duhan So. With your guidance, at least I'll be able to handle things on my own. What did you just say? You'll become strong in a different way. Strong enough to protect your friends. Block, you've got real potential. This is the first time anyone has ever acknowledged my talent. Alright, stop crying, your muscles are gonna deflate. Requirements met, the skill Eagle Eyes has been upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Sir Duhan So, why are you carrying chicks with you? We can hunt chickens, but we can't hunt them recklessly, otherwise there won't be any left. We should prevent that before they go extinct. Sir Duhan So, these chickens grow very quickly, so raising them won't be a problem. In Alamai, there aren't many monsters capable of wiping them all out either. Right now we're stronger than those chicks, but if they evolve, no one will be able to take them down except Sir Duhan So. You can't defeat them, you really can't? Actually, that's not entirely true, we can't. I knew it, didn't I? Why would you lower yourself to the level of your own kind like that, Chi? I'm truly disappointed. Everyone use your femur region, the major muscle groups, to hold the weight. Heavy blanket 1/10, are you ready? I'm ready, let's get started. Alright, I'll activate the skill now. Heavy blank, double the weight. Come on, you can do this. Everyone was in the middle of training when suddenly a stranger intruded into Fallen Demon Village. Are you the freak who kidnapped my disciple? I think there's a misunderstanding here. I don't know who you are, and I'm no longer the chief of this place either. Your answer only needs to be yes or no. We haven't done anything but train. What do you mean by that? Oh wow, he can block one of her sword strikes with just his bare hands? Did she just damage his muscles? This older woman is truly dangerous. Hey you two, is this the one who kidnapped Block? That's right, it's him. Block, our master has come to save you. Block, where are you? Answer us. I apologize for interrupting your training, kid, but kidnapping someone else's disciple isn't right, is it? What's this, Block? You already have a trainer? This wouldn't have happened if you had told me from the start. But bodybuilding is more fun than swordsmanship, right? Be honest now, why are you stammering? I'm sorry, master. I prefer bodybuilding over swordsmanship. You went through all the trouble of coming here, and I'm sorry, master. I've already found myself a new master. Is that so? Then there's nothing more I can do. I'll have to use force to take you back. As soon as she finished speaking, the mysterious woman immediately unleashed her ultimate sword technique and slashed forward. Duhanso also quickly flexed his muscles to block the incoming attack from his opponent. This is hurting my pride, you know. Is all I can do just make you bleed? Block, you want to train to achieve this physique? Yes, master. Duhanso is so cool. Then let's do it this way. I and that kid over there will duel to decide who gets to be your master. The martial art of the winner will decide everything. You may know this, but bodybuilding isn't a martial art. It's a set of exercises to train and improve one's own body. I heard you killed a cockatrice using what you call bodybuilding. That was for protein supplementation. All I did was survive. So bodybuilding has no use in combat. Combat? Wait, what did you just say? Why are you getting angry? Does that hurt your pride? What's the point of training your body if you can't fight? In other words, it's nothing but garbage. I'll show you what training is good for. Chicken leg muscle compression mechanism activated. I wonder who would win if Sir Duhanso and that girl fought each other. Just look at the physiques of those two and figure it out yourself. Body size doesn't mean anything. Master is one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. Activating skill Eagle Eye level 3. Species human. Occupation Grandmaster swordsman. With a muscle ratio that's small, how was she able to wound him like that? A human shouldn't be able to deal damage to muscles with a sword. You alien, what kind of martial art are you teaching over there? As for the swordsmanship that I teach, it's the kind that lets me mince my enemies with a blade when needed. Let a senior like me teach you a few things. Do you know why I call you an alien even though you look human? It's because your mana is red. The redder the mana, the purer the demon bloodline. And And that technique you're using, no human can change their form during combat. As long as you have the determination, you can change your form. Don't act like you know everything. That only happens with aliens like you. Humans can only use inner force in this way to compensate for their weaknesses in combat, nothing more. One sword breaks the stance, 10,000 swords pierce the heart. No matter how hard you try to spread your martial arts here, it's useless. Do you understand now? Your kind of martial arts is nothing but trash to humans. And yet you thought you could take me down with that pathetic fighting style. Is that how you beat all your opponents? Among all the opponents you've faced, was any of them stronger than me? Why should I care about that? Anyone who becomes my opponent cannot survive. We bodybuilding enthusiasts will always push ourselves to overcome, to surpass those stronger than ourselves. Now I'll show you what that means. Block, can I talk to you about something? I'm sorry. We thought it'd be hard to see you again, so we went to find your master. We knew doing that would make you hate us, but for some reason we did it anyway. What are you two talking about? How could I ever hate you guys? Well, you left because we pressured you into it. No way, I came here because I wanted to learn more about bodybuilding. I was planning to head back soon anyway. You Hanso already agreed to it. Block, what martial art are you planning to study again? We want to know too. I just got here so I'm not sure yet. Demon King, could you guide us? Sure. Do you guys remember when we first started sword training? What our master said was the most important thing in swordsmanship. It's the lower body center of gravity, that's right. And this is the exercise we're about to train. We'll be using the entire lower body center of gravity. We're gonna focus on the quadriceps with squats. Yu Hanso said we need to learn proper form first, but if you want to make the workout more interesting, then using weights right away, isn't that really dangerous? Don't worry, I'll spot them. Elsewhere, Yu Hanso was still exchanging techniques with the master of those three young men, but strangely, both sides kept pushing back and forth as if they were lifting weights. Why are you holding back your strength like that? I'm not holding back, I'm concentrating my power. Technically speaking, it's called the squeeze and contract technique. Is that Labor and Henda murmuring over there? So those two got dragged into the gym life by their buddy as well. What the heck are they training right now? Oh, they're doing squats. It's part of the workout routine. Excuse me, would it be possible to incorporate your exercises into my training program? Really? Why the sudden change of heart? I can sense an intense passion in there. I've discovered the joy of watching sweat-drenched bodies at work, forming a united alliance through training together. When seeing off the master of those three young men, our main character noticed something. Your arms are seriously no joke. What kind of training do you do? Aha, curious are you? Alright, I'll tell you. There's really nothing special about it. My job is swinging a sword all day. You think I train specifically? But actually, I'm curious about something else. You're okay with teaching everyone advanced training methods without asking for any payment? It's fine. The more people who train, the better. Why do you think that way? Because you can work out anywhere. Plus, you'd be more effective at your job if you learned more training methods, right? It's entirely feasible across the whole continent. I want the culture of wellness to spread far and wide. You're funnier than I thought. I like you. I'll grant you a favor whenever you want one. That evening, while everyone was eating dinner, Block had something he wanted to say. Pardon me, Yuhans. You might not know this, but the city where I live is an extremely discriminatory place. They don't just discriminate against the abnormal, but also against dark magic practitioners. Among humans, even those in charge enforce discriminatory priorities. Young people like me care less about that stuff, but I'm worried that Hanso and the friends here might get hurt. He was gnawing on a chicken breast, and hearing that, he could tell this was no small issue. Well then, take it easy. We'll discuss the trip in detail later. Hanso didn't bother answering Block's question. He just stared intently at the horse's feed trough. Crispy and sticky texture. No doubt about it, the main ingredient here is oats. Only the horses get to eat something this clean and nutritious. This really is a serious problem. Look at that kid, he's eating livestock feed. It doesn't even taste good. Monsters really are hopeless when it comes to food. If the monsters heard that, they'd be pretty sad. Our MC tried the standard military rations that everyone usually eats. It's usually a bit bland, but would you guys like to try my food? This monster is offering us food. I think it actually tastes good. It has a light sweetness with a subtle hint of spice. The spiciness is blended in so skillfully. It's amazing. I used to have no sense of taste, but now I'm actually enjoying this. I'll give you the recipe when we're close to our destination, so stop badmouthing our monsters. You clearly feel sorry for them. Hey miss, you said your name is Riona, right? Then we'll continue in the morning tomorrow. Do you remember promising me a favor this morning? Of course I remember. I've already decided what I want. I want you to help me with the grain issue. Isn't that livestock feed? You heard what everyone said. I heard you're planning to raise chickens. You're going to feed them grain? It's not for them. We're the ones who will be eating the grain. I don't mind personally, but I'd feel bad letting you eat livestock feed like that. That's right, Sir Duhanso. She seems to hold a high rank among the humans. Besides, we're not used to eating grain either. What did you just say? Say that again so I can hear it. They're not wrong. If you want something bigger, just tell me. You could turn your tent into a wooden house. You could wear a set of warrior armor instead of those commoner clothes. As for food, all you need is chicken breast. Sir Duhanso really loves chicken. That's not it. Eating only protein is really bad for your body, especially your liver. But if we consume an adequate amount of starch, glycogen will produce substances that support muscle building. Actually, oats are a starch complex that slows down digestion. They're low in calories and rich in nutrients. That's why they're called the king of all grains in the world. So a reward could be better than oats. Everyone was speechless after hearing that. They had no idea what he was talking about, but the hungry ghosts were actually excited. What is that? Let us see it. I think that must be the secret technique he uses to deal with Lady Riona. Don't you think so? We can't lose to those monsters. Let's eat too. Block is already eating. Let's all give it a try. But after eating, the whole group called out the MC's name in unison. Hey Hui, this stuff doesn't taste good at all. Block, spit it out. It's not good. All the strongmen already spat it out too. It has a nice flavor and it's satisfying to chew. You guys don't think so? He even has talent when it comes to eating. He'll get stronger in no time. He's really fired up right now. I don't understand what you're saying, but you seem to know your stuff. I'll start the production process to meet your request. You mean it, Riona? You're the best. At least we're not losing anything from this. General Riona has returned. Open the gates. Hanso, do you remember what I told you? This is a nation of eccentrics. The strongest nation on the continent, a country full of discrimination. The judgmental gazes of the people here made the hungry ghosts feel completely out of place. What's wrong? Stand up straight and walk properly. They're staring because you guys have great physiques. Is that really true, leader? I'm pretty sure that's not the reason. And so, under everyone's scrutinizing eyes, the whole group walked along while confidently showing off their muscles. Why am I starting to like these monsters? Meanwhile, Wyroth Castle. So you taught my soldiers how to train? And even fed them livestock feed? It's not livestock feed, it's oats like oatmeal porridge. What an insolent fool. My general has requested that the special monsters be brought to the castle. If not for that proposal, I would never allow any of you to set foot in here. Not even a single step. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Let's not meet again. Do not cause any trouble. Just teach my soldiers how to train, then leave quietly. If you've finished your work and also want to learn, I'm happy to be your personal trainer. trainer. I don't need it. Just do your job, you damned fool. The famous generals are making me anxious. How can I change the people's attitude? This is a good opportunity. Someone bring the Tutela mercenaries here. General, your guest is going to bare his fangs at you. The soldier training grounds. Everyone stop. Today we're gonna have a special exercise. The person standing next to me is the special instructor that General Riona brought into the castle. The hungry ghost master Duhanso. Hungry ghost master. So he's not a monster. Why would a monster become our instructor? I know you don't like the new instructor, but if you don't follow his orders, it's the same as violating military law. Hello everyone, I'm Duhanso, your special instructor. Today I'll be guiding you through training. I don't like the way you're all looking at me, so everyone get down on the ground. What are you staring at? Do what instructor Duhan says. Get down, suck in your guts, you bastards. You're not gonna comply? What are you guys doing? Hurry up. This scene is honestly hilarious. Guys, are you really taking orders from that monster? Cat it, if you call instructor Duhanso a monster, that will be considered disrespect toward the general. Is that what you think, instructor? You think that monster's orders are on the same level as the general's? Everyone get up. Are you really gonna obey that monster? Have some human dignity. Military orders are absolute. Is there a problem? There are plenty of problems. First is the matter of humanity. We don't take orders from monsters like you. Second, this so-called training of yours, we have no reason to practice anything beyond swordsmanship. The last problem, we don't want to learn the training methods of uncivilized monsters. Wait a moment, instructor Duhenso. I think I can handle this. Regarding the first issue, the person standing over there can teach you on behalf of instructor Duhenso. So there's no problem anymore, right? Regarding the second issue, I don't know if swordsmanship alone is more effective since I've never tried comparing. How about we have a one-on-one duel to find out? And the last issue, civilized or not? Then let's settle it with a match, you humans. Are you guys ready? We're ready. These guys are seriously beyond words. Fine, I accept the challenge. Instructor, this is allowed, right? I'm on the human side, where's the other team? Hee, stupid monsters, but sorry, I'm no Kate. Let me show you the fear that the Tutela mercenaries, personally commissioned by the Count, can bring. The battle begins. This guy just charged straight in. He rushed forward, but before he could even throw a punch, the hungry ghost kid smashed him unconscious. Hey, are you okay? Him already? I can see him still twitching, so he's probably alive. Don't hit so hard, are you showing off? I'm sorry, Chief. Forget it, you didn't mean to, no need to apologize. Now, since you've lost, follow my orders. Yes, instructor. Unexpectedly, that guy had woken up and was secretly activating his power, while our MC had his back turned. The guy suddenly lunged forward, trying to land a sneak attack from behind. But before his sword could even swing down, Duhanso slapped him right across the face, sending him crashing straight into the wall in one hit. The next day, Riona came to the training grounds to check on everyone. Duhanso, how are you doing? He clearly used magic. I agree with that assessment. I'm certain he used magic during the match as well. That's exactly why we can't trust these monsters. Instructor, I'm not fully aware of the situation here. Explain to me what's going on. Yes, my lord, a fight broke out because some men refused to follow your orders. And then, our soldiers lost, but several of them claimed the monsters used magic. Duhanso, did you really use magic during the match? I would never stoop to something that underhanded. You believe that monster, General? I just passed through and already stumbled upon something interesting. Tell me what's happening here. General, are you on our side or are you siding with these monsters? Of course I stand with humanity. Then whose orders do you follow now? Are you here to train, my lord? Get off your horse first. Sir Duhanso, I don't think he came here to train. Isn't that right? General, I am very displeased. The guests you brought back have caused problems for our people. A soldier was injured, and that is an extremely serious matter. How can a lord like me turn a blind eye to this? As the lord of the Duchy of Worth, I hereby exile General Riona for 2 years. But when he saw Riona's eyes brimming with killing intent, the lord immediately shrank back, not daring to utter another word. My lord, that is unacceptable. Let us kill those monsters. Please rescind your order. One more stab and his pants would rip. Duhanso, I'm sorry for bringing you here without being able to look after you properly. Don't worry about it. We're always welcomed wherever we go. My lord, can we at least let them stay here for 3 months as promised? I will keep my word. Good, preparations are complete. Everyone silence. How dare you talk back to the lord like that? You still call yourselves soldiers of this nation after pulling something like this. But General, I said silence. You brats. I thought you only discriminated against monsters, but it turns out you know how to disrespect your superiors too. I should step back so these budding seeds of the future still have a chance to grow. I wonder how this will change those seeds of the future. It'll be fun when I come back. What's wrong with her grinning like that? It's creepy. That evening, the man who had picked a fight with Duhanso secretly left the fortress with a sum of reward money. Just a little more of this work and I'll have enough money. I won't need to get my hands dirty anymore. That bell looks so much like a flower. Should I open a flower shop? Darling wife and daughter, just wait a little longer. Daddy will be home soon. However, he had no idea that the village he was about to return to had become a completely different place. The place where his wife and child lived was engulfed in flames. Our homeland welcomes us in quite a spectacular fashion, doesn't it? Princess, may I have this dance? The next day, 2 hungry ghosts were lurking in the slime forest. Didn't you just break your arm? My arm is completely healed now. Hey kids, what are you doing with those slimes over there? It's Sir Block and General Riona. Didn't you say you wouldn't come back after leaving with her? Well, you still haven't answered my question. Sir Duhanso told us we need to collect these slimes. What for? Slimes can be used as medicine. Come with us. You should see it for yourself. Sir Duhanso, we've arrived. Block's here, and Riona too? I just stopped by to say hello before I leave. I'm also quite curious what you're all planning to do next. Use your chest muscles to press them into a corner. What exactly are you planning to do with those slimes? While observing the trainees on the training ground, I realized that muscle building exercises or weightlifting aren't very effective for these kids. In that case, training them like athletes would be more useful. But we don't have enough equipment, so I have to make my own. Making equipment out of slimes? Is it like the dummy used for quick/training? No, it has nothing to do with swordsmanship. Bring one slime over here. First, once you've attained a slime, here's what you do. Take this core stone out, it'll regenerate in just a few days. So we can separate it and then manipulate it like this. We create a hole in the middle of the slime. Without the regeneration stone, these slime monsters have extremely good elasticity. Next, we use our hands to stretch them out like this before they snap back. And just like that, we have a training band. It'll look something like this. Riona, I'm sure you didn't know about this. But with it, you can do a ton of exercises. The elasticity depends on the color of each one, so we'll name them and perform different workouts accordingly. Lord Duhanso, thank you. And I'm sorry. Sorry for what exactly? I'm guessing you don't know, but I once doubted you. I thought you were just using the training sessions as an excuse to get close to everyone. But you've been genuinely sincere with us. I'm truly a failure as a teacher for not being able to stop the Warose territory from becoming such a short-sighted land. That's why I've been enduring the Lord's unreasonable behavior all this time. But you're different. I believe you can make this land change. Change, huh? Let me see. That's my specialty, but not that kind of change. So it's like this then. No, not quite like that either. That's exactly the kind of change I was talking about before. The Monster Trainer Club, let's see what the main character teaches today. We didn't come here because we lost a fight or anything. Don't start us off with those weird moves like lying face down on the ground. Lord Yuhanso, may I take my leave? I'll leave these kids with you, alright? Of course, the number of new members has grown again. Meanwhile, it wasn't his surroundings that were changed. Our enemy is the undead monsters. The terrifying thing about these zombies is that if they bite you, you'll turn into a monster too. Be careful, don't let your horses get bitten, and you yourselves must be extremely cautious as well. Warrior, charge forward and attack them. Bedorman, no, wait. If we show up now, we'll drag others into danger. Just hold on a little longer, Bedorman. Those zombies are nothing but decoys. The Dookie training corner. As I said, the stamina a person can use in a day has a fixed limit. That's why we focus on the muscle groups that matter most. Do you all understand what Lord Yuhanso just said? Everyone start stretching with bands to prepare for the chest workout. No, today we're doing CrossFit instead of chest presses. What's CrossFit? CrossFit is a training method invented by Greg Glassman. It's a method of continuous, non-stop exercise using high-performance, high-intensity workouts. This means it targets multiple muscle groups across the body and requires us to move in multidimensional patterns. If we form teams and set goals at the same time, it builds teamwork and drives competition. I've already made a list for each group. If you have questions, ask Gudo. Everyone give it your all to finish the workout. During training, he occasionally heard strange noises. I've heard that sound several times now. What's it used for? Our Lord has been personally attacking the zombies lately, ever since they started appearing frequently around the villages near the castle. They're sending distress signals requesting reinforcements. It seems the enemy is stronger than expected. Hey you guys, your core is collapsing. Lower the weight and do it properly. Just as expected, he doesn't care about any of it. According to our scouts' investigation, we've confirmed the enemy base is located at the end of this road. This time, let's annihilate them and bring peace to our homeland. All forces move out. My lord, I'm afraid we've advanced too deep into the zombie horde. Zombies have no intelligence, so they can't form tactics. All we need is strength and manpower to wipe them out. Look, our soldiers are advancing steadily. All forces, don't slow down. Keep pushing forward. War is all about maintaining momentum. Don't stop until we've swept the enemy clean. So the one who orchestrated everything has finally shown himself. Before long, the enemy commander revealed himself. It was Ben, an old friend of Gudo's from years past. He was stunned to realize that despite decades having passed, Ben hadn't aged a single day. It turned out that during all that time, he had been secretly conducting research and experimenting directly on his own body. After injecting vials of blue solution into himself, he transformed into a massive monster, his strength and speed pushed to their absolute limits. With just a few basic strikes, Ben beat Gudo to a pulp. He was no match for him whatsoever. Ben claimed that Gudo was so weak precisely because he'd wasted his time obsessing over swordsmanship. What he himself was doing was using research to advance, elevating civilization to a whole new level. At that moment, Ben's experimental monsters were rampaging across the battlefield, slaughtering soldiers left and right. He confidently declared this was proof that his path of research was the correct one. There are always people in this world who become great for one reason or another, but that doesn't set the standard for ordinary people. Just as Ben was about to finish Gudo off, his subordinate Ivan appeared just in time, blocking the fatal blow. He shouted for the Lord and the soldiers to retreat immediately, saying he would stay behind to hold off Ben and his forces. Seizing the opportunity, Gudo mounted his horse and escaped the battlefield, but his loyal subordinate heroically sacrificed himself, falling beneath the fists of that brutal monster. Gudo frantically spurred his horse onward, his breath ragged with worry. At this rate, they were done for. Images of Ben and those terrifying monsters kept flashing through his mind, forcing him to ask himself how he could possibly defeat them. Meanwhile, somewhere else Duhanso and his muscle squad were training relentlessly at an insane intensity. He kept lifting massive stone weights while muttering the count under his breath. 152, 123, 152, 124, 152, 125. The main character's face remained perfectly calm despite having exceeded 150,000 reps. He continued counting. 152, 131, 152, 139, 155, 140. Back with the retreating army, Gudo shouted demanding a report. Is there no one to report on the state of the troops? Immediately Lumi stepped forward and spoke up. I'm the captain of squad 20 Lumi. Gudo ordered report. Lumi delivered the devastating numbers. Out of 400 soldiers, 347 had been killed or infected, 27 were wounded, leaving a mere 26 unharmed. Hearing this, Gudo was shaken as he calculated. There were only about 100 reserve troops left in the fortress, most of them trainees or wounded. He shouted furiously. Damn it, how the hell are we supposed to wage a war with just 126 people? Lumi suggested calling General Riona back, but Gudo dismissed it outright, saying it was already too late for reinforcements to arrive in time. That's when Lumi proposed a bold idea. Then what about borrowing the strength of those monsters stationed in the fortress? Gudo asked in surprise. The monsters. Lumi explained that their leader was Duhanso, who once possessed strength rivaling General Riona's. Since the army was providing them with food and shelter, they could use that as leverage to demand they join the fight. Gudo nodded approvingly at the plan of using monsters to fight monsters. He steeled his resolve. Good. Do it that way. Then he spurred his horse forward at full speed. 3 days later, at the military training grounds, Gudo charged in on horseback and roared, "Stop training! Everyone assemble!" Meanwhile, Duhanso and his muscle squad were still standing there dumbfounded with heavy weights in their hands. What are you doing? Obey the count's orders immediately. Gudo looked down at the hesitant crowd gathered around him. He spoke up. Hey, your name is Duhanso, isn't it? Duhanso casually smiled and replied, Yeah, you here to work out? Gudo's expression immediately hardened with severity. No, I'm here to give orders to you monsters. He suddenly bellowed with fury. It's time you repaid the debt for being given food and shelter. You lowly creatures. Gudo raised his fist high and declared, From this moment, by the order of Count Gudo, I command you to eliminate the zombie legion approaching from beyond the walls. Silence fell, met only by the blank stares of Muscle Squad. Gudo thought to himself in frustration. Damn it, they really are low-level monsters. Can they not understand human speech? Look at those clueless faces. Gudo continued screaming with excitement. You all have the honor of being my meat shields, especially the ringleader Duhanso. I shall grant you citizenship of the great kingdom of Gudo. Seeing the other side show no reaction whatsoever, whatsoever, the old baron roared in agitation. Isn't this the best deal you could ask for? Go ahead and flaunt that freakish thing you call physique all you want. Du Hanso suddenly shouted in order to hit a front double biceps pose. Less war, more flexing apparently. Immediately the muscle army tensed up in unison, proudly displaying their bulging muscles with full confidence. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Gudo could only blurt out in exasperation, "What the hell are you people doing?" He still wore that smug expression, explaining that this was bodybuilding, a concept within the vast realm of gym. While pointing toward his teammates, the MC affirmed that showcasing physique was exactly what he was talking about. However, Gudo had completely lost his patience. He roared that there was no more time for chit-chat. If they didn't obey immediately, he threatened that if they got injured or killed, then everything would end right here. That statement struck a nerve with the MC. He instantly radiated a ferocious killing intent, his eyes glowing red as he growled, "You won't be able to hit the gym anymore, you fool. If I lose my muscles, are you gonna take responsibility for that, huh?" Under that suffocating pressure, a massive phantom materialized behind the young man. Gudo went pale, sweat pouring down his face. He stammered, "I don't understand what you're saying, but it seems I need to apologize." The Baron was completely subdued and hurriedly bowed his head. "No, I'm sorry." The overwhelming pressure made him want to vomit. He cowered and corrected himself. "I was wrong, please forgive me. Stop flexing, I'm scared." Seeing the other party had learned his place, the MC gave a slight nod accepting the apology. Gudo didn't dare linger any longer. He quickly spurred his horse and rode away with Lumi. The MC immediately went back to training, enthusiastically shouting, "Alright, rest time's over, let's start again from number 1. On the other side, Lumi worriedly asked Gudo whether they should try persuading them one more time, but he flatly refused, saying there was never any point expecting anything from those monsters. Gudo ordered that General Ox be summoned immediately. To Lumi's surprise, Gudo affirmed that despite his somewhat rough temperament, Ox's strength was beyond question, fully on par with General Riona. The two silently spurred their horses forward. Gudo ordered all forces to assemble before the city gates. He was determined to show those undead the true power of humanity. Outside the walls, the undead were ceaselessly howling and pressing against the ramparts. General Ox, with his imposing build and signature nose ring, was ready for battle. Gudo anxiously observed from inside when he spotted a girl. The sea of undead was surging forward like a flood. Suddenly General Ox roared in order to halt. He shouted toward the enemy, "I've received reports that among you there is a leader who possesses intelligence." Ox continued with his proposal, "Don't you have any intention of negotiating?" From the distance, Ben and his massive minions lumbered closer. Gudo was shocked to recognize Ben's presence. He walked over while picking his ear with utter contempt. "I was in the middle of picking my ear, what do you want?" Standing high above, Ox declared boldly that despite the monster legion's vast numbers, breaching this fortified wall was impossible. He issued a challenge, "Therefore as the representative of the kingdom of Gudo I stand here, and as the representative of the monsters. Why don't you settle this with a one-on-one duel to decide the outcome of this war?" Ben burst into an excited laugh. "Sounds interesting, I accept your proposal." Seeing the opponent had taken the bait, Ox smirked triumphantly, then suddenly leaped straight down from the wall, creating a massive impact on the ground. Amid the cloud of dust, Ox growled, asking who would step forward. Immediately a colossal muscular monster stepped up. It wore a black mask covering its entire face, its enormous body radiating pure metal. The monster let out a bone-chilling roar, then began flexing, showing off its rippling muscles. Ox looked at the massive opponent before him and remarked, "Decent size you've got there." He immediately charged forward, intending to test true strength. After the violent collision, Ox smirked pretty tough. He continued pressing his force. He unleashed a barrage of consecutive punches that made the monster's flesh ripple under the sheer destructive power. Suddenly the monster spewed a stream of pitch-black liquid from its mouth. Ox quickly tilted his body to dodge and muttered to himself, "As expected, that's a skill you definitely need to avoid." Looking at the corrosive puddle on the ground, Ox scoffed, "What's with this rotting corpse body of yours? I've never seen an undead like you before." The monster trembled. In its mind only one thought remained, dangerous, too strong. It immediately turned tail and fled for its life. Ox shouted in surprise, "Trying to run away, are you?" He chased after it relentlessly, roaring with determination that he must not stop. One of them had to fall before this battle could truly end. Ox charged in at terrifying speed, grabbing the monster from behind. Gudo shouted a warning for the general to watch his side. Ox barely heard the call before instinctively dodging by a hair's breadth. Ox roared in fury, "How dare they interfere in a sacred duel?" He immediately poured all his strength into his legs and charged straight at the intruder. Out of nowhere, a fist tore through the air and slammed into his face, sending Ox flying as he coughed up blood in agony. Ben appeared with a maniacal laugh, "Sacred my ass, winning is all that matters." He laughed while flexing his massive muscular arms, veins bulging like a web of blue cords. Ben looked at Ox with cold, piercing eyes and asked, "Do you know why I accepted this fight?" He growled with conviction, "Because you are the only variable left in this entire country." Dry, brutal impacts echoed one after another, signaling a devastating outcome. Watching the strongest general being brutalized, Gudo and Lumi could only stand frozen in horror. Their faces drained of color before Ben's extreme savagery. Ox lay gasping on the ground, his body broken beyond recognition. He wheezed in desperation, "I'm sorry, please spare me." "You want to be spared? Fine, I'll let you live, of course." To the general's utter disbelief, the monster used its terrifying strength to hurl him straight into the sky. General Oaks plummeted from the air, his face stunned by the sudden attack. He screamed in despair as he saw himself plunging straight into a horde of thousands of shrieking zombies below. A horrifying crash rang out, followed immediately by the sickening sounds of being torn apart amid the sea of grotesque figures. From within the crowd, a monster with white hair and a white beard emerged in a daze. It was the once mighty general, now completely transformed. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Gudo gasped in shock. "It's all real, my elite soldiers have become zombies." Ben stood watching with a triumphant expression, then spoke temptingly, "Gudo, why not just give up and hand over the city peacefully, and I'll spare your life." Gudo roared back in fury, "Don't spout that nonsense. You think I'd hand the kingdom to someone who's abandoned their humanity like you?" Ben laughed with sinister delight, "Fine then, negotiations have failed. Not that I ever intended to let you live anyway." His expression turned ice cold in an instant. Ben raised his hand and signaled, commanding his undead army to advance. The zombies surged toward the city gates like an unstoppable flood. Gudo frantically screamed orders at his soldiers, "Archers now, fire the arrows." But the soldiers on the walls could only tremble and reply helplessly, "We've never shot a bow before. How are we supposed to aim?" This army was utterly incompetent. Witnessing his army's weakness, Gudo gritted his teeth in bitter rage, slamming his fist against the wall and cursing, "Damn it all." Lumi approached with worry and asked, "Baron, what should we do?" Gudo stood frozen, his face drenched in sweat. He whispered in utter despair, "I don't know." Before Lumi's stunned and bewildered gaze, Gudo suddenly snapped and screamed in her face, "I told you I don't know either." The Baron had completely lost his fighting spirit. He turned and fled desperately deeper into the city, ignoring Lumi calling after him in shock. Gudo ran frantically through the streets, abandoning everything behind him. In his mind, bitter mocking voices from the past echoed endlessly. Gudo the coward. The jeering laughter of children still haunted him. Gudo is a coward. Even those closest to him had once looked at him with contempt, insisting that running away was the act of a coward. Too spineless to get anything done, another acquaintance had taunted. Isn't running away your specialty? Following you when you flee is the safest bet. The image of a woman being captured and her cry for help, "Gudo save me," flashed through his mind like a knife to the heart. Gudo ran and wailed in bitter anguish. "I'm so tired of this." He screamed in absolute despair. He wondered if anyone could ever understand the weight of responsibility, or had ever been in his position. Though he was a cowardly leader unable to bear the burden of responsibility, deep down he still yearned to protect those who mattered to him. Gudo pushed the door in front of him open with every ounce of strength he had. He cried out through his tears, "Of course I do, please save me." The Baron collapsed to his knees, sobbing, "Big bro, please." He kept apologizing over and over. "I was wrong, Jim is the truth. The gym is my reason for living." Before the calm indifference of Duhenso and his muscular squad, Gudo pleaded desperately, "You can kill me if you want, but please save my people, save my soldiers, save this country." He buried his face against the ground and wept uncontrollably. Surrounded by the muscular squad, Gudo kept bowing his head to the floor. "Please save me, please, I'm begging you all." Duhenso looked down at the man kneeling at his feet, then calmly concluded, "So basically you want to hit the gym, right?" Gudo looked up in utter confusion. Duhenso flexed his massive, bulging shoulder muscles and declared bluntly that he didn't need Gudo's life, but the personal training fee would be very expensive. He flashed a confident grin with his mighty army of musclemen packed tightly behind him. A group of soldiers rushed over to the main character and earnestly to join him, but he immediately barked with absolute resolve, telling the rookies to get out of the way. This guy flat out refused help from anyone whose total lifting weight was under 400 kilograms, outright banning them from joining the battle. He and his towering army of muscle marched forward, while everyone around them watched in stunned disbelief. Watching from behind, Gudo broke into a cold sweat and silently assessed the situation, thinking the guy looked absolutely insane. But when he looked at their broad, muscular backs radiating a dazzling aura, he couldn't help but wonder how they managed to look this cool. Duhenso led the troops running along the streets, their counting cadence echoing loudly, 13, 14, 15, 16. He pointed ahead and confirmed, "The straight path to the city gate is this way, right?" Realizing the situation was extremely urgent, our MC ordered them to switch to interval training. The entire squad responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Then they all accelerated at a terrifying pace, the counting still ringing out with every pounding step, 28, 29, 30. He roared at the squad to maintain maximum intensity for 1 minute and 30 seconds. The muscle army poured everything they had into sprinting forward, like arrows cutting through the wind. Even though they were so exhausted their tongues were hanging out, drenched in sweat with ragged breathing, they didn't slow down one bit. Witnessing that insane spectacle, bystanders on the roadside could only gasp in shock. They're insanely fast. The muscle army just kept charging forward, leaving clouds of dust billowing behind them. Amid the rubble, a mother was clutching her small child tightly, surrounded by bloodthirsty zombies. The child screamed in desperation, "Mom!" Instantly a devastating blow landed, with a thunderous shout of "Press!" crushing the monsters in the blink of an eye. The child stared in bewilderment at the saviors who had just appeared, then turned to reassure his mother. "Mom, it's okay. Those guys saved us already. Though these heroes are kinda weird." The mother could only watch in stunned silence as he and his muscle army ran past, still counting their reps, 16, 17. The little boy asked excitedly, "Mom, if I learn swordsmanship, can I be that strong too?" The mother watched those massive muscular figures moving away, breaking into a cold sweat as she replied, "Sweetie, that's not swordsmanship. Once the war is over, let's ask them together what kind of technique that is." Up ahead at the city gate, the situation was utterly chaotic as a sea of zombies furiously attacked from outside. Right then, our MC's level 3 Hawkeye skill officially activated, letting him see everything clearly. Looking at the shrieking undead, he wondered aloud, "Zombies? Why do they keep screaming while charging in like that?" He clicked his tongue and remarked with an expert air, "These guys are skin and bones. Bet they've never heard of squats." A squad member struggled to explain that they're called zombies. Seeing his junior hunched over from exhaustion while talking, he immediately corrected him. "Hey, even during rest you need to keep your back straight, or you'll wreck your spine." Truly the most dedicated personal trainer in the solar system. The guy quickly straightened up and continued explaining that these zombies have absolutely no intelligence. All that's left is their hunger instinct. They're essentially walking corpses. Hearing this, our MC's face visibly relaxed with relief. Thank goodness. Then I don't need to feel guilty about taking them out. The man beside him casually asked, "So what's the plan now?" Observing the zombies surging relentlessly toward the city gate, he calmly made a jaw-dropping suggestion. "How about we use our chest muscles to push them all away?" Faced with the stunned silence of everyone around him, our MC snapped, "What's with that look on your faces?" The other guy frantically waved his hands in a panic. No, I'm sorry. That's an absolutely brilliant plan." He laughed loudly with pure satisfaction. "Damn right it is." He immediately turned and asked, "So can I take command of this operation?" Seeing his determination, everyone nodded. "Go for it." Orders came flying out rapid fire. One member of the muscle army shouted, "Everyone, break formation." Squads 1 and 2 quickly spread throughout the village to protect the civilians as he continued coordinating the forces. Squads 3 and 4, get up on the walls now. The members coordinated seamlessly, simultaneously supporting the soldiers and fighting to push back the undead. Squad 5, assist the MC in pushing the zombies away from the walls. Right at the city gate, he was using his terrifying muscular strength to single-handedly hold back and push away an entire sea of zombies flooding in. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, everyone around could only stand there slack-jawed. Wow, how is that even possible? However, the situation remained extremely tense. Gudo screamed an order, "Block the gate now." He analyzed the situation anxiously. Even if that guy could push the enemy back, if any slipped through the gaps, the village would be in grave danger. Gudo continued urging in desperation, "Please, just block the gate already." Hearing that, Lumi shouted, "Dad, the city gate has been completely destroyed." She pointed toward the wide-open entrance where the MC was straining with all his might. There was no door left to block the way in. Gudo gasped in disbelief. How can this be? Right at that moment, a voice rang out full of confidence. I knew this was going to happen. Heavy footsteps shook the ground as they approached. Together, they carried a massive barbell-shaped metal block toward the city gate. Gudo was shocked to recognize a familiar face. That scrawny kid from back then got this jacked? Lumi couldn't believe her eyes either. How can they even lift that thing? In the middle of the chaotic battlefield, he was casually performing walking lunges like it was just another day at the gym. One member straining under the barbell shouted, "Bro, go on ahead." The blind swordmaster was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, asking in disbelief what on earth was happening. He gritted his teeth in agony. His quadriceps were completely worn out, and his legs could no longer move. "Don't give up, senior, you can definitely do this." One member of the muscle army spoke up. "We fully understand your devotion to caring for the seniors' bodies. But if you train beyond your limits, you could suffer a serious injury." He trembled and screamed, "Don't save me." He'd rather die than let Jacker force him to stop training. With that, he collapsed to the ground in complete helplessness. Witnessing the scene, Gudo cried out in anguish, "Senior, can't end like this." He clenched his teeth, wondering how the rest of them could possibly lift this thing. His vision began to blur from exhaustion, but then he caught sight of Du Hanso's silhouette, standing alone against the sea of undead at the city gate. Gudo snapped awake. He could lift it. Another member rushed over to help him. He shouted loudly to coordinate the forces. "Squad 5, provide cover for the Earth Compaction Squad." Earth Compaction Squad advanced to the gate position immediately. The massive weight radiated a brilliant purple energy and began moving toward the entrance under heavy, labored footsteps. Gudo let out a thunderous roar, pouring every ounce of his strength into pushing the metal block forward. From above, voices rang out urging them on. "Advance, Earth Compaction Squad." The entire army shouted in unison with fierce determination. The massive weight was brought right to where Du Hanso stood guard, ready to seal the gap in the city gate. With all their faith and unyielding will, they roared, "We can do this." Gudo gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down in streams, his breathing growing unbearably heavy under the crushing weight. They moved carefully, inch by inch, reminding each other to be cautious, until the multi-ton weight was set down in exactly the right position. It formed a solid shield separating them from the sea of undead outside. Seeing his subordinate's effort, Du Hanso smiled with quiet satisfaction. He looked at the exhausted Gudo and said, "Knowing how to treasure your training equipment is admirable. Approved." The praise from their leader was like a shot of adrenaline, sending the muscle brothers into an explosion of pure joy. "Good, the wall has been sealed. Earth Compaction Squad, take a rest." Immediately another commander pointed forward and shouted orders. "Except for squads 1 and 2, everyone else take Du Hanso's place and push back the zombies." The muscle army deployed all at once. Their thundering footsteps echoed across the city wall as they charged down to meet the enemy. They plunged straight into the horde of undead, using pure physical strength to sweep through the enemy ranks. Their massive guardian hand seized and shoved the monsters back with ease, forming an unbreakable wall of flesh. One warrior strained against the undead while turning back to ask, "Is this how we're supposed to do it?" Du Hanso calmly observed the battlefield and reminded them, "Put a little more force into those glutes. Even in combat, you've got to maintain proper form." The muscle army responded in unison, "Yes, sir." The burly men effortlessly slammed and hurled the monsters around like ragdolls. Watching from above, Gudo screamed in panic, "No." He warned them in fear that if bitten by the undead, they'd turn into zombies instantly. Just as he saw one member get attacked on the shoulder, suddenly one muscular warrior froze in place, his eyes flaring a menacing red, his jaw clenched tight, his entire body shaking violently as if undergoing some horrifying transformation. He threw his head back and let out a deafening roar, crimson veins surging across his massive body. But a teammate beside him casually reminded him, "Stop pretending to be infected just to slack off. We've been undead from the very beginning, remember." The guy instantly returned to normal. "Oh right, he." Witnessing this clumsy little act, Lumi could only stand there speechless, completely at a loss for words. Lumi looked down with an exasperated gaze and muttered, "What a bunch of idiots." Down below, the muscle army members were still laughing and joking around, even daring each other to try faking a transformation. Right then, the horde of undead surged forward again in a frenzy of screams. Du Hanso silently stepped forward to face the bloodthirsty monsters. A zombie suddenly lunged at him and sank its teeth deep into his shoulder. Du Hanso's expression darkened, killing intent radiating from him like a crushing pressure. He growled in fury, "You got my muscles dirty." Instantly a blazing golden energy erupted from his body, blasting every zombie around him flying in the blink of an eye. From a distance, Ben watched the unbelievable scene in astonishment and wondered what that was. He sat on the hill, squinting as he analyzed the situation. They looked like demi-humans and monsters. But why were they helping humans? Ben covered his face and laughed with delight. How fun. So some gym-obsessed lunatics showed up, huh? He pointed toward the city gate and coldly ordered his minions tear them apart. Monsters with razor-sharp fangs and glowing eyes. Flickering in the darkness, they began their frenzied rampage. A soldier barely had time to look up in shock as massive energy beams swept across. He cried out bitterly, "That's General Ivan's attack." Du Hanso watched with a sharp, cold gaze as another purple beam shot through the air. That was the attack of General Ox, who had now been completely transformed. The ferocious monsters tore into everything, creating an utterly chaotic scene. Gudo ran frantically and screamed, "Get out of the way." The moment he caught a glimpse of Du Hanso's figure, the old man clung to the fortress wall and screamed out directions. "Du Hanso Nim, he's over there." Gudo pointed toward a distant tree, declaring with absolute certainty that the guy over there was the mastermind behind this entire incident. But surrounded by the wall of muscular soldiers, the MC's line of sight was completely blocked, and he couldn't see a thing. Gudo kept shouting directions. "Just go straight, keep going straight. There'll be a blue-haired guy over there." He flashed a confident smile and answered simply, "Got it." He turned to his subordinates with a quick instruction. "I'm gonna go have a chat with that blue-haired customer over there. You guys keep training on your own." One of the muscular soldiers replied clearly, "Yes, we've got this." The MC's expression instantly turned dead serious. He clenched both fists, a fierce aura radiating from his body as he muttered, "Good." Then, this guy suddenly unleashed a reverse back deck fly with earth-shattering force. His arms swung so fast they left after images at maximum speed, making Gudo freeze in utter disbelief. This is a miracle. A miracle is happening right now. A massive wave of pressure from his movement swept away the entire zombie legion and all the debris in an instant, leaving a completely clear space before Gudo's utterly stunned eyes. In the distance, Ben was sitting leisurely under a tree with a mysterious figure. He clicked his tongue with contempt. Whether it's this bunch or that bunch, they're all equally useless. Villains sure love preaching, don't they? Ben looked anxious, sweat pouring down his face as he bit down on his glove and asked his companion, "Isn't that right, Elise?" Elise stood silently in the shade of the tree, only giving a slight nod in response. Ben was clearly irritated by the appearance of an unexpected variable, forcing him to step out and handle things personally. He strolled casually out of his hiding spot, preparing for battle. At the same time, the MC with his massively massively ripped physique was striding forward to close the distance. The two opponents faced each other head-on in the middle of the battlefield, the tension in the air reaching its absolute peak. He flexed, showing off his enormous back muscles, every step radiating overwhelming dominance. Sensing the pressure from his opponent, Ben immediately unleashed his dark power, transforming his body into a pitch-black monster with blazing yellow eyes and razor-sharp horns. The MC didn't flinch one bit. He started accelerating, channeling all his strength into his legs before launching forward like a bullet cutting through the wind. An earth-shattering collision erupted right in the center of the battlefield. Both of them grabbed onto each other, using pure physical strength to overpower their opponent in a merciless contest of raw force. His eyes blazed with killing intent through the red dust and smoke, his face showing absolute determination to destroy his enemy. Across from him was Ben's twisted, savage face in his monster form, baring his teeth in a crazed grin. Both sides strained with everything they had in a suffocating deadlock, the ground beneath their feet cracking apart from the inhuman pressure. Ben gritted his teeth trying to hold on, but was completely overwhelmed by his opponent's extraordinary physical strength. The MC roared in fury. "You dare lay a hand on a VIP customer? You're dead." He used his massive guardian hands to crush Barnes in a vice grip, leaving him completely unable to resist. Ben cried out in agony. "Gah!" The MC didn't give his opponent a moment to breathe, grabbing him tight and roaring. "So it's you, the blue-haired punk who likes causing trouble." He immediately hoisted the monster into the air and slammed him straight into the ground with the force of 1,000 tons. Ben's eyes went wide, his mouth hanging open in utter shock and excruciating pain. The MC followed up with a devastating blow, pressing Ben's head deep into the crater he'd just created. Pinned helplessly to the ground, Ben wheezed in terror. What kind of strength is this?" He struggled desperately and screamed. "Let go of me, you bastard!" Standing tall with his eyes glowing crimson, the MC asked coldly, "You done yet?" He looked down at his thrashing enemy and declared, "Now it's my turn." He pinned Ben flat against the ground and activated his technique called mountain climber. Relentless stomps generated horrifying explosions, tearing the earth apart into deep, endless trenches stretching into the distance. From afar, Elise silently observed the battle with a completely expressionless face. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the muscular army and the soldiers were also going all out, sweeping away the remaining monsters in a frenzy. Powerful slashes and devastating punches rang out nonstop, wiping out every last trace of the zombie legion. Watching from a distance, Elise assessed the situation. Ben is in real danger. Immediately, a cold command was issued: eliminate the dangerous element. It shot forward at blinding speed, tearing through the forest at terrifying velocity to provide backup. A girl with long brown hair appeared out of nowhere, using her sword to block the killing machine's attack dead in its tracks. The stranger asked coldly, "Who are you?" The girl answered boldly, "Look closely, I'm of the Riona bloodline. I'm not someone you can push around." The sharp clang of metal on metal rang out relentlessly as both of them clashed in a high-speed sword fight, witnessed by a black wolf growling nearby. The robot machine issued an order to its allies: go to where Ben is. Then it immediately accelerated, slicing through the wind. It smirked in challenge. "You think that level of swordsmanship is enough to stop me?" The machine calmly replied that it had loaded all of the opponent's swordsmanship data, coldly concluding there was zero chance of victory. It began spinning its blades at maximum speed, generating a ferocious tornado of attacks that engulfed the main character. In another corner of the battlefield, a member of the muscle army with hands radiating brilliant pink light screamed out, "Pull now." The entire group simultaneously poured all their strength into stretching a massive energy cable attached to a purple weight. When the elastic force reached its limit, the shout rang out, "Release it now." The colossal energy weight was launched at a terrifying velocity. The technique Heavy Blunt 1 out of 10 officially activated, transforming the weight into a purple fireball streaking across the sky. Down below, both the kingdom soldiers and the muscle army gazed upward in horror as the purple glow engulfed everything in sight. Without warning, the sphere exploded into a barrage of deadly beams of light. Crashing into the ground, the horrific impacts created towering pillars of smoke and flame, wiping out the enemy legion in an instant. Amid the smoke-filled battlefield, the muscle army members quickly coordinated their forces. One of them pointed and shouted, "Reload now." The next order was issued clearly: Squad 1, check if there are any zombies left in the village. Meanwhile, another group focused on protecting and assisting the civilians behind the fortified walls. Then the battle cry rang out again, full of fighting spirit: "Chest press time is over. Switch to full-body combat drills right now." The Guardian warriors charged in unison into the horde of undead, crushing all resistance with their iron fists. Witnessing this seamless coordination, Gudo stood silently observing and quietly evaluating. At first he thought they were fools, but now he realized he was traveling alongside legends. It felt like he was surveying the entire battle from above. Gudo recalled his grandfather's tale of an ancient legend, that among the monsters there was once a brilliant strategist who sided with humanity, the hero of the Fourth Great Demon War. Looking at the silhouette ahead, he was stunned, wondering why that name suddenly surfaced in his mind at this moment. Meanwhile, at the center of the rubble, Duhanso used his oblique abdominal muscles to lock down the opponent's attack, leaving Ben utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. Ben struggled to break free but realized Duhanso's hand was like a steel vice crushing him, making escape absolutely impossible. A thunderous bark cut through the air, immediately followed by the appearance of a technique called Bonardo. This was an advanced technique of Bedorman, a perfect fusion of wind magic and dark summoning arts. The bone fragments spinning within the vortex possessed terrifying hardness, no different from refined steel. This brutal attack was powerful enough to crush the skull of anyone without protective gear in an instant. Yet when it met Duhanso's ironclad body, the skull vortex was nothing more than a gentle meridian massage, when the opponent's ultimate move was barely enough to scratch an itch. Watching his prize technique get dismissed so easily, the wolf Bedorman could only hang his head in disappointment. But he immediately perked back up when he heard the cheering, "Great job, Bedorman." Ben was choked by Duhanso until his eyes bulged and foam spilled from his mouth. In the midst of unbearable agony, he decided to resort to his final desperate measure. A series of syringes filled with a strange blue liquid were jabbed straight into his violently flexing biceps. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "Everything that happens next is entirely your own doing." A blatant mid-fight doping display, yet Duhanso maintained his calm expression. He was confident that no matter how strong the opponent became, they could never overcome the grip strength of his hands. Suddenly a hand reached from behind and seized Duhanso's shoulder, causing him to flinch in shock. Ben's phantom form with glowing eyes and a sinister grin whispered right beside his ear, "Is that what you're thinking?" An earth-shattering collision erupted. Duhanso had been blasted skyward by his opponent. Ben's maniacal laughter echoed again. A barrage of energy beams began firing in rapid succession, crisscrossing at dizzying speed. He shouted triumphantly, "Your eyes can't even keep up, can they?" The deadly streams of light continuously ravaged the ground around Duhanso's position. Standing at the epicenter of the assault, Duhanso calmly contemplated muscle contractility. ability. He analyzed the characteristics of skeletal muscle fibers while explosions of light detonated all around him. Ben screamed in fury. I never wanted to use this technique because of Riona. Why did you have to meddle in other people's business and bring death upon yourself? Despite the threats, Du Hanso continued his internal lecture on how muscles are divided into white and red fibers, with red fibers storing oxygen to sustain activity. Amid the rain of energy projectiles surrounding him, he channeled his strength into his abs and thighs, clearly calling out the posing technique abdominal entis. Using his six-pack to halt the apocalypse, the high myoglobin content gives muscles their distinctive red color, allowing fatigue to set in more slowly. Du Hanso immediately showcased posing technique number 5, causing his entire back musculature to swell dramatically. While red muscle fibers excel in endurance, their contraction speed isn't particularly fast, so what about white muscle fibers? Unlike red fibers, Ben began to feel suspicious as his attacks seemed to have zero effect on his opponent. He wondered how the guy was still standing there flexing after all those hits. Du Hanso stood towering with a darkened, intense expression, his eyes blazing in the shadows. White muscle fibers may have low myoglobin content, causing stamina to deplete rapidly, but in return their contraction speed is absolutely superior. Ben in his monstrous form hid in a tree, gritting his teeth and deciding that if his attacks weren't working, he needed to hit even harder. He lunged down in a frenzy with the intent to just keep attacking relentlessly. A horrific collision exploded right against Du Hanso's body. Yet amid the brutal storm of blows, Du Hanso realized the only way to win this fight was to endure every single attack his opponent could throw. He clenched his teeth and assumed the posing stance called Dead Man's Bluff. He flexed every fiber of his being, letting the energy beams continuously slam and detonate against his guardian body. Du Hanso patiently waited for his opponent to exhaust himself, because he understood this was fundamentally a battle of endurance. However, at this moment Du Hanso was still completely unaware of one truth. Ben's body was never created through natural means. The syringes scattered across the ground were proof this grotesque transformation. Seeing the pitch-black entity with blazing red eyes right in front of him, Du Hanso let out a gasp of shock. Ben had completely lost his humanity. He opened his mouth in a crazed grin, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth that sent chills down the spine. The MC unleashed an incredibly powerful press strike that created an earth-shattering explosion, cracking the ground apart under immense pressure. Witnessing this unimaginable power, Ben in his monster form was so stunned his pupils shrank to pinpoints. He screamed in terror, "What kind of punch destroys the entire map like this?" Sweat poured down his twisted face as he gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on in sheer desperation. Realizing the overwhelming gap in power, Ben told himself he absolutely had to avoid a direct confrontation with this guy. Du Hanso smirked with a confident grin, calmly explaining that no matter how superior one's muscle fibers are, controlling the nervous system under extreme pressure is still incredibly difficult. The MC's entire body suddenly blazed with a fiery red glow as he flexed his rippling muscles, admitting that even he himself hadn't fully adapted to the constant changes his body was going through. Blue streaks of light from the enemy kept zipping around him at dizzying speed, but he stood firm as a rock and casually wondered when this speedy little pest would finally get tired. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, the colossal monster Farron was rampaging through soldiers with devastating sweeps of its arms. The piercing sound of metal clashing rang out nonstop as it suddenly spun both arms around like a massive drum. It created a crushing tornado that sent everything in the human army's path flying. The towering monster strode through the wreckage, its glowing red eyes looking down at the defeated as it sneered contemptuously. Weak as snails, a few spins and you're all wiped out already. Despite that overwhelming dominance, a young warrior still stood his ground bravely. He faced death head-on and calmly admitted, "I know we're weaker than you." But his eyes suddenly turned ice cold. He gripped his sword tight and shouted with fierce determination, "But the power of our friendship is different." The young man roared with confidence, "I'm far stronger than someone like you." Immediately, a brilliant blue aura of battle energy and sword irradiated from the blade as he flashed a triumphant smile. But that smile vanished in an instant as his face twisted in shock. A devastating impact sent him flying, accompanied by a scream of agony. "You puny swordsman, watch me swing my pink saber." Instantly, a strike of chaotic demon saber aura blazing with brilliant purple energy was unleashed. The monster remarked casually, "Too slow." Before the stunned opponent could react, the massive blade tore through the air and came crashing down. Due to the sheer momentum, the attack couldn't be stopped and slammed directly into the body of the one lying on the ground. The blade halted just inches from Rapier's face. He tested with a question, "Am I strong?" A cold voice answered back, "Weak." A massive dark figure with blazing red eyes radiated an overwhelming killing intent that engulfed the entire scene. But before the monster could even do anything, it was already sent flying. Everyone on the battlefield froze, unable to comprehend what just happened. Du Hanso strolled out from the cloud of dust, casually spat on the ground, and remarked, "Damn, you lift heavy too, huh? You here to fight or to judge a gym competition, bro?" The scene shifted to a small village on the distant frontier, nestled peacefully between cliffs and a flowing river. A man in a long robe rushed frantically up the stairs, calling out the general's name over and over with a look of sheer panic on his face. He shoved the door open with all his might. Seeing the man burst in so suddenly, the general with a toned physique sitting at the dining table asked nonchalantly, "Barging into a lady's room without knocking is a bit tactless, you know." She didn't even miss the chance to tease him, leaving the village chief frozen in disbelief. The village chief, drenched in sweat, shouted that there was no time for jokes and announced that something absolutely earth-shattering had happened in the kingdom of Bai. General Riona told him to calm down and mocked the fact that he was only 40 yet already this out of breath. The village chief slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "A horde of undead is attacking the kingdom of Bai." He pleaded desperately, "We truly need the general's strength." Riona burst out laughing at that, casually dismissing it by saying the army could handle something like that on their own, then went right back to eating. But the moment the village chief revealed that the one behind the undead was Ben, Riona's movements froze instantly. Her eyes turned sharp and cold as she repeated the name Ben. Riona let out a faint cold smile, revealing her back lined with powerful, rippling muscle. "Ha ha ha," the female general's hearty laughter echoed throughout the room. The mustachioed officer beside her was sweating bullets, anxiously blurting out, "General, now is not the time to be laughing." Riona smiled with a knowing look, "If not now and when?" That idiot Ben just walked right into a fire ant nest. Facing the stunned expressions of her subordinates, Riona held up 2 fingers and declared that there were currently 2 solid shields in the kingdom of Bai. The first was a reliable ally named Du Hanso, who was using his extraordinary muscular power to crush enemies with a single devastating punch. And the second shield was none other than her beloved niece, the #1 hope of the continent. The girl glided forward at terrifying speed before instantly shifting into a predatory bird dive stance. Her blazing golden eyes gleamed with a dangerous, razor-sharp intensity. Let's was born during the continent's dark age when wars raged without without end. Because they were too lazy to exercise, the elf race nearly got wiped off the map. To salvage the situation, a human doctor named George Cop Illers researched and spread a training method combining meditation, designed specifically for the elf race. However, let's at the present time has far surpassed the framework of a simple exercise routine. It's been applied as a pinnacle combat technique. During her time staying in the elf forest, Lai devoted herself to training in this martial art. Every movement she made exuded fluidity through the point and flow techniques, leaving her opponent stunned as she gently landed on his very own weapon. In just 7 short years, she had completely mastered this technique and turned it into her own personal weapon. She launched herself into the air, executing the bridge choke exercise with terrifying force. Facing her enemy, she coldly declared, "Your existence, I will erase it." A massive surge of energy erupted violently, aimed straight at the target. She continuously shifted forms with zone-back techniques, then advanced to high-level zone, completely overwhelming the enemy, leaving them frozen in shock. She coldly declared to her opponent, "You are no match for me." Before her stunned opponent, the robot stubbornly fired back. It's not over yet. The machine was broken, but its mouth still worked just fine. Immediately, it began executing the circumduction technique, spinning its blades into a vortex of relentless attacks. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously as both sides plunged to a breathtaking duel. She fought while casually taunting, "Keep spinning like a washing machine, I'm still watching." The robot furiously unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp blades, surrounding her from every direction. An earth-shattering collision erupted right after as two forces clashed head-on. She activated her battle aura called Powerhouse, raising her sword high as it blazed with golden flames. Looking at the robot opponent fumbling with its bulky arsenal of weapons, she taunted, "What now? It seems like having too many arms is throwing off your balance." The robot trembled helplessly under the overwhelming pressure from across the battlefield. She coldly declared, "It ends here." Then she unleashed the devastating hyperextension technique, sending her opponent flying in a blinding flash of light. Amid the dust and smoke, Du Han-so's breathing was tinged with exhaustion, yet he still stood firm as a rock, leaving his enemy shocked and wondering. By now he should have been completely drained. Ben couldn't believe his eyes because according to his calculations, there should clearly be an overwhelming gap in power. He moved frantically at maximum speed, creating streaks of light that surrounded the main character from every direction. Witnessing his opponent's unbelievable endurance, he also began to wonder, how is he still not tired? Ben gritted his teeth in frustration, seeing all his attacks were useless. Why isn't there any difference at all? Ben screamed in absolute fury. What the hell is that body even made of? Forming an inescapable net surrounding the main character, Ben charged forward with glowing eyes full of killing intent and roared, "I keep punching but you won't go down. Are you even human or are you made of iron?" Du Han-so immediately fired back with a sharp retort, "That's my line." Ben attacked wildly and revealed that the drug he just used was specially formulated to target Riona, granting him a massive source of dark energy. Ben claimed his current power had reached a level rivaling the Elder lineage. He dove straight down from above like an arrow aimed at the main character, but he simply roared back with full arrogance, "Maybe it's because I've been training harder than you." Ben writhed in agony as the drug side effects began to kick in. He wheezed. "The side effects already? Quick, give me the neutralizing agent." The consequences of using steroids were showing. Du Han-so stood at a distance observing his opponent's body morphing into a swollen purple mass of flesh with veins bulging visibly. He casually walked closer and remarked, "So what kind of body transformation are you going for this time to get your kicks?" Before him now was a grotesque giant creature with yellow fluid dripping from its mouth and glowing eyes full of sickness. Suddenly the monster violently vomited a massive amount of disgusting yellow-green liquid that engulfed the entire area. He looked at the scene and wondered, unbalanced nutrition, or maybe gout? A system notification immediately popped up confirming that wasn't the case. From within the pile of slime, Ben's emaciated form gradually emerged looking completely drained. He trembled and could only beg in his mind, "Hurry, inject me now." Wait, why do I even have to fight that monster? He looked up at the main character with eyes streaming yellow tears and weakly proposed, "Hey, let's just stop." Ben continued whining in desperation. "Fighting is so exhausting. How about we go grab some coffee instead, especially in a beautiful world like this?" Du Han-so crossed his arms, his face darkening with intense pressure as he replied, "I don't want to fight either, but you're the one who started all of this." His killing intent began to surge. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Do you have any idea how many beginners couldn't go to the gym because of you? The greatest crime of all, banning people from the gym." Before the main character's terrifying face, Ben was scared out of his mind. He sobbed miserably while begging, "I'm sorry I was wrong. Why did I even do all of this? Please stop looking at me with that terrifying face." Ben collapsed into a puddle of slime, tears welling up as he mumbled, "All I wanted was to save Elise." Du Han-so quietly approached, repeating the name with a hint of suspicion. "Elise?" Ben whispered in confirmation. "Yes, Elise." In his memory, the haunting image of a black crow perched on a wooden post resurfaced. Elise was dead. She had been bound tightly to a tall post before the indifferent eyes of the crowd. The inconsolable pain of loss had transformed into a flame of hatred that scorched his very soul. Ben roared, "Revenge! I came here for revenge." His face twisted into a deranged grin. With trembling hands, he raised a syringe filled with a brilliant green solution, muttering, "This drug is agonizing. It drives my mind to madness. That's the problem." He screamed right into his opponent's face. "Just a moment longer and I would have gone soft and forgiven you." Without a shred of hesitation, Ben plunged the needle into his own chest, forcing every drop of the dangerous serum into his body. He gritted his teeth with resolve, "One last dose and then I'll send you on your way." His body erupted with a terrifying surge of dark energy, transforming him into a colossal monster with razor-sharp fangs and blazing red eyes brimming with killing intent. "I will end this once and for all." A blinding radiance suddenly burst forth in the depths of the forest. It produced a violent shockwave that forced everyone to shield their eyes in disbelief. Within that light, the silhouette of Elise unexpectedly appeared hovering in midair. Ben froze and stammered in utter disbelief, Elise?" The story rewinds 32 years to the Gudo earldom. Under the sunlight, a young man was diligently practicing swordsmanship against a wooden dummy, the sound of impacts ringing out in a steady rhythm. That was Gudo at age 57, while his close friend Ben sat leisurely on a bench with a book in hand. "Hey Gudo, why are people so weak at magic?" Gudo swung his sword in decisive strokes and snapped back irritably, "Am I supposed to know about stuff like that too?" Ben smiled gently and reminded him that since Gudo was the one who would inherit the earldom, he really ought to understand this. Though he said he didn't want to hear it, Gudo knew his friend's nature all too well, grumbling as he trained. "Even if I say no, you're going to tell me anyway." After a bout of intense practice, Gudo stopped and leaned against his wooden sword, panting heavily. "Phew, fine, go ahead." Ben answered eagerly. "Deal!" Ben began his explanation. Unlike battle aura, magic is something extremely delicate. The stronger one's emotional fluctuations, the more refined the flow of mana becomes. He held up his book, Principles of Magic, and pointed out the core issue. The people of the Gudo earldom are always constrained by rigid rules, too concerned with how others perceive them, which leads to the suppression of personal emotions. That very suppression, like ropes binding them tight, prevents mana from circulating freely and keeps their magic reservoirs from expanding. However, Gudo at 57 declared with absolute conviction, magic is the curse of witches. Unlocking one's own strength through sheer effort, that is the spirit and identity of our people. Ben teased him. Oh, that sounded just like some backwards politician. Gudo immediately flared up and threatened. You wanna die? Ben sat down on the bench clutching his book and muttered. Instead of researching useless stuff like magic, he glanced at the wooden sword on the ground and proposed. It's been a while since we sparred. What do you say? Gudo smiled in agreement. Sure, let me warm up a bit. Those who start cocky usually end up eating dirt. The match began with a flurry of wooden swords clashing relentlessly. The two charged at each other in dramatic fashion. The result of the duel was announced with a stark difference in score. 123 to 43. Right at that moment a girl appeared and called out loudly. Master Riona. She walked over and began scolding Ben. You always lack perseverance. With talent like yours, how can you be this way? Ben walked off quietly, scratching his head and muttering. All this sword swinging stuff is so boring. I'm going to go study. The female master smiled and explained. That's because you haven't reached that level yet. You have no idea how thrilling it can be. She turned her gaze toward Gudo and offered encouragement. Learn from Gudo. Look at how much he's enjoying himself. As she spoke, she gave Gudo a light punch on the chest to motivate him. But Gudo was secretly thinking, I don't find swordsmanship fun at all either. Ben turned back to look at his master and stated plainly, I just train for fun. I know I'm nothing special. To Gudo's surprise, the master pressed further. What did you just say? Ben suddenly shifted his demeanor, staring straight at the other person with a sharp gaze and asking, Who are you? The purple-haired girl smiled and explained, I came here for this child, though my introduction is a bit late. She declared confidently, Today your sparring partner is also my prized disciple, none other than Elise. The young woman appeared brimming with confidence, her white hair neatly braided and a long staff in hand. She tilted her head slightly with a bright smile. If it's you two, I think even if you both come at me at once, I'd still win. Those words made the two young men bristle. One of them shouted, What did you just say? You're just a woman. How dare you? Gudo and his friend immediately took offensive stances. But Elise's expression changed, her eyes turning cold. Like to discriminate by gender, huh? Eat this kid. Elise shot forward like a bolt of lightning, swinging her staff in a relentless barrage that left both opponents stunned. Powerful blows rained down one after another, leaving the two wide-eyed in shock with no chance to fight back. After her absolute domination, Gudo and his friend lay flat on the ground. Brutal, ha ha ha. Insanely strong. From today on, using the phrase just a woman is banned. Gudo reluctantly agreed. Yeah. Watching Elise's retreating figure, the young man thought to himself, Elise, she's completely different from those fake nobles. He quietly observed her and felt a simple yet powerful magnetism radiating from this girl. In his mind appeared Elise's radiant smile. And she's pretty too. Under the glow of the setting sun, he turned to his friend and said, Gudo, I have a dream now. Gudo blinked in confusion. A dream about what? The young man declared boldly, I'm going to marry Elise. Gudo flinched violently, shouting in disbelief, What the hell? The other person just calmly looked back and asked, Why are you so surprised? Gudo stood there dumbfounded and replied, It's not that I don't believe it, it's just too sudden. Being this weak, Elise wouldn't even bother looking at you. Your swordship is terrible, so just give up, Ben. But the young man remained determined. From now on, I'm going to train my swordsmanship seriously. The two of them threw themselves into relentless training sessions. As time passed, their sparring matches continued one after another. Ben's improvement became more and more obvious, and his efforts were finally rewarded with his very first victory. Spotting Elise standing nearby, he asked if she really wasn't going to enter the tournament. Gudo lowered his head in silence, staring at the sword lying abandoned on the ground and the retreating backs of his two friends, thinking to himself that he wanted to go with them too. But when facing them, he forced a strained smile. Yeah, work's been too busy, so I can't make it. What followed was his father's fury. The man roared, I arranged sword training for you, and yet you can't even beat that lowborn brat. The sound of a fist slamming the table echoed through the main hall. Gudo could only stand there cowering, whispering in disappointment. Father, perhaps I simply have no talent for swordsmanship. I don't want to hear it. A glass flew straight at his head, leaving him wounded. Count Leonard looked at his only son with contempt. Tish, my only heir, and he's this useless. Gudo trembled and bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, my lord. In the pouring rain, he sat alone atop the towering castle wall, silently gazing down at the waterfall below in utter despair. A soldier approached and reminded him, You'll catch a cold sitting out here like this, my lord. He replied wearily, I'm fine, leave me be. Suddenly Elise rushed up from behind, threw her arms around his neck, and shouted, Fine? What do you mean you're fine? He blurted out her name in surprise. She snapped at him. Yours looks like you're about to die and you say you're fine. Elise didn't hold back one bit as she dragged him along. You really don't know how to enjoy life. Come with me, young master. The guy could only stammer helplessly as he stumbled after her. Watching Elise always beaming with radiant smiles in the middle of the bustling streets, he quietly wondered how this girl could always be smiling like that. Watching her excitedly try on new dresses, his face flushed as he thought, Is meeting me really that fun for her? She's definitely into me. That Ben guy doesn't stand a chance, he told himself with full conviction. If that's the case, I'm confident I'll love her more than anyone else in this world. At the military training grounds, he happened to overhear the soldiers gossiping. Did you hear? Ben confessed to Elise and got rejected. Another one asked in surprise, Aren't those two already dating? Hearing that Ben got rejected, he was stunned, but a spark of hope ignited in his heart. So that means I still have a chance. Convinced that Elise had feelings for him too, he sprinted madly through the streets, screaming inside his head, Elise, I like you. No, I love you. Throwing caution to the wind, he told himself that even with his father's oppression, even if he had to abandon his family, love makes you lose all reason. With his mind focused solely on the one he loved, he steeled his resolve. I'll only look towards you. I'll make you happy. He stopped in front of a room, breathing hard from exhaustion and nerves. He reached out and pulled back the curtain, his heart pounding as he prepared to face the girl of his dreams. Swallowing hard with tension, he peered inside, but the scene before his eyes left him completely frozen, his face twisted in horror, tears streaming down his cheeks as he whispered Ben's name. The night before under the starry sky, Ben had painfully grabbed Elise's hand and pleaded, Elise, why did you reject me? You said you had feelings for me too. He desperately reminded her of his efforts. I worked out until I couldn't breathe because you like six-pack abs. How could you dump me? Ben looked at Elise with begging eyes. Don't do this. Please reconsider just one more time. Suddenly Ben's eyes went wide with shock as a brilliant blue glow began enveloping Elise's body. She floated in midair, radiating an enormous surge of magical energy, and began to pour out her heart. I was born with a body overflowing with mana from the very beginning. Elise looked at her her glowing hands and explained that if too much mana accumulated, it would destroy her own body. That's why she had no choice but to find secluded places to release it. Elise's face turned sorrowful as she thought about the future. Right now, I'm secretly dispersing my mana to avoid people's eyes, but someday this will be exposed. She looked at Ben with a distant gaze and smiled bitterly. I still don't have the courage to turn someone I cherish into an accomplice. Heedless of the danger, Ben suddenly lunged forward and wrapped his arms tightly around Elise right in the middle of the exploding energy. Elise screamed in panic, careful, you'll get shocked, why are you hugging me? But as the kingdom's sole magic scholar, Ben held firm onto the one he loved. His eyes burned with determination. From this moment on, your problem is one that only I can solve. Ben embraced Elise fully and declared with conviction, I swear I'll spend my entire life loving you. Amid the shimmering glow of love and magic, he softly whispered her name, Elise. Behind the half-closed door, Gudo witnessed the entire scene with a shattered heart. Tears of agony rolled down his face, twisted with despair. He clenched his teeth against the surging resentment as he watched the girl he loved lying in another man's arms. He whispered Elise's name in hopeless desperation, while Ben silently vowed to do everything in his power to protect the only girl in his life. In Ben's memories, those beautiful days with Elise and their little dog were always filled with laughter. But for Gudo, those were long nights drowning in alcohol, secretly standing behind a tree watching Elise disperse her mountain solitude, watching the one he secretly loved find happiness with someone else. Gudo could only bury his face and sob uncontrollably before that old, faded photograph from the past. But happiness didn't last long when Elise suddenly coughed up blood that stained her entire hand red. The female lead was in unbearable pain, and Ben rushed over in a panic. Elise, are you okay? Between the violent coughing fits and the dogs barking in the distance, Elise tried to reassure him. It's fine, my mana has increased a bit lately, so this happens from time to time. She even forced a smile and teased Ben about losing in swordsmanship to ease the tense atmosphere. But Ben's face at that moment held nothing but shock and absolute terror. The fear of losing the one he loved drove Ben to lock himself in his laboratory. He told himself, watching her collapse felt like the world was falling apart. He was determined to keep his promise to protect her. He wouldn't leave until he found a cure. I think it's time to fulfill my promise to you. He desperately begged Elise to hold on just a little longer until the day he returned with a life-saving remedy. Ben began researching the physical enhancement compound he had just discovered, hoping it could cure her so they could be together forever. But the price was devastatingly cruel as terrifying mutated creatures began emerging from those very mad experiments. Back in the present, Gudo staggered toward Elise with a bottle of liquor in hand, which made her question him. Gudo, why does the stench of alcohol reek all the way over here? In his drunken state, Gudo screamed with bitter resentment. Didn't you used to like me too? We were so good together. We were happy. Faced with his hysteria, Elise remained calm and replied bluntly, I never had romantic feelings for you, and I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong impression. But let's set that aside for now. She began radiating a brilliant blue mana that enveloped her entire body, then posed a brutal question. Gudo, even hypothetically assuming we had been together, could you have truly loved someone who was forced to use dark magic and became a sinner like me? Elise looked at Gudo with eyes full of disappointment. She bitterly accused him of knowing her situation all along, yet deliberately pretending to be oblivious. Gudo stood there clutching his bottle, face drenched in sweat, screaming in frustration. Back then I was a coward, now I need alcohol just to say what I feel. He tried to continue, but choking sobs and overwhelming fear seized his mind, leaving the Count with nothing to do but open his mouth and scream in despair. Seeing that his cowardice hadn't changed one bit, Elise softly whispered an apology and turned her back to walk away, leaving Gudo in agony, covering his face in shame. It seems you're still terrified. Elise's words cut deep in the old wound in his heart. Memories from long ago came flooding back from those days of scorching drought. A drought that plunged the entire nation into misery, its people suffering endlessly. An angry mob carrying torches and farming tools marched to the castle gates. They screamed, my lord, come out and use magic to summon rain for the people. Standing atop the high castle wall, looking down at the furious crowd below, Gudo's father coldly told his son to take a good look at what he called the common folk. He casually admitted that if rain fell, that would be great. But he himself was no god, so he couldn't possibly conjure rain from the sky. All Gudo could do at the time was bow his head helplessly and ask his father what they should do in this situation. Instead of worrying, the old lord turned the question back on his son, asking whether he truly believed those people out there actually hated him. They don't, not really. What they need right now is a target to vent their anger on, someone they can dump all the blame onto. The lord spoke through gritted teeth, clenching his fist with a sinister gleam in his eyes. He flashed a cunning smile and revealed that he had already found someone to bear the crowd's wrath in his place. When Gudo tremblingly asked who it was, his father suddenly widened his eyes with a crazed grin and uttered the name. It's Elise, the girl you confessed your love to. Gudo was completely stunned. He stood frozen as his father placed a hand on his shoulder and offered mocking gratitude, saying that his useless son had finally been of some help to him for once. Count Leonard coldly told his son, thank you for tattling so I'd have someone to take the fall for the people. Gudo protested in shock, you can't do this. How could you do that to the person I love? Immediately a thunderous slap sent Gudo crashing to the ground. His father roared, you fool. How can the one who will rule this land someday let personal feelings cloud his judgment? The Count pointed his finger threateningly. If I leave you to your own devices, you'll surely ruin everything. He bellowed an order to the soldiers. Lock Gudo in his room immediately. In the fading twilight, Gudo secretly scaled the wall to escape and whispered to himself, Father, I'm sorry. Even if it's your will, this time I cannot obey. Gudo frantically ran through the crowd. Even though she was the woman he could never have, he didn't have the courage to stand by and watch the one he loved die. Finally, he found the scene. He shouted, I found her! Elise. Seeing Gudo, Elise, who was being held by soldiers, desperately cried out for help. Gudo, save me! Murmurs began rising from the hostile crowd. Lord Gudo? Could he be an accomplice of the witch? Their rage erupted as they screamed. Even if he's the Count's son, if he's an accomplice, then he must be punished too. That's right. We must exterminate all her allies. Under the terrifying pressure and the blazing eyes of the mob, Gudo pulled his hood down over his face in fear. The most cowardly supporting character in history. Ignoring the voice calling his name behind him, he turned and ran for his life, abandoning Elise as she watched him go with eyes full of sorrow and utter despair, surrounded by those about to execute her. Ben held Elise's lifeless body in his arms. He screamed in absolute agony at losing the one he loved forever. The magical artifacts shattered and fell apart, just like his broken heart in that moment. Back in reality, Ben in his monstrous form kept screaming like a madman, his mouth continuously calling out Elise's name. Du Hanso charged forward like an arrow with his massive bodyguard physique. Ben roared and unleashed killing intent in all directions. This bastard. He didn't flinch at all, channeling all his strength into his arm before unleashing the technique one-arm dumbbell press. Ben roared in his frenzy, let go. He begged in agony, let go, let me go. but Du Hanso remained cold and relentless, pressing down without a shred of mercy, rendering his enemy completely unable to resist, forcing him to collapse face down on the ground. He clenched his massive fist, preparing for the next exercise. Light blazed from his eyes in the darkness as the technique pullover was activated. He delivered a devastating slam from above that shattered the ground, giving his opponent no chance to catch a breath. The MC executed cable pushdown at a terrifying intensity, 15 reps per set for 10 consecutive sets, without any rest. The hammer-like punches raining down one after another turned the scene into an absolute bloodbath. After finishing the punishment, he stood looking at his battle-stained hands. He casually dusted off his shoulders, his expression returning to calm as he muttered to himself, "Now then, time to go wipe out the rest of zombies." In the distance, a massive energy tornado called Bononado suddenly erupted, sweeping away everything in its path under the watchful gaze of a mysterious creature lurking in the shadows. He looked into the distance with an irritated expression and muttered under his breath, "That damn dog again." Looking up at the sky, he asked nonchalantly, "You planning to take your family away?" Then he smiled faintly and remarked, "How cute." Immediately, tornadoes of skulls and debris began shooting up into the air. Lai, with her blazing red hair, stood tall before the howling tornadoes. Hearing the barking ring out, she coldly turned her head and declared, "Go ahead and take them, I don't care about losers." Witnessing the scene, Gudo panicked and screamed, "No, you can't let Ben leave like this." He screamed hysterically in desperation. "He'll come back for revenge. Chase him down now, eliminate him completely, or he'll come back for me." Lai muttered Count Gudo's name, then suddenly drew her sword and shot forward. She roared with murderous intent, "I will kill you." Gudo stared blankly at the figure charging toward him and worried, "Wait, why does it look like she's coming straight at me?" Leaving all the stunned onlookers behind, she closed in with an utterly ferocious expression and screamed right in Gudo's face, "Tell me now, what did you dare do to my man?" Gudo fled in terror at full speed and screamed orders at his soldiers, "Stop her now, stop her for me." A blonde girl standing nearby could only sigh in exasperation watching the Count's retreating figure. "That guy's running away again." Suddenly, two members of the muscle squad appeared, swinging their swords to block the path and advising, "Junior sister Lai, stop. You really should stop." Lai didn't hesitate at all. She leaped over their heads and declared, "Senior brothers, you can't stop me." Even though she knew full well she didn't slow down one bit. There are times when you simply have to act. She executed the tabletop stance to maintain perfect balance in midair. Right after that, she lowered her center of gravity with the stacking spin technique. She channeled all her energy into her legs before executing an explosive extension. Lai glided forward smooth as a flowing stream, leaving Block standing frozen in sheer disbelief at her unimaginable speed. The sword in her hand pointed straight ahead as she made a steely declaration that no one is allowed to touch the Count. Lai left her enemy only able to let out a single cry of agony. She performed an elegant midair flip to escape the encirclement. Block quietly approached, lowering his voice to demand that his junior sister stop. Seeing the familiar face, Lai froze and called out, "Senior brother Block." She sheathed her sword and stood proudly, eyeing the man before her and remarking that he'd gotten more handsome, impressive muscles too. But immediately after, she threw cold water on him, questioning whether any enemy would actually stand still and take a slow attack like his. Block stared blankly at his own hands, sweating profusely as he admitted it. "So all this time I've only been training for show." Without giving her senior brother a chance to explain, Lai swung her sword and launched a relentless assault. She roared, demanding he take responsibility for the clan's downfall. Faced with her deadly sword strikes, Block could only dodge frantically, while begging for forgiveness in a panic. Lai charged forward, swinging her sword fiercely. "Don't apologize, just Daigudo." The razor-sharp blade stopped mere inches from the Count's face. Du Hanso appeared out of nowhere. He grabbed Lai's ankle with his hand, locking her in place so she couldn't move. Gudo cried out in relief. "Du Hanso." Lai was lifted into the air. She screamed furiously, "Let me go, let go of me." Du Hanso coldly announced the technique cable pull over. He used terrifying strength to slam Lai into the ground, creating an extremely powerful impact. He continued executing 10 reps in a row, pounding his opponent into the ground without mercy. Looking at the girl lying motionless, he suddenly remembered and scolded himself. "Oh crap, I got too into the workout and went overboard. I don't even know if this punching bag is still breathing." The young man anxiously wondered whether she might actually be dead. Du Hanso quietly grabbed her leg and dragged her away, then turned to explain to Gudo that their warriors were naturally resilient, so there was nothing to worry about. Gudo hurriedly reassured him, saying she definitely wasn't dead. Main was still lying face down on the ground, silently cheering in her head, "I'm alive." The scene shifts to Gudo's imposing castle. She suddenly bolted upright in bed and screamed Gudo's name. She looked around the unfamiliar room, wondering where she was. A young maid walked in and asked politely, "Are you awake now, miss?" The girl explained that this was the guest room inside Gudo's castle. She said she'd received a message from Du Hansonim to take care of her. The maid also courteously asked if there was anything else she needed. Main looked at the girl and asked bluntly, "Hey kid, can you tell me where Count Gudo is right now?" The girl thought to herself that this woman definitely wouldn't let the matter go, but still answered honestly, "The Count is currently receiving something called PT from Du Hansonim. Would you like to go see him?" Seeing the girl eagerly offer to lead the way, she gave a slight nod of agreement. The two of them walked deeper into the forest. Main asked suspiciously, "Is the Count really out here?" The girl confirmed that he absolutely was. The further they went into the wilderness, the more impatient she became. "Is this exercise or an adventure?" The girl just smiled and told her to be patient a little longer. Main silently scolded herself for being naive enough to believe that someone who'd just attempted to assassinate a lord would be led directly to him. Suddenly the girl exclaimed, "There, it's Du Hansonim." She was stunned to find that she'd actually been brought to the right place. The moment she spotted Du Hanso's figure, she rushed over. Before her eyes was the sight of Gudo crawling on the ground, his breath ragged and full of agony. Du Hanso stood behind him and boldly announced the new exercise, Santa Claus bear walking. Gudo screamed through his tears, "Just kill me already." Du Hanso flashed a brilliant, self-satisfied grin. Immediately a system notification appeared, confirming that inspiration had been received from Gudo's scream. Another line followed, announcing that a new skill had been formed. The system announced a new skill was being formed from the inspiration of Gudo's scream. Below, the Count was crawling on the ground alongside a muscular army Halvi carts, like slaves. He screamed in despair, "Please, just kill me. I'd rather die than do this exercise." Du Hanso immediately acquired the skill trainer's mindset and fused it with his composure skill. He beamed at Gudo with excitement. "Kill you. You love this exercise that much." An epic grade passive skill called Perverted Trainer officially appeared. Du Hanso's expression suddenly shifted, his eyes rolling back with excitement as he shouted, "I knew it was amazing, right? Let's crank up the intensity." Gudo screamed back in horror. "What kind of insanity is this?" The Count kept howling in agony. "You said you were going to kill me." But in stark contrast to Gudo's suffering, Main had her hands hands clasped near her face, eyes closed in pure bliss. Pilots and Jim had found common ground. Sparkling lights surrounded her as if she were witnessing something truly beautiful. Meanwhile, the group was still forced to keep hauling carts under ruthless supervision. In the main hall of the castle, an important meeting was underway with all officials present. Gudo sat at the head of the table, his face stern as he declared, "Since all key figures are present, we shall begin the meeting." An official unrolled a scroll and announced the first item. Due to the Ben army's invasion, many important figures of the nation have fallen in battle. The council began discussing how to fill the personnel shortage, after General Riona refused to return to the kingdom. The official continued by raising the question of how to handle the remaining vacant positions. Gudo made his proposal. Anyone with muscles and merit gets promoted to an official position. The ministers unanimously agreed, considering it a brilliant idea. Moving on to the second item, the official reported that many citizens, after witnessing Du Hanso's activities, had flocked to the training center to learn bodybuilding. As a result, a new force called the Bodybuilder Swordsman Corps had been officially established. A formidable army of massively muscular warriors wearing sturdy helmets swung their swords in unison, chanting a powerful battle cry. The official announced the temporary appointment of Woody Builder as head trainer and asked if everyone was in agreement. Gudo laughed heartily with excitement. Agreed. That's wonderful news. He turned to express his deep gratitude for Du Hanso's contribution to national defense. But Du Hanso suddenly waved his hand dismissively. "We'll talk money later. It's training time now." He silently turned his back and walked away, leaving the count standing there in bewilderment. Gudo anxiously chased after him, pressing, "Wait, Du Hanso, is something bothering you?" Before him was Du Hanso's massive back, rippling with intimidating slabs of muscle. A tremendous impact occurred. Du Hanso suddenly smashed through the castle wall, sending Gudo tumbling backward in terror. He cried out helplessly, "What is it this time?" Gudo trembled and pleaded, "Is there something that's displeased you?" Du Hanso's face was now burning with murderous Behind him, the muscular army had already lined up in formation, ready for training. Seeing the tense situation, an official hurriedly whispered to the soldier beside him, "Put the spear away. Du Hansonim is angry." Du Hanso stared straight at the people in the meeting room and asked, "You all want to join PT too?" Gudo slumped into his chair, whimpering in despair. "It's always just me." To end this torturous training session, Gudo immediately clasped his hands together with a grave expression and ordered his ministers, "We will conduct this meeting at maximum speed. Summarize all proposals and report as fast as possible." Witnessing the Lord's decisiveness, a member of the muscular army was moved to tears and shouted, "Magnificent," right away. An official rushed in clutching a scroll, breathlessly reporting the next development regarding the plan for the third route. In the main hall, Maine was facing judgment for the crime of attempting to assassinate the count, but thanks to Gudo's clemency, her punishment had been reduced. However, she was still stripped of her citizenship in the kingdom. Looking straight at her, Gudo spoke in a low voice, "I know you still harbor resentment toward me." He then made a shocking offer. "If this doesn't satisfy you, I will grant you the right to kill me." That statement left every soldier in the vicinity completely stunned and speechless. Gudo began trembling violently, screaming in utter despair, "No, you should just kill me instead." But the main character flashed a strained yet satisfied smile and replied, "I refuse." Gudo collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. "Please just kill me so I don't have to do PT with Du Hanso." He screamed like a madman, begging anyone to step forward and pass judgment on him. Right at that moment, Du Hanso suddenly appeared from behind and delivered the good news. "You don't need to be a count anymore. From now on, July 24th is all about weights and more weights." The other man flinched in sheer terror. Du Hanso's excitement was written all over his face. "You heard that, right?" The ministers of Yen Mep began whispering among themselves. "Is he planning to hand the country over us? Maybe we should just go for it while we have the chance. The count's forces are already weakened, so it should work. Who knew becoming a lord could be this easy?" Witnessing that scene, Du Hanso was moved to tears. "I never imagined you all would think so deeply about the Jimgors of this nation. I'm truly touched." Du Hanso immediately flexed his bulging muscles for all to see and declared, "I'm overjoyed right now. Whoever becomes the count, I will personally help them build their physical strength." When the reward turned out to be more terrifying than the punishment, everyone hastily changed their tune, laughing cheerfully and showering Gudo with praise. "Mom, thank you for not giving birth to me in a count's family. I'm perfectly content with my current position. The one most suited for the title of count is obviously Lord Gudo, and no one else." After the meeting, Count Gudo promised to manufacture every piece of training equipment Du Hanso requested. Everyone gathered in the main hall to discuss the kingdom's next steps. Although the kingdom had agreed to provide support, the training equipment Du Hanso desired exceeded the technical capabilities of the White Kingdom. Rumor had it that only the Earth Spirit King Behemoth could craft such things, but the problem was that nobody knew where this king was located. Right then, she suddenly spoke up. "Even the spirits have some respect for my pilots, you know." She explained that thanks to the time she spent living among the elf tribe and Hopeless, she was able to communicate with spirits. Overjoyed, Du Hanso immediately grabbed her hand tightly and pleaded, "Thank goodness, please take me to Behemoth." She looked at him with a stern gaze and laid out her condition. "It's not difficult, but in return you'll help me get my revenge, right?" Gudo instantly went pale, terrified that she might be targeting him, but she quickly clarified, "No, it's not the Count." Her real target was the organization that had massacred her entire clan, a dark sorcerer group called the Illuminati. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, a lackey was screaming in fear. This variable is way too big. He trembled as he made his promise. "I won't make the same mistake next time." A girl with orange hair and a twisted smile immediately mocked him. "Oh my, Ben is so disappointed in you right now." The round monster beside Ben also threw in a jab about the lackey's lowly origin. The orange-haired girl muttered coldly, "So it really is better without Elise after all?" Suddenly a massive arm with glowing blue veins swung an enormous death scythe, bringing down a thunderous blow upon the enemy. Witnessing the surprise attack, the faces of those inside the cave twisted in horror. A terrifying explosion erupted right at the cave entrance marked with a red triangle symbol, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The deafening noise sent a flock of black crows scattering in panic throughout the dark forest. Below the entrance, a warning sign with a skull lay abandoned on the ground. A pair of heavy boots trampled over the weeds, and a resolute voice rang out, "You hid really well. Made me search forever just to find a place to do squats." The target had finally appeared before her eyes, the Illuminati. A female warrior with an extremely muscular physique and short red hair flashed a confident smile, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword, ready for the purge. Witnessing that scene, Ben screamed in a frenzy of absolute rage, "I'll kill you." Watching the wreckage from a distance, the girl in the blue dress covered her mouth and giggled with delight. "He looks so cute when he's furious. Let me add some fuel to the fire." The monster Farron beside her also let out excited cries. eyes. Suddenly the girl's eyes turned ice cold and she murmured, "Alright, I've made my decision." The girl lifted the hem of her dress, her crimson eyes revealing pure cruelty as she declared, "Eliminate Elise." At the same time, Ben frantically jabbed blue vials into his flexing biceps, causing glowing blue veins to spread rapidly across his entire body. Dark power erupted, transforming him into a terrifying entity with brilliant golden eyes gleaming in the darkness. From within a crack in the earth, a pitch-black entity emerged with a sinister grin. "Oh my, at this point it can be considered betrayal, don't you think?" The shadow monster immediately chimed in. "Betrayal, betrayal." The orange-haired girl smiled triumphantly, her voice echoing across the battlefield. "Oh, how delightful, I'll report this choice of yours to that person." Ben was completely exhausted, sweat streaming down his anguished face. Before the colossal arm reaching toward him from the void, he could only let out one desperate scream before vanishing entirely into the rubble. Chapter 32 of Gym Dungeon opens with the girl in the blue dress and the monster Farron rushing through the dense forest. She laughed loudly with pure satisfaction. Ben really did betray them. That person must have known in advance, which is why they sent him there, right? Farron affirmed with absolute certainty that there was nothing that person didn't already know. The girl grew curious about the fate of Ben's research journal, but Farron immediately declared that it would belong to him. Although she warned that many other members were also coveting that journal, the monster remained fully confident that he would be the one to claim it. Farron declared with arrogance, "What belongs to Ben is mine, no one else touches it." Right beneath the full moon, the girl instantly activated her battle aura and sword arts, unleashing a lightning-fast slash. An earth-shattering collision erupted, triggering chain explosions that tore up the ground and blew everything in the vicinity away. Amid the cloud of dust and smoke, the girl could only scream while Farron roared. She moved again at a terrifying speed, gliding through the treetops as smoothly as a phantom. She landed softly right behind her opponent, leaving him with absolutely no time to react. Farron froze and turned around, his face full of shock as he let out a helpless gasp. She stood towering behind him, her cold gaze fixed on the monster before she dropped a mocking remark. "Too many weeds blocking the way, huh?" A taunt so savage it made her opponent's face go pale on the spot. Farron immediately flew into a rage, his entire body erupting in a dark green aura as he roared with fury. He activated his skill, Song of the Rotting Forest, unleashing a brilliant green energy that engulfed the entire battlefield. Farron swung his scythe, sending surging waves of dark magic crashing through the trees as he relentlessly hunted the MC. Ancient trees were cleaved down one after another under his devastating power. He followed up with his technique, Symphony of Decayed Wood, transforming into a massive, grotesque entity. The MC had no choice but to pour all her strength into her legs, dodging continuously without a moment's rest. Devastating attacks rained down from above, and she had to avoid them at all costs. The colossal monster swung its blazing green scythe in pursuit, but the MC managed to activate her battle aura in time, radiating a golden glow to protect herself. While fighting, she casually explained the proper traditional method of pulling weeds, her tone firm and resolute as she declared she would show no mercy in finishing this ritual. Farron's face twisted in horror as he saw the MC closing in with murderous intent burning right before his eyes. She admitted she was still old-fashioned at heart, then immediately activated her battle aura along with her pinnacle sword technique. The MC charged in like a whirlwind, unleashing a barrage of brilliant golden slashes that shredded the green monster to pieces. Her powerful sword swings left her opponent screaming in agony before he was completely consumed by the light. Meanwhile, Gudo was diligently using his sword to clear the bushes along the path. "I told you not to cut the grass, the spirits really hate that." Gudo quickly explained that he was only doing it to make the path easier for Du Hanso to walk through. Du Hanso appeared unexpectedly from behind, placed a hand on the Count's shoulder, and calmly said it was fine, just go to the back and practice walking. Even in the forest there was no escaping the glute training regimen, and Gudo immediately obeyed without question. Du Hanso turned to ask the MC about their direction, feeling like the whole group had been going in circles for a while now. She calmly explained that the path of the spirits is fundamentally different from any ordinary route. After walking a bit further, the MC stopped and pointed, confirming this was the spot. Du Hanso bounced on his feet and remarked that ground this soft would be a waste not to do squats on. He immediately shouted an order for the entire team to perform 20 squats on the spot. The MC began performing Les's breathing technique, closing her eyes and regulating her breath in a relaxed manner. In the peaceful silence, Du Hanso's counting rang out clearly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in a state of absolute stillness. The MC could distinctly sense the birds chirping all around her. High above, the sound of leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. Even the subtle movement of flower buds beginning to bloom did not escape her keen senses. At that very moment, the path of the spirits officially revealed itself, radiating a brilliant multicolored light that tore through the fog blanketing the forest. The MC pointed and confirmed this was it, and instantly a dazzling burst of magical light erupted, opening a gateway to lead the entire group forward. Meanwhile, Du Hanso didn't forget his training duties. He glanced at the flustered Count and reminded everyone, "We agreed no shouting battle cries, but everyone heard Gudo yell just now, right?" Already weak and still drawing attention to himself, Gudo could only stand there frozen, sweat pouring down his face in embarrassment. Du Hanso pressed on, "This time everyone stay sharp, we're doing 40 reps. How many?" The muscle squad answered in unison with full spirit. 40. Still unsatisfied with the volume, Du Hanso bellowed. Too quiet, bumping it up to 60. How many? The whole team roared like thunder. 60. Du Hanso smiled with satisfaction. Good, 60 it is. Immediately, a terrifying gravitational force pulled the entire group into a spatial vortex. The MC reminded them to relax and surrender their bodies to the wind. They fell freely through a mystical space overflowing with vibrant rose petals. This was the spirit realm, where the earth spirits reside. She declared clearly that this was the land of Mother Gaia. Gager revealed itself in all its majestic and harsh beauty, with volcanoes spewing crimson lava and floating islands suspended among the clouds. One member of the muscle squad gasped in awe. Du Hansonim. This place is really... But before he could finish, an overwhelmingly powerful invisible pressure slammed him down to the ground. Dry, cracking sounds echoed continuously as the members of the muscle squad were pressed face first into the sand by one, unable to move. One of them groaned helplessly. "Coach, this weight is too heavy, I can't take it." Du Hanso nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah, it really is." But instead of worrying, he looked absolutely thrilled, performing heavy squats while exclaiming, "Isn't this the perfect place to do squats?" Watching the massive stone pillars tremble with every breath, Du Hanso marveled to himself that he never expected to find a home gym this premium out here. In a personal trainer's eyes, everywhere is a gym. A line of text appeared warning about an entity called Behemoth. Heavy footsteps shook the ground, followed by the menacing red eyes of colossal stone guardians. Du Hanso gazed toward the glowing palace, determination shining in his eyes. I want to meet him as soon as possible. Before them, a massive stone beast loomed into view, guarding the entrance to the dungeon. A colossal fist slowly rose, preparing to deliver a crushing judgment blow. The enormous punch exploded against the ground, shattering it to pieces and sending the muscle squad scrambling in panic. But Du Hanso didn't dodge at all. He braced himself and used his bare hands to support the crushing weight bearing down on his shoulders. Witnessing that breathtaking scene, the team members shouted in alarm. Du Hansonim, are you okay? Immediately, a whole squad of stone guardians raised their fists in unison, ready to launch a coordinated assault. A relentless barrage of punches and kicks rained down, burying Yu Hansu beneath a pile of rubble. Our MC let out a thunderous roar, but instead of pain, he looked absolutely thrilled. This escalating pressure was just perfect. With an explosive burst of raw power, he bellowed and sent every single stone guardian flying in all directions like worthless scraps. A devastating collision erupted, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. The muscle army members could only call out his name in sheer panic. The ground began shaking violently from the rapid pounding, leaving everyone bewildered and wondering if it was an earthquake. One member noticed something was off and screamed for everyone to run, yelling that their master's muscles were about to explode. Our MC stood tall, eyes blazing while his muscles began contracting and generating suffocating pressure. He declared in a booming voice that he was increasing the weight, and the force radiating from him sent even Gudo and everyone nearby scrambling for their lives. Right at that moment, the skill heavy blunt times 10 was officially activated. This dude was pushing through heavy squats with a massive purple energy mass crushing down on his shoulders. He slowly counted the reps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the red-haired girl traveling with them asked in disbelief what on earth he was doing. A member of the muscle army casually replied that today was Yuhan Sunim's leg day, the most dreaded day for every gym bro. Faced with the girl's confusion about the concept of leg day, another guy hurried to explain. Oh, it just means lower body training day. The seniors here aren't great with words, so please bear with them. Suddenly a voice boomed down from above like rolling thunder, asking how interesting that these ants had crawled all the way here. The entire group looked up in shock at the sky churning violently overhead. The commanding voice continued its declaration, stating that he was Behemoth, master of Gaia in the spirit realm. From between the layers of clouds, a majestic volcanic island emerged in all its imposing glory. Behemoth roared down accusingly, demanding to know their purpose for coming here. Despite the suffocating pressure from the Spirit King, our MC stayed locked in on his workout and shouted 15. As for introductions, the guy was just counting reps. The moment he finished his set, he quietly stood up and casually strolled away, leaving Behemoth completely dumbfounded. The Spirit King could only mutter in bewilderment as he watched the man walk straight toward the shoreline. Before the astonished eyes of everyone present, our MC bent down and started gulping seawater like it was the most refreshing drink in the world. Behemoth screamed in fury, demanding to know what their purpose was for coming here. But the guy just ignored him and kept drinking with pure bliss on his face. The only thought running through his mind was that seawater is nature's gift, so drink up, brothers. Our MC stood up with his body dripping wet, his rippling muscles glistening under the sunlight. He mentally noted that while seawater normally contains too much sodium for proper hydration, the water here tasted surprisingly sweet and refreshing. He told himself he'd worry about the sodium issue later. Seeing this, the muscle army eagerly asked if drinking water would help their muscles grow. Instantly, the whole squad chanted in unison, "Grow those muscles, everyone get in the water now." Behemoth was completely speechless at the chaotic scene, muttering what the hell these idiots were doing. The entire muscle army dove into the ocean, chugging water and hollering with excitement. After quenching his thirst, our MC wiped his mouth and said casually, that hit the spot, now let's talk. This act was like pouring gasoline on a fire. Behemoth roared in absolute fury, asking how they dared drink water in the middle of a conversation with him. He called them a shameless and ridiculous bunch, then declared he had nothing left to say to such disrespectful fools. Rows of massive stone guardians with glowing red eyes full of killing intent appeared all at once. Behemoth bellowed that he would teach them a lesson in manners from the ground up. Behemoth roared with arrogance, declaring that this place was a living labyrinth. Without guidance from the spirits, intruders couldn't even find the entrance, let alone find a way out. He challenged our MC's group to get past the shifting stone walls and the army of stone guardians waiting inside, all to reach the volcano in the distance. Behemoth sneered, daring them to try and find the path to his heart. Faced with this challenge, the girl immediately dropped into a ready stance. She channeled power into her legs and launched herself skyward using the bridge choke exercise technique. Her plan was to bypass the labyrinth from above, but Behemoth instantly intervened, declaring it useless and amplifying gravity. A crushing pressure slammed down on her, catching her completely off guard. Unable to resist the pull of the earth, she went into free fall and crashed hard into the rubble below, creating a deep crater amid a cloud of dust. Struggling to her feet after the fall, she gritted her teeth in frustration, realizing the gravity was too strong and aerial movement was no longer an option. Suddenly, a series of rapid, dry thuds echoed behind her, making her turn around with suspicion. Behind her, the muscle army had sprung into action. They counted in unison, 1, 2, 3, 4. Massive arms with bulging muscles reached out. The counting thundered through the labyrinth, 6, 7, 8. Each count sent the ground shaking violently under their superhuman physical strength, working out their arms while clearing a path at the same time. Watching this, Behemoth laughed with utter contempt, calling them fools. This was the dwelling of earth spirits, a land of gravity and minerals. He insisted these walls couldn't be broken by bare hands alone, and yet the counting never stopped. 9. Our MC suddenly stepped forward. On the 12th count, he channeled all his strength into his arms and pressed them against the rock wall. Right on 13, he let out a thunderous roar and pushed forward with earth-shattering force. A massive explosion rang out as the fortified stone wall cracked violently and crumbled to pieces under his hands. The enemy could only gasp in utter disbelief at what just happened. One member of the muscle army smiled confidently and explained that sure, the walls were hard, but against them they crumbled like crackers. He immediately ordered the rest to focus their attacks on the cracks their MC had already created. The muscle army cheered with delight as the walls shattered so easily, remarking how simple that was. But then, before the celebration could last, a massive entity lumbered out from behind the dust cloud. The muscle army stared in shock, wondering what to do about these golems with their menacing red eyes. Instantly, the skills battle ore and 9 hidden sword were activated. A brilliant golden streak tore through the air, hurtling straight at the enemy. The girl swung her blade and drove a lightning-fast thrust directly into the glowing red eye, the fatal weak point of the stone monster. She flipped gracefully through the air and explained to her teammates that all they had to do was aim straight for the eyes and stab. Right after, the massive golem collapsed to the ground. The muscle squad seemed to be fueled with renewed strength, charging charging madly at the remaining golems with devastating punches. Amid the chaotic battlefield, a furious roar echoed out. "You bastards!" A cataclysmic explosion erupted from the volcano in the distance, towering columns of smoke and fire raining down without end. Standing before that majestic sight, Yu Hanso maintained his calm expression and wondered aloud. "Is this where Behemoth is?" A team member pointed ahead and confirmed, "Yeah, the spirit said we have to lift that thing up before we can meet him." Before them stood a massive stone pedestal blocking the path, with a long iron shaft piercing straight up into the cave ceiling. Looking at its enormous mass, everyone was puzzled about how they could possibly lift it. The MC casually made a rather violent suggestion. Why not just destroy it? 17 years old and already hot-tempered as fire. Immediately, one of the muscle squad members panicked and stopped him. "Wait, there's a rope connection over there." At that moment, a flashback surfaced. He had left Earth and arrived in this world exactly 11 months ago. Despite having a hulking physique, the MC was actually only 17, an age still carrying plenty of inner turmoil. A team member curiously pointed up at the cave ceiling. Something strange was hanging up there. The whole group squinted to get a better look and realized it was a rope. Why was it here? All this time, Yu Hanso had been burying his homesickness deep in his heart. But when a familiar piece of equipment from home suddenly appeared before his eyes, he froze in place, staring wide-eyed in utter disbelief. The emotions he'd been suppressing for so long burst out all at once, tears streaming down the muscular leader's face. It was a nostalgic piece of equipment he never imagined he'd encounter in this place. In the dim cave, a training machine appeared, gleaming like a priceless treasure. Our MC cried out in emotion. His voice choked as he called its name like reuniting with a long-lost brother. The lat pull-down machine is a training device developed in 1967 by American trainer Andrew Memo. He realized that the motion of gripping the iron bar and leaning back closely resembled the lean lat pull-down exercise. From that point on, he invented a machine that allowed this movement to be performed more safely and effectively. To this day, the device has been improved with an incredibly diverse range of styles and designs. Seeing the familiar machine, our MC was moved to tears. He wiped his eyes while muttering that it's a lat pull-down machine. "Stop crying already. You'll lose all your protein gains from the tears." The muscle army looked at each other in confusion, asking what a lat pull-down machine even is. On the other side, Gudo was trembling with fear. He stammered and asked if this was a trap dungeon and how wide its range was. Normal people see traps, Jim Bros see weights. Yu Hanso hesitated, stepped forward, then declared no, this is not a trap. He asked the entire team to list all the back exercises they had performed during their time here. One member of the muscle army quickly listed them off. One arm dumbbell row, barbell row, and Romanian deadlift. The MC explained that they were only able to do pull-ups because they had each other for support, but normally most people don't have a training partner. He personally demonstrated the movement and declared that the exercise with equivalent effectiveness to pull-ups is the lat pull-down, because you can freely choose the weight and perform similar movements. It's a back exercise loved by everyone from beginners to professional athletes. This exercise targets the scapula and the latissimus dorsi muscles. However, if you lose focus, it's very easy to make the mistake of pulling with your forearms, biceps, or shoulders instead. The MC enthusiastically suggested that since the equipment is right here, why not have the whole team demonstrate how to use it? The muscle army raised their hands in unison and cheered with excitement. Develop those muscles. Starting the first exercise with the lat pull-down machine. The first step is to adjust the pad position and the locking mechanism so your body doesn't get lifted up. The second step is to grip the bar slightly wider than shoulder width and lock your lower body under the pad. Moving to step 3, the MC emphasized that you must brace your core tight. Focus on contracting the lats instead of pulling with your arms. He noted that the movement between the bar and the ground must always follow a vertical path. In step 4, the trainee must pay special attention not to let the lower back arc excessively, and absolutely must not use momentum to cheat. He turned around with a bright smile and told his teammates that this weight seems a bit heavy for them, so they should save it for next time. Go on ahead for now. The muscle army replied in unison, "Yes, sir. May you develop your muscles." The MC channeled all his strength into his guardian-like arms and let out a roar. Instantly, a secret mechanism activated, and an announcement rang out, "It's open." The massive stone door inside the cave slowly slid upward, revealing a passage leading deeper within. The whole team cheered excitedly, "Let's go." Witnessing this, Gudo turned to a team member in confusion and asked why the training schedule says one thing but the practice is completely different. The muscular guy casually explained that the MC's physical ability is on an entirely different level compared to theirs. Gudo was still in shock and anxiously asked how they would get inside after finishing their workout. The question made the muscular soldier break into a cold sweat, stammering without being able to form a response. Inside, the MC was still grinding away at his heavy sets. He clearly counted rep 8 right as he finished his 4th set. He excitedly called out to Gudo and declared that if you apply pressure to the right spot, the muscle stimulation feels absolutely incredible. Right at that moment, the skill-heavy blunt level 1 out of 10 was activated. He flexed and shouted, "All right, Mr. Yu Hanso, please come in." The entire muscle army had to pool every last ounce of their strength together. To lift the multi-ton stone door, hurry up, push harder. The MC strolled in casually, not forgetting to praise his juniors for their progress. A few more tons on this door, and it'd be a perfect workout for you guys. The moment he stepped through, the massive stone door came crashing down and sealed the entrance shut. Strangely enough, inside there were tiny hamsters wearing protective gear, scurrying busily across construction scaffolding. Going deeper, a vast space with blazing furnaces and enormous gears in constant motion came into view. A mysterious workshop hidden deep within the mountain. Inside the workshop, countless small creatures resembling kangaroo mice continuously jumped on buttons to operate the machinery. The blazing furnaces spewed out waves of scorching hot air, mixed with the thunderous sound of machinery echoing throughout the space. The sight of the diligent little mice hard at work unfolded before their eyes. The girl accompanying the MC was absolutely thrilled, her eyes sparkling like stars as she squealed with delight. "Oh my gosh, they're so adorable." She couldn't help herself and moved forward to touch the MC's muscles. She excitedly said she wanted to feel them, they looked so soft. The moment she saw muscles, all sense of danger went out the window. The MC immediately stopped her and said seriously, "Hold on. Before signing up at the gym you need to get a consultation from the staff or the owner first. You can't just touch someone like that." Seeing that the girl was still looking confused, he firmly stated that not touching others without permission is a mandatory rule. Suddenly a small white dog appeared and boldly declared, "I am Behemoth, king of the earth spirits." Seeing its tiny form, Gudo and one member of the muscle army looked clearly disappointed. The muscular guy even mocked it, saying, "Some king of spirits this is, its belly has one pack just like mine." Insulted, the white dog furiously barked that they were incredibly rude. How dare they compare themselves to a noble spirit like itself, but it was immediately suppressed by another presence. A cat wearing a white lab coat suddenly appeared and smiled deviously. Things were getting so interesting that it just couldn't bear to interrupt. The cat introduced the white dog, explaining that its real name is Lena, a high-level earth spirit, and the black cat itself is the real Behemoth. Behemoth warns everyone not to foolishly underestimate the creatures working here, because they are all high-level spirits. Du Hanso and the entire group can only silently nod in submission before the majesty of the Spirit King. The Spirit King glances at our MC and reveals he already knows his full strength from Lena's test, then asks directly about the purpose of their visit. He gets straight to the point, asking whether the king can craft gym equipment. Behemoth confidently declares, "You're talking about training tools. Given enough time and materials, there is nothing I cannot create." Seeing Du Hanso about to open his mouth, Gudo hurriedly stops him. "No, you can't negotiate like that." He steps forward and bows respectfully in proper noble etiquette. "Greetings, I am the Lord of Three Nations, Baron Gudo." With an extremely humble attitude, Gudo earnestly addresses him. "Dear Elder Cat, would you like some fish, or is there something we can do for you?" Behemoth silently observes and quietly evaluates. A rather polite fellow indeed, him interesting. The Spirit King in the form of a black cat declares that money is fleeting, but working for him is eternal. Gudo immediately bows his head and pledges, "I will obey any command the Spirit King gives." Behemoth smirks with a meaningful grin. "Is that so?" He begins telling them about a slippery phantom that recently appeared and has been polluting this land. The atmosphere suddenly turns gloomy, and the mournful cries of crows echo throughout the dark forest. Behemoth reveals this enemy is extremely powerful, so powerful that every client he sent out has completely lost contact. The death warning signs standing alone deep in the forest are proof of how dangerous this thing is. Behemoth clasps his paws and states his condition. If they can eliminate that phantom and purify the land, he will help them. Hearing this, our MC breaks into an eager smile. "Sounds good, is there a guide?" The Spirit King explains that previously he only sent low-level spirits, but this time he wants to grasp the situation as accurately as possible. Behemoth points and commands high-level spirit Lena go with them. Lena flinches in shock the moment she hears her name. She hastily tries to wriggle out of it. "Behemoth Nim, I still have to manage and supervise this place." But Behemoth immediately flares up in rage, baring his fangs with a terrifying growl. "You think I don't know you spend all day sleeping and sneaking snacks?" He roars, "Get moving now!" The earth-shaking roar leaves everyone, including Du Hanso and Gudo, absolutely terrified. Meanwhile, in another dense forest, the female General Riona is frantically fleeing. She mutters to herself, "Should have known better than to poke this fire ant nest." Seeing the dense swarm of shadow monsters ahead, she's stunned, wondering why so many are waiting here. Riona grits her teeth and takes a defensive stance as the mad laughter of the monsters begins to surround her. From the darkness, bloodthirsty screams ring out. "Catch Riona, catch her!" Monsters in the form of clowns and figures in black robes charge forward in a frenzy. They chant in unison with fanatical devotion. "For Oculus we carry out our mission, such is our passion." Riona abruptly changes direction, gliding along while muttering about the laws of nature. Ecosystems are inherently intertwined. Without a trace of fear, she coldly declares, "Even bees have those who just want to steal their honey, you know." She immediately launches her attack. She swings a beautiful arc-shaped sword slash, sending the approaching monsters flying. A commander wearing a headband with an eye symbol roars furiously, calling out Riona's name. Surrounded on all sides, Riona suddenly radiates a brilliant golden aura. She channels all her power into the sword technique Tosen Blade. A small insect flies across the night sky as if heralding a terrifying change about to descend. The dark sorcerer, drenched in sweat, stares up at the sky in disbelief and gasps, "What is that?" He trembles as he realizes the horrifying truth. No one ever said she was this powerful. High in the sky, hundreds of radiant golden swords suddenly materialize. They blanket the entire space, poised to rain down like a devastating storm of light. A massive pillar of light suddenly erupts. It tears through the night and sends flocks of birds scattering from the forest in panic. The story continues with the spirit Lena happily munching on rocks. She proudly boasts to our MC that if he wants to know the past, just watch her chew these stones. He does squats while marveling at how amazing this is. Suddenly Lena's eyes go wide with shock, making Du Hanso freeze in place. He quickly asks if she saw something unusual, but it was all a fake out as she squeals that the rock tastes incredible. Du Hanso and his teammates just stand there completely speechless. Lena clears her throat and explains it was just a joke. Since these minerals are too new, the memories extracted from them are very brief. She snaps at everyone to stop looking at her like she's a glutton. Then she immediately orders the group to go find and dig up the oldest looking mineral formations in this area. The muscular squad quickly approaches the massive boulders. One member carefully double checks. They just need to bring them back, right? The whole group starts digging vigorously around a large rock. Our MC stands behind with his arms crossed, wondering what his underlings are up to. The honest muscle guys explain they're trying to carve out a handle so he can easily lift the boulder. Du Hanso muttered to himself, calculating how to create a grip, then slowly extended his guardian hand forward. He pressed his fingertips hard into the stone surface, which was as tough as steel. He took a deep breath. Then, with terrifying force, he clenched down hard, causing the boulder to crack under his monstrous grip strength. This young man sank his fingers into the solid rock like it was nothing, holding the stone as casually as if it were a piece of foam. The muscular disciples standing nearby could only gasp in shock. Immediately he performed a one-arm dumbbell row with the massive boulder using just a single hand. He continuously shifted positions, counting out the rhythm 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, switch hands. Seeing this, Block stepped up to a large boulder and asked if this was the one. He began performing a snatch deadlift with practiced form. Next came a chain of combined movements, from snatch pulls to snatch balance and then overhead squats. Block channeled his strength, hoisted the boulder overhead, then slammed it down hard, creating a terrifying shockwave. Standing in the middle of a thick cloud of dust, Block confidently declared he was done. He smiled with satisfaction and gave a thumbs up in encouragement. "That's Block for you, his form has improved a lot." The student wiped his sweat and grinned ear to ear. At this level, it's just a piece of cake, easy stuff. The intense training atmosphere spread everywhere. The muscle army tirelessly hauled and lifted massive boulders, the sound of counting echoing across the area. 1 2 3 4. The other members were no slouches either, tying enormous rocks with ropes to train their endurance while chanting 5 6 7 8. Amid all the commotion, the spirit Lena stood frozen with a small stone in her hand. She looked at the rubble scattered around and thought to herself, they were told to find ancient stones, but these guys turned it into a gym session. Lena quietly popped the stone into her mouth and crunched it to pieces. Then she suddenly froze, her face filled with astonishment. It was an egg. Below, a simple wooden bridge led the way away into a deep cave nestled within the heart of the Rocky Mountain. Inside the dim underground chamber, a man wearing a birdbeak mask and red goggles sat across from a formidable counterpart. He spoke in a tempting tone, saying that Oculus highly valued Lord Toad's capabilities. He went on to explain that turning this place into a dungeon had consumed an enormous amount of resources. As he spoke, the bird-masked man lifted his teacup and took a sip, but he immediately spat it all out and screamed in horror. Damn it, who dares bring poison to a negotiation table? From the shadows, a long tongue slithered out and licked its lips, accompanied by a deep, rumbling voice. "Poi, you say? It has a proper name, it's called whiskey." The one who appeared was Toad, a powerful Toadman leader. He puffed on a cigar, bottle in hand, and casually declared, "Don't call it poison, this is the good stuff." The bird-masked man flew into a rage and roared. You already heard his lordship's order to join Oculus instead of seizing this place. Unable to contain his fury, he charged straight at Toad and shouted, "A lowly reptile dares to toy with his lordship's goodwill?" However, just as he was about to strike, the bird-masked man suddenly felt his head spinning, his vision blurring from dizziness. Toad calmly corrected him. "Look closely, I'm an amphibian, not a gecko. As for joining Oculus, that's fine, but I don't like that condition one bit." He tipped the bottle back and drained it dry. Right after that, Toad and his henchmen seized the weakly resisting bird-masked man and began pouring liquor down his throat. Toad laughed mockingly, "Come on, drink it all up." The bird-masked man screamed in despair as the burning liquid flooded his throat. "It burns, it feels like being set on fire." Moments later, the bird-masked man had completely collapsed, his red eyes glazed over from intoxication, hiccuping nonstop. Toad looked at his opponent, now completely drained of fighting spirit, and sneered. "Now that's a face ready for negotiation." He flashed a sinister grin, blew out cigar smoke, and declared, "My friend, there's no shortage of liquor around here." Behind him, an army of Toadmen in sharp suits appeared in unison, their faces full of menace. Toad proclaimed boldly, "Now then, let the real negotiation begin." This was Toad, the mysterious leader of the Redhead Legion. He glanced at the wasted envoy and mocked, "Drink until you're hammered, then you'll sign anything, right, pal?" Meanwhile, the spirit Lena suddenly cried out with excitement, "Found it." However, when she looked down into the valley, she immediately froze at the sight of the muscle army training relentlessly, their coordinated chants echoing throughout the area. Lena squinted with utter contempt. Ha, these lowly creatures, these intermediates. She couldn't believe these beings could be so obsessively extreme about physical training. Two members of the muscle army were chatting while working out. One complimented the other, "Bro, your shoulders are as wide as eagle wings now." The other humbly replied, "It's just the pump, you're the one increasing your weight." He smiled and affirmed heavy weight is the true path to muscle growth. That statement immediately struck a nerve with another teammate, making him freeze, his expression turning dead serious. "Hold on, I can't let that slide." He radiated intense killing intent and argued back that what matters more than weight is the mind-muscle connection. He began flexing hard, showing off his bulging muscles to prove his point. On the other side, his opponent was equally fired up, radiating a blazing red aura and roaring his conviction. Heavy weight is the absolute truth. The two immediately launched into a heated debate, continuously shouting their stances as the surrounding space erupted with clashing waves of power. Two muscular warriors stood face to face, their killing intent engulfing the entire area. One issued a challenge. "Talk is cheap and costs gains. Get over here and compare physiques, sweetheart." His opponent didn't flinch either, stretching his muscles while boldly accepting. "Yeah, I was just about to suggest that." The other members of the muscle army sat watching and chatting. "Oh snap, they're fighting." Another mused thoughtfully, "Weight versus mind-muscle connection, huh? My big pecs are feeling pretty hyped right now." Right after that, one warrior flexed with all his might and roared, his eyes blazing with intensity. The two opponents immediately assumed their posing stances. One spectator commented that the weight guy's muscles looked bigger, but the mind-muscle connection guy had far better balance and symmetry. The atmosphere heated up as the call for pose number 1 rang out. Both warriors simultaneously hit a front double biceps pose with full confidence. Then came the call for pose number 2, right as the showdown was reaching its peak. Yu Han-so appeared suddenly from behind, his voice cold as ice as he demanded to know what the hell they were doing here. The boss's sudden presence made the entire group flinch, stammering Yu Han-so's name in a panic. Main closed in with a face full of killing intent, demanding to know if they had just been flexing their abs. He pointed at the disciples and barked that weight or stimulus didn't matter as much as going all out in training and then going all out in recovery, instead of wasting time overthinking that nonsense. One member muttered sadly that he was genuinely curious which one was actually more important. Two others immediately rushed over and clung to him demanding answers. "Stimulus is more important, right?" "No way, weight is the real truth, isn't it?" The guy looked them straight in the eye and asked back, "Between dumbbells and barbells, which one is more important?" That question made them freeze. The entire group's brains collectively short-circuited. Main kept pressing with tricky anatomy questions. "Between the hamstrings and the quads, which one is more important?" "If you call yourself a musclehead, then don't ask stupid questions." He flexed his chest and shoulder muscles hard, then roared, "I'm asking whether the deltoids or the pecs are more important, huh?" Watching from a distance, Gudo was sweating bullets as he remarked to another member that he sort of got the point. "But normally people compare stuff like your dad versus your mom, right?" The muscular soldier quickly put a finger to his lips signaling silence. Yu Han-so's has sharp ears. Gudo could only nod frantically in fear, seeing his underling pulling his hair out from overthinking. Main walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and gently told him there was no need to overcomplicate things. He flashed a radiant smile revealing his rippling muscles, then offered sincere advice. "Just increase the weight and feel the stimulus. That's all there is to it, right?" Those words touched the young warrior's heart so deeply that tears welled up in his eyes as he silently called out his leader's name in boundless admiration. That day the entire muscle army once again felt the truth through their own bodies. Yu Han-so enthusiastically declared that everything so far was just a warm-up. Now the real training begins, boys. Everyone believed with absolute conviction that he was the one who would help them break through their limits and become even stronger. The entire squad shouted in unison, "Yes sir, let's go Uraja." Their roar echoed across the entire region. From a distance, a tiny creature was busy munching on mineral stones. It secretly observed the muscle army and wondered whether they were ever going to do the mission or not. Meanwhile, Lai Lai seemed quite skeptical. She watched their movements and wondered if any enemy would actually stand still and take hits from attacks that slow. In another corner of the forest, Block was silently staring at his own hands with a deeply contemplative expression. He had once been confident that he'd become very strong, but Yu Han-so's reminder about needing to strengthen his supporting muscle groups if he truly wanted a breakthrough still haunted his mind. Block pushed his way through the dense forest, muttering to himself that it had to be somewhere around here. He parted bush after bush searching until his eyes suddenly lit up because he'd spotted his target. Block cried out excitedly, "Found it, a slime!" Seeing the green creature hiding in the grass, he immediately got the idea to use it to craft resistance bands for training. Without a moment's hesitation, Block launched himself into the air and yelled out his technique Timber Chop. He dove down, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the liquid monster, then finished it off with a powerful cross. But an unfamiliar presence made Block freeze. From a tree branch above, a strange creature was silently watching him. It was a beastkin in the form of a toad holding a bag full of slimes. He casually apologized for harvesting the local specialty used for brewing liquor without realizing someone had already claimed them. Block blurted out in shock, "A beastkin?" The toadman curiously asked back, "But what does a human use slimes for anyway? You're not a mage, are you?" Block scratched his head and replied, "You wouldn't know, but it can be used to help me get stronger." Hearing that, the toad excitedly exclaimed, "You want to get stronger? Why didn't you say so sooner? My boss is an expert in exactly that field." Block asked half doubtfully, "Really?" The toad immediately beckoned him. "Follow me and I'll introduce you to the boss." Though he thought to himself that he already had mastered Yuhenso, his curiosity got the better of him and he followed along. Right after that, he got swept into a wild drinking party with the toadmen. The sound of liquor pouring down his throat gulped loudly as Block drained one large jug after another. The toadmen cheered enthusiastically. "Not bad at holding your liquor. You must drink a lot normally, right?" Block's face turned red as he hiccuped nonstop. "I'm still a lightweight and you guys are forcing me way too hard." In his drunken haze, he slurred, "So when exactly hiccup will I get stronger hiccup?" A toad wearing a monocle pressed his face close to Block's with a sinister grin. "Aren't you getting stronger right now?" He shouted. "The alcohol is kicking in. You're visibly getting stronger as we speak." A fortune teller reads palms, a toad reads gains. Block spun around dizzy among the empty bottles scattered across the table. He mumbled through his drunken stupor, "This isn't good, I can't drink anymore." He collapsed onto the table completely unconscious. The monocled toad looked at his prey who had fallen right into the trap. He flashed a cunning smile revealing his gleaming white teeth and declared, "Dear customer, I'll be charging you a very steep price for tonight's drinks." In the darkness, Block woke up with a parched throat, croaking out, "So thirsty, so thirsty." He looked around in confusion and wondered where he was. A splitting headache hit him, making him clutch his head and groan, "My head is killing me." When he finally came to his senses, he was horrified to realize he was inside a massive dark cavern. He tried to struggle but discovered he was trapped in a sticky green slime clinging to the rock wall. Its adhesion and elasticity were too strong, making it completely impossible for him to break free. Suddenly, a deep gravelly voice echoed from the shadows, "New guy, huh? Sit tight and wait your turn, kid." Block looked over in bewilderment and saw a bizarre creature imprisoned right beside him. The creature introduced this place as the Poison Toad Larder, a food storage for the amphibians. This one was actually the lizardman chief of the alley mine. He stated firmly that Block absolutely could not escape this place on his own. Seeing no reaction from Block, he growled, "Don't you ignore me." But then he clicked his tongue and mocked himself for getting angry at someone who was about to die anyway. Block calmly asked, "Hey, I have a question. Why don't they just kill us right away?" The lizardman chief explained that it was all to serve the creation of the dungeon. To Block's surprise, he revealed it was a dark territory where monsters endlessly spawned. A gloomy tower with eerie blue flames appeared in the depths of the cave, signaling a deeply threatening existence. In reality, monsters can't be created infinitely. To operate a dungeon, they're forced to drain energy from living creatures. This is the fundamental principle, creating a core that can store energy and sustain it continuously. That's why the amphibians stockpile living creatures in their food storage. In other words, this is basically a backup battery for the entire cave. Thousands of people were imprisoned along the towering cliff walls, drowning in utter despair. Block was stuck fast in a layer of blue-green slime. Exhausted, he asked if there was really no way to escape. The lizardman chief imprisoned right beside him coldly replied, "As you can see, the probability of escape is 0. He advised Block to stop struggling, since the more he moved, the faster his energy would be absorbed. Then he mockingly asked whether Block wanted to die sooner. Block closed his eyes in helpless frustration, silently blaming himself. In the end, it was because he was too weak that things turned out this way. He whispered his final apology, "Master, I'm sorry I couldn't level up in time." The moment the lizardman heard that name, his expression changed completely. Cold sweat poured down his face in terror. "Yuhenso? Don't tell me you're talking about Yuhenso, the lord of the Elysial mine." Block confirmed in surprise, "Yeah, that's right. How do you know?" Immediately, the chief screamed frantically, "We have to get out. We have to leave this place right now." He thrashed wildly, trying to escape the very slime he'd just declared inescapable. Witnessing this sudden change in attitude, Block questioned him, "Didn't you just say struggling would kill you faster?" But the lizardman had completely lost his mind from sheer terror. In his mind flashed the horrifying memory of Yuhenso using him as a weight for push-ups. That man had casually smiled and said, "Alright, push-ups in the field. Let's start again from 1. Thinking of that scene, the lizardman chief screamed through his tears. What kind of insanity is that? He gaped and howled in absolute despair. "I'd rather die right now than face that again." Meanwhile, back in the city, Yuhenso looked around and wondered, where did Block go? A member of the muscle army reported that Block had left his resistance bands behind and gone for a run early in the morning. Yuhenso was slightly worried because the kid hadn't told him, so he could have given him extra backup bands. The person standing nearby also seemed suspicious, saying, "It's already this late and he still hasn't come back. Isn't that a bit strange?" Yuhenso smiled with full confidence and declared, "He's grown up now. At worst, he'll just lose a few ounces of muscle." Gudo looked around nervously and reminded him, "Yuhenso Nim, this is an enemy encampment. Just lounging around here like this just doesn't seem like a great idea." But the moment those words left his mouth, his eyes went wide with shock as he saw Yuhenso casually hoisting a massive boulder onto his shoulders. The main character flashed a radiant yet intimidating smile. "If you don't want to take it easy, then start doing 100 squats right now." Gudo could only cry in silence, his face drenched in sweat and tears from the brutality of the workout. In the middle of all this, the spirit Lena explained the upcoming mission. The target was a toad man named Guk. He was planning to turn this place into a dungeon, so they absolutely must not use force in certain areas. Otherwise, they'd end up helping the enemy. Yuhenso listened and pondered thoughtfully. "A toadman, huh? I've heard frog legs are high in protein that should be great for muscle development." That statement hit the muscle army's excitement nerve dead on. They screamed frantically, "Is that true? Is it really good for muscle development?" "Good for muscle development." The hulking men surrounded the tiny spirit and roared, "Then where is this protein source right now?" Lena answered in terror, "Save me, a bunch of monsters are asking about the menu." A member of the muscle army immediately suggested, "How about we split into groups to search? If anyone finds it, signal the others with a peck flex." However, the main character seemed unenthusiastic. "I don't like doing cardio for too long." Seeing a chance to escape the torturous workout, Gudo immediately beamed and volunteered. "Yuhenso Nim, leave the searching to my expertise. Please assign that task to me." Even though his legs were trembling violently from exhaustion, he still desperately begged to be sent on the mission. Yuhenso looked at Gudo with a meaningful gaze and asked, "So have you finished finished your 100 reps yet? Gudo maintained his forced smile and admitted, not yet, sir. Yu Hanso's face immediately became terrifyingly radiant as he gently ordered, you can go once you've finished every single one. An old man stuck with a strict instructor, the poor count could only stay silent. Tears streamed down his agonized face as he let out a feeble yes in utter despair. The Toadman Gok hummed a tune while dragging a massive sack, weaving through narrow rock crevices in the cave. He advanced deep into a vast chamber where a giant red vessel sat at the center. He met another of his kind and announced, I've returned. A toad hand touched a magic orb containing an entire galaxy within it. A mechanical door slowly opened as a voice invited him in. Inside were masses of matter glowing brilliantly. He muttered, I'll soon create plenty of friends for you. He poured all that luminous substance into a deep pit and commanded, grow and become wonderful nourishment for this dungeon. Down below, the imprisoned lizardman chief was stunned to notice the presence of predators. It's over, the giant earthworm bosses are here. Enormous worms began crawling across the ground, heading toward those who were trapped. The bloodthirsty worms pressed against the cliff wall where the lizardman chief was stuck fast, baring their razor-sharp teeth and preparing to attack. Meanwhile, at Yu Hanso's encampment, a member of the muscle army was eating while asking with concern. Yu Hanso Nim Block didn't bring any chicken breast with him. Will his protein intake be okay? Yu Hanso casually chewed the piece of bread in his hand and assured them that Block would be just fine, because he was born with a special blessing from the heavens. Faced with his underlings' astonished expressions about Block being born with extraordinary power, Yu Hanso explained that Block's sense of taste was actually among the worst in the entire world. When the other guy pointed out that sounded like a flaw, the main character just laughed and replied, if you can't taste anything, then every dish is just chicken breast to you. Right there in the dark dungeon, Block suddenly erupted with power, his eyes blazing with a fierce glow. Instead of being afraid, he opened his mouth wide and began devouring the very monsters that were about to attack him. A terrifying truth was revealed. Aside from his own parents, there was nothing in this world that he couldn't eat. Block gnawed ravenously on the monster flesh, slime dripping down the corners of his mouth. With eyes burning with hunger, he roared in excitement, next, where's the next one? The sounds of wet chewing echoed endlessly through the silent space. Block was stuck to the rock wall by a layer of blue-green slime. Right below his feet, dozens of giant worms were crawling all over each other. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the lizardman prisoner chained up next to him shrieked in terror, you can actually eat that thing, that's disgusting. In stark contrast to his cellmate's revulsion, Block looked absolutely thrilled. He could feel energy spreading through every cell in his body. Worm juice is so sweet, my muscles are pumped to the max. His face lit up with pure satisfaction, as if he'd just savored a gourmet delicacy. Block began flexing with all his might, channeling every ounce of strength into his muscles to break free from the chains binding him. Even though the lizardman kept insisting there was no way to escape, Block never gave up. His eyes suddenly blazed with an intimidating purple glow. A massive explosion rang out, tearing through the slime layer, leaving the monster beside him stunned. You actually broke through it. Block powerfully ripped free from the rock wall, then slowly raised his head with a sinister expression. He asked casually, so then, which one should I eat first? The monster screamed in terror at being chosen as a meal. He pointed toward the swarm of bugs crawling below and issued a challenge. Guess which one? Block's twisted grin and the drool dripping from his lips made the atmosphere even more horrifying. Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched forest, the muscle squad was hustling through their running drills. One member curiously asked Gudo, if we take down the dungeon, is there any benefit for us? He affirmed with absolute confidence, destroying the dungeon pays off, trust me on this. Yu Hanso explained that a dungeon is essentially an automated system capable of accumulating power. Once established, its energy absorption range expands, and its absorption speed increases, granting its owner a recognized personal territory. One member of the muscle squad asked while running, but why don't humans build dungeons themselves? Gudo answered between heavy breaths, explaining that it's because humans have no idea how much energy is needed to create one. He emphasized that humans already operate on taxes, and if their biological energy were drained on top of that, chaos would be inevitable. Gudo clutched his head in frustration because maintaining a dungeon was an impossible equation with an average-sized population. The little spirit companion explained that if an environment appears to have no energy, there are two possible explanations. The first is that someone deliberately maintains a small territory to limit outside intrusion. Lena continued the analysis, explaining that the second possibility is when the owner has a goal other than creating a dungeon. Gudo and the warriors all showed clear concern, because in either case, turning this place into a dungeon would be extremely difficult. Lena wondered aloud, what exactly are you planning to do? Meanwhile, at the enemy's hideout, the Toad was indulging in a drinking binge. He drank and sang with wild excitement. Toad adjusted his monocle and asked with a sly undertone, know why you should drink? It makes it easier to deceive each other, ribbit. He smugly declared that alcohol makes it simpler to make friends. Toad laughed loudly among his cheering lackeys. He claimed that thanks to booze, they could get acquainted with all sorts of characters. The chaotic scene inside the tavern unfolded, packed with all kinds of monsters getting wasted. Toad suddenly produced a contract in front of Block and offered, hey buddy, wanna stamp your seal on this little agreement? Block had completely lost his composure by this point, standing there dazed and mumbling incoherently with a blank expression. A Toad lackey kept pouring liquor into his mouth while whispering, drink up, ribbit. Toad stood before the crowd of monsters stumbling around drunk and announced loudly, alright, time to go make some booze, everyone. To the factory, ribbit. The exhausted monsters trudged through the dim cave, every face showing obvious fatigue. Suddenly, a horned monster started losing it due to alcohol withdrawal. He screamed in desperation, give me booze, booze. I'll destroy everything. Immediately, Toad smashed a bottle over the crazed one's head, knocking him out cold. He's done for, ribbit. Get him to the dock, quick, ribbit. Toad led the cheering group of Toadmen and declared, alright, to make your work easier, let's head to the peat bog, the main ingredient for smoky whiskey, ribbit. One Toadman shoveled away while instructing his comrades, you gotta do it like this. Ribbit, put your whole body weight into it, ribbit. This is old man Toad's mandatory cardio, fellas. In the middle of the dusty work site, Yu Hanso appeared out of nowhere and turned the grueling labor into a high-intensity training session. He hauled carts loaded with rocks and carried massive boulders while the miners chanted ribbit all around him. The main character shoveled at an insane speed, then remarked enthusiastically, the foundation is starting to feel the pump, the most gym-addicted miner in history. He even flashed a confident smile and wondered aloud whether he should engage his pectoralis major for the push. Witnessing that superhuman strength, two Toadmen stared at each other in confusion. Could he be a friend, ribbit? The other one nodded a friend. Yeah, that's gotta be it, ribbit. Yu Hanso clapped his hands to signal the Toadmen standing around. Break's over, let's get to the next set. The entire group of Toadmen threw themselves into work like maniacs under his command. The young man flexed and posed while urging them on. Digging Pete without flexing your chest is bad form, people. The Toadmen got swept up in his energy, all digging furiously in unison with battle cries echoing across the sky. Yu Han-so continued demonstrating how to use a shovel like a gym exercise. He shouted instructions: relax your triceps like you're doing a dumbbell press. Just imagine the shovel is attached straight to your elbow. The Toad people were toiling away, drenched in sweat, their mouths croaking nonstop. One of them started showing defiance, screaming, "Why do we have to listen to you croak?" Seeing his opponent lose focus, Yu Han-so picked up a shovel with a stern expression, reminding them not to mistreat the training equipment. The MC flashed a hauntingly radiant smile and told them all to start over from the beginning. The Toad people murmured among themselves, insisting he wasn't their friend Croak. They said they only mistook him for one, because he looked like a lunatic Croak. Hearing that, the young man paused and asked what they meant, since they'd already agreed to be training partners earlier. That remark was the last straw. The Toad people went berserk, screaming, "What kind of training is this, Croak?" They all leaped up at once and slammed their shovels down hard on his shoulders and back. Yet despite the brutal blows, the MC stood firm as a rock, leaving the Toad people utterly stunned. He quietly turned around and reminded them that they weren't allowed to hit people with training equipment. He even added a warning that hitting someone with weights would get their membership revoked. The iron shovels had already shattered to pieces upon impact with his steel-hard muscles, causing the Toad people to tremble and make excuses. They stammered that the shovels broke on their own, Croak, and maybe it was because they'd been shoveling too much dirt, Croak. One of them stubbornly insisted that logically, a scrawny guy like that shouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. Instantly, a blazing red energy erupted with earth-shaking force, engulfing him in the form of a massively muscular, threatening entity. The MC stood towering amid the red haze, his pale white eyes glowing fiercely in the darkness. He whispered back with murderous intent, "Me?" A suffocating pressure engulfed the space as he growled, "Did you mishear me?" His imposing physique radiated an overwhelming, dominating force. The tiny Toad people below could only tremble in absolute terror. For muscle growth, heavy training is crucial, but stretching with resistance bands is equally important. This young man, with his glowing eyes and bulging muscles, performed the movements while roaring, and warned that overstretching would significantly reduce muscle strength. Right beneath his feet, a toad was being crushed breathless. It gasped in desperation, "Please spare me, my tongue is about to be ripped off." The MC continued urging proper muscle stretching and shouted that the most important thing is to train with even better form. He strained to pull the red band taut, declaring that if you don't want to stay scrawny forever, you have to stretch. In excruciating agony from being used as a weight for stretching, the toad screamed, "Somebody save me." In a luxurious room, the Toad people gathered to scheme and plot. One wearing a monocle held a wine glass while admiring himself in the mirror, praising his own looks and cunning. He smugly realized that with these resources, they could run the dungeon without any help from Oculus. The leader raised a bottle high and declared that today was the time to raise a toast. He ordered all the drunkards to be summoned immediately. The Toad people below cheered thunderously, while many others had already collapsed on the ground from being wasted. In a dim cavern, someone casually sat drinking at a desk when he noticed a figure approaching. He gently pushed up his monocle and asked, "So you've arrived, Toad?" Before Toad stood the core officers of the Redhead Legion, known as the Drunkards. The Wolf Cavat roared with excitement, saying that being summoned meant it was time to burn. Immediately, Zekalit spoke up to remind him that Mr. Cavat was being quite rude. Behind them, the white bear Gullimark cleared his throat menacingly, while the blue-haired spy girl was savoring the scent of battle. Meanwhile, Teocat scoffed dismissively, complaining it was a waste of time since he'd been woken from a good sleep. Toad laughed loudly with satisfaction, saying, "That's right, teammates should be close like this." His monocle gleamed as he declared it had been a long time since everyone was gathered, so let's all enjoy ourselves. Immediately, a massive magic circle enveloped Toad, and the Technique Vulture's drinking game was officially activated. A powerful surge of energy spread all the way to the wine cellar, where enormous wooden barrels were stacked upon each other. Rapid announcements rang out confirming the offerings were being transported. The entire wine cellar was swallowed by a wave of magical light. From within the glow, a pyramid-shaped creature with a long red tongue suddenly appeared. It clearly introduced itself as the excellent four-faced Nagaro, the one responsible for hosting. Nagaro enthusiastically announced that the drinking game had begun and told them to choose players for each side. It scanned the entire area and reported detecting 3 to 80 sentient beings present. Nagaro then explained that everyone would be divided into 2 sides based on their individual tendencies. The MC was casually eating a sweet potato when he was startled by Negaroing right in front of him. He asked in confusion what this was. The game master announced that each side would have 5 direct participants, and the rest would be bystanders. Nagaro screamed with excitement, asking who would play with it. It threatened that anyone who refused would have the entire group knocked out drunk on the spot. Hearing this, he panicked and hurriedly asked the masters for guidance, wanting to know what blood alcohol content even meant. A system screen immediately appeared responding that it had been a while. In reality, alcohol doesn't directly cause muscle loss. The young man listened intently as the masters explained that since the liver, the organ that produces protein, prioritizes breaking down alcohol first, the muscle synthesis process would be significantly hindered. An illustration showed the liver struggling to process alcohol, making him realize this could be harmful to his muscle development. Breaking down alcohol consumes a large amount of water, leading to muscle dehydration, which significantly reduces training performance and effectiveness. The moment he heard the threat of muscle loss, the MC's expression changed instantly as he roared, "Lose muscle? Absolutely not." He quickly touched the magic screen, and the system immediately announced that Yu Han-so had joined. Seeing this, Gudo curiously approached and asked what this was, and why no of all times. Gudo rushed over in a panic, shouting wait as the only sober person trying to prevent a disaster. Gudo was extremely worried, believing this was enemy magic and possibly a trap, so he demanded no one touch it carelessly. In his mind, the Count calculated that rather than taking risks, it would be best to stand back and observe the situation to preserve his own life and his soldiers. Gudo flashed a sly smile but immediately had to scream that he told them not to press it, while trying to stop them. Gudo accidentally touched the screen and screamed in horror as the words "Gudo has joined" appeared. Hung thought to himself that if he didn't join, Yu Han-so Nim would probably think he was slacking off. He decided to press his hand on it, and the system immediately confirmed. A white cat appeared, explaining that this was a conditional force field magic belonging to the Grudge Tree. This type of magic doesn't take effect immediately, but it inflicts extremely brutal punishments depending on the activation conditions. After hearing that, Lena quickly analyzed the situation. Just drag the biggest target's front to take the hit and it's a sure win. The white cat nodded in agreement. Both of them touched the screen, and the system announced Lena had officially joined. Nagaro screamed with excitement. excitement, the players have been decided. Team A's lineup was officially revealed, consisting of Duhanso, Gudo, Lai, and Lina. On the opposite side, Team B was also confirmed with members Kok, Randip, Kavit, Zeklet, and Teokat. Negaro enthusiastically declared that since the players were set, it was time to choose the game. A golden pyramid block began spinning before shooting straight into the middle of the forest. Negaro clearly announced that this round's game was a tag game. The pyramid stopped, clearly displaying the game's name, Bunny Bunny Little Rabbit. Negaro explained that the rules were very simple. Players would transform into rabbits, however each team would have one person who wasn't a rabbit but a carrot. Each team had to both protect their own carrot and fight against the opposing side. If the carrot gets captured, the losing team's blood alcohol level increases by 0.1% and the game ends. This was the most brutal punishment for the Jin people. Naturally, catching one carrot was far more advantageous than grabbing 3 rabbits. Even reserve members were allowed to participate, and so the thrilling and dramatic drinking game officially began. A Toadman raised his thumb smugly. This was truly lucky, Ribbit. He grinned sinisterly. Our team's carrot is the masked one, right, Ribbit? However, a big question arose. Who exactly was masked one? Suddenly an earth-shattering explosion erupted, tearing through the entire space. The Toadman panicked and fled for his life, screaming for help as he ran. There's a player here, Ribbit, requesting backup, Ribbit. He was extremely worried when he realized the situation was bad. More than 10 people had already swarmed toward that direction. Could they even protect the carrot at this point, Ribbit? The Toadman gritted his teeth with determination. I don't know anything, Ribbit. But then he looked up in shock and screamed in terror. He's way too strong, Ribbit. Duhanso appeared immediately with his massive frame, his crimson eyes radiating overwhelming killing intent. He roared in absolute fury. Touch anything you want, but stay away from my muscles. The main character's killing intent engulfed the entire forest. The muscle army wearing bunny ears was frantically fleeing through the deep forest, pursued by mysterious dark figures. One team member screamed in panic. Damn it, he cried out in desperation. Everyone protect me now. While running, he revealed his crucial position. On the team's carrot, the ground began shaking violently with each heavy, pounding step. Gudo was crawling and scrambling away in a panic. When he noticed the enemies had stopped pursuing, he paused in confusion. Huh, they got bored of chasing already? A muscular warrior standing beside him pointed upward and asked, didn't you hear the Morse code? He explained that Gudo had confirmed that other member was indeed the carrot. Gudo stroked his chin and reasoned. So they went after the carrot. However, he was still puzzled about why the enemy knew the target so clearly and didn't bother chasing him anymore. When he heard that Gudo had been running around screaming the carrot's identity everywhere, he yelled in frustration. You idiot, why were you shouting that while running? A muscular warrior pointed ahead and warned. Stop him quick, that guy looks dangerous. Randip, with his blue hair and blazing red eyes, was charging forward at wind-splitting speed. Watching the opponent close in, the muscle army casually remarked, this guy probably doesn't even know what a squad is, and one kick would probably snap him in half. Despite the mockery, Randip executed a powerful spinning maneuver. He glided past the muscular warriors with ease and sneered contemptuously. I can smell the stench of slowpokes. Witnessing Randip's terrifying speed, the muscle army members could only gasp in shock. Too fast. They immediately coordinated and deployed the skill bell swing barrier combined with heavy blunt 110, launching a massive purple energy sphere toward the opponent. Randip casually glided away to dodge the attack and taunted. If you can't even dodge this, it's game over. He kept moving fluidly, causing the magic sphere to miss its target completely. Right after, a blinding white cross-shaped beam of light exploded in the middle of the forest, tearing through space. On the other side of the battlefield, Lai was swinging his sword in a fierce clash with the enemy and asked suspiciously, a swordsman? Fiery slashes erupted one after another, accompanied by a remark about a luxurious fragrance emanating from the opponent. Lai realized he was facing a demon swordsman as beams of light clashed dramatically without end. A massive pillar of light suddenly shot straight up into the sky. A muscle army member standing below had to widen his eyes in horror as the blinding light shone directly down on his head. He was just watching the drama unfold and got hit by the spotlight. In another corner, a guardian's hand decisively popped open a bottle cap. The beastman chugged the burning liquid dry and roared with excitement. I'm on fire right now. He screamed, demanding everything burn even more fiercely as savage flames began engulfing the guardian's entire body. The toad soldiers panicked and leaped into the water to escape, screaming at the top of their lungs to run faster, their hind legs practically getting roasted alive. Kavit stood in the middle of the sea of flames laughing like a maniac. The scene's getting pretty heated, huh? He squared up imposingly against Duhanso's massively muscular back, smugly revealing that his magic creates a flame armor around his body, powered by the alcohol concentration of whatever booze he's consumed. The more he drinks, the bigger the fire, and the wilder he gets. Kavit kept chugging bottles of liquor one after another, then roared provocatively, come on, let's all burn together. He bellowed with excitement and unleashed his ultimate technique, Blazing Sand Crescent Moon, a massive fire entity engulfing the entire space in roaring flames. It charged straight at Duhanso with terrifying force. A ferocious fire wolf bared its fangs and claws, howling right in his opponent's face. You're gonna burn to death, you giant freak. Facing the blazing attack, Duhanso calmly observed. His eyes lit up as he identified his opponent's characteristics. Muttering about the prospect of losing his precious muscles, he practically roared with killing intent, lose my muscles. I cannot tolerate that. He immediately flexed into a powerful cable fly stance, the pressure radiating from him suffocating. Duhanso channeled all his strength into both arms, his protective force crushing the fire monster's resistance, until it could only let out pitiful screams. The muscular leader stood towering like a god, silently looking down at the defeated foe writhing at his feet. Kavit collapsed to the ground, completely unable to fight. The system immediately announced that Team B's Kavit can no longer continue the game. A regrettable truth was revealed. What a shame, Kavit was just a sacrificial rabbit, who went out gloriously but in the wrong role, folks. A golden rabbit-shaped coin glowed brightly in the sky as proof of this result. The biggest question now was, who is Team B's real carrot then? Kavit was officially eliminated from the game. Meanwhile, in a dark room inside a stone cave, Randip was lying down resting in complete exhaustion. She suddenly shot up and screamed, water, bring me water now. Immediately, her goat butler Zeklet respectfully brought a tray of water to her bedside and said, here is your water, my lady. Randip was visibly annoyed, drinking while grumbling. Zeklet, why do I have to do all this trivial nonsense? The Monday morning mood of an employee. Zeklet maintained his calm demeanor, quietly looking at his mistress and replied, I have no choice but to follow the exact terms of the contract with Lord Toad, my lady. Ew, I hate it, hate it, hate it. I just want to drink and have fun, that's all. Randip screamed and thrashed around in frustration. Seeing his mistress in a fit of rage, Zeklet hurriedly pushed up his glasses to reassure her. Don't worry, my lady, I will handle everything so you won't need to lift a finger. He cleverly changed the subject by asking about a new gift. gift. By the way, my lady, do you like this new rabbit doll I brought back? Randip stared at the round white adorable doll, then clicked her tongue. Not bad, but staying cooped up in this room all the time is boring me to death. Suddenly she sprang up decisively. I changed my mind. Zekilet quickly grabbed the doll as Randip roared with excitement. No more boredom, let's go crush the other team, folks. At the same time, in another development, she was unleashing a powerful spinning kick called Psychic Series Ron's Jump. A blue-haired guy standing nearby sniffed the air lightly, smirking as he commented, that's definitely the scent of a strong one. She looked at her opponent confidently and asked, do you get it now? Don't go looking elsewhere when you're facing me. But the blue-haired guy coldly replied, no, not you. He pointed behind her. Lord Toad has arrived. Immediately a massive toad wearing a classy vest appeared with a bottle of liquor in hand. Toad looked at the group of muscular fighters and muttered, right, the carrot is right here, isn't it? Seeing the zombie soldiers starting to flee, he flew into a rage and roared, don't you dare run away while I'm talking. She immediately shot up into the air and declared arrogantly, I'll take on all you drunken wrecks by myself, no matter what. Facing the incoming attack, Toad quietly took a sip of liquor, activating his skill Death Fist Phase 1. He opened his mouth wide and released a horrifying sonic wave called Earth-Shaking Roar. The massive pressure wave swept everything clean, leaving her frozen in utter shock before a devastating explosion engulfed the entire battlefield. Toad's inner power was truly terrifying, like a giant bomb going off. To minimize the impact, she quickly covered her ears and searched for a point of balance amid the intense sonic wave. She performed continuous spinning motions in sync with the spatial vibrations, thinking to herself that as long as she kept her core muscles tight, she could reduce the damage. She spun in midair like a top, then shot forward, tearing through the sky before crashing down into the dense forest in the distance. Landing with her tiny step technique, she quickly regained her balance. Immediately she spotted a member of the Muscle Army lying on the ground in agony, letting out a pitiful cry. In the midst of her confusion, emerging from the mist, two bizarre entities lumbered forward, a giraffe man in a classy vest and a rabbit girl in a school uniform. The giraffe man respectfully asked, my lady, are you satisfied with this rabbit hunt? The rabbit girl replied with a cold and bored expression, they're all too weak, I'm getting bored already. The two entities chatted with each other, completely ignoring her presence. A muscular soldier urgently warned, be careful, those two are no joke. The scene before them left everyone stunned. Duhanso was lying motionless face down on the ground with no ability to resist. A member of the Muscle Army cried out in despair. Even Duhanso went down like that. She couldn't believe her eyes, trembling as she asked herself whether that muscle-brained idiot had really been defeated. She rushed over in a panic to support him and asked frantically, Duhanso, are you okay? What happened? What's going on here? Duhanso wheezed through broken breaths. Listen carefully. Sensing something was terribly wrong, she screamed in panic. No, stop talking. If you collapse here, what am I supposed to do? You promised you'd help me get my revenge. Duhanso whispered back weakly. No, I think I need to say this. Be careful. She frantically held him in her arms and pressed him with questions. What technique hit you? What made you collapse like this? Duhanso raised his trembling hand and began lecturing about muscle development. This process doesn't happen while we train, it occurs during sleep. He continued with his instructions. So you need at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep to ensure enough time for your muscles to grow. But according to ancestral wisdom, alcohol also hinders the muscle development process. His expression turned dead serious. Please. The drinking game, I'm counting on you. Turns out she'd been pranked by him this whole time and nearly had a heart attack over nothing. Absolutely furious at his obsessive muscle fixation, she launched a devastating kick straight into Duhanso's face and cursed, you psycho. Looking at the main character lying face down on the ground, she clicked her tongue. So basically you just want to get a good night's sleep, huh? She looked ahead and muttered to herself, fine, it's not like I know who the carrot is anyway, so grabbing anyone at random still gives me a 50-50 chance. On the other side, Randip clutched her rabbit doll with an irritated expression. I thought I'd get to watch some dramatic show. Who knew you people would dare be this arrogant? Immediately the toad guy chugged the bottle upside down and declared, I'll clean this up nice and tidy, milady. After being scolded, his face clearly showed his annoyance. He sauntered forward and revealed, my magic makes me faster the more I drink. The bespectacled one named Zekilet also roared with murderous intent, the crime of displeasing milady. Repent. He unleashed a devastating attack that completely warped the surroundings. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, seeing the attack miss its target, the red-haired girl gasped in shock. It missed. Immediately Randip flew into a rage and charged over to berate her subordinate. Zekilet, can you not focus? The butler could only shrink back and bow his head. My apologies, milady. He casually admitted that he couldn't hold his liquor, so the more he drank, the worse his accuracy became. Hearing this, Randip screamed in fury. Why would you go and reveal your own weakness to the enemy? This isn't honesty. This is pure stupidity. A warrior from the Muscle Army suddenly roared and charged straight into the middle of the enemy formation. He channeled all his power into his guardian arms and unleashed a mighty bench press technique, sending out purple energy waves that swept everything around him. But right after, he stood there dumbfounded and wondered, I took him down, but why does it feel like I didn't hit anything? Suddenly Zekilet appeared right behind him and delivered a thunderous headbutt that made the muscle warrior cough up blood in agony. The butler kept moving at dizzying speed, sweeping across the battlefield while his opponents could do nothing but watch helplessly. From the shadows, Randip casually sipped a cocktail and revealed that everything they were seeing was actually just illusion magic. They had already fallen into the illusion. If they kept acting or attacking within the hallucination, they would drain their stamina rapidly. She explained that her magic allowed her to expand the range of the illusion proportionally to the amount of alcohol consumed, and the real Zekilet was lurking somewhere within this fog. Randip smirked with arrogant confidence. Even if you know, there's nothing you can do about it. She declared that once the game ended, this entire battlefield would be under her absolute control. She challenged them to see how many could survive the combined assault of both her and Zekilet. But the moment she finished speaking, she was ambushed by the white cat spirit. Seeing this, the butler craned his neck in alarm and rushed over screaming, Milady! In the middle of a swarm of shadow monsters. She slammed a thunderous blow down on the enemy's head and coldly declared, go relearn how to breathe. She eliminated her opponent spectacularly, leaving the monsters crying out in hopeless despair. Immediately a shocking announcement rang out. Team B's Zekilet can no longer continue the game. The monstrous Zekilet lay collapsed, foaming at the mouth in utter defeat. The system continued to confirm. Unfortunately, Team B's Zekilet was just a rabbit. Randip stood imposingly beside her golden rabbit companion and said calmly, I already knew this would happen. But then another piece of bad news arrived. Team A's Gudo can no longer continue the game. She was stunned to hear that Gudo was also just a rabbit and had been eliminated. The opposing side with the blue-haired guy was flashing a smug grin at the sacrifice. But before they could even crack a smile, the situation situation reversed again with the next announcement. Team Beastiocat can no longer continue the game. An unexpected result was announced. Team Beastiocat was the carrot. Lena was incredibly proud and didn't forget to remind everyone. We absolutely have to report this to Lord Behemoth. For losing the carrot, all members of Team B received a penalty increasing their blood alcohol level by 0.1%. Gudo was also completely exhausted by now, panting heavily while being teased about his love for cardio. A terrifying secret was revealed on the announcement board. Team A's carrot is Guro. The Count silently thanked Guro for creating a perfect decoy that helped him conceal his identity. The drinking game officially ended, but the toad guy started losing his mind. He drained the bottle dry and growled. Since I'm already pissed off, the alcohol is really hitting now. He couldn't accept this result and immediately took action. He challenged his opponents with his mouth stretched ear to ear. You think I'd just say that and leave it? He raised the bottle high, clearly declaring this forest as his territory. He proclaimed that all the energy from the battles that just took place would become precious nourishment to feed the dungeon. He raised both hands high and summoned a terrifying wave of dark magic, screaming, "Dungeon! Good! Serve!" A thunderous confirmation echoed. Complete! Instantly a massive magic circle blazing crimson red engulfed the entire area, marking the birth of a dungeon of pure evil right in the heart of the kingdom. He slammed both palms down onto the ground with a triumphant grin and shouted excitedly, "Complete!" He laughed arrogantly, declaring that the Tuthouse dungeon had finally been set up successfully. But right after that he realized something was off. He clutched his face and screamed in a fit of rage. Why didn't it work this time either? Turns out he had failed yet again. The story rewinds to before Count Gudo left the kingdom. In the middle of the training grounds, a tan-skinned guy named Block was straining through a heavy bench press. Duhanso slowly approached, reminding Block to keep his back straight while gently asking, "Block, is something bothering you?" Block was drenched in sweat, avoiding his big bro's gaze as he mumbled, "No, it's nothing." Duhanso smirked mischievously, "But your tanned body is saying otherwise." Knowing he couldn't hide it, Block let out a long sigh, his face clearly showing disappointment. "Honestly, I feel like I'm too weak, so I'm starting to lose motivation." Duhanso immediately reassured him, "Wiku, in terms of lifting weight, you're second only to me. Keep training and keep your spirits up. Your body won't feel as tired that way." Block recalled the time he was being coached. When Duhanso started teaching me to train at some point, he guided me to focus on powerlifting, right? Duhanso nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Block continued, pouring out his frustrations. "If that's the case, then at least my strength should be approaching yours. But in reality, I can't even come close to comparing." Hearing his junior's ambition, Duhanso's expression suddenly shifted. He sneered with a sly grin. "You've only been training for a short time, and you already want to compete with me. You've got some nerve." Under the pressure from his big bro, Block could only bow his head in apology. "I'm sorry." Duhanso suddenly slapped Block hard on the shoulder and laughed. "Just kidding. So basically you've hit a plateau, right?" Block nodded slightly. "Yeah, that's exactly it." Now he understood why the guy had lost his training motivation. Duhanso stared intently at Block and spoke up. "Something's been bugging me for a while now. Try raising your arm like this." Block followed the instruction and asked, "Like this?" Duhanso carefully observed his junior's expression and asked another question. "Do you feel any pain or discomfort when you raise your shoulder?" Block honestly admitted that while it didn't hurt, it felt somewhat uncomfortable. Duhanso asked Block to perform the movement one more time while placing his hand on his back to directly check the muscle engagement. Noticing that Block's arm couldn't fully elevate, Duhanso confirmed, "It's not going all the way up, is it?" Block nodded, "Yeah." He began his analysis. "You've never been using your serratus anterior at all. To perform these movements, other muscle groups have been compensating for that neglected muscle." Duhanso smiled encouragingly, noting that this actually proved Block possessed remarkably impressive natural physical strength. Having found the root cause, he began explaining the anatomy, pointing out that raising the shoulder requires smooth coordination between the serratus anterior, the rotator cuff, and the trapezius. However, Block had been raising his shoulders without engaging his serratus anterior at all. Duhanso decided, "Now that we've found the problem, I need to teach you how to activate your serratus anterior." He began demonstrating a specialized exercise. First, loop the resistance band around both hands and spread them slightly wider than shoulder width. Duhanso personally demonstrated the motion of pushing the hands forward to protract the scapula while maintaining maximum band tension. After holding the position for about 3 to 5 seconds, he slowly retracted his shoulders and squeezed the muscles in his upper back. Duhanso handed the resistance band to Block and gave careful instructions. Do about 15 reps per set, 3 sets every day. Once Block got the rhythm of the exercise down, he stated with absolute confidence, "You'll feel a completely different sensation compared to before." Meanwhile, Block closed his eyes and focused on feeling the changes in his body. The scene suddenly shifted to a dark and treacherous cave. Inside, thousands of Toadmen minions stood packed along the rock walls, guarding the poison toad stockpile on their leader's orders. Amid the air thick with the stench of alcohol, a white bear in a classy vest was casually chugging the bottle in his hand, muttering, "Alcohol, if I drink it, then the creatures I touch." The moment the liquid entered his body, his hand, and the bottle began turning to gray stone. The white bear stared at the transformation and whispered, "It's getting cloudy and hardening like rock. In a fight, this hand would make quite the deadly weapon, wouldn't it?" The bear-masked minion stopped at the cave entrance and muttered to himself, "The base." He immediately dashed forward with fierce determination, resolved to protect this place at all costs. Meanwhile, Duhanso began explaining the first benefit of strengthening the serratus anterior. That is, throwing power would increase exponentially. He unleashed a thunderous throw that tore through the air. The bear-masked guy was suddenly hit square in the face by an unknown flying object. He endured a barrage of consecutive impacts in agony but still stubbornly declared, "Is that all you've got? I'm the strongest drunkard here. In this place, whoever can drink the most is the strongest, the complete opposite of our world." Instantly, a massive guardian hand seized him by the head. Duhanso went on to reveal the second benefit. Overall bodily function would be significantly enhanced. In another development, a member of the muscle squad suddenly roared at the formation. The entire team flexed in unison, showing off their gleaming muscles. Then they began performing synchronized kettlebell swings. They declared boldly, "No one is allowed to disturb Duhanso's muscle protein synthesis." The Toadman entered stage 1 intoxication, tipping the bottle upside down into his mouth and draining every last drop. Immediately the skill chaotic roar activated, creating a catastrophic explosion that swept away everything in the vicinity. As expected, these Toadmen were truly weapons of mass destruction. A muscular warrior roared to encourage his comrades, "Endure it. If it hurts, that means you haven't trained enough." In the middle of the battlefield, he focused intensely and told himself, "No time to worry about about what's happening on the other side. Gudo charged forward frantically, screaming, "Don't you dare wake up Duhanso, you toad bastards!" He roared with fierce determination. "I don't want to be killed by those training routines." A devastating collision sent the enemy flying far away, accompanied by an agonized scream. Gudo hid behind a tree trunk, trembling as he watched and worried. That sound just now seemed a bit too loud. He broke into a cold sweat and wondered, "Don't tell me he's awake already? Member, I've heard your resolve loud and clear." Duhanso flashed a sinister smile, his eyes radiating an indescribable obsession. He bluntly declared he would make his opponent train until their vocal cords gave out, all while his mouth kept counting reps at a steady pace. Without a moment's hesitation, our MC executed a one-arm dumbbell press with absolutely terrifying force. A thunderous slam crashed down, and the enemy could only let out a pained scream before being driven deep into the ground. Not stopping there, he followed up with an overhead medicine ball throw, using those massive arms to hurl his opponent skyward. The enemy was launched high into the sky while this guy stood below counting out the rhythm loud and clear. 1, 2. He coldly warned that if the opponent refused to count along with the rhythm, the entire workout would start over from the beginning. The poor bastard was so thoroughly dominated he could only groan in absolute agony. Witnessing this scene, two members of the muscle army secretly observed from a distance and muttered to themselves that this range should be safe enough. However, one of them suddenly noticed something very strange about the MC's muscle condition. He told the guy next to him, but the other still insisted that their boss's muscle quality had always been the best it's ever been. The muscle groups on his back began contracting and swelling abnormally, radiating streams of lightning-like energy that enveloped his entire body. A red system notification appeared with a warning. Muscle groups have ceased synthesis and are rejecting signals from the cerebellum. His face went blank as the shoulder muscles and intercostal muscles completely escaped the brain's control. Although the divine muscle recovery skill had been activated, the system immediately reported a failure error. The situation worsened when the inner thigh muscles broke free from control, causing the MC's body to deform violently under horrifying pressure. Critical muscle groups from the serratus anterior calf muscles, rector spinae, pectoralis major, to the triceps continuously broke free from the brain's command. The grotesquely swelling muscles compressed his face into a mask of agony. Every muscle group on his body was beyond control. Could this be some kind of cultivation deviation? Immediately after, the combat muscle compression skill was officially dispelled, leaving the MC completely engulfed by his own enormous muscle mass. A blazing red system notification appeared. Muscle monster mode has been activated, releasing a terrifying pressure that suppressed the entire surrounding space. Witnessing this scene, Toad muttered in shock. "This feeling, I've experienced this somewhere before." In his mind, a distant memory surfaced from when he was still a tiny tadpole wearing a monocle, facing a massive aquatic beast with razor-sharp teeth. It was the horrifying trauma of an absolute powerhouse that brought complete helplessness, something he never wanted to experience again. Once bitten by a snake, forever afraid of the rope. Overcome with terror, Toad turned and urged his teammate, "Run now." But the purple man beside him immediately grabbed his shoulder firmly and declared, "No, we can't run." He looked at Toad with dead serious eyes and said, "Actually, everyone here can feel it too." A dark vision appeared in their minds. If they couldn't stop the MC right here, this entire land would surely be completely destroyed, leaving nothing but a pile of ruins. Toad gritted his teeth and made his decision. Damn it, there's no other choice. He roared with commanding authority. "Redhead Legion, assemble." His Toad soldier minions appeared instantly, ready for battle. "Just this once, we'll form a temporary alliance." He declared his orders to the remaining forces. Bodybuilder Squad 1 and 2. Surround the MC immediately. Two allied armies ganging up on one, evenly matched in their own ways. Which side would fall remained to be seen. The Redhead Legion sprang into action. They shouted their command, "Block his vision now." The tiny creatures frantically climbed and clung to the massive out-of-control entity with a single objective. They had to put the MC back to sleep once more. Down below, the muscle army also rushed toward the rampaging giant. Amid the chaos, a memory from a training session long ago resurfaced. He was gritting his teeth under an insane amount of weight. Bench press, 900 kilograms. With iron will, he roared at the top of his lungs. Target achieved. The dry clang of metal rang out as the MC completed his set and racked the barbell perfectly. He strolled away casually, sipping water and humming a tune with smug satisfaction. He glanced over at his master and tossed out a taunt. "What's this, only 100 kilograms? Master, you really are too weak." The master with the red headband burst into hearty laughter at his disciple's arrogance. "Haha, in your eyes I was simply doing a bench press." The MC blinked in confusion and replied, "Wasn't it a bench press? Even I can tell that much." The master began explaining a higher realm. "The bench press I just performed used only the pectoralis minor." He isolated each individual part to train every single muscle fiber separately. He affirmed that with proper training, every part of the body could move as naturally as one's own hands. "How about trying to get familiar with each individual muscle fiber? A whole new world will open up before your eyes," the passionate master invited. But the MC immediately brushed it off with a pouty expression. "I don't want to, I only train because it's fun." The master patted his head and laughed warmly with full acceptance. "Haha, you brat. Alright, for now that's good enough." Back in the brutal present, the giant emitted broken, chilling sounds. A massive foot stomped down hard on the ground, creating an earth-shattering impact. Everything around was sent flying amid agonized screams. Wherever the MC stepped, everything was crushed to pieces. His vision, block his vision, put him to sleep at all costs. The shout rang out as the Toad soldiers frantically climbed all over the giant's body. They screamed for everyone to combine their strength and make this monster lose all will to move. Amid strained groans, the giant trembled under the weight of dozens of creatures trying to restrain him. They yelled, "Combine your strength." But a single powerful swing of his arm came right after. The MC let out a thunderous roar, sending both the Toad soldiers and the muscle army members flying into the air. This was no longer an even fight. It was like a swarm of tiny ants against a colossal elephant. A single thunderous stomp from the giant was enough to prove his absolute power, completely overwhelming any effort based on numbers alone. But the two allied factions still refused to give up, still searching for a way to fight back against this colossal monster. Toad tipped a bottle of liquor upside down and casually proposed, "Hey ally, I can handle one leg. Can you guys take the other one?" Hearing this, one soldier recoiled in fear and screamed, "No way, I hate close quarters combat." The hat-wearing minion looked up, his face twisted in sheer horror. He could only let out desperate cries as the shadow of the giant foot already loomed directly over his head, saying that now was far too late. A collision that shook heaven and earth erupted in midair. The tiny spirit Lena appeared just in time, murmuring to herself that she'd made it at the last second. And the purple-skinned muscular warrior visibly relaxed before shouting with excitement, "Good, the minimum conditions have been met." He He immediately turned and bellowed orders to the entire squad. Now hold the line until Lord Duhanso regains his consciousness. The warriors charged toward the giant in unison, bracing for a grueling battle of attrition. They had to keep him pinned at all costs, because only when the MC fell asleep would any of them have a chance of surviving. Stand firm and protect everyone. The shout rang out as the colossal entity loomed over the entire space. A dry crack echoed through the air as the phone in Duhanso's hand shattered under his terrifying grip. He stared blankly at the pile of fragments and muttered, "Ah, broke another one. I still need to check my rest timer." Witnessing this, the teammate beside him could only sigh in exasperation. The MC broke his phone again. Looking down at his own hands, he fell into deep thought, recalling words he once said to his master long ago. "Master, this overflowing strength, I can't control it." He searched his mind for the teachings his master once gave him. It was the image of his master worrying over his disciple. The old master smiled gently and asked, "Is that really all you feel?" Seeing the MC's blank expression, he began to explain. "Duhanso, no matter what it is, strength that can be controlled will guide us toward a beneficial path." He picked up a dumbbell and posed a question full of hidden meaning. "But what about strength that cannot be controlled?" The master's expression turned grave as he declared, "Strength that cannot be controlled is..." Without hesitation, he crushed the iron bar of the dumbbell with sheer force, bending and deforming it completely. Sharp metal fragments pierced his hand and blood began to seep from the wounds. It's no different from a weapon. Strength that cannot be controlled is a weapon. It can strike down enemies, but it can also endanger your own allies. The MC reflected on his original intentions. He once thought that if he helped them increase their muscle size, they would feel joy. He once believed that if he enhanced their physical strength, they would be happy. Even when he trained them to have limitless endurance, he was certain that everyone would find happiness. But looking at the current situation, he asked himself, what even is this? Uncontrolled growth like this, how is it any different from a monster? A glowing nervous system materialized in the boundless void. Now not a single muscle would obey his commands anymore. A massive crimson foot stomped down and crushed everything below, sending tiny creatures fleeing in desperation. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Gudo could only stand frozen, gazing up at the colossal entity before him. The MC called out silently in his mind, "Master, this worthless disciple of yours." Even knowing his giant foot was unconsciously trampling innocent beings, looking at the brain pulsing relentlessly, he bitterly realized the truth. All this time he had been gravely mistaken about how he was leading them. A single eye stared fixedly at the raw red muscle fibers. He painfully admitted that he had never truly faced these muscles in any real sense. The golden neural entity stood facing its own muscular form in the dark void. Heavy, relentless pulses echoed one after another, signaling an irreversible transformation. Amid the rapid vibrations, a member of the muscle army pressed himself against the massive wall of flesh. He asked in disbelief, "Wait, touching it, what am I even saying?" In his desperation, the small man broke down sobbing. He kept slapping the bulging muscle while recalling old memories. "Lateral deltoid, do you remember? We trained side lateral raises together." He was trying to awaken the MC's reason through their shared memories. Memories of their training days together came flooding back vividly. That was the first time they performed side lateral raises to isolate the lateral deltoid. He choked up, recalling the encouraging pat on the shoulder his big bro gave him back then. "You praised and encouraged me. You haven't forgotten that, have you?" The massive muscle began to tremble, pounding like a rapid heartbeat. The warrior kept patting the wall of flesh, persistently whispering, "Great pectorals, big bro. The first day I became a bodybuilder." He went on about the time a female bodybuilder wanted to trade chest muscles with him, which made the MC burst out laughing back then. Even with tears streaming down his face, he still wore a radiant smile. "I remember it clearly because you are my ideal role model." The colossal muscle fibers continued to contract violently. Even knowing this was only a slim chance to help the MC regain control of his body, he refused to give up. The man recalled the time he snuck up from behind to surprise his big bro while he was focused on lifting weights. But the MC pretended to be startled just to make his junior feel good about it. Thinking of that generous heart, he sobbed while slapping the enormous latissimus dorsi. "My lats wanted to be as open-hearted as yours." By now the entire muscle army was frantically climbing and clinging to the colossal body. They called out the name of each muscle group in reverence: triceps, deltoids. Other members were also scaling the massive frame. They reverently touched each muscle group and exclaimed, "Quadriceps, calves, erector spinae." Moved by their sincerity, the MC's mind began to waver intensely. A warrior shouted in alarm, "The muscles are responding." At last, their sincerity was being rewarded. He immediately ordered everyone to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Massage big bro now. Give him a rubdown. Don't let this chance slip away." A spirit instantly deployed summoning magic to call forth sand golems. Hordes of sand monsters rose from the earth on command. Surround Duhanso and press gently into each spot. The sand golems encircled the colossal body and began kneading every surface with their rough hands. Lena wasn't about to sit this one out either. She delivered kicks to the spots the golems couldn't reach and declared, "The places the golems can't get to, leave them to me." Meanwhile, an ally hurriedly asked Block if there was any herb with a fragrance that could help induce sleep. Block confirmed immediately. "Yes, there's a plant here called aroma." He dashed into the forest without a second thought. "I'll go pick some right now." They divided the tasks among themselves, each one eagerly volunteering to help the MC calm down and come back. A toadman in a vest approached, touching the MC's foot while singing a lullaby. "Sleep well, our beloved muscles." The entire flock of toadmen joined in harmony, singing a song about front yards and back hills, about birds and little lambs drifting off to sleep. All living things were now sinking deep into slumber. The muscle army and the toadmen sang a sweet lullaby together. "The moon descends into its dark cell, silver pearls, golden pearls, we send our wishes tonight. Sleep well, our muscles." But the colossal entity suddenly opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook heaven and earth. Witnessing that scene, one of the warriors panicked and blurted out, "This is bad, something's not right," then hurriedly shouted for everyone to stop. But right after that, his expression suddenly turned unusually calm. He stated firmly that the sound just now was an attack signal, and that they were still safe up to this point. Like the call of a whale across the vast ocean, it was the anxious cry of a mother whale for her child. Those rhythmic pulses were the sacred symbol of maternal love. The giant Duhanso once again threw his head back and roared into the night sky. The muscular monster's roar continued on and on, long enough to complete a full 20 sets of 15 reps each. Though the sound was deafeningly loud, echoing across the wilderness, deep within it carried a strangely warm and beautiful feeling. When the final roar faded, everyone on the battlefield had already fallen into a peaceful slumber. The massive silhouette sat quietly among the trees under the hazy moonlight. In the end, the MC had regained his mind, while those people were also exhausted and drifted into a deep sleep. Suddenly, the aura surrounding the colossal body began to tremble violently. The monster's form gradually shrank and vanished vanished into a wisp of fading smoke. He returned to his normal appearance, his face showing utter exhaustion, his eyes glazed and completely drained of energy. His entire guardian body collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious after a battle that consumed far too much energy. It was a day when this young man thought to himself, it had been so long since he last experienced such a sweet feeling of total muscle synthesis. Across the vast terrain, members of the Muscle Army and the Toad people lay scattered everywhere, utterly spent after a grueling physical ordeal. The next day, the real nightmare began when the MC introduced an exercise called walking lunge. He casually sat perched atop a massive tree trunk, making the Muscle Army and even the Toad guys strain to carry it on their shoulders, moving like a train. Some cried out in agony from the extreme torment, screaming that they felt like they were about to die. In stark contrast to his underling's suffering, he was having the time of his life. He walked along humming the train song, chugga chug, chugga chug, chugga chug. He even threw in a sly reminder that if they lost tension in their core, their backs would be done for. All they could do was grit their teeth and endure the crushing weight pressing down on every fiber of their muscles. Truly, wicked people always live the most carefree lives. Meanwhile, Ben flashed a sinister grin and muttered to himself, indeed there's no one in this world who treats their disciples better than their master. He sent his thanks, saying that by eliminating the Oculus organization, the dangerous elements had been reduced, allowing his plan to turn this place into a dungeon to succeed perfectly. Standing before Lee, old man Ben smugly asked, "Do you know what makes me happiest right now?" He screamed in wild excitement. It's the fact that Elise has been resurrected. From behind the smoke, a woman with long white hair and lifeless eyes slowly emerged. Seeing the entity before her, the red-haired girl remarked skeptically that the appearance did look quite convincing. Ben immediately wrapped his arms around Elise from behind and sneered, "Surely you don't actually think this is the real Elise?" He curled his lips into a cunning smile and declared that at this point, it no longer mattered. Suddenly, a blazing golden flame energy erupted with tremendous force. "First, prepare yourself to take a beating, Ben." Her eyes blazed with fierce determination, signaling that a brutal reckoning was about to unfold. What had to come finally came, and an earth-shattering collision erupted immediately. Through the dust and smoke, the female general swung her sword in a direct confrontation against Ben's massive arm. She was furious beyond measure, because too many people had been sacrificed for his revenge. Ben screamed in absolute fury, "When everything I had was taken from me. Don't act like I'm the only one in the wrong here." He wildly swung his guardian arm and charged forward. The female general calmly neutralized every strike. Ben screamed in agony as his body sustained heavy injuries. The female general stood tall with her radiant sword. She calmly admitted, "My mistake was not stopping you on the day Elise died." Ben whispered in bitter resentment. There was no reason for Elise to die at all. Golden veins began bulging across his massive arm in a dense web of pulsing energy. Unable to contain himself, he screamed madly that it was all her fault, then unleashed a decisive attack. Suddenly, a shout of "Stop!" echoed across the entire battlefield. Elise appeared standing between the two forces, causing all attacks to halt immediately. She spread her arms wide to stop the fight, then asked timidly, "Why do you two have to fight each other? You were master and disciple after all. Couldn't you just talk it out?" Looking straight at Ben, she spoke up to challenge him. "First of all, mister, I heard that master helped you with a lot of things. So why are you behaving so terribly?" She turned to Riona with a doubtful look. "And you discipline your disciple with a sword. You call that teaching? I don't see how that's proper education at all." Riona broke into a cold sweat and turned to Ben in shock, asking what's with the way this girl talks. Ben just thought to himself, her memories still haven't returned. Riona suddenly closed her eyes and laughed loudly. "Haha, is that so? Well then that settles it." Without a moment's hesitation, she suddenly yelled Elise, and lunged forward to grab the white-haired woman by the throat. Riona stared at her opponent with cold, piercing eyes. "Elise, my foot. This is nothing but Elise's shell." The white-haired entity choked and gasped for air. Riona declared that this was a living dungeon disguised as a person. Meanwhile, the shell wheezed out a plea, "Save me, please." Riona leaned close to its ear and whispered, "I have no personal grudge against you, but if I leave things as they are..." Riona gazed downward with a grave expression. "Then it will become a catastrophe." Ben was now completely drained, his gaunt face screaming in utter despair. "Riona, no, master, I'm sorry. Spare her, kill me instead. Please, please spare Elise." He slammed his head against the ground and screamed in anguish. What did she ever do wrong? Why do you people of the White Kingdom always want to kill her? Ben frantically took all the blame upon himself. "It's all my fault. Killing the guards was me too. Attacking the White Kingdom was also my doing. Please, I don't understand how much hatred you all hold to insist on her death." Ben lay flat on the ground, whispering his plea, "I'll die obediently, master, please." Riona looked at her disciple with a pained yet utterly resolute gaze. "I'm sorry, but you know full well this is not Elise." Ben let out a bitter laugh, his voice dripping with resentment. "Master really never changes." She replied coldly, "I already told you so." The moment she let her guard down, he seized the opportunity and plunged the syringe straight into his master. All pleas had now become meaningless. At the gathering zone, Du Hanso and his muscle squad were facing off against the redhead Toad Legion. One trembling Toad swore he would never drink again, but the ringleader flashed a sinister grin and raised a finger, insisting he'd have just one last drink. Witnessing that stubbornness, Du Hanso immediately flew into a rage. He gritted his teeth and growled with overwhelming pressure, "I told you to drink to your heart's content." Before the suffocating killing intent of the boss, the Toad went pale and instantly changed his tune, promising to exercise instead of touching alcohol. Seeing the other party had come to his senses, our main character broke into a satisfied smile. He cheerfully waved goodbye, saying he'd see them next time. The Toad crew all bowed their heads respectfully to send him off. However, things didn't go as promised. The attempt to quit drinking failed miserably after just 1 hour. As the muscle squad disappeared into the distance, the Toad ringleader smirked triumphantly, his monocle gleaming with cunning. The day that man discovers the truth is still a very long way off. At the alley mine, the muscle squad members requested to stay behind and manage internal affairs as promised. Our MC gave a thumbs up of encouragement and reminded them, "Alright, if you're staying here, then don't slack off on training and eating." The underlings all bowed in unison and shouted with full spirit, wishing him even more gains. Hearing their sincere encouragement, he flexed confidently in response and continued on his way. He went to find Behemoth, holding up the blueprint for training equipment and declaring excitedly, "I've completed the commission, now build this for me." He confirmed he had brought all the spirit creatures back in full. However, the Spirit King in the form of a small black cat replied awkwardly, "Well done, but the materials to craft this aren't here anymore." Hearing that, our MC instantly lost it, releasing terrifying pressure that forced the entire group to struggle to hold him back. Behemoth hurriedly reassured him, saying he'd start working on it as soon as the materials were gathered. The cat had a warning, "Since you don't seem to know, I'll tell you now. The requirements to collect them are extremely demanding." Looking at the blueprint, Behemoth expressed his displeasure. Requesting a barbell that won't bend even under 100 tons of weight is an outrageous demand. Fulfilling the blueprint required extremely precise raw materials, but finding them was the real problem. The young man naively asked if it was really that hard, prompting Gudo to explain that the kingdom lacked the technical expertise, which is exactly why they had to travel all the way here. However, the Spirit King immediately changed his attitude. He confidently declared that he could do it and knew exactly where to find the materials. What they needed was blackbone stone, a rare mineral that can only be found in newly formed dungeons. Fortunately, a new dungeon had just appeared nearby. Though easy to locate, Behemoth warned that the place was extremely dangerous since no one knew what entity lurked inside. When asked if he still wanted to go, our MC flexed and declared without hesitation, no problem at all. Behemoth was very pleased with this decisiveness and decided to have Lena continue accompanying him. The tiny spirit girl cried out in shock, never expecting she'd be assigned to go with him. Meanwhile, Gudo was overwhelmed with reverence. He bowed his head and begged the Spirit King to allow a mere mortal like himself to behold the great masterworks. Witnessing his teammates' dawdling attitude, our MC instantly snapped. He lunged forward, grabbed Gudo, and yelled, "Have you lost your mind? We need to go craft the equipment right now." Gudo fearfully explained that he wasn't nearly as strong and could die from any single attack. That statement left our MC stunned, and he blankly asked, "You'll die if you get hit." He looked at Gudo with eyes full of pity and wondered whether this guy was actually human or just a single-celled organism like an amoeba. In the end, he gently patted Gudo's shoulder and said, "Hang in there, buddy." Behemoth the group on a tour of the armory. He introduced a set of armor that once belonged to the human supreme commander during the Great Demon War. The armor was light as a feather, yet so durable that even dragon claws couldn't pierce it. While Gudo showered it with endless praise, our MC casually remarked, "This is for skinny people, huh? Well, nobody has muscles like his, so of course it wouldn't fit." Behemoth continued by introducing a bow belonging to an elf elder, with arrows made from unicorn horn and various other rare materials. As he walked, he suddenly froze when he spotted something completely out of place. Everyone was stunned looking at the display case ahead. The girl accompanying them couldn't help but wonder why this thing was here. In the middle of a room filled with legendary weapons and divine equipment, a small pink object sat quietly, glowing softly. It was a pink dumbbell. Gudo curiously approached and asked the Spirit King for permission. "May I try lifting it?" With approval granted, he gently picked up the pink dumbbell and performed a few bicep curls with ease. Gudo furrowed his brow and remarked, "It's far lighter than I imagined." Seeing that, the girl eagerly wanted to try as well. Using just one finger, she lifted the dumbbell effortlessly and said casually, "You're right, it has absolutely no weight at all." After both tried it, they felt it was completely unremarkable. Standing behind them, our MC quietly stepped forward and asked everyone to move aside. He stared at the pink dumbbell on the ground with an intensely serious expression, took a deep breath, and began to bend down. He focused with extreme intensity, breathing heavily, channeling every ounce of strength into his arms before letting out a roar of pure effort. His face turned beet red, muscles rigid as if he were battling a multi-ton weight. Why was it effortless for those two, but absolute agony for our MC? A memory of his old master suddenly surfaced in his mind. He once asked his master, "Why do you always end every training session with this pink dumbbell?" The master with the red headband smiled and asked in return, "What do you think bodybuilding is?" He confidently held up 3 fingers and answered, "It's strength, muscle mass, and thin skin, sir." His master gently shook his head and stated that his own view of bodybuilding was different. He picked up the pink dumbbell and began to explain. The master, with his massive bulging biceps, declared that bodybuilding is the art of making a lightweight feel infinitely heavy. Immediately, our MC tensed every fiber of his being, his face contorting under immense self-imposed pressure as he struggled to lift the tiny pink dumbbell. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face in a state of absolute extremity. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Gudo and everyone around could only stare in confusion, asking each other why he was doing that. Who could possibly know that deep in his memory, he had fully absorbed the lesson Haster once taught him? From the shadows, a pair of sharp feline eyes silently observed everything. Behemoth, clad in a white lab coat, appeared out of nowhere and exclaimed in astonishment that this was the very child Kang Jun had mentioned all those years ago. Du Hanso was still straining with every fiber of his being, his face flushed red from the exertion. He blurted out in shock, "Master." Behemoth explained that Kang Jun, who came from another world, was his old comrade. The Spirit King began to reminisce about the words his old friend had entrusted to him after they saved the world together. In the memory, the master held a pink dumbbell in his hand and said that one day a child who could lift this dumbbell in the heaviest way would appear, then asked Behemoth to keep it safe for him. Behemoth looked skeptical at the time, questioning the meaning behind such an act. The master laughed heartily and explained, "Only those who can truly feel the weight of something light can heal this rotting world and restore it to its healthiest state." He affirmed that he already knew someone capable of achieving this, as if he had foreseen that one day someone would take his place in protecting everything he had built and preserved. Behemoth curiously asked whether the master had already taken a disciple. The MC's master laughed proudly and said he'd been found out, that he would definitely recognize the kid the moment they met, but promise you'll pretend you don't know, alright? Behemoth could only sigh, unable to fathom the thoughts of this eccentric friend of his. The master casually took it as a compliment when asked whether he planned to return to his original world. He flatly denied it, then raised his finger and pointed straight at the sky with fierce determination. "No, there's still something I want to lift." Could it be that he wants to lift the entire universe? Immediately a thunderous roar rang out from Lena's direction, urging him with commanding authority. "Listen up, kid." The MC gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling violently as the pressure reached its absolute limit. The Spirit King continued to roar, "You must surpass even your own master, kid." His eyes bulged with bloodshot veins from the intense concentration, and he screamed in agony. The MC poured every ounce of strength into his trembling hands as he performed the exercise with the pink dumbbell. He resolved to lift it, and a scream tore through the air as he channeled every last muscle fiber into one final effort. An earth-shattering collision erupted at the epicenter, sending out shockwaves and clouds of dust before Gudo's eyes. The pressure radiating from the MC was so immense that the ground cracked apart violently. Through the haze of dust, he emerged with blazing red eyes radiating murderous intent, throwing his head back and unleashing a roar that shook the heavens. Veins bulged across his entire body, and at last he had conquered the infinite weight of the small dumbbell in his hands. He did it. He had finally grasped everything his master had taught him about the pink dumbbell. After reaching his limit, the MC's hand slowly loosened and the pink dumbbell dropped to the ground with a dry thud. He was completely spent, collapsing flat on the ground with ragged breaths and limbs that had gone limp. Witnessing the scene, Gudo quietly approached and picked up the dumbbell with a bewildered expression. Unable to comprehend comprehend what had just happened. The MC struggled to sit up, looked at Lena, and asked if she knew where his master had gone. Lena quietly replied that he had entrusted the pink dumbbell to her and then vanished. Kid. Behemoth smiled gently and remarked that he had a feeling that man was still training somewhere in this world. Hearing news of his master, the MC exclaimed in shock, "Master is still alive." He immediately pressed Behemoth, asking if there were any other items here that his master had once used. The Spirit King answered thoughtfully that there was still one, but it was somewhat dangerous, and asked if he would be alright. The MC declared without hesitation that it was no problem at all. No matter how dangerous, he wanted to find his master's keepsake. An ancient stone door gradually revealed itself before them. Inside was a towering rock wall densely fitted with hundreds of pull-up bars lined up side by side. Witnessing this, Gudo nervously blurted out that something about this didn't feel right. In stark contrast to the Count's anxiety, the MC flashed a confident grin and recalled his great master's teaching. Master said the more dangerous it feels, the faster your body will transform. He flexed enthusiastically and declared with gusto, "Good, I'll do a quick workout before we head out." Gudo could only watch him go with an exasperated look. I don't think he's gonna keep it to just a quick workout. With training being his passion, if no one drags him away, he won't be getting up anytime soon. At the Muscle Army's encampment, the atmosphere of training was intensely urgent. A soldier cheered excitedly, "Lord Gudo has returned." A muscular warrior looked around and wondered why everyone was gathered with such fervor. Another with a stern face began explaining that while they were away, many critical events had occurred. He recounted that after the monster Kakachas disappeared and the MC was absent, a fierce power struggle had erupted. Although the Muscle Army had tried to maintain balance at the alley mine under their control, the situation had completely changed once the Ox began to act. Before the rubble and brilliant red banners, a young warrior questioned how the seniors could have lost to the Ox so easily. Their doubt was reasonable because with the seniors' strength, those guys should have been nothing. The senior bitterly admitted that the Ox should never have been able to defeat them. However, his face suddenly became extremely tense as he mentioned a terrifying entity, until Oglot appeared. Immediately he broke into a cold sweat, stunned as he asked about the identity of the tribe that spawned that monster. The warrior recalled with trembling voice and confirmed the tribe's name was definitely. His face contorted in horror, eyes bulging as he uttered the final name. The Red Hand Tribe. A horrifying tremor rang out immediately after, heralding an immeasurable threat. He recalled the past within the tribe, where inside a wooden cradle, an ox newborn lay amid murmurs. This child is truly special. When held in someone's arms, the baby's body radiated a blazing red aura along with the declaration that the one who possesses magic power shall become the future leader. The innocent baby laughed loudly with pure delight. The one-eyed ox gathered his strength and hurled the orb forward. Heavy blunt doubled. A massive wild boar roared ferociously and charged straight at him. The one-eyed ox fled in a panic, running for his life in utter desperation. This time he was surely done for. Right at that moment, a green-skinned ox warrior with fiery red hair appeared out of nowhere and took down the beast with a single devastating punch. The one-eyed ox stared at his savior in stunned disbelief. The green-skinned ox warrior strode over imposingly and asked, "You have magic power too?" He flashed a confident grin and declared boldly, "I am an ox of the Red Hand Tribe, and I am the only one in the tribe who possesses magic power." The Red Hand ox with his fiery red hair broke into a friendly smile and offered to the one before him, "Let's be friends." From that day on, every time they met, he never forgot to greet him in his own unique way. A devastating blow crashed down from above, making the one-eyed ox scream in agony. Relentless strikes rained down without pause, and the victim could only cry out in despair. That incident carved a deep, horrifying trauma into the mind of the one who was tormented, planting a fear that could never be erased. The red-handed ox casually waved goodbye with a triumphant grin while his opponent was sent flying into the distance. The one-eyed ox stood there in a daze, reminiscing about the past. He bitterly told himself that he had tried to flee all the way to this remote corner, yet he still couldn't escape his fate. Powerful tremors shook the ground repeatedly. A soldier rushed over in a panic to report that enemies were approaching to invade. The one-eyed ox decisively waved his hand and ordered them to move out, resolving that today he would settle the score with his cowardly past once and for all. A massive ox army was marching forward with thunderous steps. They carried an enormous palanquin as they advanced. The one seated on the throne pointed forward and roared with authority, "Wipe them all out." He declared that the only creatures in this place were slaves and the red-handed tribe. The leader continued his orders, commanding them to force every living thing in the alley mine into submission. Instantly, a barrage of blazing purple boulders rained down from the sky like a meteor shower. The ox army below could only look up in shock as the strange objects hurtled straight toward the battlefield. They never expected to be ambushed by the opposing force. Massive boulders crashed into the gorge, creating terrifying explosions one after another. Oglot, with his fiery red hair, looked up in disbelief and shouted, "What the hell is this?" Immediately, a monocle-wearing member of the Muscle Army appeared on the scene. He led the charge with all his soldiers rushing forward eagerly, screaming attack. The monocle-wearing member smugly thought to himself, "Perfect, the enemy is in total chaos." Watching his comrades frantically pushing boulders down onto the enemy, he was certain that if they kept up this relentless assault, victory would be theirs. As he hoisted a large boulder in his hands, an idea struck him. If he could personally take down Oglot right here, it would be his chance to get revenge for all those times he was tormented. Only by defeating Oglot could he finally destroy the ghost that had haunted him for so long. Down below, a muscular warrior was flexing with all his might, causing the ox to exclaim in shock, "What kind of blade can't even pierce through this?" The monocle-wearing member started breathing heavily, his heart pounding from the pressure. He anxiously wondered whether the enemy would recognize his face the moment their eyes met. Right at that moment, Oglot flashed a sinister grin and announced that he had found Gudo. He quietly observed and declared that this battle would ultimately end once the leader was eliminated. Down below, the Muscle Army continued fighting tirelessly, showing off their massive, rippling muscles. Oglot suddenly launched himself into the air, shouting, "Die, Gudo." His expression immediately turned serious. This brat, he's going straight for the leader to play the cut-off-the-head strategy. He channeled all his strength into his arms and unleashed his technique, one-arm dumbbell press, a thunderous punch that slammed straight down and shut down the enemy's attack. Oglot spat on the ground with utter contempt, then looked his opponent dead in the eyes and remarked, "Pretty strong there, Gudo." Hearing that, Gudo's expression changed instantly. He stopped and asked, "What did you say? Why are you calling me Gudo?" Oglot didn't buy the denial for a second. He lunged forward and grabbed Gudo tight. fight, declaring that he had heard the news about a human-shaped creature unifying the bridge tribe. He roared furiously, "Do you think I'm a fool?" Without hesitation, Uglat unleashed a flurry of slaps that made Gudo cry out in pain. "Oh, that hurts." He was just about to mess with the guy a little, but Uglat went all out immediately. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Gudo snapped and threw a devastating counterpunch straight into his opponents. He kept raining down thunderous punches while shouting, "I'm not Gudo, Master Duhan, so is the real Gudo." He continued pressing the attack and explained that the one standing over there was the real Gudo, and he was only filling in temporarily. Uglat was beaten so badly he was seeing stars. He struggled to repeat the name in confusion. "Gudo, you say?" Suddenly his gaze shifted toward a small, scrawny figure trembling in the distance. Uglat smirked slightly. He ignored Gudo's warning not to let his guard down, and casually strolled toward the newcomer. He flashed a sinister smile and called out, "Long time no see, old friend." Uglat eagerly reached out as if to grab his target. "Do you remember me? So glad to see you again, dear friend." The scene shifted to another location. A fierce-looking member of the muscle army was hanging suspended on a sheer cliff face fitted with pull-up bars everywhere. Duhanso was diligently doing his exercises right beside him and casually ordered, "Do 100 more pull-ups before you come down." Gudo was also hanging there in a state of utter exhaustion. He cried out in anguish, "Duhanso, you've gone too far." Duhanso just innocently asked back, "What do you mean?" Gudo wailed and accused Duhanso of always giving Guro special privileges to skip training. Why was he the only one getting that kind of treatment? Still focused on his pull-ups, Duhanso calmly asked in return, "You really think Gudo doesn't train? Is that what you honestly believe?" Duhanso showed off his massive back muscles and explained, "Gudo, do you know that training intensity is only relative?" He stated that his warm-up could easily be someone else's main workout. Lifting boulders weighing several tons was just a warm-up for Duhanso, but for anyone else it would already be an extreme challenge. For someone who stood at the top of the muscle hierarchy, lifting anything was simply too easy. In reality, Gudo was far from lazy. His body had undergone a complete transformation compared to when he first appeared. Even though Gudo himself probably didn't realize it, he now possessed an incredibly firm and solid core. It was a monstrous powerhouse of core muscle. Guro roared with full confidence, "I'm no longer the weakling I used to be." His eyes blazed with intensity as purple mana surged from his hands with overwhelming force. Gudo declared boldly, "I am the right hand of Duhanso Nim, and also the greatest dark mage." A massive wave of purple energy erupted violently. It easily crushed the massive boulders and completely subdued the enemy in the blink of an eye. He stared straight ahead with unwavering determination and affirmed his identity. "I am Gudo." That confidence earned him the opportunity to command the army in battle against the enemy. At the cliff area, the sounds of impact echoed nonstop as the muscle army trained relentlessly alongside the monster. One warrior suddenly froze, drenched in sweat, as he heard strange sounds approaching. To maintain peace at the alley mine, the woody builders realized they needed a more effective method of combat. Instead of wasting the toad monsters as mere food, they came up with the idea of taming them to boost the entire team's mobility and combat power. From that moment, the Cockrider Legion was officially born, featuring warriors riding blazing toads into battle. The commander gave the order for the Cockrider squad to launch an all-out assault. Battle cries echoed throughout the space, blending with the deafening shrieks of the monsters. Watching the entire squad charge forward while hoisting giant birds above their heads, Gudo panicked and shouted, "Isn't this ridiculously inefficient?" A warrior immediately responded with full confidence, proudly introducing this as the toad overhead press technique. The entire squad simultaneously performed overhead presses using the toad monsters as weights, all while marching forward. Witnessing the spectacle, his companion gave a thumbs up in approval. It actually works. Fighting and training at the same time, that's some seriously practical experience. Immediately, the order to form ranks was issued to the Woody Builder squad. The warriors simultaneously struck the front double biceps pose, showing off their gleaming, powerful muscles. Next, the Toad Rider squad received orders to attack from the enemy's rear. They charged forward with thunderous war cries while performing the toad overhead press, hoisting the giant birds above their heads and barreling straight ahead. The Ox troops stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was happening with this bizarre tactic. This was the newly established ground meat formation. A blazing red mass of energy crashed down as the muscle army and their toads slammed into the enemy formation with devastating force. One warrior delivered a decisive blow that completely shattered his opponent's resistance, dropping him on the spot. After a fierce round of combat, they surveyed the battlefield and one member spoke up, asking whether all enemies had been eliminated. But the atmosphere suddenly turned suffocating when someone gasped, "Hell is rising from underground." A massive red energy hand called Spike burst from the earth, radiating terrifying killing intent that engulfed the entire area. One member of the muscle army unexpectedly unleashed a new skill called gravity magic. A brilliant purple pillar of light erupted, pinning the Ox inside and leaving him stunned. The energy rapidly spread outward, forming a colossal magic circle. The technique called Bell Tower unleashed an earth-shattering explosion that wiped out everything in its path, officially declaring the battle over. Amid the ruined battlefield, Gudo stood looking at the defeated enemy and quietly told his teammates, "Don't tell Duhan so about this skill, alright?" The Ox lay crumpled on the ground, sneering and taunting them defiantly. "You think defeating my Red Hand tribe means this is over?" The Ox chief may have lost the fight, but his expression remained full of defiance. Gudo coldly asked, "What are you trying to say?" The Ox scoffed, "You people don't know a damn thing." Meanwhile, other members of the muscle army were eating while suggesting to Gudo that they should put him through body reformation to force him to talk. Another one chimed in, "Just stuff a healthy spirit into that healthy body and he'll spill everything." Sensing things were about to go south, the Ox quickly caved. "No need for that, I'll talk." He insisted he didn't want to fight anymore and then suddenly asked an unexpected question. "Gudo, do you know about Oculus?" He was surprised. "Oculus? Is that the group that was mentioned before?" He admitted he'd heard the name a few times. The Ox began recounting what happened. One day, those people came to the tribe and granted them power. In exchange, they forced the tribe to hand over 20% of their life energy every month. Even though he desperately wanted to refuse, there was nothing he could do. Those mysterious robed figures had taken the tribe's children hostage. The children were the tribe's future and legacy, so the enemy exploited that weakness to maintain control. Uglat growled as he revealed that he'd only been pretending to obey orders while observing everyone, all to bide his time for revenge. In the process, he'd figured out the abilities of those bastards and identified their key members, especially the one codenamed Waterbomb. But just as the secret was about to be fully revealed, a beam of white light suddenly pierced straight through Uglat's chest, shocking everyone present. He coughed up blood in agony, his body collapsing as his subordinates screamed in horror. A soldier frantically pointed up at the cliff edge and shouted, "There's someone up there!" Through the dust and smoke, a stranger with vibrant pink pink hair appeared. He jumped down while complaining irritably. Ow, that hurts. It's so hot. I told you I wasn't going to shoot. Right beside him, an entity with purple hair and an oversize had issued a cold warning. Hey, talk too much and you'll be in danger. He smirked maliciously at the dying Oglot and mocked that speaking about things one shouldn't leads to a gruesome end. The purple-haired one silently gazed down at the bubbling pool of green slime and casually suggested, how about I just make it so none of you can talk anymore by eating every last one of you? Standing tall atop the towering cliff, the pink-haired one cheerfully announced, special deal here. I'll spare the life of whoever tells me Duhan So's location first. He was determined to find the leader so he could fight the strongest. He remarked that these people had decent physiques, but didn't forget to warn that with an oculus. There were individuals they absolutely needed to watch out for. Meanwhile, at the training area, Gudo was hanging from a pull-up bar with his face contorted in terror. He screamed in desperation, let go! I'm about to fall! I'm seriously going to fall! Right at that moment, one hand had completely given out and began slipping off the bar in utter helplessness. Immediately, a foot executed the point technique and swung back, transitioning into a decisive flake to grip the bar. It was a cadre from the Oculus organization. She was performing an inverted bar hang, grabbing the man's feet to save his life just above the dense fog below, as if dangling inside a stone cavern. In another development, a guy with curly pink hair named Organ appeared with a sinister grin. He smugly asked, what did I say? If you just accept everything without a fight, wouldn't that be so much easier? Around him lay a scene of devastation, the entire muscle army defeated and scattered across the ground. One warrior, barely clinging to life, used his last ounce of strength to urge Block to report back to Danso. Shouldering that heavy responsibility, Block sprinted frantically through the forest with sheer panic on his face. He ran for his life, gasping for air, drenched in sweat, screaming in desperation to deliver the final warning. Never ever come back here. Meanwhile, Duhanso was visibly moved by his new gift. Going this far, I really have to thank you, Behemoth. The Spirit King in the form of a small cat replied nonchalantly, it may not be far, but I can't let you all go empty-handed. But Gudo looked extremely disappointed, grumbling nonstop. Lord Behemoth, I don't feel grateful in the slightest. There are so many legendary swords, shields, and armor here, so why do we have to carry this pile of scrap metal? Gudo shouted in frustration as he watched Duhanso calmly accept the worn-out junk. He questioned, we're going to come back here anyway, so why are you adding all this heavy baggage? The MC quietly looked at Gudo, then suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. Gudo, do you know what soccer is? Gudo blinked in confusion, wondering what a muscle-brained guy like him could possibly know about soccer, but still answered honestly, yes, I do. He continued asking if Gudo liked it. Gudo nodded. Then do you want to get good at it? The Baron replied, just moderately good would be fine. Duhanso smiled. Well, that makes it easy to explain. They say if you want to get good at soccer, having frequent contact with the ball is extremely important, because over time, data about the weight, the feel of the ball, and the results of your own actions will gradually accumulate. He suddenly placed a heavy purple weight plate into Gudo's hands and declared, since Gudo said he wants to get good at soccer, the Baron could only stare wide-eyed in shock at this unexpected practical exercise. If he hadn't asked questions, he wouldn't be carrying extra weight. Kinda feel bad for him, but oh well. The young man grinned brightly and enthusiastically declared, for today, try getting acquainted with these weight plates. Gudo heard this and screamed in confusion. What does that have to do with soccer? Still keeping a straight face, the MC blushed slightly and fumbled an excuse, saying that since weight plates are also round, they'll definitely help improve soccer skills. He turned to the girl and asked, do you want to get good at soccer? Receiving a firm no in response, he could only awkwardly back off. Ah, I see. Immediately he shouted, let's go, and used his monstrous strength to drag an enormous stack of weight plates. On top sat Lai and the spirit Lena, casually observing. Behind them, Gudo trembled while holding a small weight plate, staggering along and muttering helplessly, this lunatic. Meanwhile, a brutal battle was erupting elsewhere with golden sword slashes blazing through the air. Riona charged into the middle of an encirclement, unleashing powerful strikes that left her enemies trembling in terror. One soldier trembled, mouth agape in despair, and screamed, Monster! The sharp clang of metal rang out continuously as she single-handedly faced off against mysterious masked assailants. She swung a lethal slash that left her opponent severely wounded, completely unable to resist. Riona moved at terrifying speed, constantly closing in and delivering deadly strikes. Before her now stood a massive entity with glowing eyes and luminous fangs radiating pure menace. The Guardian roared with a thunderous bellow, then swung his weapon in a frenzied assault. She quickly spun her body, dodging the devastating blow by a hair's breadth. Amid the chaotic battlefield, a soldier in a black robe screamed, run, we'll buy time. He desperately ordered the remaining fighters, Tutula Mercenary Regiment, retreat now. Before they could flee, a razor-sharp blade coldly pressed against the neck of a soldier trembling in absolute terror. Ben stood alone in the dark forest, clearly sensing the life energy surging powerfully within him and muttered with satisfaction. Good, very good. The life energy is surging even stronger. He looked toward the red-haired woman with a sinister gaze and spoke. Master, the disciples are very happy. Are you pleased as well? Seeing no response, he flashed a mocking smile. You don't even have enough intellect to answer? He stared intently at the woman's lifeless face, his orange eye glowing brightly, and wondered to himself, should I call this my master? Or is it just an empty shell? On the path leading toward the towering cliff face, Gudo looked toward the distance in alarm and called out, Du Hanso Sun Nim, there's a group of people heading this way. From the horizon, frantic screams echoed. Baron. Immediately a group of people rushed over and collapsed to their knees before Gudo. They pleaded desperately, please, our Tutula Mercenary Company begs you to avenge the people's grievances. Gudo panted heavily from carrying the weight plate and told them to calm down. What's going on? Explain the whole situation from the beginning. A blonde man with two swords on his back stepped forward and introduced himself respectfully. Hello, I'm Talon, captain of the Tutula Mercenary Company. He began, explaining that many members of their group had lost their families in the undead attack. For that reason, they had relentlessly hunted the mastermind for revenge. But during the pursuit, an unexpected variable appeared. Ben's face with that deranged smile resurfaced in their memory. Suddenly, one of the bulky squad members blurted out in horror. That red-haired woman. Talon hurriedly explained that the one assisting the mastermind was none other than General Riona. But he immediately reassured his terrified comrade. Look closely, that's not her. The red-haired woman stood silently, and only one thought crossed her mind. What? Gudo tried to explain to ease the tense atmosphere. There must be a misunderstanding here. General Riona would never betray the kingdom. The MC asked curiously. What exactly is going on? Gudo broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that if he didn't explain clearly, this guy would definitely make him do more hellish training. Carrying that heavy thing until now was more than enough for him. He quickly clarified. You know how Ben constantly transforms his body to fight, right? What they're saying is that General Riona, the one who brought you here, is sheltering him and helping him carry out the killings. The MC nodded, aha. However, he still looked extremely skeptical and muttered, that's strange though. With the arm muscles Riona has, how could she possibly do something like that? That's a complete lie. At her level, no one could even touch her pinky toe. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps and heavy breathing echoed from the distance. A warrior was frantically running toward the MC, screaming, "Do Han So Nim." He looked at the newcomer with a puzzled expression. Recognizing a familiar face, he asked in surprise, "Block, why are you here?" Block was gasping for air, his face contorted in horror as he delivered the terrible news. The village is in big trouble. Immediately, a horrific scream echoed from a dark cellar. A hand was tightly bound in chains, the wrist severely injured with deep bruises and pooling blood. The villain named Organ with his curly red hair flashed a sinister grin, threatening them to confess quickly if they wanted things to go easier. One member of the muscle squad, despite being brutally tortured, still defiantly fought back. He clawed at the ground, telling himself to hold it together, that he could do this. But his endurance finally reached its limit. In the dark cellar, the muscular brothers were bound tightly, writhing in agony. One of them sobbed uncontrollably, his agonized groans echoing throughout the space. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the red-haired villain could only stare in utter confusion. What the hell? I haven't even done anything yet, so why are they acting like this? Is some invisible force helping me or something? At that moment, the woody builders were enduring an indescribable pain unlike anything they had ever experienced in their lives. Gut-wrenching screams rang out continuously between violent tremors, shaking their bodies. This was truly the worst nightmare they could ever face. The redhead stood frozen in place, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. The source of this extreme agony was actually rooted in an incredibly ironic reason, the inability to train. Their faces contorted in horror, eyes rolled back, as they screamed in utter despair. What was gnawing at their souls and bodies right now was the sheer terror of losing muscle mass. Block sprinted through the forest in a panic, his breath ragged and frantic. The moment he spotted Du Han So, he screamed out, "Du Han So Nim." Du Han So turned to look at his gasping comrade with a puzzled expression. "Block, why are you here?" Block cried out in absolute desperation. Everyone is in serious trouble." Du Han So placed a hand on Block's shoulder to calm him down, flashing a bright smile. "Block, what's going on?" Going back to earlier, Gudo had warned him to think this through carefully. "Block, there's a 90% chance we'll fail." Block didn't buy it, raising an eyebrow in protest. "How is that possible? We took down those Ox guys so easily. Didn't you feel anything when we launched that boulder attack just now?" He recalled the scene where the entire pooled their strength to hurl a massive boulder, but the enemy with the blazing red hair neutralized the attack far too easily. Another member of their group didn't even bother to act, just silently watching from a distance. Their attitude showed absolute contempt for their opponents. This meant those individuals possessed strength on par with Du Han So. Block was eager to go find reinforcements. "I'll go bring Du Han So Nim here." But his teammate immediately shouted to stop him. He demanded Block stay calm because Du Han So was incredibly strong. "But if by some chance he fails, then it's truly game over for all of us. That guy doesn't even consider us a threat. His only target is Du Han So." Seeing Block's worry, the senior advised him to listen carefully. He stated that only when they were certain Du Han So could completely overwhelm the enemy would it be the right time to bring him back. The senior pointed firmly and instructed, "Until that moment comes, absolutely do not bring Du Han So here." Block agreed but requested to stay and fight. Instead, let another senior go deliver the message, since that would give them a better chance of winning. However, the Mus squad flatly refused, claiming they weren't good with words. They all flexed in unison, showing off their massive muscles, and declared that protecting their youngest was the senior's responsibility. Even knowing the enemy was overwhelmingly strong, they refused to run. Witnessing his senior's sacrifice, Block could only choke back tears. "Seniors." Back in the forest, Block found Du Han So and lied. "It's nothing really. I just want to train more by your side, Du Han So Nim." The MC smiled with satisfaction. "Is that so? That's great then." He casually remarked that not having wheels made everything so inefficient. Immediately an order was issued, and the entire Tutela mercenary squad switched to reconnaissance formation. The exercise called Chariot Walking Lunge officially began. Du Han So and the other members sat comfortably atop a massive stone platform. The entire mercenary squad had to use raw manpower to carry and move it like living wheels. Du Han So smiled cheerfully as he gave the order. "If you go the wrong way, I'll be rotating the wheel positions." At the same time, Lena activated a magic circle and shouted, "Summon Golem." Enormous golems with glowing red eyes emerged menacingly through clouds of dust. The red-haired girl asked urgently while running, "Finding the entrance to the dungeon is the starting point of the attack, right?" Gudo rushed along behind her and explained, "That's correct. Even though it's a dungeon area, not all of it falls within the dungeon's domain." He emphasized that for this reason, the dungeon master would certainly try to fight in the area most advantageous to himself. Gudo continued urging the team forward. "But fortunately, we don't need to conquer the dungeon. The most important objective right now is simply to collect the black bone stones that Lord Behemoth requested we bring back. Everything else shouldn't concern us." One member of the group anxiously asked about their revenge. Du Han So immediately gritted his teeth with fierce determination. "We need to teach them a lesson so they can never bother Helen again." Gudo still couldn't help but worry about the current situation. "But if General Riona has truly betrayed us, then what do we do?" He immediately spoke up to reassure everyone. "Don't worry. My aunt would never be defeated by someone like that, and she would never cooperate with him either." Suddenly, the spirit Lena reported in alarm. "The signals from 2 golems in the southwest have been cut off." Detecting the abnormal information, Lena ordered the entire group to move immediately toward the golems that lost their signals. She was utterly shocked to discover that 3 more golem signals had also vanished. The golem in northwest was cut off right after that as well. Gudo wondered if it was because this was a dungeon that they were being suppressed so easily. This question sent Lena into a furious rage. She roared, "What kind of fool looks down on a supreme tier spirit's golems? Ordinary monsters can't even beat a single one." She was deeply alarmed because in reality those golems had been completely destroyed before their visual feed could even transmit back. Lena felt something was very wrong. She muttered how strange it was that in this ordinary dungeon, there wasn't a single undead to be found. Deciding to take action, she urged them forward. "I'll go ahead." Immediately Lena deployed spirit magic followed by a position swap skill to teleport through the boulders. But the moment she stopped, Lena's face went deathly pale with terror. Behind her, a massive wolf with blazing red eyes loomed menacingly into view. Lena trembled as she gasped, "This is bad. We've walked right into their trap. Meanwhile, Yu Hanso kept his expression completely nonchalant. He smirked and made a suggestion. How about while we wait for Lena to find the entrance, we squeeze in a few arm exercises? Gudo immediately flew into a rage, crossing his arms and snapping. Working out in enemy territory? Absolutely not. Everyone's gonna burn through all their stamina. Unexpectedly, another member of the group smiled and chimed in. If our arms lose their strength, we can just fight with our lower bodies. Yu Hanso smugly high-fived his teammate. Exactly. Witnessing this group's obsession with muscles, Gudo could only stand behind them screaming in frustration. Damn it. The MC began demonstrating an exercise called the overhead extension. This exercise strengthens the triceps, and when performed with both hands holding a dumbbell, it's called the two-arm overhead extension. First, grip the weight plate firmly with both hands and raise it above your head. Next, slowly lower your elbows behind you as if performing an overhead stretch. Step 3, use the strength of your triceps to push the weight back up while taking a deep breath in. He noted that gripping the surface of the weight plate makes the posture more comfortable, and emphasized keeping the elbows from flaring out to the sides throughout the entire exercise. Elsewhere, Lai was sprinting frantically through the dark forest. In her mind, she kept asking herself, is Riona really here? Her eyes burned with fierce determination. Even if it's not Riona, I can't let anyone tarnish her honor. I'll capture that imposter with my own hands. She channeled all her strength into her legs and shot forward like an arrow, determined to uncover the truth at any cost. Suddenly, a massive pillar of golden light crashed down onto the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion deep within the forest. Witnessing the violent tremor, the blonde swordsman pondered gravely. This vibration is the shockwave of a battle. Yet right behind him, Yu Hanso and his teammates were casually flexing their muscles and chatting away. Feels amazing, doesn't it? I feel so light. Seeing that bizarre spectacle, the swordsman could only awkwardly wonder if he'd been mistaken. The MC immediately turned serious, calling Block over and stating firmly, Block, wait, this tremor is coming from outside our muscles. It seems like Lai or Lena, one of them has engaged the enemy. Block immediately nodded, confirming the situation. Block flashed a confident smile, declaring that warm-up was more than enough. He turned to instruct Gudo to stay behind and keep training, since it would be too dangerous ahead for beginners. After receiving Gudo's thanks, the MC and Block immediately took off at full speed with a clear shout. Let's start with interval training. Yes, sir. This guy was just like his master. Whether fighting or doing anything else, he always turned it into a training session for his subordinates. In the midst of the gloomy forest, a pristine white lily suddenly began to glow, shimmering among the leaves. The girl with gray eyes gazed curiously at the flower and asked, what is this? The woman beside her gently explained, that's called a flower. Continuing to observe her surroundings, the girl pointed at a small creature perched on a branch and asked, then what's that over there? The woman calmly replied, that's a squirrel. The little squirrel sat peacefully on the branch amid the quiet stillness of the forest. In the tranquil forest, Elise pointed up at the canopy and asked curiously, what's that? Ben answered softly, those are leaves. She pointed downward and asked again, then what about this? Ben patiently replied, it's just a caterpillar. Looking at Elise's innocent expression, Ben asked thoughtfully, Elise, do you really not remember anything about your past? The girl shook her head sadly. I don't remember a single thing. Under the golden sunset filtering through the gaps in the leaves, Elise looked at Ben with complete trust. But I can still feel it. How much you care about me, and how desperately you want to protect me. Ben's face suddenly turned anxious as he warned Elise. From now on, more and more people will come to attack us. He looked at her with a resolute yet pained gaze. So no matter what happens to me, you must find somewhere safe to hide. Elise's childlike innocence made it impossible for him not to want to protect her. Meanwhile, in a dark castle, the red-haired man looked down at the dark mage kneeling at his feet and sneered. A backwater dark mage from the borderlands. With credentials like these, it's hard for me to accept you. He curled his lips into a sinister grin. But lucky for you, my boss is quite interested in your research. The blue-haired dark mage trembled, sweat pouring down his face as he replied, it's an honor to have his attention. The red-haired man began his interrogation. You said what you're researching is a living dungeon, correct? The dark mage hurriedly confirmed, yes. The red-haired man laughed with delight as he paced. Excellent, then it's basically a portable battery. When the other man hesitantly tried to correct him, saying it wasn't exactly like that, he immediately dismissed it. No, what do you mean no? That doesn't matter. He leaned in close to the dark mage's face, his eyes suddenly blazing red with murderous intent as he threatened. So when that thing is complete, you know what you need to do. Hand it over to me nice and quietly. Back in the forest, Elise asked Ben worriedly, is something really scary happening? Ben immediately smiled to reassure her. No, nothing's going on. There's nothing scary at all. He looked at Elise with deep concern and confessed, I'm afraid of losing you again. Elise gazed deeply into his eyes and remarked softly, your eyes always look so sad. She gently touched Ben's cheek and thought to herself, it must be my fault. But he quickly took her hand and reassured her, that's not it at all. Elise trusted Ben completely. She gently patted his head and spoke clearly, don't worry because I'll always be by your side just like you wish. Ben blushed, moved and called her name, Elise. Then suddenly, a dark shadow along with sinister grinning faces appeared right behind them, accompanied by a declaration, found you. Ben's face instantly went pale with horror. Ben screamed in panic, Elise, run. Right then, Yu Han so casually stepped out from the shadows. He recognized the familiar face and asked, is that the guy from last time? You're bullying the newbies at the gym again, huh? Yu Han so effortlessly blocked the strike with his bare hand, then reminded him that showing off your strength the moment you meet someone is not a good look. One of the team members looked around and raised a question. Yu Han so, there's nobody here at all. I think we came to the wrong place. Yu Han so stood there with his jaw dropped in shock, wondering if his heart had unknowingly led him here without him even realizing it. Ben lost his temper and screamed, what the hell are you talking about? Then he charged forward in a frenzy to attack. Yu Han so closed the distance in an instant, grabbed his opponent tight, and shouted the name of his technique, Dragon Punch. He caught Ben off guard, seized him, and unleashed a devastating press that slammed his opponent straight into the ground with a thunderous impact. Ben was crushed beneath those massive hands, only managing to let out a single cry of pain in complete helplessness. Yu Han so glared down with cold, piercing eyes and demanded, I'm asking you whether you've been bullying the gym newbies or... Ben writhed under the crushing pressure, thrashing wildly and screaming in absolute agony. Right at that moment, seeing Ben in danger with no strength left to fight, Elise appeared out of nowhere with radiant energy blazing from her hands and shouted for everyone to stop immediately. Sensing her dangerous intent, Ben cried out in alarm to stop her. Elise, don't do it! One of the muscular squad members rushed over in a panic to report to Yu Han so that this power seemed even stronger than Master Riona's slash. Amid the blinding radiance, Elise declared that even though she knew she possessed an enormous and dangerous source of energy, she could no longer just stand by and watch. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Ben anxiously shouted at the top of his lungs, "That's not right, Elise. I won't fight anymore, so please stop." But Elise still wore a resolute smile and declared that she would protect him, just as he had once protected her. Even though she couldn't recall her memories, she could still feel the bond between them, and she continued pouring all her power into the energy sphere. Ben lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, trembling as he screamed in desperation, "No, Elise, that's not how it is." Meanwhile, in a dark space, the red-haired man Organ silently observed a child being drained of energy and curiously asked what would become of it once the power was gone. Organ casually theorized that after being completely drained, the child would certainly die. Back on the blazing battlefield, Elise screamed with fierce determination, "This time I will protect you." She unleashed all her power, creating an earth-shattering explosion that engulfed everything in sight. Elsewhere, Lena decided to move ahead to scout the situation. She immediately cast a spirit art called Position Swap, transforming herself into a stone to teleport to another location. But the moment she appeared at the new position, Lena was horrified to realize she had landed in an absolutely terrible situation. Before her eyes, a massive wolf with blazing red eyes loomed menacingly in view. The monster roared ferociously and lunged straight at her with razor-sharp fangs bared. In that split-second life-or-death moment, Lena quickly activated her spirit art stone maker, conjuring a solid block of rock right in front of the beast's jaws. The wolf bit down hard on the stone instead of its prey. The wolf's teeth got a good grinding on that rock. Seizing the opportunity, she bolted away in a panic. Drenched in cold sweat from fear, Lena told herself she had to buy time at all costs because the countdown for her golem's summon was still ticking. She continued casting stone screen, erecting a sturdy stone wall to block the enemy's pursuit. While anxiously calculating her final moves, Lena suddenly froze when she spotted a massive tornado swirling in the distance, leaving her completely stunned. She immediately counterattacked with stone missile, launching a barrage of rocks at her opponent, but the monster activated its skill, Bonado. It conjured a sinister skull tornado that swept away everything in its path. A devastating collision sent Lena flying with a desperate scream. Lena's spirit activated the skill Flower Swim, shrinking into a green light and diving deep underground to escape. Hiding beneath the earth, she confidently declared that this was underground and non-spirit entities couldn't deal any damage down here. Before she could celebrate, the wolf above began sniffing around and frantically clawing at the ground. Lena was stunned to see her opponent dig a deep hole and charge straight toward her. She screamed in disbelief, "Are you a mole or something, you damn mutt?" Overcome with terror, she burst into hysterical tears. Back on the other side, she had been blocked by a mysterious figure. She roared out demand, "Auntie, please snap out of it. What kind of dirty trick did they use on you?" The girl desperately tried to reach the aunt she once knew. In an old memory, a voice called out a reminder, "Zillion is busy, I already told you not to bother her." But the little girl just flashed a bright smile and insisted, "Aha, I'm not playing around, I'm training." Right after that, she became serious and instructed, "Try holding it properly this time." She pointed at the sword and explained in detail, "From here to here, this is the hilt." During their training sessions, Zillion once posed a scenario where both sides clashed in strength. The opponent completely overpowered you physically. Her aunt asked again, in a situation like this, how would she respond? Returning to the actual battle, she poured all her strength into her legs and answered with action. If it were her, she would maximize the flexibility of her own body. She glided forward fast as lightning, lowering her center of gravity to slip beneath her opponent. With terrifying speed, she roared that she needed to go even faster. She was determined to overwhelm her enemy at any cost. The sound of clashing metal echoed loudly, and she immediately sensed something was wrong. Her opponent's speed far surpassed even hers. She was stunned as countless brilliant golden swords surrounded her on all sides. She told herself that no matter how many slashes her opponent unleashed, there had to be an opening to counterattack. She would find her opponent's weakness and turn the tide. Immediately executing a spinning technique, she whirled like a tornado through the rain of swords. Quickly regaining her balance, she lowered her stance to prepare for an explosive strike. She spun her body continuously at maximum speed, generating fierce spirals of energy. Right after, she channeled all her essence into a battle aura technique, preparing to draw her sword for a decisive slash. Looking at the imposing figure before her, she silently asked, "Auntie, can my sword reach you?" A terrifying collision erupted, and a brilliant golden light engulfed the entire battlefield. Even while struggling desperately, she still wore a radiant smile and admitted that she still needed her aunt to teach her much more. She screamed her aunt's name, Riona, then unleashed a thunderous slash from above, but the tip of her blade was stopped completely by mere fingers. She was stunned by the painful truth. It wasn't what she thought at all. She was sent flying and collapsed on the ground in utter despair. In her dazed childhood memories of her beloved aunt suddenly resurfaced. The image of a little girl excitedly running over calling out, "Auntie, take this, I made it as a gift for you." The little girl said it while holding up a small wooden sword. She realized a profound truth. She whispered to herself that in reality, her sword had always been able to reach her aunt. Elsewhere, Elise was horrified to discover something abnormal happening within her own body. She whispered in fear. Something was wrong. Even though she desperately wanted to protect everyone, she couldn't control herself. Why had her body become like this? Meanwhile, Duhanso was using overwhelming force to restrain Ben, pinning him completely motionless beneath his guardian palms. This was the beginning of the concept of a living dungeon, something that had never existed before. It involved directly implanting a dungeon device originally used to harvest life energy and generate monsters into a living creature. A glowing energy diagram began to envelop and transform the host body in unpredictable ways. Because this was an unprecedented experiment, there was absolutely no existing information on how to harness the energy or how to deal with sudden mutations like this. A cataclysmic energy explosion erupted, tearing through space and leaving unimaginable devastation in its wake. Duhanso looked down at Ben trembling beneath his feet and awkwardly apologized. "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to bully you." Even in the middle of a confrontation, he remained incredibly polite. Noticing that Elise's condition was critical, Duhanso panicked and rushed toward her, calling out loudly. The girl whispered in despair as her body was gradually deteriorating. What should she do? She couldn't stop the power pouring out of her. He told himself to think, to find a solution immediately. The only command repeating in his mind right now was think. Duhanso realized Elise's condition was no different from a cracked bowl trying to hold water. Her life energy was constantly leaking out through the fractures in her body. The problem was the scale of it. It was like a massive dam cracking wide open. Energy was gushing out like a raging flood, and the brutal truth was that there was absolutely no way to stop it. Standing behind her, Duhanso could only stare blankly and wonder why she had become like this. Ben clutched his head and screamed in agony. Even plugging a single hole in a dam was absurd enough, so how could anyone sever the link between a body and an energy source that was spiraling out of control? There had to be something that could stop it. Deep in the forest, a burst of flame suddenly erupted with ferocious intensity. Immediately, the ultimate technique, the Yang Ren sword of cultivated aura, was unleashed. To understand this pressure, look at the world's top freedivers. Even they can only reach a depth of 110 meters. For every additional 10 meters of depth, water pressure doubles, making diving without professional training absolutely impossible. And yet, consider the Nguri Dam in Georgia with its staggering height of 271.5 meters. The idea of a tiny human approaching the destroyed base of that dam to repair it sounded like hopeless delusion. Amid the thunderous roar of cascading water, a hand quietly reached out through the blinding light. The black sword forged from this special energy was aimed solely at severing the essence of the living dungeon entity, turning the impossible into reality. That was the pinnacle power of a sword master. Under the evening twilight, General Riona appeared with her blazing red hair, carrying the unconscious Elise in her arms. And then the energy mass that had lost its host began to explode violently. Ben stood frozen, rendered insignificant before the colossal sphere of light expanding endlessly deep within the forest. His eyes bulged in terror, veins clearly visible around his trembling pupils. Ben ran frantically and screamed, "Get away now." A cataclysmic explosion occurred immediately after, swallowing everything in blinding light. No, it was no different from a meteorite of pure light crashing into the earth. As the dust and smoke began to slowly dissipate, Du Hanso rushed over to Block's side, his voice full of worry as he asked if he was okay, if he was hurt anywhere. Block struggled to his feet, backing away while reassuring him that he was fine, but then called out Du Hanso's name. His expression suddenly changed as he shouted a warning that it was coming. Immediately he channeled all his strength into his guardian arms. He hurled the massive boulder forward with terrifying force. The enemy lurking in the darkness, its crimson eyes only catching a glimpse of the beam of light hurtling straight toward it. The collision unleashed a devastating shockwave that rippled across the entire space. Du Hanso executed a powerful jumping squat with overwhelming force. His thunderous roar split the ground apart with violent cracks. The MC launched himself into the air, showcasing his bulging muscles brimming with raw power. Witnessing that extraordinary sight, Ben trembled and muttered monsters. He broke into a cold sweat, stunned as he thought to himself that he never imagined Riona possessed both this level of strength and precision. Thanks to that, Elise managed to survive, but Riona certainly paid a heavy price as well, her body no longer intact. Her time was probably running out as terrifying cracks began spreading across her entire body. In its frenzy, the entity screamed for Riona to fight until her body shattered, declaring this the final glitch reserved for the general. As if driven by an invisible dark force, she fought to her very last breath. A slash tore through space and shot straight toward Du Hanso, leaving him only enough time to scream in terror. He frantically shouted a warning to get out of the way, that the gym equipment was falling and not to try catching it. But Block kept his expression resolute, declaring firmly that if it were yesterday's version of himself, he definitely couldn't have caught it. He flashed a radiant, confident smile and said that today's version of him was different. He proudly showed off his new secret weapon, a simple rope tied around his waist. This was the very piece of equipment that Behemoth had given to Block. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary rubber band, and in reality, that's exactly what it was, nothing more, nothing less. B1, who had once been Jung Jun's teammate, recognized the deficiency in Block's physical capabilities and gave him this band. Through tactile feedback, it helped him enhance his awareness and activation of his core muscle groups. At the same time, it was the optimal equipment for minimizing instability in each step of his movement. Turned out that, thanks to that band, he had developed his muscles far beyond anyone's imagination. Du Hanso stood beside Ben, giving a thumbs up to praise his junior's remarkable progress. Block scratched his head with a sheepish grin and replied, "Haha, that's how it is." However, the MC immediately warned that he really wanted to congratulate him, but right now they needed to run. Block asked in shock why. Before he could process what was happening, the MC continued, saying he thought Riona's forearm muscles were getting serious now. Instantly, a terrifying surge of energy came hurtling toward them. A soldier screamed in panic that it was coming, and to get out of the way, Du Hanso channeled his strength into his guardian arms, using his steel-hard forearm muscles to block the opponent's thunderous strike head-on. He thought to himself that for gym beginners, facing this kind of power directly was extremely dangerous. At the training grounds, Count Gudo was straining to press a massive stone barbell overhead with a look of sheer determination. Witnessing the Lord's transformation, a young soldier approached and complimented him, saying that his body had thickened up considerably. Gudo was panting heavily from exhaustion, sweat pouring down his face. He looked up and asked if the change was really that noticeable. Immediately he struck an elaborate pose, flexing the bulging muscles on his arms. Gudo laughed heartily in satisfaction, chuckling that now that he mentioned it, he really had changed a lot. After being put through hell by Du Hanso's training so many times, he could finally hold his head high in front of his subordinates. He looked down at his own toned body, then gazed out toward the kingdom that was gradually coming back to life. My body and this kingdom as well, everything is changing. On a peaceful street corner, a child gripped his mother's hand tightly and asked if she'd noticed that everyone seemed different lately. The mother paused, looked at her child, and asked how everyone had changed. On a street corner, a female soldier smiled brightly and replied, "What do you mean? Culture always evolves over time under the influence of the environment, and new values is constantly shifting without end." For the White Kingdom, rather than traditional swordsmanship, bodybuilding exercises had become more essential, leading to rapid changes within the military. Now even their daily training sessions were filled with an atmosphere of intense muscle building. Those massive, gleaming muscles glistened under a radiant glow, gradually becoming the new standard of strength. However, there was still a group that stubbornly pursued pure swordsmanship, because to them General Riona remained an irreplaceable symbol. But the majority still followed the path of muscle training. Suddenly Riona appeared, unleashing a lightning-fast attack aimed straight at Du Hanso. She released a ferocious surge of energy, executing the ultimate technique mountain-splitting sword beast, as countless radiant light swords blanketed the sky. Du Hanso stood motionless amid the onslaught, bearing the full brunt of the sword rain pouring down violently from above. The relentless impacts made him scream out in agony. Witnessing that scene, Gudo shouted in panic, "Du Hanso." Even while being overwhelmed by that terrifying power, he still managed to order his teammate to stand back, telling Sasha that he was fine and to get clear. She had rushed over just in time to intervene, calling out for her senior brother to wait a moment. She observed her aunt carefully and realized that the brainwashing technique controlling Riona seemed to have begun unraveling after this direct confrontation. She hoped to seize this opportunity for her aunt to regain her consciousness. Thinking back on it, Zillion had always prioritized real combat experience and sparring drills above anything else. Observing closely the bulging muscles enduring that rain of swords, she realized there wasn't a single single cut or any body part seriously damaged. She wondered if he was using this method to train Du Han-so, but Block immediately dismissed the idea, insisting that an ordinary sword could never pierce through muscles tempered to such an extreme degree. The real issue lay in Du Han-so's unstable mental state. Block believed that if her hypothesis was correct, then after this test he would definitely reach an entirely new level of power. Amid earth-shattering explosions of energy, Du Han-so screamed in agony under the suffocating pressure. Riona's striking speed was so fast it far exceeded the speed at which signals could travel from his brain to his muscle groups. Facing this life-or-death situation, how could muscle possibly overcome the sword? Suddenly he sensed a voice echoing in his mind. Aunt Riona seemed to be trying to communicate with him. She posed a deeply cryptic question. Just how intimate are the human brain and body with each other, really? Amid the relentless impacts shaking his entire body, he was stunned, unable to grasp the true meaning behind that question. Within his subconscious space, a strange dialogue between the brain and the muscular system began to unfold. The MC suddenly realized that all this time he had never truly faced and understood his own muscles in any real sense. The brain was criticized for overthinking and overcomplicating every situation, though the brain tried to justify itself, arguing that analyzing to overcome adversity was only natural. But in reality, the body offered a far simpler truth. All movement, all extraordinary power, ultimately boiled down to just two words: contraction and expansion. Grasping this core essence, he roared as explosive power surged through him, his muscles swelling violently. Though mind and body were divided into separate organs, now they merged into one, executing every motion with absolute focus. Even the energy used for thinking was completely cut off to serve the supreme process of muscle contraction. His opponent immediately unleashed mountain-crushing battle aura, sword pulse technique, drawing her sword beneath the full moon to meet the 1,000-ton strike head-on. A press-carrying earth-shattering force came crashing down, crushing all resistance and leaving his opponent utterly shattered. Riona fell into a state of total exhaustion, her body cracking apart violently. She whispered to herself, wondering if she could finally rest now, then slowly faded away, drifting into a boundless void glowing with golden light. She had once understood the sharpness of the sword better than anyone, but now even the sword had lost to the will of human muscle. In front of the recruitment notice for disciples of the master swordswoman Riona, the crowd buzzed with excitement, receiving instruction from a sword master and from the Mattel clan no less. Everyone was fired up, shouting in unison, "Let's go." Witnessing this scene, Riona couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Good heavens, why are there so many people gathered here? It turned out they all had a special passion for swordsmanship, forming a sea of muscular, enthusiastic bodies. Riona couldn't hide her happiness, beaming with a radiant smile. She was truly delighted, for it was her deep understanding of sharpness that allowed her to develop the most effective teaching methods. Riona demonstrated personally, guiding them meticulously on how the direction of force should flow. Her disciples trained tirelessly, following her commands to block and slash. A student with a red headband cheered excitedly after pulling it off successfully. "All right, master, this is correct, isn't it?" Seeing her students' progress, Riona gave a thumbs up in approval. "I don't know whose disciple you were before, but you're a true genius." The first generation of disciples were forged into talented swordsmen, and they quickly seized the opportunity to become heroes in the chaotic wars. Riona watched their departing figures with eyes full of pride. Before setting off, the red headband student declared boldly, "I will earn many great achievements so as never to tarnish master's reputation." The cruel reality shattered all hope. They had failed miserably. Her beloved disciples could not return. The only things that came back were their blood-soaked belongings. Standing before three simple graves marked with broken swords, Riona bitterly admitted this was her failure. Under the hazy moonlight, her face grew colder and more resolute than ever. She realized a harsh truth. Merely becoming strong was not enough. Riona realized that practical combat effectiveness was the core factor, so she decided to maximize sparring sessions for her soldiers. Looking at the sword-marked graves of the fallen, she resolved to change her training methods. Riona began focusing on teaching her disciples how to wield battle aura, making their swords blaze with powerful golden light. Despite constantly changing and improving her teaching methods, Riona still agonized beside the ever-growing rows of graves. They haunted her endlessly, reminding her she must keep evolving her swordsmanship to achieve a higher survival rate. Thanks to the improvements in her training methods, the number of disciples returning alive from the battlefield steadily increased. They gathered around her, expressing their deep gratitude. "It's all thanks to you, master." But no matter how hard she tried, casualties kept mounting, leaving Riona to collapse in anguish amid the cold graveyard as night fell. The razor-sharp swords of her fallen disciples had become an unending nightmare. Suddenly, a rain of swords poured down violently from the sky, piercing through the space around her. The pain cut like blades, carving deep into the very soul of the female swordmaster. She jolted upright in bed, screaming in sheer terror. Riona gasped for breath, drenched in sweat from the nightmare she just endured. She let out a weak, forced laugh to calm herself. Oh haha, so it was just a dream after all. Riona sighed in relief, telling herself it must be her declining health lately causing these nightmares. She eagerly threw open the window, planning to do an early morning meditation session. In the middle of a gloomy graveyard, thousands of tombstones with swords planted in them lay submerged in the thick darkness of night. A pitch-black hand suddenly burst from the earth, clamping tight around the ankle of the person standing directly above. Riona looked around in shock, her face filled with terror as the dense darkness began swallowing everything whole. From the void, countless skeletal black hands like crazed specters reached out and closed around her throat. Resentful groans echoed through the air, and she screamed in utter despair. The dark entities kept lunging at her, seizing her limbs and dragging her down relentlessly. In that life or death moment, she channeled all her strength into a single sword slash. Light tore through the darkness as she fought to break free from the shrieking souls that held her. It revealed a bottomless abyss, glowing red-hot like molten lava. She stood teetering on the edge of a cliff, staring down in horror at the sea of fire, where thousands of fallen soldiers writhed in agony. Anguished screams echoed up from the depths of hell. "Riona, come down here with us. You're the one who killed us. Riona, let's go together." That horrifying scene was abruptly cut short by the image of a peaceful house under a blue sky, but immediately a massive slash of light came crashing down. In her mind, painful memories of her former disciples resurfaced. She couldn't let go of the past, how she had failed, how her disciples had died. Her disciples had been all kinds of people, from neighbors and friends to lovers, family, and even ordinary citizens. She slowly recited each name like a prayer of repentance. Sackley, Henry, Jack, Laura, Matilda, William, Matthew. The swords planted on the graves began to tremble violently, radiating powerful spiritual energy. She continued calling the names of the departed. Mary Ray, John, Dave, Jackson, Amy. The swords shook furiously and erupted in towering flames, officially activating the ultimate technique known as Karmic Mountain Sword Forest. Standing before the blazing forest of swords rising high as mountains, she murmured to herself. Just as the name implies, it means karma accumulated like mountains of iron and steel. She raised her glowing sword high amid the sea of fire and declared boldly, I will dance with my sword until all of you are satisfied. Back in reality within the forest, Du Han-so and the others were frantically gathered around her unconscious body. A desperate cry rang out. Auntie, please open your eyes. She lay collapsed on the ground, whispering in broken breaths. I couldn't protect them. The girl grabbed Du Han-so's clothes and screamed through her tears. Du Han-so, do something. Body training or whatever. Just save my aunt. Faced with her desperate pleas, he simply stood silent with a contemplative expression. The girl continued shouting, if anything happens to my aunt because of you. At that moment, Block spoke up hesitantly, explaining that even before the battle, Master Riona's body had already begun breaking down. He believed this was the consequence of forcibly separating that massive energy source from her physical body. The girl stood frozen, tears streaming endlessly down her face. Riona lay there, still trapped in the shadow of her psychological torment. She whispered a belated apology to all her fallen disciples. Everyone, I'm sorry. If I had never taught you swordsmanship, perhaps you all could have lived normal, happy lives. She agonized over arriving too late, wondering just how much her disciples must resent her. Suddenly, Du Han-so stepped forward with a calm smile and said, Riona, it's all thanks to you. He casually explained that thanks to Riona, he had been able to communicate with his muscle groups and perform movements far better than before. The girl stared in bewilderment. What on earth was he talking about? Du Han-so continued his bizarre logic, asking whether reaching the highest realm would let someone communicate with their sword as well. While everyone was still confused, clear voices calling out Master suddenly echoed from thin air. Countless radiant swords of light appeared, filling the dark space. The voices called out to Master Riona, as the spirits of her disciples materialized in brilliant light, offering heartfelt thanks for showing them a new world and letting them feel the joy of growing stronger. Even though they never became legendary heroes, learning swordsmanship had made their lives truly extraordinary. No, that's not right. If you hadn't learned swordsmanship, you wouldn't have had to sacrifice yourselves like that. One spirit smiled and asked if their master regretted learning swordsmanship. The disciples all affirmed in unison that they had never once regretted it and had always felt happy. You all truly don't resent? One bold spirit answered cheerfully. Of course not. It's time now. Let's go together. There are so many wonderful sword techniques we want to show you, Master. A warm hand of light reached out toward Riona. She gently raised her hand and took hold of it. She walked among her beloved disciples as they eagerly competed to show off their skills. Before fading into eternity, she turned back to look at Du Han-so with the brightest smile and left her final words. The rest I leave entirely to you, Du Han-so. And so, all the guilt and torment that had haunted her were released before she departed, her soul truly at peace. The system announced that muscle and spirit had achieved unprecedented synchronization. The legendary skill Absolute Condition Reflex was officially activated. Du Han-so stood in silence before Riona's passing, and he said softly, Riona, you've worked hard. I've received your will. The disciples standing nearby couldn't hold back their tears, sobbing as they called out, Master Riona. A voice rang out. Everyone look at this. A tear rolled down the serene face of the female sword master. She's smiling. Immediately, a new main quest called Riona's Request was activated, with the sole objective of eliminating an officer of the Oculus organization. In another development, Ben was struggling to carry his wounded companion toward a red gate set into the cliff face. He urged desperately, we're almost there, just hold on a little longer. His breathing was ragged from sprinting to escape the enemy and find cover. Without warning, a lethal sword thrust pierced through him from behind. The assassin in a red robe clicked his tongue with a hint of disappointment. Titch. And here I thought one strike would finish him. The clan's enemies revealed themselves as the assassins charged in with a frenzied barrage of attacks. Stab after stab rained down on Ben until he collapsed. Despite his grievous wounds, he still fought to shield his friend in his arms. In his final breath, his hand slowly limp as he whispered Elise's name. A hand reached out in desperation as drops of solution began to drip down. Immediately after, a cascade of test tubes and glass flasks came crashing down, shattering into 1,000 tiny pieces. A massive pillar of light suddenly erupted in midair. From within that surge of light, a colossal muscular monster with glowing veins appeared, radiating pure menace. It threw its head back and let out a bone-chilling roar, standing imposingly amid the rubble. Sensing something ominous from afar, Du Han-so quietly turned around. He looked at his teammates and told them to stay here and pay their respects to Riona. His gaze shifted toward the source of the surging energy, and he declared that this seemed like something he had to handle himself. Facing the massive shadow in the distance, he channeled power into his legs and shot forward like the wind. Looking at his opponent, he silently noted that the form closely resembled the muscular monster transformation. Our MC sprinted like a madman through the dense forest, heading straight toward the entity that was howling violently. He recognized the horrifying sacrifice his opponent had made, certain that the man had thrown away his own body without hesitation. He kept accelerating, his mind racing with worry, knowing that if he didn't stop this in time, then surely, before his eyes lay a desolate wasteland of death, filled with withered, skeletal branches. Our MC understood that if this continued, Helen wouldn't survive. He quietly asked his companion, partner, can you handle this? Suddenly, a grotesque face with a massive glowing red mouth roared with overwhelming pressure, saying, you're losing focus. Is that what we were taught? He smirked with quiet confidence. He enthusiastically rallied his teammates, saying, it's been a while, so let's shout it out together. Immediately, our MC and his muscle army performed their morale-boosting ritual in perfect unison. He shouted, can we do it? The whole squad answered with iron resolve, we can. He continued leading the chant, we will, and received the unified affirmation, absolutely. Just like that, the way he communicated with his muscles was as if they were his battle companions. Our MC poured all his strength into a single attack. He boldly announced the technique's name, one-arm dumbbell press. A thunderous punch slammed straight down, shattering the ground and creating an earth-shaking explosion. Ben, trapped inside the green monster form, could only widen his eyes in agony as he took the full brunt of that terrifying force. The colossal monster screamed wildly and swung its arms in desperate attacks, despite being far larger than its opponent. Yet our MC charged straight into the onslaught without a shred of fear. He closed in and executed a cable back fly, using his guardian arms to stretch and compress the opponent's muscle mass. Right after, he followed up with an outie technique, using the power from his legs to push back against Ben's grip. The monster trembled under the extreme pressure. Ben was stunned by the brutal reality that no matter how massive his body became, he still couldn't overpower this smaller being. He screamed in absolute terror. Our MC was caught in the giant's grip, but his expression remained perfectly calm without the slightest change. He continued flexing his rippling muscles and counting reps. After one powerful transition, he once again channeled force, contracting every muscle in his body, unleashing a thunderous stomp that split the ground wide open. Standing in the freshly created crater, our MC calmly muttered that he needed at least 8 reps to count. Ben read and screamed in agony alongside him. Meanwhile, he was showing off his massive back muscles. Standing firm amid the swirling dust and smoke, the monster charged in and created an earth-shattering explosion right in the middle of the battlefield. Even as his opponent screamed helplessly, our MC kept performing squats right on top of the enemy's body, crushing the ground beneath them under immense weight. Without giving his opponent a moment to recover, he used his guardian arms to squeeze Ben tight. Then he followed up with a devastating pullover technique, slamming down with overwhelming force. Witnessing this unimaginable power, Ben could only stare wide-eyed in utter disbelief. Our MC launched a bench press strike followed by a thunderous knee aimed straight at his opponent's face. Mid-battle, he flashed a confident smile, but then he suddenly froze, filled with suspicion at a new presence. From the darkness, a massive brown wolf emerged with an imposing stride. In its jaws, it held a small creature, then released it with a warning, "Stay back," and the wolf silently observed and assessed. Among everyone here, the strongest one is. It sensed the hidden power within our MC and turned its gaze toward him. The question is, why do you work out? Some people train to lose weight, some for a long and healthy life, or simply just so they won't get bullied. For some people, it's a way to manage their appearance or an exercise to become famous. But for the majority, they work out simply because it's fun. However, when that question was directed at Yu Hanso, the atmosphere suddenly became unusually heavy. Our MC was furiously training with a massive set of weights, sweat pouring in streams down his bulging muscles. Continuous impacts exploded throughout the gym. The truth was he was in extremely foul mood, gradually losing both his sense of direction and his own feelings. Watching from afar, his teammates began to notice something was off. They whispered anxiously that there was something strange about his movements, as if he was sweating far more than usual. Immediately, the senior brother shouted in panic, "This is bad. Junior sister, hold your position." He started sprinting away at full speed, making her scream in shock, "Senior brother, where are you going?" While running, he explained with urgency that during the sparring match with their master, the MC had already reached his limit. "He's just trying to be considerate of our feelings," he stated with absolute certainty. "Just look at that abnormal amount of sweat and you'll know right away." Ahead of them, the MC's back was completely drenched in perspiration. She still didn't understand what was happening and shouted full of confusion, "So what if he's sweating? Everyone sweats when they work out, everybody knows that." He explained that muscles are fundamentally composed of blood, or in other words, water. Muscle fibers need water to maintain their strength, but if the water that should be nourishing the muscles is escaping the body like that, it's truly a catastrophe for a gym warrior like the MC. A severe decline in motor function and concentration was crashing down on him. His body was deteriorating, exactly like someone suffering from dehydration fever. He was bracing himself against suffocating pressure while sweat continued streaming down without end. The MC quickly spun around, gritting his teeth against the force of the bloodthirsty creature. He began flexing and showcasing every muscle group, from the ulnar wrist flexors, intercostals, and rectus abdominis to the infraspinatus and occipitalis major, all radiating a brilliant glow. In the distance, a colossal creature lumbered forward with a threatening growl, causing the ground to shake violently. The MC stood with his head lowered, shadows covering his pressured face. He muttered, "My mood is terrible." Amidst earth-shattering explosions and chaotic energy surges, he repeated gloomily, "My mood is really terrible." Witnessing the scene, Block rushed over and used his own strength to brace against the force, shouting, "You Hansonim, please rest. Let me hold the line." But the MC still wore a tense expression, drenched in sweat. He repeated with frustration, "My mood is terrible." Block flinched and asked worriedly, "Isn't this supposed to be the rest period between rounds?" The MC roared decisively, "That's not the issue." Seeing his boss still burning with killing intent on the battlefield, Block asked in confusion, "Then why are you feeling so bad?" He silently looked down, then suddenly posed a serious question. "Block, what do you work out for?" Block answered without hesitation, "To get stronger, obviously." Right after blurting out his answer, something suddenly clicked and he immediately changed his mind. Block grew pensive with a thoughtful expression. "No, lately my goal has changed." His eyes blazed with determination as he faced the blinding light. "Surpassing my own limits. I want to push or pull the heaviest weight possible." Block flexed his gleaming muscles with confidence and a radiant smile. Hearing the answer he wanted, the MC unexpectedly broke into the brightest smile he'd ever shown. His face flushed pink and lit up with pure happiness. He suddenly turned to Block and shouted, "That's it. That's the reason I've been frustrated," all before the overwhelming admiration of his junior. He began reflecting on how this world has so many different sports, from taekwondo, swimming, and kickboxing to ice skating. They all share one thing in common that weightlifting completely lacks, and that's a competitive opponent. Looking at the two silhouettes facing off, the MC suddenly recalled what he had realized during his battle with Riona. Collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, he mumbled and asked whether that opponent stays the same. He trembled as he braced his hands against the ground, wondering just how much stronger the enemy he faced today would become by tomorrow. What do we even have to fight them with? The MC let out a thunderous roar. "We gym warriors always." He channeled all his power into his bulging muscles and declared boldly, "Must defeat ourselves, the version that was stronger than yesterday." His face became utterly serious. He affirmed that bodybuilding is not a sport meant to defeat anyone else. He strained through grueling exercises under tremendous pressure and declared, "The true purpose is to refine yourself, to forge both body and mind." The MC pushed with all his might, treating this training as nothing less than a form of advanced meditation. Seeing his boss too deep in philosophy, Block wiped his sweat and hurriedly reminded him, "But right now you need to BIM first before you can train in peace." He was stunned by the realization. "Oh right," Block added to boost morale. "And if we do that, we'll even get new training equipment." Hearing that, the MC cheered excitedly. That's the best. For him, training with new equipment was the ultimate reward. He immediately charged forward at wind-splitting speed. He unleashed his lightweight high-reps technique in the middle of the chaotic battle. The MC screamed with excitement while Ben was also straining and roaring to unleash his power. A massive black wolf suddenly lunged to attack, but immediately, it was grabbed by the throat by a muscular warrior, choking it out. He stared straight at the ferocious beast with a razor-sharp gaze and declared, "Your opponent is me." The MC treated this battle like the day new equipment arrives at the gym. He smiled radiantly, flexing his massive muscles and shouting with full fighting spirit. On a day when he was feeling great, Hanso unleashed a 1,000-pound punch that sent his opponent flying into the air amid the enemy's complete helplessness. The MC quickly landed firmly on his feet as thick clouds of dust billowed up around him. The black wolf snarled viciously, its entire body trembling in a frenzy of rage at being treated like nothing more than a new plaything. The muscular guy wrestling with it couldn't help but gasp in shock, asking how this was possible when it clearly wasn't this strong before. Suddenly his grip slipped, letting the beast break free and charge straight ahead. It lunged directly at the MC with an ear-splitting howl. He calmly raised his hand to block the wolf's pounce, then commanded it to wait, hold on, and look at its master first. He explained that such an intense physical transformation without time to adapt would lead to an absolutely catastrophic outcome. The violent bodily transformation left Ben completely unable to adjust to his new state. These extreme physical changes made his heart pound relentlessly, as if it could explode out of his chest at any moment. Ben's eyes went wide with panic and pain before he suddenly vomited streams of terrifying black fluid. Meanwhile, a small dog with brightly glowing eyes was frantically racing through the deep forest. It threw its head back and let out resounding howls, running forward as fast as it could with absolute determination. Back at the village, this young man was trudging along in silence despite someone calling after him asking where he was going. The MC choked up as he told the squad leader that he was just like all the other comrades, having lost both his wife and child in the devastating zombie catastrophe. His face was drenched in tears, his clenched fists trembling from the regret and cowardice that had kept him from facing the truth all this time. Unable to hold back any longer, the two men wailed in anguish, crying out the names of their wives and daughter Belle in utter despair for failing to protect the ones they loved most. Suddenly, the cries of "Daddy" and "Honey" pierced through the somber air, leaving the MC frozen in disbelief. He couldn't believe his own eyes when he saw his wife and daughter running toward him in the flesh. He rushed to embrace his little girl, tears of joy streaming endlessly after so many days apart. Stunned, he asked how they managed to escape and why they were here. Little Belle smiled brightly and revealed that it was the small dog who had miraculously helped them flee. The MC stopped completely and asked again in astonishment, "A dog?" The little girl nodded to confirm, saying yes. She and her mom were running away at the time. She excitedly told her father about their miraculous escape. The image of the village engulfed in flames flashed back, the mother and daughter supporting each other as they fled through the ruins. But disaster struck when they suddenly tripped and fell. Facing imminent danger, the painful fall left them sprawled on the ground just as dark silhouettes of zombies closed in around them. The little girl could only stare wide-eyed in terror as death crept closer with every passing second. Right at that moment, a brilliant blue energy vortex suddenly appeared. It materialized in the night sky, causing the monsters to freeze in their tracks for a brief instant. Witnessing the strange sight, the little girl cried out with hope, telling her mom that the dog seemed to be trying to help them. A massive creature with shaggy brown fur stood imposingly in the zombies' path. Thanks to its timely intervention, the mother and daughter miraculously escaped the horrific scene. They hid under the cover of night and eventually found a secret cave. It served as a refuge for many other people in the same dire situation. According to those who stayed there, the dog was very gentle and always seemed to enjoy being petted by everyone. It had helped countless villagers escape death and find shelter. But after each rescue, it would quietly leave and head off somewhere on its own. Watching the dog's silhouette sitting alone on the hilltop gazing toward the blue vortex, everyone could sense a deep sadness in its eyes. Back in the present, little Belle hugged her father's neck tightly and eagerly suggested, "Daddy, let's keep him." Faced with his daughter's enthusiasm, the MC could only stammer in confusion. He looked at Belle and pondered, deeply grateful to the creature that saved his child's life, but still worried about whether it already had an owner. On the other side, Ben in his monstrous form was collapsing, continuously suffering severe injuries and coughing up blood nonstop. The small dog stood beside Ben, its eyes clearly showing worry as it whimpered in pain at its friend's dire condition. With his breath barely a whisper, the man called out Eliza's name like a final farewell entrusted to her, before he completely collapsed to the ground amid the thick clouds of dust. Instantly, the small dog erupted with a blazing red energy that engulfed its entire body. A massive energy tornado suddenly surged forth as the little one resolved to protect Ben even if all that remained was his motionless body. The battle came to a temporary close as the MC wiped his sweat and ordered Block to wrap up the training session here. He looked down at his muscles and quietly thanked them for fighting so hard all this time. He urged Block to hurry up and get ready for bed so his body could recover properly. The silent night descended, blanketing the space in darkness. The MC let out a long, exhausted yawn after a grueling day. The moment he woke up, he found Lena already sitting and waiting on a rocky ledge. After an awkward greeting in the darkness, she immediately demanded that the MC follow her because a serious incident had occurred while he was sleeping. When he asked about gathering materials, Lena, with a deadly serious expression, insisted that there was currently another problem far more important than that. Han paused confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Lena led him to the front of a dungeon and pointed at the brightly glowing object ahead. "Look at this is the dungeon core." Our main character kept his clueless expression, curiously asking if a dungeon core was some kind of hack squat machine. He laughed heartily, flexing his muscles as he declared that lower body exercises were absolutely essential, thrilled to have a new piece of equipment. Lena immediately snapped at him, "That's not what this is." Looking at his massive physique, she suspiciously asked, "Your race is definitely the demon race, right?" The young man radiated a sparkling aura and firmly corrected her, "No, I'm a human, a bodybuilder." Lena muttered skeptically about this race she'd never heard of, but she shrugged it off, figuring since he didn't care about money, it didn't really matter. Lena stood on a tree stump and commanded, "Now I will begin an important briefing. Listen carefully." She recounted that after the battle ended, she had wandered around and sensed a powerful surge of biological energy. She quickly gathered the nearby spirits to collect that energy together. As a result, Lena successfully reconstructed the dungeon core, giving our MC his own territory without him lifting a finger. Lena excitedly pointed and asked, "Don't you want a territory of your own?" He muttered to himself, "A territory of my own." Memories of the modern world suddenly flooded his mind. It was a day of pouring rain, and he stood in front of the gym with a devastated expression. The notice posted on the door clearly read, "Our gym will be closed for the holiday from September 28th to the 30th. He stood frozen in the rain, his body soaked, face full of regret. He thought to himself, if I owned my own gym, I could train even on holidays. The math clicked instantly in his head. Own territory equals own gym. He cheered excitedly, "My own gym." Lena hurriedly corrected him, "No, it's a dungeon." Our MC flashed a smug grin and shouted with excitement, "That's right, a gym. No wait, a dungeon." To him the two names were just labels. What mattered was that he finally had his own space. His eyes blazed with the fire of determination as he boldly declared his new goal, "My very own dungeon gym." In front of the dungeon entrance, the doorman dog threw back its head and let out a howl that tore through the night. Our MC began conducting adequate training for the monsters alongside his muscular army. Lena analyzed thoughtfully that the enemy had lost both their reason and will to attack, which made her wonder about this loss of will. She casually crunched on rocks while preparing to explain the whole situation in detail. In the dark cellar, Elise instructed the man beside her about the medicine on the other side. A syringe filled with pink solution appeared in the quiet space. In the laboratory, Ben was diligently concocting concocting a special solution that emitted a mysterious purple energy. Suddenly, a hamster with an absurdly muscular body appeared, flexing and posing with overwhelming power. Ben cheered with excitement. Yes, it worked. Then he quickly left, leaving everyone around him stunned. Gudo witnessed the scene before him in utter shock. He hiccuped repeatedly, jaw-dropping as he called out Elise's name in complete disbelief. Elise and the Bedorman dog walked into the middle of the field. She frowned when she caught the strong stench of alcohol coming from Gudo. In his drunken state, Gudo screamed with bitter resentment. No way, you liked me too. We were so good together. We were so happy. Before he could finish, Ben landed a devastating punch that sent Gudo crumbling to the ground. He coldly retorted, happy my ass. He grabbed Gudo by the collar and yelled, demanding he stop using alcohol as an excuse to act out and sober up to talk properly. Ben firmly declared that only when sober and brave could one earn love, just like what he was doing right now. Gudo could only stammer in shock, oh, I'll remember that. Seeing that the man had come to his senses, Ben smiled and turned to walk away. He didn't forget to tell Gudo to always be his brave friend and apologized for the punch. Gudo sat on the ground watching his retreating figure, telling himself he'd try. Deep down he felt relieved that the one Elise loved was Ben. Gudo and Ben clasped hands tightly, swearing an unbreakable friendship amid the blazing flames. But that bond of affection hadn't lasted long before disaster struck. Due to drought, the people surrounded the castle with torches and farming tools, screaming for the Lord to bring rain and save their crops. Facing the furious mob, Gudo's father coldly announced that thanks to his son's report, he now knew there was a witch in the land to use as a sacrifice. Gudo was no longer a coward. He firmly grabbed his father's hand and shouted, stop this. His face showed clear fury as he demanded to know why his father would drag the person he loved into dirty political schemes. Gudo pointed straight at his father's face and boldly declared that correcting the mistakes of one's parents is the duty of a child. He immediately called out to Ben and Elise, his loyal companions who always stood behind him. Witnessing this fierce defiance, the old lord could only grit his teeth in frustration as his plan fell apart. Gudo, together with Ben and Elise, resolved to stand united. He declared firmly that from this moment on, he would personally set the country right, addressing his father directly. They had united, and they had succeeded. Under the pouring rain before the city gates, the people cried out in panic, it's raining, it's raining. Amid the chaos, someone anxiously asked what they should do. The helpless answer rang out, what else can we do? We have to go back. Suddenly from within that scene, the cry of a newborn baby rang out, wah! In the warm room, Ben looked at his little child and wondered who the kid took after to speak so clearly. Elise smiled and replied, I don't think he takes after me. Time passed and the child grew up surrounded by bright, cheerful laughter, always with a loyal Bedorman dog by their side. Then the big day finally arrived. Ben stood quietly in the back, watching his daughter's wedding with emotions welling up inside him. Witnessing the moment Sophie walked down the aisle, he couldn't hold back his feelings and cried out, Sophie, you have to be happy, okay? Elise gently reminded him beside her, come on, don't cry, not on such a beautiful day. When the ceremony ended, he said with a heavy heart, now that Sophie's married off too, how am I supposed to go on feeling this sad? Elise playfully winked and replied, well, we just live all wrapped up in each other, like when we got married. Simple as that. The two called each other's names lovingly and shared a passionate kiss. Did they forget this was a public place or something? But Gudo suddenly squeezed in between them looking completely exhausted, shouting, in-laws please, show some restraint, this is the kid's wedding. Immediately Gudo's wife rushed over and grabbed him by the hair screaming, honey, you still haven't gotten over your first love, have you? Gudo frantically tried to explain himself while Ben stood behind with a smug grin. No, it's not what you think. Cherry blossom petals drifted gently down amidst the lively scene. Beneath the vast starry sky, Ben whispered softly, looking at the stars you created makes me remember the first time I learned that secret. Elise replied quietly, I remember too, you shouldn't have come close, it must have hurt so much. But him, physical pain was nothing. Don't you know that losing the one you love is the greatest pain of all? Compared to losing you, I'd rather die. Elise earnestly asked, will you always stay by my side? This couple's love was always as blissful as that. The space suddenly burst with light, carrying them back to those unished days of youth amid a field of white flowers. Ben declared firmly, of course, even if death separates us, I will find my way back to you no matter what. Elise smiled with pure happiness. I knew you'd say that. I love you. They held each other's hands tightly in the blinding radiance. He vowed if this life was lived for you, then the next life will be lived only for you as well. They called each other's names in boundless joy, embracing tenderly in the infinite expanse, their final words of love echoing with deep devotion. But cruel reality revealed itself right after. In the cold, desolate field, two bodies lay motionless side by side. Ben and Elise had stopped breathing, closing the curtain on a love story full of tragedy and tears. Du Hanso and his muscular squad were rhythmically carrying boulders through the dungeon corridors, while the others strained under the weight. The main character looked absolutely thrilled, walking along with an energetic smile on his face. He noticed a member behind him showing signs of fatigue, their back starting to curve downward. He immediately moved closer to correct the person's posture. He placed his hand on the man's abdomen and ordered, tighten your core. He then pushed firmly against the lower back and shouted, straighten your back. Under that intense pressure, the soldier gritted his teeth and channeled all his strength to hoist the massive boulder overhead, then yelled, increase the weight. The entire squad continued their march with excitement, their glistening muscles shining under the light. Du Hanso smiled with satisfaction, his face flushed with happiness as he watched his members push themselves. At that very moment, the Crimson Prison Dungeon officially welcomed its new guests. A legion armed with razor-sharp swords marched in imposingly, chanting in unison, kill, kill, die. They were the bodybuilder swordsman squad, people who came running the moment they heard about the establishment of the Crimson Prison Dungeon. The spirit Lena stood watching from the front as the tiny creatures continuously clapped and waved to welcome the new members joining. Amid the lively atmosphere, the Toadman was casually tipping a bottle of liquor upside down into his mouth, draining it dry. Any chance he got, he'd pull out the booze. A total drunkard through and through, he adjusted his monocle slightly and declared clearly, I heard a new dungeon is being established here, chef. He affirmed that his Redhead Legion also want to join and become part of this dungeon. He raised his bottle high and called out enthusiastically, first things first, let's have a celebratory drink, chef. He laughed loudly with a smug expression, completely unaware that a massive shadow was looming right behind him. Du Hanso appeared with a darkened face full of killing intent, leaving the Toadman frozen in place with nothing but question marks and sheer horror. Just kidding around, that's all. He hurriedly explained that what was in the bottle was actually just barley tea. The Toad trembled as he presented a sealed box and frantically clarified, I'm not saying you should just take it without question. Our research team just discovered a new type of substance, so I brought it as a gift. The system immediately displayed a confirmation notification. The substance was probiotics, beneficial bacteria. Du Hanso curiously opened the box. A blinding light burst out, making him gasp in astonishment. When consumed in the right amount, these probiotics deliver remarkable benefits to the human body. They are living bacteria that improve gut health and powerfully boost the immune system. In particular, they're used to restore immunity weakened after intense weightlifting sessions. This stuff is on par with Broby, containing billions of beneficial bacteria. The main character and the toad laughed loudly together with excitement, calling each other's names in a friendly manner. The toad smirked smugly, secretly calculating in his head, perfect, at this rate I'll climb to the number 2 position in no time. Suddenly Du Hanso rushed over and hugged the toad tightly, lifting him high. Oh, you adorable little toad, welcome aboard. The sound of bones cracking rang out, leaving the toad in agony, muttering to himself, if I'd known this would happen, I never would have come here. In another area, a round boulder was rolling rapidly across the grass. The spirit Lena led a procession of earth golems lumbering forward and asked Duhan, so if the cleanup was going well, I brought the weight plates over. The muscular squad hurriedly hauled the heavy weight plates, urging each other on. Weight plates first, get them inside, hurry up. Duhanso suddenly stopped them. He held up a weight plate and declared clearly, hold on, just carrying them in like that is boring. Let me show you the proper way to move weight plates. He enthusiastically introduced a technique called bus driver handling amid Gudo's helpless screaming. Please just move them normally. I don't have the stamina for this. Gudo insisted he was bullying people way too much. The main character began demonstrating step 1. First, keep your back straight and spread your feet shoulder width apart. For step 2, he fully extended his arms and raised the weight plate to eye level. For step 3, he instructed them to rotate the raised plate to the right once, then to the left once as if turning a steering wheel. He smiled and concluded, just like that, after stimulating both the front and middle deltoids, pass it to the person behind you. While the main character and his muscular squad were diligently spinning those massive stone weight plates, the spirit king behemoth appeared in the form of a small black cat and spoke up. Sorry to interrupt your training, but there's something important to discuss. Duhanso looked puzzled and asked, what is it? Behemoth explained with a serious expression that maintaining the dungeon consumes an enormous amount of energy, and if that energy source runs dry, the dungeon will vanish completely. This meant that the training equipment he had painstakingly crafted would no longer be able to fulfill its full potential either. Hearing this, Duhanso was completely shaken to his core. Then what should they do? Was there really no other solution? Behemoth's gaze turned cold and sharp as he offered a cryptic instruction. Fill it with the life energy of living creatures, Nyang. The Spirit King stood amid a haunting crimson space, and coldly revealed that the most efficient way to gather energy was through the death of living beings within domain. Duhanso went limp, flailing in sheer horror. Death of living beings, extracting energy from that. This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. At that very moment, the neural muscle fibers in our MC's brain began contracting and expanding at extreme speed, searching for a way out. A fresh stream of thought erupted in his mind. If death meant the destruction of cells, then high-intensity training was essentially a continuous process of destroying muscle cells as well. That meant if the entire team trained together, the dungeon's energy would automatically be replenished. He snapped awake with a revelation. If they used training energy as a substitute, then no one would have to die. He immediately declared a new rule to the entire army in a booming voice. It's decided, from now on every bathroom break requires 100 pull-ups. While our MC was burning with fighting spirit, the muscular army behind him had gone pale with terror. Witnessing this commanding decree, Behemoth could only click his tongue in exasperation. Who would enjoy that, Niang? But completely contrary to expectations, the muscular army simultaneously rubbed their hands together and cheered Uyuyu with faces full of pure bliss. Behemoth stared speechlessly at the burly men who were ecstatic beyond reason and muttered, "These lunatics, Niang." Watching from the bushes in the distance, a soldier hesitantly tried to bring up reporting the situation about the bodybuilder seniors, but Gudo quickly stopped him. Seeing the radiant smile on their leader's face, Gudo thought to himself, he looks so happy like that, I can't bear to tell him. Let's stretch out this joy for our MC as long as we possibly can. Suddenly, a group of people appeared and called out in greeting. Long time no see. Block was stunned to realize these were none other than his woody builder seniors. Looking at their gaunt frames with ribs clearly visible, he cried out in distress. Seniors, what happened to leave your bodies in such a terrible state? One senior placed a hand on Block's shoulder and let out a soft sigh. A lot has happened in the short time since we last met. This was the day of Gudo, wasn't it? Gudo recounted with eyes blazing bright that after spotting a messenger, those creatures had imprisoned them and then vanished. For many days they were chained tightly to stone pillars in a dark cave, completely unable to move. While desperately awaiting death from lack of energy intake, their bodies had been forced to burn through their internal energy reserves just to stay alive. As a result, all the excess fat and even the massive muscles the woody builders once boasted had completely disappeared through that process. Now they looked like starving people. Warriors who were once powerfully built were now nothing more than ordinary bears. One of them rubbed his flat stomach and said wistfully, "There was a time I was obsessed with muscle mass, but now I can't even understand why I used to be like that." Amid the gloomy atmosphere, the dungeon's mascot suddenly spoke up with urgency. "Everyone stop being so pessimistic. Let's head to the center of the dungeon." It flashed a brilliant smile and boldly announced that the dungeonification process would officially commence immediately. Standing before the gathered citizens of the kingdom and the Toad tribe, our MC reflected deeply on the time he had spent living only for himself. But now he realized he truly loved this bodybuilding culture and wished for more and more people to share that same passion. He placed his hand on the glowing magic orb and pleaded earnestly, "I ask everyone here, please help make it so that every creature in this world, regardless of race, can have access to the gym." Answering his heartfelt call, Gudo and the entire legion placed their hands on the orb in unison, ready for a new era. Our MC broke into the most radiant smile he had ever shown, bathed in a brilliant halo of light. He raised both hands high and declared in a booming voice, "Gym Dungeon." A massive burst of light erupted from the orb, marking the official beginning of a glorious new journey. Deep in a dense forest, a group calling themselves Kingdom Adventurers was cautiously advancing step by step. They thought they were going treasure hunting, but it felt more like a Monday morning fitness test. The moment they arrived before an ancient stone structure, one member spoke up to confirm, "We're here." Looking at the dark entrance, another hesitated and asked, "This is the Hell Dungeon?" Above the gateway, the word gym appeared shrouded in mystery. A female adventurer asked nervously, "How dangerous is it that they call it the Hell Dungeon?" Her teammate replied with a grave expression, "I heard it was created by a demon king from another world." Despite the fear, the team leader spoke up boldly to reassure them, "It'll be fine, our squad is very strong. I'll take the lead." But the instant he drew his sword to charge in, a massive guardian arm appeared out of nowhere. Boom! A thunderous collision sent him flying. The entire group screamed in terror. terror. From within the cloud of dust, a white-haired man with a massively muscular build came rushing out in a panic. Seeing the victim collapsed on the ground, he apologized in confusion. "Oh, sorry, I didn't know anyone was here. Are you okay?" Furious at the sudden attack, one adventurer drew his sword, pointed it straight at the man's face, and shouted, "You wanna fight?" The tension was thick enough to cut, just one sound effect away from a combat update. Meanwhile, the others rushed over to help their teammate. "Are you alright?" The muscular man waved his hands frantically in denial. No, I told you I didn't know." He looked the adventurer group straight in the eyes and offered sincere advice. "But it would be best if you all turned back. This place isn't somewhere ordinary adventurers like you can challenge." The man turned his massive frame and walked away, stating firmly, "Only true warriors can challenge this place." Watching that enormous silhouette disappear, the sword-wielding adventurer could only stand frozen in bewilderment. Suddenly the man stopped and let out a thunderous roar. Forward 80. His face contorted as he gritted his teeth, enduring an immense weight under crushing pressure. Witnessing this shocking scene, one adventurer cried out in terror, "A mimic monster?" But his teammate immediately corrected him in disbelief. "No, that's just a block of iron." The muscular man with blazing red eyes radiated an intense killing aura, furiously performing powerful squats that shook the ground violently with every rep. He was executing his squat routine under absolutely crushing weight. The system immediately displayed a notification. Gudo has broken the squat record of 1 rep max. However, to obtain the Wonder Armor, he still needed to conquer an additional 560 kilograms. Right after that, a pathway leading to the free weights room officially opened. Gudo stood towering before the gate of light, with massive weight plates at his feet radiating powerful energy. He exclaimed in satisfaction, "This is the paradise of warriors, where all races are united by muscle. Welcome to Dungeon Gym, where the sound of footsteps and clanging weights echo endlessly, creating an exhilarating symphony." This place is nothing like a dungeon at all. It's more like a global-scale muscle-building festival. In the midst of that lively atmosphere, all kinds of monsters are training with passion. At the reception desk, a girl named Randip with blue hair greeted them warmly. "Hello, I'm Randip, the manager of Dungeon Gym." She flashed a friendly smile and curiously asked the newcomers, "What brings you all here today?" 3 adventurers from the kingdom of Muantin explained that they came here after seeing the bounty notice from the association. The team leader clenched his fist and declared with fierce determination, "No one has conquered this place yet. We will definitely subjugate it and become renowned adventurers." Randip began processing their registration and asked if they had a referral or had used the gym before. Seeing the awkward expressions on the adventurers' faces, she quickly turned and called out, "Oh, Mr. Gudo has arrived. Could you please advise these people?" Gudo slowly approached with an imposing presence in every decisive step he took. Gudo adjusted his monocle along with his gleaming gold chain necklace, then politely introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Trainer Gudo." His appearance was like that of an aristocratic butler, but his aura was more like a gym overlord than a tour guide. He pulled out a photo showing off his massively ripped muscles, leaving the adventurers stunned. "Isn't that Gudo?" "No way." Gudo waved them over enthusiastically. "I'll give you a tour inside the dungeon. Will you follow me?" One adventurer suddenly froze. He stared intently at the photo in his hand and muttered, "Wait a moment." The armored adventurer pointed his sword straight at the gray monster and roared, "I can't trust a monster that only knows how to lie." The tension was like a resistance band stretched past its limit, just waiting to snap before all hell broke loose. Faced with such hostility, the monster began showing visible irritation. He silently activated the skill Heavy Blunt Cup 12 times, causing his hand to glow with purple magic. An overwhelming pressure suddenly crashed down, crushing the adventurer's resistance, leaving him only able to cry out in terror. "What is this pressure?" Seeing their teammate in danger, the 2 remaining adventurers rushed forward and shouted, "So you've finally revealed your true form. Release the magic immediately. You monster!" Gudo merely let out a weary sigh full of exasperation. Then he casually strolled forward, leaving everyone stunned. He walked straight toward the barbell lying motionless on the ground. His massive hand gripped the bar firmly. He performed a powerful 120 kg one-arm deadlift with commanding force. Witnessing that extraordinary strength, the adventurers could only gasp in shock. "Unbelievable, that's truly the power of a monster." Right then, a brown-haired young man training nearby scoffed. "What's that, Gudo? I thought it'd be something impressive. I can handle that weight too." To answer the provocation, Gudo immediately performed a 120 kg one-arm front raise, extending his arm straight out and lifting the heavy weight in front of him with effortless ease. Terrified by the display of strength, the 2 adventurers hurriedly whispered to each other, "How about we switch to a different dungeon? This isn't the only one around." Meanwhile, others continued training diligently to the count. 1, 2. Gudo suddenly spoke up, blocking their path. "Hold on a second." He stared them down with a mocking expression. "You're actually feeling jealous, aren't you?" Gudo delivered the finishing blow. "Because you've never possessed a powerful body like this." Then he silently glanced at the crumpled registration form on the floor. A young man stood trembling, drenched in sweat, asking himself bitterly, "Am I someone worth being jealous of?" In the distance, a group of adventurers who had just completed a quest were excitedly inviting each other to celebrate. "Everyone worked hard today. How about we go for some Pierre stew and grilled meat?" The response was enthusiastic agreement. "Sounds great." Among the crowd, a purple-haired girl quietly declined. "I'll pass, I don't have the money." Her companion asked in surprise, "You always say you don't have money. Are you in debt or something?" The girl calmly explained that she was saving up for wedding expenses. Even though she didn't have a boyfriend yet, it was better to prepare in advance. Hearing that, the young man beside her blushed and nervously asked about her ideal type. The girl answered without hesitation, "A warrior." The young man thought to himself, "Isn't a warrior exactly what I am?" His face flushed red with joy. But then the girl added an extremely strict standard. "I like warriors with bulging muscles." The word struck like lightning, completely devastating him as he wailed in utter despair. The girl panicked and shouted, "What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Get up already." Right at that moment, the giant placed his hand on the crying young man's head and said in a deep voice, "Hey, go ahead and cry as loud as you want, so that someday, when you're no longer a scrawny weakling, you can smile with confidence." The young man looked up with eyes full of hope and asked, "Master, can I really change too?" The giant flashed a radiant, encouraging smile. "Of course you can. Then let's start by signing up for personal training right now." In a lush green valley, a great eagle spread its wings and soared high across the sky. This peaceful scenery gave no hint that this place was actually a high-end outdoor functional training ground. Down on the ground below, a bizarre training session was underway. Muscular toad-bird monsters were straining to pull heavy ropes while croaking hoarsely. This was the exercise known as Toad Bride Lip Boat Rowing with Toads. Duhanso sat comfortably on a pulled cart, using the strength of his arms to command the toad riders who were training with all their might. He counted the reps enthusiastically. 8, 9. Suddenly the cry of the eagle from above caught the main character's attention. Du Hanso looked up and broke into an excited grin. Shortly after, a fragrant bird hot pot was bubbling vigorously over a roaring fire, steam rising thick among the deep forest. He casually enjoyed the delicious meal while taking a break. He ate while carefully reading the letter the eagle had delivered. The letter read, "Dear Du Hanso, this is Gudo. I've confirmed the location of the oculus. They appeared in the northeastern part of the Roman kingdom, just as Guro described. However, please exercise caution, as the Roman kingdom is currently at war and extremely dangerous. P.S. Please don't eat this eagle. It was very hard to train. Lord Guro." Reading this, the MC froze in place, his face full of guilt as he glanced at the piece of meat he was holding in his hand. He clicked his tongue and told himself whatever, he'd do one more training set and then head out. 3 hours before departure, at the reception desk of the Red Prison Gym, everything was still pretty quiet. No one expected that a small crisis would mark the beginning of a dungeon legend in the future. Gudo pointed at a plate and asked if everyone could see the chicken breast on it. While everyone was nodding in confirmation, he suddenly revealed that one of those 2 pieces was actually cake. Gudo cut into a piece of chicken breast, revealing the chocolate layer inside, then exclaimed "Tada," leaving everyone stunned in amazement. He excitedly continued the game, asking which one is the cake this time. Right at that moment, Du Hanso charged in and yelled, "Where's the chicken breast?" He quickly snatched a piece from the plate with a face full of excitement. The MC opened his mouth wide, ready to devour it immediately. He started chewing away with pure satisfaction. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man beside him was also stunned and suspicious, muttering, "Is that really chicken breast?" It was actually a piece of sweet cake, and the other half was still sitting in his hand. A terrifying surge of energy suddenly erupted, causing the MC's entire body to shake violently as if he'd been electrocuted. His eyes went wide, his face contorted in shock, completely overwhelmed as his body trembled uncontrollably from the intense stimulation of the sweetness. Have you ever participated in a bodybuilding competition or a physique photo shoot? To prepare for that brief shining moment on stage, athletes must follow an extremely strict diet. A muscular man stood under the stage lights, silently staring at a plate containing only cucumber and a few small tomatoes. After months of being conditioned by such bland flavors, the tongue becomes hypersensitive to an extreme degree. Even the slightest stimulation can trigger an explosive sensation as intense as pain. The moment a gym athlete tastes a piece of sweet cake, all their senses are immediately hit with a violent shock. After 17 long years of strict dieting, the MC's brain experienced an extreme stimulus called sugar for the very first time. If there were a nutritional shock ranking, this moment would shoot straight to number 1 without question. His nervous system felt like it was being electrocuted, his blood vessels swelling and pulsing violently from the overwhelming shock. He immediately lost all control. Diving into the dessert feast like a madman with eyes blazing bright, he stuffed his mouth with all kinds of cakes, strawberries, and candy in a state of absolute euphoria. The caravan pulled by the Cockrider team continued its journey through the dense forest. No one expected this survival adventure to turn into an unlimited all-you-can-eat food tour. Amid the lively atmosphere, members of the Muscle Army also began joining in on the feast. The MC laughed loudly with pure bliss, holding a fried chicken leg in one hand while a slice of pizza dangled on his chest in complete abandon. Witnessing their leader letting loose, one teammate remarked with concern, "I don't think he should be doing that." Another warrior approached, holding out a piece of white meat and advising, "Instead of all this greasy food, you should eat chicken breast." Instantly, the MC's eyes went white with murderous intent. A powerful kick sent the victim flying, leaving him badly injured and crying out in pain. The young man stood there imposingly with a terrifyingly cold expression. He growled a warning, "You dare touch my food?" The atmosphere instantly fell into suffocating silence. As punishment for this interference, he forced the entire squad to carry giant toads on their shoulders and continue training in exhaustion. Gudo saw this and walked over, holding up a golden fried piece and offering, "Come on, open wide." The MC casually opened his mouth and accepted the delicious morsel. Gudo murmured softly, "You don't have to suffer like that. There are so many delicious foods in this world." Meanwhile, the MC was busy chewing away happily. 2 muscular warriors were struggling to carry their injured comrade away from the scene. When asked about his condition, the victim weakly replied, "I don't think the bones are broken yet." But still, all their eyes turned toward their leader with extreme concern. Compared to that, I think the MC is the one who's really not okay. By now, he had completely drowned himself in piles of pastries and greasy food, abandoning all his previous strict training rules. Doesn't he normally move by rolling? The question sounded simple but inadvertently awakened a concept that had been sealed away in his training memories. The MC was busy stuffing his face, then looked up blankly and asked what they meant. His chest suddenly began pounding rapidly and intensely. He held 2 sausages in his hands, his eyes shining bright with excitement as he blurted out, "Eating is even more fun than training." The henchman laughed loudly, pointing at his own pot belly and agreeing, "That's right, that's right. The Roman kingdom ahead is very cold, so fat is absolutely necessary." The MC fell into a dazed state, mumbling fat, fat. His body was like a strict operating system that had just been overwritten by a new protocol where eating is the ultimate truth. He went on strike and grabbed a pile of sweet cakes, stuffing them into his mouth. While chewing away, he screamed in pure ecstasy, "Fat is the best." He was completely lost in happiness, muttering, "I love eating so much." The scene suddenly shifted to a vast white snowscape with howling winds raging endlessly. In the blinding snow forest, a small figure bundled up in heavy clothing struggled forward with a bundle of firewood on their back and a torch in hand. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew through and snuffed out the torch. The person anxiously thought there was still quite a distance to the village, their whole body trembling from the bitter cold. They whispered, "It's so cold," and suddenly, a wisp of white smoke rising from the distance caught their attention, steam billowing up into the air. An ice house appeared amid the snowstorm with smoke rising from its chimney, while the cold outside was absolutely brutal. "This is a bank, so maybe I can step inside and warm my hands for a bit." The person hesitated, then approached and spoke softly, "Sorry to bother you." Peering inside, he was stunned to see thick steam billowing out, and wondered why there was so much of it. The visitor's face twisted in horror at the scene unfolding within. Inside the hazy, steam-filled space, an army of musclemen was grinding through high-intensity exercises. The heat was so intense that the snow outside was probably reconsidering its existence. Between ragged breaths and the heavy clang of weights, they counted each rep. One member grumbled in annoyance when he realized the ice dumbbell in his hands had melted again from the heat. In that suffocatingly hot atmosphere, the warriors were training like madmen while Du Hanso casually soaked in a hot tub right beside them, completely relaxed. Standing amid the overwhelming pressure, a small stranger hiding beneath an oversized robe was trembling, swallowing hard in absolute terror. The outsider's presence was quickly detected. 2 muscular warriors lumbered over with suspicious expressions. One sniffed the air and asked if anyone else smelled a low ranker around here. The other started sniffing too, then confirmed with contempt that, yeah, this was definitely the scent of a gym newbie. Instantly, all three warriors whipped their heads around in unison. I think I came to the wrong place. Please excuse me, I'll be leaving now. But the only escape route was blocked by massive walls of muscle. One warrior stepped forward and declared that coming in was free, but leaving was a different story. Surrounded by grinning muscle monsters with haunting smiles, the stranger could only scream in despair. What do you mean it's not free? Someone save me. Despite his feeble resistance, the muscle monsters swiftly hoisted him into the air. Agonized screams echoed throughout the room as the intruder was dragged toward the hot tub. Meanwhile, Duhanso sat calmly in the warm water, slowly chewing on a snack with an utterly unbothered expression, witnessing the chaos unfolding right before his eyes. Our MC merely glanced over and quietly wondered why these guys were so diligent about everything. In the hazy steam, one member of the muscle army was sternly coaching the intruder through a workout. Flex those muscles, let's go. It sounded like activating a skill in a game, but this was 100% real. He forced the young man to perform a perfect squat, slowly engaging the quads before lowering down. The poor guy was drenched in sweat, his whole body shaking from exhaustion. He stammered and asked if all this effort was really necessary. He pointed toward Duhanso and questioned whether that guy over there was supposed to be the strongest one. Contrary to expectations, the MC was lounging on a chair without a care in the world, tossing out a casual remark, just wing it. He flashed a lazy grin and dropped a philosophical gem dripping with apathy. Whether you try hard or not, everyone dies eventually. The statement left every single member present frozen in place, with looks of pure shock. This guy continued sinking deeper into decadence, munching away while advising everyone to just eat well and live comfortably. A muscular warrior wearing sunglasses enthusiastically agreed, eating a pastry while nodding along. That's right, sir. Happiness comes first. Meanwhile, the young man could only manage an awkward laugh, completely bewildered. Another member suddenly stepped forward, grabbed the kid's head with blazing eyes, and shouted, "All right, next round." Despite their leader's laziness, the training atmosphere in the dungeon gym remained incredibly intense. The warriors tirelessly lifted weights and performed high-intensity exercises in the snow, while giant toad chickens relaxed in the hot tub behind them. Suddenly, a glowing system notification appeared. A new side quest had been generated, the former king's regret. The story takes us back to a chaotic era in the past, when the world was drowning in thick darkness. A time when light wasn't something that had been extinguished, but something that never had the chance to exist long enough. To stand against the forces of evil, countless warriors emerged and threw themselves into battles of life and death. Most of them vanished from the flow of history, unable to surpass the limits of their own race. Yet history still recorded the names of extraordinary geniuses, those who possessed power far exceeding every metric of their species. Those geniuses built legendary reputations. But beyond every mountain lies a taller one. And at the very peak, there was always one person who forced the entire framework of power to rewrite its definition. Among the most outstanding of them all, one warrior of transcendent talent became the very symbol of terror for the demon race and all evil foes. That was the demon swordsman Hinderbrand. Yet at the very moment of his greatest glory, a soldier screamed out in utter despair and disbelief. "You were supposed to be the symbol of justice. Why would you do something like this?" A soldier pointed toward the dark figure and shouted, "Wasn't it because of you that this world was protected and led by a righteous king?" Hinderbrand calmly held his pipe and called out, "Hey there, young man." He spoke evenly, saying that whether people called him a senile old fool or an idiot chasing empty hopes, it didn't matter to him. Immediately, Commander Zia Mebcam barked orders at the priests, "Buff him now." A barrage of enhancement magic, from strength to agility to focus, was cast upon the commander. The entire buff formation looked no different from preparing for a world-level boss raid. Standing amid the white snow, Hinderbrand muttered, "But you know, what if that hope is the hope of reclaiming my youth?" The narration confirmed he had been active for over 50 years. The commander broke into a cold sweat, trying to reassure himself that his opponent was just an old man drunk on past glory, nothing more. Hinderbrand loomed closer and said, "I bet you've never considered that possibility. Well then, let this old man teach you a lesson." What stood before them now was nothing more than a frail, gowned old man, but it was precisely that unimposing appearance that made him feel the most dangerous of all. Hinderbrand looked at his vial and wondered aloud if his mana potion had already run dry. He pondered quietly. When people have much to lose, they tend to cling to their dignity, but at his age, everything had become meaningless. Hinderbrand casually poured the remaining potion onto the ground. The commander roared to rally his soldiers. "If we don't fear his reputation, we can easily win this." His sword was drawn from its sheath with decisive force. The commander charged forward, unleashing his decisive technique, but Hinderbrand stood unmoved, unflinching even as wild energy swirled around him. He coldly delivered his final words, "Dignity or whatever, once you're dead none of it matters anymore." His eyes blazed with cold indifference, seeing straight through the life and death of the one before him. The commander gasped in shock. He vanished. Then he immediately realized this was an instant teleportation technique. He gritted his teeth in bitter rage, damn it. But even as he tried to react, a wave of killing intent pressed against him from directly behind, leaving him only enough time to widen his eyes in terror. Hinderbrand appeared like a phantom, delivering a thunderous slash that tore through the commander in his complete helplessness. The old man quietly surveyed the battlefield, casually lamenting that he only wanted to go find his youth again, yet these youngsters just loved getting in his way. Standing before the massive army surrounding him, the old man showed not a shred of fear. The opposing commander screamed to steady his troops, "Don't be afraid, our enemy is just one old man." Hinderbrand smirked faintly, silently drew his sword from its sheath, and declared that this old man had made his decision. He would steal the youth from every last one of them. The moment the attack order dropped, a torrent of spells and arrows rained down like a storm. In that instant, it was as if the sky itself had decided to join the battle. But in the blink of an eye, the old man transformed into a tornado of death, sweeping away all resistance. Soldiers collapsed in droves, a single sword slash sending dozens of lives to oblivion along brilliant blue streaks that tore through the sky. His pale, glowing eyes radiated murderous intent, causing a dark mage to scream in panic and order his comrades to unleash their spells immediately. The mage frantically poured all his energy into the blue orb right in front of the old man, but it was already too late. Everything had been set in motion with no chance for regret. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, swallowing everything in a thick cloud of smoke and dust. Across the snow-white field, the gruesome aftermath was revealed with countless soldier corpses scattered over pools of fresh blood. Standing at the epicenter of destruction was Heine Brent, the 75-year-old king of the kingdom of Simbertham. The white-haired elder with his cold, indifferent expression casually remarked that entrusting youth to the young was nothing but a waste. At the city-state of Rome, the atmosphere in the council chamber was tenser than ever beneath the heavy snowfall outside. outside. Even the candles in the room seemed to be trying to avoid joining the debate. The young Pope, Jaxmanet Roland, anxiously raised the question of how to salvage the kingdom's rapidly declining prestige given the current situation. A bespectacled advisor immediately proposed surrender, accepting all of Heine Brent's demands as though it were the obvious course of action. A female minister furiously objected, demanding that everyone stand firm because the kingdom of Simbertham had an extremely low birth rate and a population consisting mostly of the elderly. A nation that would destroy itself if left alone made surrender absolutely unacceptable. The reasoning sounded very political, but somehow it felt like listening to a population status report in a strategy game. The argument exploded when the bald advisor screamed that they couldn't even stop a 75-year-old man like Hinterbrand, so what did they have to be proud of? Just as the Pope was getting a headache from the endless bickering, a decisive offer rang out, declaring that their holy god Hen Knight Order would take the field. The door swung open and Captain Sister Pierre strode in with an overwhelming presence that left everyone in awe of the Knight Order's imposing reliability. While one advisor was still muttering doubts about their capabilities, Pierre suddenly lunged forward and grabbed the man by the neck, producing a dry cracking sound. The advisor's face contorted in agony as he could only manage broken groans while everyone around him watched in shock. But right after, the man burst into delighted laughter because he could feel the blood flowing powerfully through his body again, then lavished praise on the Knight Order's strength before the Pope. Pierre, with a long scar across his face, silently observed everyone with sharp, enigmatic eyes. Meanwhile, in a distant snowy forest, Du Hanso turned to ask about the remaining distance to the village. Receiving a confirming nod from the small guide, our MC excitedly announced it was time to do interval running drills after such a long wait. He and his muscular squad immediately channeled power into their legs and burst forward in unison at terrifying speed. Heavy, ragged breathing echoed continuously through the silent expanse of the snowy forest. This young man was drenched in sweat, his face twisted from exhaustion as he wheezed between broken breaths. Even the falling snow seemed to be considering thinning out just to keep up with this training intensity. Despite being so exhausted he could barely lift his legs, he still managed to order his teammates to go on ahead, but even the strongest muscular warriors had reached their limits. They leaned against each other gasping for air while steam rose in thick clouds from their bodies. Footprints pressed deep into the white snow led the way to a village belonging to the kingdom of Simbertham. The village appeared peaceful, with wooden houses blanketed in white snow amid majestic mountain ranges. This tranquility felt like a rare halftime break in an endless series of training days. From the distance, a young boy came running frantically, calling out for his grandpa. Immediately, an old man with a gentle smile lifted the boy up and cooed affectionately, "Oh, my good grandson." The boy cheered excitedly, calling out to the elders. The boy's face lit up with pure happiness as he was surrounded by his loved ones. One of the elders stepped forward and bowed his head in gratitude to Du Hanso for saving young Jordan's life. Looking at the elders around him, our MC couldn't help but be astonished, silently wondering why every old man here possessed such an extraordinarily fit physique. A member of the muscle squad leaned in and whispered that something about this village was very strange, but then casually concluded that apparently everyone here just knew how to hit the gym. However, another question arose when the village was completely devoid of any young adults. It felt like an entire generation had been locked out of the server ages ago, and nobody had updated the status since. One elder sadly revealed that all the young people had left to migrate elsewhere, much to his shock. Young Jordan began recounting the history of the kingdom of Simbertham, a nation that was once home to powerful mercenaries. In the past, they accumulated wealth by participating in endless wars, but fearing that the population was growing too quickly, the kingdom enacted a law allowing each family to have only one child. Tragedy began from there, as a military nation like theirs prioritized sons above all else. This led to a horrifying gender imbalance, reaching a ratio of 70 males to 1 female. With so few women, the birth rate plummeted and the population structure aged severely. The remaining young people had to bear an enormous tax burden to support the ever-growing elderly population, leaving them no choice but to migrate to neighboring nations in search of survival. Now only a handful of children like Jordan remained, shouldering the responsibility of caring for countless elderly villagers. After hearing that tragic story, Yu Han so casually picked his nose and asked a completely unrelated question. "Is there a gym around here?" The bizarre question left the old man frozen in place, utterly speechless. Jordan had to step in and explain that the MC was probably looking for a place to work out. The group quietly walked through the village blanketed in white snow. One member of the muscle squad nervously asked the old man, with nothing but children left to shoulder everything, "Isn't the kingdom doing anything about this?" The old man replied softly, saying he'd heard that the neighboring holy kingdom of Roman possessed a divine artifact capable of restoring youth. He explained further that it was a sacred relic that had accumulated prayers over 6 trillion years. A vision of a mysterious ceremony appeared, where people knelt before a brilliant orb of light inside a tent. The old man affirmed that King Hinterbrand was using this to bring prosperity once more. Hearing that, the MC fell into deep thought. Hinterbrand, he felt like he'd heard that name somewhere before. Immediately a system notification popped up. Subquest, the former king's regret. Objective, meet Hinterbrand. Reward, clue about the Oculus. It felt like the entire universe had just shoved the main storyline quest into the player's hands without giving him a chance to breathe. The MC silently thanked the ancestors in joy, then eagerly turned to the man beside him and asked, "Sir, can you take me to meet Hinterbrand?" Caught off guard by the sudden request, man broke into a nervous sweat and stammered that in reality, the human king is extremely difficult to approach. He explained that the only reason they were able to meet Gudo was because the kingdom's scale wasn't large and the circumstances happened to align. Even so, the MC kept pressing. "Then what do I have to do to meet him?" Gudo raised a hand to his chin in thought. "Well, about that, this kind of deliberation usually comes with challenges not meant for the faint of heart." He wore a monocle, his expression stern against the snowy wind blowing past. Gudo stood tall, gripping his spear among the musk squad, while the MC was doing squats right beside him, preparing for the new journey ahead. Behind them, the old men were groaning from aching joints. "Oh, my whole body hurts so much." Cuffing fits echoed nonstop through the snowy air. Dry cracking sounds rang out endlessly as the elders struggled with every movement of their bodies in utter agony. The young man watched in shock and thought to himself, "Am I actually hearing their bones grinding against each other right now?" He turned to ask with concern, "Gudo, is this really okay? The simplest way to meet the king is to earn military merit." Sounds easy, but in the middle of a war, simple usually means impossible. The MC emphasized that the most terrifying people are those with nothing left to lose, and these veterans are exactly that kind of people. A burly guardian with a colored beard wearing a pink robe stood beside the white-haired knight and declared boldly, "Either rejuvenate alongside the king or die in the war." The guardian laughed loudly, affirming that was the mindset of true veterans. He turned to the MC's group and asked, "What resolve do you bring to this war?" Immediately, the muscle disciples all flexed in unison to show off their strength, then answered with two simple words: push and pull. The entire muscle army hauled heavy cargo while chanting 1-2-1-2 in perfect rhythm, leaving the white-haired knight standing there completely dumbfounded. What the hell are these people even talking about? Right then, a panicked scream echoed across the entire camp. Something big is happening. A scout was frantically whipping his horse toward the barricade, demanding everyone clear the way immediately. But just as he got close, the horse suddenly tripped, sending both rider and beast tumbling across the ground multiple times amid harsh crashing sounds. The scout scrambled to his feet and rushed breathlessly to the commander. Before the question of what happened could even be asked, all he could do was gasp for air, spitting repeatedly to catch his breath. He stammered between broken breaths, "That's not the issue." Suddenly, alarm bells rang out in rapid succession. "Enemy attack! We're under assault!" Signal smoke pillars blazed up from the towering mountain peaks. A formidable army called the Holy Knight Order God Hand appeared suddenly from the horizon. Leading the army was a beautiful blonde female knight with eyes full of cold intensity. She coldly gave the order to attack. Down on the ground, a warrior turned to ask Gudo, "You said all we need is military merit, right?" The MC, still in a squat position, casually replied, "Yeah, that's about right." The muscle disciples stepped forward and offered, "Leave this to us." One of them added with a worried look that his body fat percentage was climbing, so fighting would be really tough. The MC burst out laughing and told his disciples they were wrong. Gaining weight doesn't mean getting weaker. On the contrary, the explosive power becomes even more terrifying. He compared his current body to a gas-guzzling supercar brimming with raw power. The MC roared and began flexing with everything he had. Channeling all his strength caused his muscles to swell violently to monstrous proportions. He radiated a suffocating wave of heat that shook the very space around him. The pressure from those colossal muscle fibers blasted everything nearby away, making the disciples cry out in terror and helplessness. Witnessing this earth-shattering spectacle from above, the Knight Order couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Captain Pierre's eyes went wide in shock as she asked herself, "What in the world is that monstrosity standing before me?" Suddenly, a thunderous roar tore through the air like a jet engine. A cataclysmic impact erupted, creating a blazing red glow that engulfed the entire battlefield. The moment he performed a squat jump, a horrifying pressure burst forth, so overwhelming that even the air itself seemed to flee in terror. Witnessing this shocking scene, the members of the muscle army frantically reported to Gudo that Yu Hansu had disappeared again. But Gudo calmly replied that this wasn't exactly the first or second time it had happened. Gudo quickly regained his focus, asserting that the urgent matter at hand was eliminating the enemy in front of them. He began lecturing about the principle of knowing yourself and your enemy to win 100 battles, emphasizing that without understanding the true strength of both sides, victory would be impossible. He admitted that right now they were completely in the dark about both the enemy's power and their own forces, so he ordered the Woody Builder squad to prepare, and the muscle warriors immediately formed a horizontal line. The young man reminded his underlings that they would observe the seniors' battle to learn from their experience. Even so, one member of the muscle army couldn't contain his eagerness, growling that his body was itching for action, and asking why they couldn't just charge in and crush them. Immediately, a veteran general with purple hair and a brilliantly pink outfit stepped forward, flashing a sinister smile. He chuckled and declared that the royal guards had a nice idea, but he'd show them the power of a mercenary nation. He lumbered forward and announced that once they made their move, there would be no room for anyone else to interfere. He bellowed his command to the entire army, "All troops, bones and joints." Under the veteran general's command, the entire army began radiating brilliant auras with skills including bone density enhancement, replacement joint creation, and safe joint reinforcement. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, one muscle warrior asked Gudo in confusion what those old men were doing. Gudo quietly observed and then analyzed that they were using magic to fill in their deteriorated bones and replace worn-out joints with artificial ones. However, he was secretly worried as he recalled the knowledge Yu Hansu had once taught him, that using artificial joints comes with excruciating pain. He gazed ahead pensively, wondering what they were planning to do. The long-bearded veteran general roared his command, "All troops, berserker mode." With just one command, the atmosphere instantly shifted to a point of no return. Their eyes blazed with a crazed red glow as they charged straight ahead, heedless of everything. Witnessing this, a member of the muscle army realized in shock that they had used the berserker's skill to block out all sensation of pain. This was the battle tactic of a mercenary nation that had grown powerful through war. With the attack order given, the enemy's burly warriors charged toward their targets in a frenzy. Their thunderous stomps made the ground tremble violently. It felt like the entire battlefield was being turned into a high-intensity vibration machine. But right in the heat of battle, at the most critical moment, a cold voice rang out. Instantly, a soldier collapsed without warning, dropping his weapon in utter disbelief. Yu Hansu's disciples could only stare wide-eyed in horror, blurting out, "What the hell was that?" The stranger with a cross-shaped scar on his face curled his lips into a sinister smirk. He quietly uttered the command, "Dispel immediately." The bodies of the muscle army warriors began twisting and cracking in grotesque ways. Dry snapping sounds echoed continuously as their bones and joints were shattered without mercy, leaving one of them only able to scream in absolute agony. Witnessing that brutal technique, another member shuddered with his heart pounding wildly, wondering what the hell that skill was. In reality, the enemy had used their fingertips to pierce through the defensive layer, infiltrating the joints directly and instantly. The battlefield at that moment was no different from a dissection table operating at the speed of war. A hand glowing with blue energy slithered between the muscle fibers, weaving through the vertebrae before withdrawing in the blink of an eye. The horrifying truth was revealed. The first rank would completely disable armor and weapons, and then the second rank would proceed to directly disassemble the human body. The enemy had been incredibly cunning, targeting the fatal weakness of the veteran soldiers, their joints. A type of tactic that sounds painful just from the concept alone. Agonized screams rang out continuously as the veterans collapsed, completely outmatched by these brutal techniques. Female Captain Pierre coldly declared that she had no desire to carry out meaningless slaughter, and demanded the enemy lay down their weapons and surrender. However, her gaze suddenly froze when she caught sight of the muscle army, a strange type of soldier she had never seen before. Pierre couldn't hide her contempt, believing that the kingdom of Simbertham had become so desperate that they resorted to using monsters to seek victory. In her view, in the holy nation of Roman, monsters were never considered to have personhood. Pierre ordered the cavalry to charge, promising to grant mercy by sending them to the god's side without a shred of pain. In stark contrast to the gravity of the battlefield, the muscle army members were panicking for an incredibly childish reason. If they got hit by that technique, they'd be injured and unable to continue going to the gym. They anxiously repeated Yu Hansu's Su's warning about how injuries would hinder training, wishing they could just go back and work out safely in the dungeon gym, watching his disciples about to flee, just because they were afraid of damaging their muscles. Gudo could only stand there drenched in sweat, unable to comprehend their thought process. When he heard cowardly murmurs like, "Should we run and we can't lose our muscles?" Gudo's eyes widened dangerously. He roared to assert dominance, demanding that the woody builders focus immediately. Gudo shouted, challenging whether they wanted to go back to being the scrawny weaklings everyone looked down on just because they were afraid of a little pain. He declared that the muscles they had painstakingly built were not meant for running away, but for protecting their friends, their lovers, and their families. Gudo's powerful speech struck deep into their souls, or more accurately, sent vibrations through the entire army's pectoral muscles. If words had weight, his were at heavyweight barbell level right now. He encouraged his disciples to believe in the strength that Yu Hansu and they themselves had forged. The pectoral muscles began contracting and trembling with overwhelming force in rhythm with every rallying word from their leader. Even the pink toadbird monster was exposed. It too was swept up in this blazing atmosphere. This sudden shift left the Roman cavalry visibly shaken, as if the battlefield had just switched to a mode with no fixed script. Amid the toad's screeching and the muscle army's battle cries, a terrifying pressure began engulfing the battlefield. An entire legion of pale white giants with blazing red eyes, along with a formidable squadron of toad riders, began marching in unison, creating a thunderous sound that shook the very earth. Standing before the spectacle, female Captain Pierre quietly observed and then spoke with disdain. With just those bare bodies, how foolish. Holy knights, disassemble the enemy immediately. The knights below asked back in confusion. Disassemble? While they were still hesitating, the muscle army with their blazing red eyes had already closed in, their chests pounding relentlessly, causing the knights to cry out in terror. What are those things? Immediately the muscular warriors busted out chest stretches and lat pull-downs right in the middle of the battlefield, warming up for an explosive offensive. The shout of 12 rounds echoed across the entire space, making it clear this was no longer a battlefield but a continent-wide endurance tournament. Two warriors combined their pushing force to launch a teammate soaring like an arrow tearing through the sky. The knights below could only stare upward in stunned helplessness. Oh, here they come. Pierre gritted her teeth and ordered the formation to split, yet the lethal slash only produced a dry clang against muscles as hard as steel. Instantly he grabbed the enemy and roared the name of his technique, one-arm doom bell. A press with the force of 1,000 pounds slammed straight down, crushing his opponent into the ground and creating a shockwave explosion. On the battlefield of the Crimson Purgatory, a towering muscular warrior stood among the defeated, who groaned in agony beneath his feet. One member of the muscle army confidently declared that he had finished analyzing the enemy. He explained that the enemy's technique involved slipping between thin muscle layers to pierce through and sever the joints, but against bodybuilders with densely packed muscle mass, it was completely useless. Witnessing this scene, Captain Pierre was utterly stunned. She admitted she had never seen a body capable of locking its joints so extraordinarily tight. Looking at the warriors before her, she wondered whether they were minotaurs or perhaps entities that surpassed even those monsters. However, Pierre quickly regained her composure, asserting that any muscle mass has fatal weak points. She spoke as if she had just discovered a universal law of bodily combat. She immediately launched attacks aimed directly at those weak points, sending the muscular warriors into a desperate situation as they collapsed one after another. Pierre coldly ordered her legion to target the finger joints, wrists, and elbows of the enemy. Agonized screams rang out continuously as the muscle army endured vicious strikes to their joints. A voice rang out defiantly. You think just aiming for them is enough? Ignoring all threats, the members of the muscle army charged forward frantically, closing the distance at extreme speed. One warrior flexed with all his might and executed the one-arm dumbbell press technique. With the force of 1,000 pounds, he slammed down an attack that crushed his opponent's resistance into the ground. But when his muscular hand collided with the enemy's powerful strike, his fingers were left mangled and deformed. The members of the muscle army were enduring unbearable pain. They screamed in regret that they should have stayed in the dun gym, that they should have just lifted weights quietly. It hurts too much, I can't hold on anymore. The blue-robed entity silently gazed at her hands, then said calmly, that must be engraved deep within your genes. She continued with cold words about the sound of death when a neck is twisted. A giant chicken with glazed eyes and sweat pouring down its body could only let out a terrified cluck in absolute fear. It shrieked Coca hysterically as it saw the hand closing in right before its eyes. A voice rang out with absolute finality, then depart in peace. Immediately the ultimate technique Heavy Planfix 12 was activated. A massive magic sphere crashed straight down onto the monster's head, creating an earth-shattering explosion that obliterated everything in the vicinity. Unexpectedly, after that attack she was still standing firm. Who are you? Faced with that question, a bald giant wearing a monocle casually introduced himself. I am the manager and trainer of the dungeon gym, also known as Guduo. He flexed into a powerful pose and declared his identity with authority. I am Mr. Guduo. Meanwhile, in the snow-covered kingdom blanketed in white, explosions and lightning continued to streak across the sky above the towering mountain peak. A squad of soldiers marched silently through cold stone corridors amid the falling snow. Standing before their leader, the elders pleaded with worried faces. Your Majesty, you need not personally take the field. Indeed, please trust in the army. He turned to his subordinates and asked, have you not always placed your faith in me? The old king ordered them to hand over the mana potion, then declared with authority, then I shall go. Immediately Hinderbrand shot out from the fortress. Flying at terrifying speed, Hinderbrand suddenly halted when he noticed an unknown object hurtling straight toward him. From the opposite direction, Duhanso was in freefall, his face contorted with terror. He screamed in helpless desperation. No, I can't stop! Hinderbrand silently drew his sword and delivered a powerful slash to Duhanso's guardian arm. That moment was like two monsters from different generations colliding in a violent exchange. The old king declared coldly, sorry, but I don't have time to distinguish friend from foe. Before Duhanso's stunned gaze, a system notification suddenly appeared. Subquest The Former King's Regret, meet Hinderbrand completed. Immediately after, the current location of the Oculus organization was officially revealed on the magic map. Down on the ground, the red-haired man Organ cracked his neck slightly and suggested, Duhanso is gone. How about we just sweep them all out while we're at it? However, his subordinate reported anxiously that Hinderbrand's signal was closing in fast. He trembled and wondered whether, in their current state of exhaustion, they could actually defeat the legendary old king. Organ pondered for a moment, then clicked his tongue. Guess we'll hold back a bit longer. He wondered curiously if Hinderbrand and Guduo were to face off, who would be the one to claim victory in the end. Amid a haze of purple mist, a towering warrior with pale skin stood imposingly, facing off against a female warrior. The atmosphere right now was no different from an arena where only the law of the jungle reigned supreme. He bluntly declared that the loser would ultimately ultimately be nothing more than prey to be swallowed whole. The bear quickly analyzed his opponent, realizing she was close combat specialist. Knowing full well he had no chance of winning in a melee, he decided to increase her body weight first. He immediately tensed up and roared, unleashing a blazing purple mana that engulfed both his hands, preparing for an explosive strike. The massive purple pressure bore down heavily, forcing the female knight Pierre to brace herself under the suffocating force. She was startled, wondering if her armor's weight had increased, but quickly regained her composure and remarked, "What an interesting technique." In response, she declared boldly, "I'll make things even more interesting." Gudo launched a barrage of spears that soared through the air. The spears stood towering among the clouds before simultaneously plunging down like a merciless rain of arrows. Facing the dire situation, she quietly observed and wondered how to handle it, then calmly remarked, "It seems I've already started adapting." The spears rained down ferociously, embedding themselves all around her position amid the violently erupting purple energy. The bear suddenly roared, "Dispel heavy blunt," leaving the female knight utterly stunned. Countless spears with varying gravity levels were continuously activated and dispelled, piercing through the opponent's shadow amid brutal, clashing sounds. The bear cheered excitedly. "All right, I won." He was certain he had taken down the female knight, but Pierre unexpectedly caught a spear barehanded and casually remarked, "This truly has me flustered." No one expected that after being pierced by countless spears, she was still standing. The truth was revealed when it turned out every member of the party was a priest with healing abilities. The muscular soldier began showing clear signs of fear, running and crying as he was relentlessly pursued. Suddenly, a massive purple energy pillar engulfed her, causing the opponent to cry out in shock and horror. From the darkness, a pair of hands glowing with purple magic prepared for the decisive strike. A cold voice rang out, "Caught you." A purple energy circle appeared immediately after, activating the ultimate technique Tower of Babel. A maximum output purple energy explosion rained down, crushing everything below within a colossal pillar of light. A blinding flash carrying a healing skill poured down onto the battlefield. From the shadows, a massive entity with towering muscles silently observed. The muscular army immediately surged forward like a storm, one warrior shouting orders. "Close the distance so they can't use their heals." Despite the assault, the priest calmly commanded, "Ignore them, focus on healing. Restoring Sir Pierre is the prerequisite for victory." A massive hand covered in steel scales grabbed hold of everything. The entity roared, "Spread out and take them all down for me." A press with the force of 1,000 tons slammed down, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The giant still stood firm amid the shouts. "Attack the next round immediately." "Let's go, let's go." One member of the muscular army muttered to himself while running that he wouldn't let his guard again. Behind him, another one sneered, "No matter how you look at it, the one who looks most like a monster is that guy." Another thunderous punch slammed down, crushing the ground in a blinding flash. Agonized screams echoed continuously as enemies were crushed under absolute power. The chaotic scene left even the toad chicken frozen in place, eyes wide with shock, completely speechless. The dust and smoke gradually cleared, revealing the scene with bodies scattered across the ground, completely exhausted. A big question emerged: why did they have to fight in the first place? Amid the overwhelming fear, the trembling toad chickens looked at each other with suspicion. Their tiny brains couldn't begin to comprehend the purpose of this massacre. You've probably stood before a weight so heavy it seemed impossible to lift. In the rhythmic atmosphere of the gym, the members of the muscle army were training relentlessly. Yet fear suddenly crept in when facing that massive block of iron, because deep down, everyone knows their own limits best. The crushing pressure weighed heavily on the mind. Even though the barbell stood perfectly still, the brain of the one trying to lift it had already begun trembling with fear. It was like a battle between muscle and panic. A challenging voice rang out, "So you're just gonna give up and not lift it?" Immediately, he slapped himself hard across the face like a madman. Then his chest, abs, and thighs awakening the willpower that had fallen asleep. "You're gonna quit just because you failed once." His veiny hands immediately gripped the bar with burning determination. A confident smile returned to his lips, clearly affirming that the fear he felt was nothing more than a deceptive signal from the brain. Excited roars echoed nonstop as hot surged through his veins. A pitch-black muscular entity with blazing red eyes radiated insane killing intent, charging forward to push back all the fear engulfing his body. With a mighty technique, the giant slammed thunderous blows into the ground, shaking the entire space violently. Suddenly, a massive claw swept past, forcing the opponent to stop and mutter in confusion. The cry of Kukachis echoed loudly, signaling the arrival of a new entity. A colossal toad chicken suddenly charged in. A pair of hands radiated miraculous healing magic, helping an entity quickly regain its footing amid a green glow. With terrifying speed, that figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving those around gasping in shock, while others screamed in terror. The monster Kachis once again launched itself into the air, charging forward in a frenzy. Meanwhile, a priestess silently slipped beneath the beast's massive body and coldly commanded a dispel. In a flash, the members of the muscle army appeared out of nowhere. "Press!" The shout rang out simultaneously with a crushing attack slamming down. The muscle army followed up with another press. The blonde priestess quietly observed the scene and sighed. They'd been delayed far too long. She continued casting body restoration magic. Standing amid the brilliant glow, the priestess said with regret that they should have dealt more damage. "What a shame, time to head back." Witnessing the enemy attempting to flee, Commander screamed, "They're trying to run, attack." Dark figures riding flying beasts immediately blanketed the sky. A member of the muscle army frantically stopped them, shouting, "Don't do that." Then he roared with fury. The group began regrouping and declared they needed to consolidate their full strength as well. The scene shifted to a vast white snowfield. Duhanso was curled up at the bottom of a deep pit. The MC's rippling muscles trembled amid rising clouds of steam. Suddenly, the white-haired old man Hinderbrand came charging in, but the MC calmly caught the blade with his front serratus muscle with pinpoint precision. The slash was stopped dead in midair, leaving the opponent gasping in disbelief. The white-haired elder gritted his teeth and struggled helplessly. The sword wouldn't budge. Seeing blood seep along the steel edge, he was stunned. The muscle actually got cut. On the contrary, the MC looked extremely worried. He glanced at his ribcage and asked, "Front serratus, what's wrong with you? Why have you gone so soft?" He frantically slapped the muscle and yelled, "Hey front serratus, you sleeping or what? Wake up, you little punk." Witnessing this bizarre scene, Hinderbrand silently concluded that ordinary physical attacks would be useless. He began gathering his power and thought, if that's the case then... Meanwhile, the MC was still frantically feeling his muscles, muttering, "Are you swelling up on me?" Hinderbrand raised his sword high, channeling all his mana until it blazed with a brilliant golden aura. Immediately, the muscles across the MC's body began contracting and expanding violently without stopping. The opponent was stunned by the abnormal transformation. Is it regenerating? His muscles expanded to an unimaginable degree. The MC screamed while his face was buried beneath the massive mound of muscle. Hey, what more do you want from me?" A blazing surge of energy energy erupted violently from deep within those crimson muscle fibers. Hinderbrand shot up into the sky, enveloped in a brilliant golden aura. Looking down below, he told himself, the kingdom lies behind me, so I absolutely cannot let this monster break through. Seeing that physical slashes were barely effective, he channeled all his spiritual energy and declared, if I cannot cut you with a blade, then I'll pierce through you with magic. His expression turned deadly serious as he concentrated his supreme power. Under the suffocating pressure, the MC in his monstrous form could only throw his head back and let out broken, furious roars. An earth-shattering collision exploded across the sky in an instant. Hinderbrand casually remarked that it was just a joke, since he was never one to waste time on pointless things. Right after, he summoned a colossal guardian spirit wielding a golden hammer, delivering a thunderous blow that sent his opponent flying. Meanwhile, the MC was blasted away, free-falling through the snowy sky with a body covered in wounds. The MC's massive frame plummeted from above like a blazing meteor, sending dust and snow billowing across a wide area. Amid the howling blizzard winds, Yu Hansu lay motionless at the bottom of a deep pit. Hey anterior muscles, why won't you answer me? Suddenly a voice rang out from those very contracting muscles. You think I want to answer you? The snappy reply left our MC stunned and confused as he asked again. Wait, what do you mean? Looking at his current state, he was shocked to hear a voice coming from his own body. Take a good look at yourself. Turns out he'd been so addicted to sweets that he neglected training, and his brain got called out directly. Brain, you've been so obsessed with sweets that you completely neglected balanced energy absorption and physical training. The muscles all spoke up in unison to declare. Therefore, we the entire muscular system have decided to go on strike, except for the parts necessary to sustain life. The guy just froze at this brutal ultimatum. Try living well with all that excess fat. Behind his back, the voice continued. Oh, and the anterior muscles also wanted to pass along this message. You rotten brain, get lost. If there were a yearly ranking for most impressively betrayed by one's own muscles, our MC would undoubtedly be #1 without debate. Could it be that the muscle strike caused him such an enormous shock? He lay trembling in the snow, his teeth chattering nonstop. This is the thermoregulation phenomenon of warm-blooded animals. When capillaries constrict, the hypothalamus stimulates the anterior pituitary to produce TSH hormone. This process generates hormones that boost metabolism to sustain life. Normally, an average person shivers to regulate body temperature at a rate of 10 to 20 times per second when exposed to cold, but our MC's striking muscles produced a terrifying vibration of up to 10,000 times per second. He shook so violently that he became a blurry mass suspended in midair. The surrounding snow melted into a hot spring right in the middle of the frozen wasteland. A hand reached up from beneath the water as he slowly emerged from the steaming pool. That amount of heat was enough to burn off all the excess fat, but at the same time those magnificent muscles completely vanished. Standing in the snow on his now scrawny legs, this guy's metabolic rate returned to that of a normal person. However, after losing his muscles, he suddenly became incredibly handsome with refined features. Our MC looked at his own body and teared up, muttering shyly, my muscles are gone. Right at that moment, a system notification appeared warning that he'd been afflicted with the abnormal status frozen solid. Quite the price to pay for an instant glow up without ever hitting the gym. The system immediately activated its authority and presented two choices. A. Would you like to be guided to a place with a warm bed and bread? B. Would you like to be guided to a place with meat? Still shivering violently in the blizzard, he smirked slightly and made his decision. Obviously, it took his brain 2 seconds, but he still chose meat. Priorities crystal clear. Amid the shrieking wind and blinding white snow, a trembling hand desperately reached out into the void. By now, our MC had become gaunt. He used his last remaining strength to knock on a wooden door before collapsing immediately. The patrol team discovered him and shouted in alarm. Hey, are you okay? He's severely frozen. Get him out of here now. After a period of unconsciousness, the young man woke up in a warm room. The man who saved his life asked with concern. Just waking up now? How do you feel? Does anything hurt? Our MC weakly replied. Thank you for saving me. He was stunned to realize his condition. I'm low on Maji. Seeing him shaking violently, the man quickly turned to call his wife. Oh, look at him trembling. He must be starving. Honey, get him something to eat. A woman approached carrying a tray of food and encouraged him. You're way too thin. You need to eat this to regain your strength. Looking at the bowl of soup and dry bread crusts, our MC thought to himself, carbs and more carbs. If this were before, I would never touch something this nutritionally imbalanced. His eyes suddenly blazed with intensity, radiating a suffocating pressure as he held the food tray in his hands. Memories of his golden days with a massively muscular physique, freely devouring fried chicken and pizza, flooded back and made him even more frustrated. Watching our MC hold the bread while trembling, the woman felt heartbroken. He must have been starving for so long that just seeing food makes him shake like that. Her husband sighed in agreement. That's right, how pitiful. The young man hung his head, shadows engulfing his face as he told himself he was tormenting his own soul. But right now motions don't matter, first priority is refueling. He dipped his spoon into the steaming hot soup and began to eat. Just one bite, and he closed his eyes feeling that simple flavor seep into every cell of his body. But true to the legend, even when a man barely has enough strength to hold a spoon, he'll still find a way to lift weights. Our MC gripped the flimsy spoon tightly, veins bulging along his hand under self-imposed pressure. Right there in his seat, he began performing a serious muscle concentration exercise with nothing but a simple eating utensil. As long as he's breathing, he's training. A spirit that never gives up, absolute warrior mentality. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the married couple could only stand there frozen. They stared at him with eyes full of judgment and irritation. This guy, they furiously rushed over and pinned him down on the bed, shouting, "Stop being picky and just eat already." Being force-fed so roughly, our MC could only let out helpless whimpers of protest. After the forced meal, he trudged outside into the snow, braced his hands against the ground and quietly assessed. My physical condition right now actually isn't that bad. The young man stared straight ahead with eyes full of unwavering determination. He slapped himself hard on both cheeks to snap out of it and told himself, wake up, what's done is done and can't be undone. Then he wiped the sweat from his face. Suddenly he bent down and planted his hands on the ground. At first glance it looked like a posture of despair, but the answer is definitely no. Our MC quickly adjusted his center of gravity, positioning his body into a solid ready stance. This was a bodyweight push-up position to test his base strength. He shouted clearly, begin, then rhythmically execute each rep up and down with steady form. He focused intensely and started counting. 5, 6, 7, 8. Sweat began dripping onto the frozen ground, his breathing growing heavier with each rep. Suddenly our MC froze mid-rep with a look of pure astonishment. He was shocked to realize that after only a few reps, his muscles had already received such an intense stimulation. Never before had the MC felt this thrill just from doing push-ups. Instantly blue electric currents spread along every muscle fiber in his body, making him tremble and scream out in sheer euphoria. Yu Hanso's face was completely contorted as he drowned in an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The human brain always has an internal scale for measuring moments of pleasure. If enjoying a delicious meal only scores a 3, or dangerous illegal substances reach up to 150 points, then for gym fanatics, exercise is an addictive substance on par with illegal drugs. This dude was doing push-ups while riding a dopamine high, the kind of bliss he didn't even bother hiding. For the MC, being able to train again after such a long time was no different from injecting a heavy-duty stimulant straight into his body. He frantically did push-ups on the filthy ground until tears began streaming down his face. A memory of his great master with the red headband suddenly resurfaced. The old man sternly reminded him that no matter how tough things get, he must never cry. When the MC asked why, the master began explaining that water is the main component of muscles and tears are no exception. Crying means losing water, and losing water means losing your training goals entirely. He posed a deeply meaningful question. What happens if the water meant to nourish your muscles turns into tears instead? While diligently working on the machine, the MC tried to answer, I'd lose muscle, sir. The master burst into hearty laughter and confirmed that a few tears won't actually cause immediate muscle loss. But the real issue lies in the trainee's mindset. Paying attention to even the smallest details is the most important habit for building a perfect physique. The MC listened in silence, sweat running down his deeply contemplative face. He groaned and tensed up, using every muscle around his eye sockets to hold back the tears threatening to fall. After one deep, determined breath, he began relentlessly doing push-ups in the white snow, right next to a system screen that had just appeared. The quest regret of the former king notified him that he had completed meeting Hinterbrand. The next objective was to assist in repairing the fortifications of the Holy Roman Kingdom, to obtain clues about the Oculus. Still maintaining his push-up position, the MC looked up at the old man beside him and asked, Sir, is this the Holy Roman Kingdom? The old man casually replied, Seems like you've remembered something. Asking for directions while doing push-ups, typical can't stay still energy. The old man advised him to be grateful to the Pope, since it was His Holiness who ordered that all young men be taken in without question, which is the only reason he was still alive. Gasping for breath, he earnestly pleaded, I need to repair the fortifications. Can you show me where they are? The old man silently wondered if this guy was even a citizen of this country, but still gestured and said, Fine, follow me. The MC executed powerful push-ups while shouting his thanks, then quickly followed. At the snow-covered fortification area, soldiers were busy moving about and tending to the wounded. He spotted a soldier performing stretching exercises on a comrade lying on the ground. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed in amazement, That's physical therapy. He mentally analyzed that if he could realign and stretch his muscle fibers, reconciling with his striking muscles would be far more effective. The MC stood frozen in the snow with a deeply thoughtful expression. Then he suddenly lunged forward, grabbed the old man's shoulders, and pressed him urgently, Sir, how can I get physical therapy like that? The old man paused and asked if he was talking about healing magic. He then explained that if he were an engineer soldier, he would have already received it, since only enlisted soldiers get 1 hour of therapy per day. The MC's eyes blazed with excitement as he confirmed, All I have to do is enlist? Faced with the old man's hesitant confirmation, he declared with a beaming smile, I'm enlisting. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind, inviting him to join their side. The MC silently turned his head to look back. He caught sight of a mysterious figure shrouded in a blue cloak. The figure slowly revealed a face marked by a long scar across the eye, flashing a sinister smile while affirming, As I thought, I wasn't wrong about you. Villain aura fully exposed. One look, and you know this isn't someone to mess with. Feeling disrespected, the MC snapped angrily. Are you mocking me right now? Immediately, his skill AVE level 3 activated to analyze the opponent. The system displayed that Pierre was a human with the priest class, possessing muscle mass exceeding standard levels and extremely low body fat, achieving a perfect in-body score of 101 out of 100. Meanwhile, he was stunned to realize his own current score was a mere 67 out of 100. He collapsed and furiously pounded the ground in utter frustration, cursing, Damn you and your superior muscles. Pierre just stood watching with a bewildered expression at this bizarre behavior, checked his stats and instantly lost all motivation, felt like getting back a final exam score sheet. At the therapy area, the MC was lying down enjoying an intensive massage session. Pierre, neatly dressed, kindly asked how his body was feeling. He murmured back in pure satisfaction, Good, no, very good. He could feel the distinct changes as his joints opened up, making stretching exercises more effective than ever before. Pierre couldn't help but express surprise, noting this was the first time he'd seen an outsider respond so well to their physical therapy. Pierre pulled the MC's arm taut while worriedly asking if it hurt. He maintained his resolute expression and declared, If it makes my body better, I can endure this level of pain. That gutsy answer left Pierre deeply impressed. The MC broke into a satisfied smile as he felt energy reviving in every fiber of his being. Pierre also smiled brightly at the iron will of this new recruit. In pain but still grinning, the kind of guy who loves gains more than life itself. Mental fortitude maxed out. At the fortification repair site, towering wooden scaffolding was being erected under the snowy sky. Workers and soldiers were hurriedly hauling massive stone blocks for the construction effort. Among the crowd, a laborer was straining to drag a large sack beside a cart, rhythmically counting on 2 before mustering all his strength to hoist a round stone onto the cart. Witnessing this scene, Yu Hansuo stood frozen with sweat dripping down his face. He was stunned, wondering what the hell this was. The form was so wrong you could spot it from a mile away. Any Jimbro watching would have rushed in to correct them immediately. Watching the workers do their thing, the main character couldn't help but worry. He silently concluded in his head that lifting like that was a guaranteed way to herniate a disc. Sure enough, all across the construction site were workers hauling stones with dangerously curved and twisted backs. Shouts of on, tu, and ucha rang out nonstop, accompanied by seriously terrible lifting form. Immediately one worker clutched his lower back and screamed in agony, Ah, my back. A co-worker standing nearby could only click his tongue, saying I told you so. Amid the chaos, a priest from the Holy Roman nation approached the injured man and asked what was wrong. The exhausted worker replied, It's my back. The MC stood with his arms crossed watching the scene, his face full of bewilderment as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. He watched the priest begin performing healing magic directly on the back of the worker lying face down. The young man was so furious his face turned beet red, his eyes rolling back white. He couldn't hold it in any longer and threw his head back, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The order is completely wrong. His scream left the female official behind him staring in utter confusion. The female official approached and asked with concern, Is something the matter? The MC frantically clutched his head and tore at his hair, screaming in absolute despair. The order is all wrong. Witnessing his over-the-top reaction, she could only stare and silently wonder, This is the architect? architect? The two stood quietly beside the tents. She spoke softly. The fortress repairs are taking longer than expected, aren't they? He had calmed down by now and replied gently, yes, it seems so. She looked toward the construction site inside, noting that since each brick was extremely heavy, many soldiers had been injured during the work. You could tell at a glance the procedures were wrong. Any gym enthusiast would be as stressed as facing a deadline. The MC looked toward the site in horror and cried out in despair, you can't build bodies like this. Absolutely not. Seeing his intense reaction, she eagerly approached, clapping her hands and exclaiming with full confidence, I knew it. You're an expert in wall construction, aren't you? He immediately regained his composure, flashing a radiant smile as he confidently declared himself absolutely an expert. She watched his retreating figure and offered, since I've already been taken care of, I'd like to lend a hand with this. He was talking about one thing, but she understood something completely different, yet he stayed confident regardless. If she helped, how long would it take to complete the walls? He pondered to himself, the walls, huh? There's also the matter of building the walls too. Watching the workers tirelessly hauling materials among the ruins, the MC realized something fundamental. He held up 3 fingers and declared firmly, 3 months. In 3 months it'll be more or less done. However, what concerned him most right now wasn't the construction progress but their bodies. Objectively speaking, the physiques of the soldiers working here weren't bad at all. Thanks to performing heavy labor on site, they had developed incredibly solid functional muscle, and their youth helped limit injuries. However, the reality wasn't nearly as rosy. Maintaining poor posture continuously while working was silently destroying them from the inside. Achas and pains began tormenting the soldiers, as constant damage to their vertebrae led to serious harm to their bodies. They looked fine on the outside, but inside it was like system errors silently accumulating. If these injuries weren't addressed in time, they would soon become chronic conditions, leaving the soldiers hunched over in agony, clutching their heads in misery. The MC declared that to solve this problem completely, beyond manual therapy, the most important thing was correcting their basic habits. He loomed up behind a worker and barked his instruction, engage your core, activate your erector spinae. He swung his hand and slapped the guy hard on the back to correct his posture, startling him half to death. Seeing the whole crowd still fumbling around, the MC shouted his command, you don't know how to engage your core. Everyone drop what you're holding and get face down right now. Immediately every soldier on the construction site simultaneously dropped their weapons and materials. 70 days had passed since his care regimen began. A convoy of horse-drawn carriages was being strictly escorted by soldiers, moving along a stone-paved road. The mission of the Holy Gothan Knight Order had caused some damage, but in truth it was merely a stalling tactic. The cardinal walking alongside added with concern that at this rate, a large-scale invasion would break out before long. Hearing this, Jackman innocently pressed, why? Why would they invade? The cardinal patiently explained, yes, that's exactly why they were rushing to repair the walls. Jackman kept questioning why? Why do we need to repair them? The other party continued his analysis, explaining that the enemy knew they didn't have long to live, so they fought with reckless abandon. Not only that, they didn't care about their own lives, because they believed their time was nearly up. The young pope asked again, why? Why is their time running out? The cardinal explained that because the enemy was old, their window of activity was very short. They just needed to stall for time. That's right, because of their advanced age, their time to act was extremely limited. The only issue was stretching things out. But Jackman kept firing off an endless barrage of why questions, making the atmosphere incredibly awkward, just spamming why nonstop. Faced with the pope's excessive curiosity, the cardinal silently resolved to use complex technical jargon to put a stop to these relentless questions. He suggested switching to a private discussion using more advanced terminology. They should use academic language to block the questions, then discuss among themselves afterward. This approach left Jackman completely baffled, a string of question marks appearing above his head. The boy pouted in disappointment and blurted out, what, that's not interesting at all. Then his sulky expression became fully visible. The terminology was way too advanced, his brain was still loading and couldn't finish processing. Seeing the pope looking sad, the cardinal hurriedly reassured him. Pope Jackman, please don't be too disappointed because the wall repairs are nearly complete. Hearing the construction was done, Jackman's eyes lit up with excitement. It's all finished already. The cardinal confidently invited him to see the results. Yes. Please look ahead. The castle gates opened, revealing a towering figure standing amid the white snow. Witnessing the scene before them, the cardinals were so shocked their jaws dropped in astonishment. The MC stood imposingly in the middle of the road, showing off his massively muscular physique while muttering to himself. There are still some shortcomings, but this is good enough. The MC began flexing with full force, his chest and abdominal muscles swelling enormously to withstand the immense pressure. Heavy breathing echoing through the space. Du Hanso radiated absolute dominance in the form of a colossal muscular entity brimming with menace, making everyone around him tremble in fear. Witnessing the scene before them, Pope Jackman and the cardinal accompanying him couldn't help but panic. They screamed in shock, having assumed everything had been completed long ago. The cardinal lost his composure and shouted, Pierre, what the hell is going on here? Standing right beside them, Pierre could only stare wide-eyed in horror at the current situation. Pierre rushed over to confront the guy, demanding to know why he'd said it was nearly finished. The guy casually replied that there were still 2 weeks left before completion. The answer left Pierre completely frozen, unable to utter a single word. Immediately, a massive shockwave erupted from the center, spreading throughout the fortress and causing the ground to shake violently. The powerful energy continued to expand across the world map, from the holy nation of Roman all the way to the kingdom of Simbertham. In a small snow-covered house in Simbertham, a sharp hiss tore through the frigid air. The old woman inside pulled her blanket tighter while muttering complaints about the cold, telling herself she needed to raise the room temperature immediately. The shockwave reached her area, but all she cared about was how freezing it was. The old woman carried a tray of food consisting of sweet potatoes and vegetables toward the fireplace. Surprisingly, inside the fireplace wasn't firewood but a warrior from the muscle army sitting in meditation, steam rising profusely from his body. The old woman lovingly fed him a bite and introduced the dish as a combination of chicken breast, sweet potato, and vegetables. After enjoying the nutritious meal, he roared with excitement about doing 1,000 squats to generate more heat for the house. A fireplace powered by manual gym work, the muscle addition heating technology. The old woman sat by the fireplace and sighed with satisfaction. Oh, how warm it is. But that heat didn't come from dry firewood. It came from a muscle army member relentlessly squatting inside the furnace. Suddenly he felt a strange vibration spreading throughout his chest. His eyes went wide with astonishment as he silently wondered whether this was a signal from Duhan Sonim. Unable to sit still, he decided to investigate immediately. His bulging muscles began trembling violently with each powerful pulse transmitted from afar. Squatting inside a fireplace yet still picking up full bar Wi-Fi. At the training grounds, the sound of weights clanging echoed nonstop amid clouds of hot steam. One warrior paused to ask his comrade if that was indeed the call of Duhan Sonim. The other confirmed with absolute certainty that although the signal was faint, based on the distinctive pectoral contraction, it was definitely their leader. Looking at the training room they'd bonded with for so long, with its burn warning sign hanging on the wall, they couldn't help feeling reluctant to leave. But orders from the leader were absolute, and a commanding shout rang out, "Let's go!" All the warriors simultaneously stopped training, preparing for the dramatic assembly. A slight peck twitch served as their internal communication signal, the muscle version of Morse code. In a quiet space, a man silently sipped his hot tea and spoke with deep reluctance, "I really don't want to see you off. Can't you stay?" Sitting across from him was Gudo. He listened quietly to the offer in respectful silence, gazing pensively into his teacup before admitting that so much had happened since they began their journey at the Purgatory Dungeon. Sitting at the tea table in the middle of an antique room, he affirmed that had been an incredibly meaningful period for him. Gudo gently stroked his beard and added a sarcastic remark, "It was also the period where I nearly died at your highness's hands." Memories of those grueling training days resurfaced, where exhausted soldiers had to lie on stretchers, while their comrades carried them running continuously across the battlefield. Suddenly an earth-shattering collision erupted, creating a deep crater amid a thick cloud of dust and debris. From the center of the ruined scene, Hinderbrand emerged imposingly with eyes blazing with killing intent. The old king coldly stared straight at his opponent and roared, "Are you the one who turned the army into this?" One member of the army screamed in panic, "We're under attack. Counterattack now." Hinderbrand emerged imposingly with an exhausted expression on his face. He muttered, "What a shame, I lost my sword on the way here." He noticed his opponent was still standing there dazed, not yet able to react. The old king channeled mana into his palm and suggested, "Since I feel a bit bad about it, how about we settle this with magic instead, showing up to combat and forgetting your weapon." "Your highness, that's not the enemy over there." Hinderbrand stopped and turned around with a puzzled look. Gudo hurriedly explained that the one who'd just been attacked was actually an allied monster that had joined their army. He could see T-Tugu warriors injured and looking completely bewildered. Hinderbrand smiled apologetically, "My apologies. How about we go inside and hear the full story?" The two walked silently through the ranks of soldiers, standing in neat formation to enter the main camp. The old king glanced at Riona and those around her, then asked, "You all surely have something to say as well, don't you?" A sinister smile appeared on the faces of the mysterious figures as they silently observed the situation. Inside the tent, Hinderbrand sipped his tea and explained, "I only did that because I wasn't aware of the battle situation, brother." Gudo laughed awkwardly in response. "Haha, I understand." The old king curiously asked about Gudo's life in Simbertham during that time. Without hesitation, Gudo laughed loudly and declared, "It was an absolute mess." The old king smiled with amusement, "You really are an honest person. That's exactly why I don't want to let you go." Gudo went on to explain that the kingdom's welfare system had previously been truly terrible. Hinderbrand nodded in acknowledgement, "And you're the one who improved it significantly." Gudo quietly sipped his tea, looking down humbly. That's only because everyone felt happy doing it. The truth was exactly that. The hoodie builders had always been willing and volunteered to dedicate their strength to the kingdom. Outside the tent, two muscular warriors still stood guard dutifully, protecting the important conversation taking place amid the falling snow. Dedication spirit at max level. Counting off 1, 2, 3. Footsteps thundered as members of the muscle army rhythmically passed coal briquettes to one another. Using twisting motions combined with lunges, they transported fuel while simultaneously training their bodies. The heat generated from this training process even helped significantly conserve the village's heating resources. The hoodie builders also developed specialized exercise programs for the elderly, helping one old man proudly show off his firm biceps alongside his instructor, working and giving at the same time. The ultimate efficiency optimization without wasting a single rep. The reason they could accomplish this was because they all originated from the Yao race. From frail, emaciated beings, it was weightlifting that helped them revive powerfully with massive, rippling muscles. A bear warrior stood towering, his blazing red eyes radiating murderous intent that pierced the heavens as he hoisted a massive barbell high above his head. With the experience they'd accumulated, the trainers traveled directly to the homes of retired elders to guide them in person. In the snow-covered training yard, the old folks enthusiastically performed each movement as instructed, no longer feeling bored and becoming healthier than ever before. Friendly waves and radiant smiles appeared more and more frequently throughout the village. An old man laughed heartily, genuine happiness showing plainly on his edged face. Witnessing this scene, Hinderbrand quietly observed from behind. This was the first time he had truly seen his people smile. 2 weeks later, amid the white blanketing snow, a powerful tremor began shaking even the fortified city gates. The brief calm was about to be shattered by another major crisis. Before him stood the broad, guardian-like back of Duhanso, his muscles pulsing with overwhelming power. Hinderbrand and Pierre both showed clear worry, wondering what they should do next in this situation. Duhanso, his blue eyes blazing bright, stared straight at the target and declared boldly, "There it is, the city wall." The muscle army began their imposing march forward across the freezing snow. Each warrior stood towering, their entire bodies trembling with every rhythmic muscle contraction. Duhanso declared that a trained body is an iron pillar, unyielding and unbreakable. He led the army toward the mountain range, where pillars of flesh were gradually stacking upon one another to form a wall. He continued explaining that when those pillars combined together, they would create a complete fortress wall. The members of the muscle army lined up in unison, flexing hard and locking every joint to form an impenetrable barricade. The ultimate technique, the Great Wall of Muscle, was officially activated. A colossal wall formed from thousands of muscular warriors standing shoulder to shoulder, ready to face any hostile force. Witnessing this scene, Captain Pierre gritted her teeth in fury. How dare they make a mockery of our holy kingdom? She immediately raised her hand to command all troops into attack formation, pointing forward and shouting, "Annihilate every last enemy." The lance-wielding knight army charged forward like crashing waves, their eyes burning red with rage. Facing the enemy, Duhanso roared his order for the muscle army to hold formation. Those bulging muscles immediately tensed up to receive the incoming assault. One side spewed killing intent, the other rippled with raw muscle. Countless spear tips stabbed straight into the flesh, but all shattered or bounced off helplessly. Pierre was stunned, sweat pouring down her face as she gasped. The attacks have no effect. Duhanso flashed an arrogant grin and declared boldly, "Don't think of us as we were 3 months ago." A muscular warrior still stood firm despite the relentless barrage. He added, "Don't even imagine our bodies as they were just 1 week ago." The young man continued shouting with wild excitement. "Yesterday, an hour ago, even compared to the last training set, our hardness has already increased." The muscle masses gleamed brilliantly under maximum pressure. Duhanso roared the name name of his supreme training philosophy, progressive overload. While the muscle army was effortlessly crushing the Holy Kingdom soldiers' resistance, the MC quietly observed his opponents and casually asked, "And what about your rest periods?" A member of the muscle army smiled and confirmed, "I've rested plenty." Du Hanso gave a thumbs up and replied simply, "Good." Immediately the enemy spears thrust straight into the warriors' chests, but all snapped on impact, shattered to pieces against muscles hard as steel without leaving so much as a scratch. Watching this, Pierre screamed in disbelief. "Don't tell me that whole thing about building a wall was a lie." He answered calmly, "Not at all." Pierre kept pressing, demanding to know how he'd deceive her like that, but he insisted he never lied. The truth was that wall hadn't moved even a single inch. Through the dust and smoke, a colossal wall formed by muscular warriors' interlocking arms stood towering, protecting two giant toad chickens behind them, leaving the enemy completely powerless. Pierre realized in shock. Come to think of it, they never counterattacked even once? Because simply put, that is the very nature of a fortress wall. Pope Jack Min declared firmly, "In the Kingdom of Roman, we absolutely do not use monsters as soldiers." But then Du Hanso offered a suggestion. "But what if we use them as walls instead?" The boy's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Jack Min enthusiastically gave a thumbs up in approval. "Now that's perfectly fine. Damn, a monster wall actually looks pretty badass." Meanwhile, Pierre could only stand there speechless. A member of the muscle army unexpectedly touched the MC and asked curiously, "Du Hanso Nim, why is your body so skinny?" His expression instantly changed as he growled back, "What did you just say?" The word skinny had struck his fatal weak point. The MC exploded in rage, screaming furiously, "Did you just say I lost muscle?" Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his hand and slapped the shoulder of the underling who dared misspeak. A member of the muscle army looked at the MC with an awkward, questioning expression. Immediately, Du Hanso went berserk, throwing rapid punches into his own chest to stimulate his muscles to the absolute limit. He roared the name of the exercise, one-arm dumbbell press. Then he shot forward at terrifying speed. A devastating strike exploded right after, sending violent shockwaves rippling through the ground. The muscular soldier closed his eyes and felt white steam beginning to rise from his body after the blow. His eyes snapped wide open, shining with an unusual determination, and then he broke into a brilliant smile, telling Du Hanso not to mess around with him like that anymore. But then he suddenly realized the MC no longer had the strength he once did. Du Hanso stared wide-eyed in shock as he witnessed the terrifying power erupting right before him. A member of the muscle army stared at his smoking hand in astonishment. He silently reminded himself of the tradition that the strongest would become Gudo. Sweat poured down his face, tension reaching its peak as his body underwent transformation. But just as he was about to declare himself the next Gudo, a figure in official robes appeared out of nowhere and delivered a fatal blow to the back of his neck, dropping him on the spot. The stranger respectfully approached and asked about Du Hanso's condition, curious about what had just happened. The other guy was about to claim the throne and got blindsided. Du Hanso, his face bruised and swollen, shouted the name Gudo. Seeing the boss shed tears, the robed figure immediately warned him not to cry because it would cause muscle loss. The two sat quietly in the snow-covered land, the main character curled up looking frail and sorrowful. The subordinate silently worried upon seeing the leader show such weakness, fearing that the order and hierarchy they had maintained all this time would completely collapse. Behind him, the muscle army with their blazing red eyes and a giant chicken loomed menacingly, radiating murderous intent. A subordinate approached Gudo and asked, "Shouldn't we hold an election for a new Gudo lord?" Gudo broke into a cold sweat upon sensing the presence of the strong ones. Giant toad monsters appeared, causing the lesser monsters below to cower and bow in terror. Gudo berated the foolish monsters. "Don't you idiots realize what would happen if the leader here changed?" He analyzed that since they bore the title of monsters, if they changed leadership they would immediately be attacked by the holy nation of Roman. Even the kingdom of Silverthorn would consider them enemies. Switching leaders means instant annihilation, so everyone understood this was no joke. The only person who could maintain the balance of survival was Du Hanso Nim. Turning to the main character, Gudo curiously asked if he could spin that thing using only his bare hands. He looked at the massive weight with hesitation. "I'm not very confident right now." Gudo immediately encouraged him, "It's just a game, go ahead and give it a try." The main character wondered where this crystallized earth bell came from. Then he lowered his center of gravity and channeled all his strength into his hands. He took a deep breath, saying he wasn't confident but still getting into position to unleash everything he had. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging across his entire body. He activated the skill Heavy Plantix 1 out of 20. After pushing himself to the absolute limit, the main character spread his legs and hoisted it up. Got it. Witnessing this, a member of the muscle army casually walked over and remarked that it looked pretty light. "Move aside, let me give it a shot." Gudo quietly observed and thought to himself, "My reason for siding with Du Hanso Nim isn't just because of this." He believed that theoretically, it was only a matter of time before the guy became strong again. The main character stood with his arms crossed, exuding authority, while Gudo silently decided, "Shouldn't I get in line early and bet my entire life on this?" A warrior tried to lift the weight, but it barely budged, because Gudo had secretly applied gravity to make it many times heavier. In the end, no one could lift the weight except Du Hanso. Watching from a distance, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, even this doesn't work. That's pathetic." In the vast snowy field, a hand was raised high among the crowd. Du Hanso Nim wins. While the main character maintained his calm, cold expression, the followers behind him kept clapping and cheering to celebrate their leader's victory. Right after that, the scene shifted to the gym area, where the training atmosphere was intense with counting echoing throughout the space. 6, 7, 8, 9 rang out continuously from warriors relentlessly training their muscles. Even after winning, his face remained stone cold, his composure absolutely unshakable. He completed his final push and finished the set as the count ended. But he suddenly froze with a contemplative expression, thinking to himself, "This won't do. It feels completely different." The main character panted heavily, sweat streaming down his face. He quietly decided to add another 40 kilograms. Witnessing such a pitifully small weight increase, the disciples standing nearby couldn't help but ask in shock, "What's wrong, boss? You're only adding 40 kilograms. Behind them, two members of the muscle army began whispering in horror. One of them trembled and revealed he had heard about this before. The other one curiously asked, "Heard about what?" For someone like the main character who had mastered every weightlifting technique, he possessed an extremely special ability. That was the ability to lift a light weight, but make it feel infinitely heavy within his own perception. He stood before the barbell, focusing all of his willpower. He bent down and gripped the iron bar tightly, breathing deeply. To regain his composure and banish the fear, the main character slapped himself hard on both cheeks. He silently told himself, here we go again. Gritting his teeth, he tried to calm himself against the invisible pressure. Do Hanso, don't be a coward. Are you really going to be afraid of a weight this small? He recalled that this same psychological state had occurred during his kettlebell training before. Forcing himself to push through, the game isn't hard, you're just making it hard on yourself. He tensed every muscle, hoisted the massive barbell, and screamed lightweight baby. Witnessing this scene, the muscle army member standing behind couldn't help but worry, thinking to himself it's over. He noticed the current situation wasn't looking good for returning to the kingdom of Zimbertham. To hold their ground in the holy nation of Roman, he understood that relying on the fortress walls alone wasn't enough. He could see right through the officials who were still looking for every possible way to get rid of their group. In the council chamber, someone declared that all-out war was inevitable. If we calculate our forces carefully, we can win. Pope Jackman nodded with satisfaction. Good, the fortress walls are complete. If we focus on defense, the holy nation will win, correct? A voice rang out with absolute conviction. At last we've reached a consensus, Pope Jackman. However, Gudo immediately waved his hand and shook his head in objection. Not at all, the holy nation cannot defeat the kingdom. He explained that the fighting spirit of both sides was fundamentally different. Despite the razor-sharp glare from the other side, he continued his analysis without flinching. Compared to the holy nation's soldiers who didn't want to die because they still had families to support, the Zimbertham soldiers craved an honorable death after having lived long enough. He posed a challenging question. Do you truly believe the holy nation can defeat those battle-crazed veterans? I believe our God Hand army has already demonstrated overwhelming power. Sounds confident, but the enemy is a nation of hardened warriors who cling to life like oxen. But he immediately dismissed it, saying that was nothing more than a small group. Don't just focus on boosting morale, properly assess the enemy's true strength. Du Han so emphasized that the fact those soldiers survived to old age was proof of their terrifying survival ability. Living to old age on the battlefield, just hearing that tells you their level is no joke. Complaining and whining is something even a child can do. Standing in the center of the conference hall, the gray-skinned man declared boldly before the officials present. He received a reminder that he shouldn't be teaching such things to Pope Jackman. Regardless of everything, he roared with fury. Stop investing in useless places, invest in us instead. He pointed at the officials and challenged them. Don't you think that a single decision of yours could change the fate of tens of thousands, even millions of lives? He urged them to stop dividing into factions and look at the real value instead. Witnessing that arrogance, one official curled his lip into a contemptuous smirk. Just a monster, yet its tongue is quite sharp. The gray-skinned man suddenly posed a question. Have you never heard the story of Count Gudo's kingdom? The young Pope Jackman paused and asked. Count Gudo's kingdom? A bespectacled official began to explain that it was a small rural nation located in the south. Hearing this, Jackman exclaimed in surprise. The official continued, explaining that the nation's power had grown so formidable that neighboring countries all had to be wary and watch Count Gudo's every move. He affirmed this was the hottest story right now, known to absolutely everyone. It was a nation where every single citizen possessed a massively muscular physique. The image of Gudo alongside his towering muscular army wielding swords appeared in full force. Thanks to that might, not a single nation dared look down on them. That national power was built entirely by Du Hanso's own hand. This information made everyone present in the room widen their eyes in shock. Everyone was stunned after hearing it, one man carrying an entire nation on his back. So you're saying that in a short time, you can help the holy nation of Roman grow in the same way? The gray-skinned man confidently affirmed, of course. Doesn't the holy nation of Roman possess something that the kingdom of Zimbertham does not? When asked what that was, he smirked and replied, it's the recovery ability born from youth. A glowing muscular entity overflowing with green energy of hope appeared in full power. The gray-skinned man pointed forward and declared boldly that the holy nation of Roman becoming as powerful as Count Gudo's kingdom was only a matter of time. Pump in youth and you level up fast. Facing the leaders, Gudo spoke up firmly. I understand what you're trying to say. Then what is it you want? From above, the Pope observed in deep thought. Gudo slightly curled his lips, his eyes gleaming behind his monocle. What we want is... Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Du Hanso was bracing himself, bending down to begin a new set of lifts. Behind him, a member of the muscle army diligently counted reps. 5, 6. Let's go. Across the training field, dozens of warriors were passionately training, creating a fiery atmosphere. A man with purple hair draped a towel over his shoulder and sighed with satisfaction. That felt amazing. Not far away, 2 members of the muscle army were looking around confused for equipment. One asked if anyone had seen the 5 kg weight plate here, and the other pointed into the distance. Look over there. In one corner of the yard, a strange man was casually sitting and playing with colorful weight plates. He muttered with amusement. They look so cute, I just had to pick them up. Witnessing the training equipment being turned into a toy, Du Hanso stood frozen in place. Veins bulged across his face, pulsing with rage. Gudo quietly observed and thought to himself, not only have none of the demands been met, but the surveillance has actually increased. He looked toward those watching and seethed with anger. These damn holy nation bastards. Playing with the weights like toys, no wonder the MC is frozen and about to explode. However, Gudo suddenly shifted his expression. He laughed loudly with a sinister grin. Everything is going according to plan. In his mind he was scheming. What Du Hanso needs right now is weight and ignorance. In the middle of the bustling training ground, the MC approached the 2 strangers and reminded them, hey, let's be civil and use the equipment properly. The only response to his request was mocking laughter full of contempt. The brown-haired guy sneered, a monster talking about manners now. The purple-haired one chimed in smugly, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Suddenly a red weight plate was hurled through the air, slamming straight into Hanso's shoulder. He stared blankly after it boomeranged right back. The MC stood rooted to the spot, silent in a terrifying way. They poked the wrong boss and still laughed, basically activating self-destruct mode. His lips pressed together tightly, radiating pressure. Instantly a crimson killing intent erupted, engulfing the MC's entire body. His eyes blazed like fire, his face contorted with absolute fury. Every muscle on his body began to tremble violently. Without hesitation, he threw himself into a bench press set with terrifying force. Witnessing this scene, the members of the muscle army were utterly stunned. They broke into a cold sweat and wondered if their leader's mind was okay, choosing to go lift weights in a situation like this. But one member recognized the truth and affirmed this was not merely training. He analyzed that at the exact moment the MC was about to charge at the enemy, he instinctively grabbed the barbell instead. This was undoubtedly a habit formed from extreme accumulated stress over time. His instinct kicks in and he grabs the weights first. Fighting can wait. All his normal concepts were gradually disappearing, replaced by iron will. Though he was furious inside, he told himself that when rage reaches its peak. Nothing beats burying yourself in iron. The MC poured all his focus into every rep, silently counting numbers to push every stray thought out of his mind. Too angry to hit people, so he took it out on the weights instead. He was sinking deep into his own world. He realized the numbers no longer mattered. What truly mattered was feeling his own body. He told himself he must focus on each individual muscle fiber with absolute concentration. Deep within, his muscle fibers were vibrating intensely with every movement. In a space that should have been peaceful, the MC was instead enduring excruciating pain. His face twisted in agony. He furiously questioned why his body felt such pain from something this light. He cursed his own weak body in a rage and resolved that today he would end it all. The MC screamed in a state of peak euphoria, pouring every ounce of strength into completing the set. Witnessing this, two members of the muscle army were completely astonished. One wondered how long he had been doing this set. The other replied it had been about 21 minutes. Despite being in tremendous pain, the MC's form never wavered or faltered. The disciples praised their leader's incredible focus and muscular endurance as he continued grinding away with the small weight in his hands. Meanwhile, the guards nearby sneered with contempt, assuming their target was so terrified he didn't even dare fight back once. One of them laughed mockingly and asked whether the monster boss had gotten so scared he'd tucked his tail between his legs. He smugly declared he'd land one more blow, then hurled the red disc straight at the muscle army without hesitation. The air around them suddenly turned bone-chillingly cold. The towering warrior stood there, staring straight at the aggressor and growled through clenched teeth. Don't you know that when someone's training, even a dog isn't allowed to touch them? He made it clear he'd been watching all along and knew full well the other side had been pushing past every limit of tolerance. An entire legion of muscular giants advanced in unison, radiating murderous intent, so thick you could feel it in the air. The one who'd thrown the disc finally started trembling. He stammered in sheer terror. Huh? You're really gonna do this? Don't you know that if you lay a hand on us, you'll make the Holy Kingdom your enemy? I'm not laying a hand on anyone. You just looked cold, so I figured I'd warm you up a bit. In the face of such arrogance, the giants closed in and surrounded him with their massive frames. One of them asked softly, so, feeling warm yet? Sandwiched between those sweat-drenched walls of muscle, the young man screamed in absolute horror. This is disgustingly weird. Get the hell off me. The muscular guy calmly explained that muscles only generate heat through movement, then muttered with a threatening edge. I'll make you feel even warmer. His eyes suddenly blazed a deep crimson, veins bulging across his body as he proudly announced his technique. Twin Grand Pectoral Flex. Instantly, the giant's chest began vibrating violently, sending wave after wave of shockwaves crashing over the victim. The poor young man writhed between those quaking slabs of flesh, wailing in utter despair. This is so filthy. I was wrong. The heat radiating off them made him scream. No, it's too hot. Meanwhile, Yuhanso was grinding away on the bench press, his face flushed red from the strain. He silently wondered if maybe he'd channeled all his rage into the barbell, which was why his whole body was burning up like this. He reflected that whenever he got angry, lifting weights was the only answer, but the excruciating pain of training only made him angrier. He gritted his teeth and poured every ounce of strength into his trembling arms, then let out a thunderous roar. I'm telling you, I'm furious right now. So furious that the more it hurts, the harder I push. Witnessing this, one member of the muscle army frantically asked his teammate, Woody Builder, how long has it been? The other one answered, drenched in sweat. He's been doing a single rep for 42 minutes straight. The disciples kept cheering him on. Yuhanso, just a little more. You're awakening the muscles stored deep within your body. He continued straining under the crushing weight, surrounded by the roaring encouragement of the muscle army members. He threw everything he had into pull-ups on a sheer cliff face. He told himself just a little more, that his old body apparently couldn't come back overnight. It took a grueling 9 full hours before he could complete just a single set. By then, night had fallen and a perfectly round moon hung suspended in the sky. After the brutal training session, he collapsed into a deep sleep beside the heavy weights. In his slumber, his muscles began to contract and vibrate intensely. His eyes suddenly flared bright in the darkness as he declared, finally ready to have that conversation. When dawn barely broke, he was already tackling a new challenge with a massive stone barbell in his hand. A voice rang out full of doubt. Can you even push that? What if you get hurt? Despite advice to train slowly and safely with appropriate weight, since this barbell seemed far too heavy for his current ability, but he still clenched his teeth and endured the crushing force pressing down on his chest. When questioned about the principle of progressive overload, he suddenly roared, shut up. He acknowledged that progressive overload was good and that he wasn't ignorant of it, but if you keep fearing and compromising, your body will never change. He gripped the bar with a confident smile and declared, your own limit is just the version of you that gave up. Every muscle on his body coiled with raw power as he poured everything he had into breaking past his old limits. Basically, if he wasn't breaking records, then why bother? Once he committed, it was all in with no turning back. The shout of head bench press echoed through the space as the stone barbell was slowly pushed higher and higher. He roared in peak exhilaration, his eyes blazing bright amid the suffocating pressure. The moment the bar reached full extension, a voice welcomed him. You've returned. He looked up with eyes full of emotion and recognized the presence of the primal power source he'd been searching for all this time. The entity gazed at him quietly and called out softly, partner. Watching him train with such intensity, the muscle army members couldn't help but chatter among themselves. Yuhanso Nim seems different today, doesn't he? Another nodded in agreement. His mood seems incredibly fired up right now. They curiously wondered if he'd just achieved a new breakthrough in muscle development. Did he just gain new muscle growth? However, one member with a contemplative expression stated firmly, no, that's demonic energy. He explained further that monsters who don't pay attention to demonic energy like the other members wouldn't notice it. But with him, every time he trained, demonic energy poured out of him like a raging waterfall. In truth, this disciple had been quite worried when that energy disappeared over the past few days. I hadn't seen any demonic energy these past few days, so I was pretty worried. At that moment, he suddenly waved and called out, Gudo! As soon as the loyal disciple approached and respectfully asked, you called for me, sir? He immediately expressed his curiosity. There's something I want to ask you. Gudo calmly replied, yes, please go ahead. He began explaining that all this time, he'd assumed the energy flowing through his body was just blood circulation, so he'd never paid it much attention. But then he raised his hand and said, but look at this. Losing the buff for a few days had the disciple panicking immediately, thinking something had happened to him without warning. A blazing red energy suddenly erupted from the palm of his hand. He stared in bewilderment at the strange light surrounding him and asked, what is this? Gudo immediately explained that is called mana. Hearing this, Duhanso clearly showed his disappointment. He sighed to himself, so it's not a new type of muscle after all. He had assumed it was a kind of muscle that only existed in this world. Seeing his boss deflated, Gulo quickly added an important piece of information. In theory, if you master it, you can create any training equipment you want, anywhere you like. The moment he heard about creating gym equipment, equipment. The main character's eyes instantly lit up. He broke into a radiant smile full of excitement. Really? Gulo began explaining in more detail that mana is the very thing capable of altering the laws of the world. By applying pressure to the internal or external circulation within the body, the user can make the internal flow become even more powerful, or even directly influence external environmental factors. The instructor explained that disrupting external circulation is the fundamental principle. However, in the main character's case, strengthening internal circulation would be far more effective. He told him to first spread his feet shoulder width apart. Placing his hands on the young man's massive shoulders, he instructed him to close his eyes and try to feel the flow of mana from his abdomen or heart. The main character followed along, thinking to himself, feel the flow of mana from the heart. He continued concentrating intensely, wondering if he was supposed to feel it from the abdominal area, but he quickly gave up, scratching his head and complaining that he had no idea. It was way too hard. Seeing him struggle, the instructor offered a suggestion. Alright then, let's try this. Try channeling your strength into your lower abdomen. He even placed his hand on his own stomach to demonstrate. Training is intense, but the moment you ask a question, he's completely lost. The instructor continued guiding him. Try controlling your muscles as if drawing a circle, using the lower abdomen where you've gathered your strength as the center. Immediately, the main character's abdominal muscles began contracting and moving in rapid succession. He encouraged him, imagine you're pushing the flow of that muscle mass outward through your hands. A technique called pumping control was officially activated. The muscles on his chest swirled violently, forming a powerful vortex of raw muscle. Each muscle group that had been separately defined now began connecting to one another with incredible fluidity. Blazing streams of energy coursed throughout the young man's body, all converging into his glowing hands. He stared at the fiery red spiritual energy swirling in his palm, then suddenly released it. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Just a little practice and he's already firing off skills like a final boss. The ground couldn't even handle it. Witnessing the massive crimson orb appear in the sky above the castle, the members of the Muscle Army and Lena were all stunned in horror. One of them trembled and blurted out, "What is that thing?" The ominous orb kept pulsating before suddenly dissolving into red dust particles in midair. The main character stopped, looked up, and muttered, "Oh hey, it disappeared." Meanwhile, Gulo was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat from exhaustion. But the main character just looked regretful. What a shame. Gulo was stunned, thinking to himself, I never imagined his power would reach this level. Staring at the main character's massive back, Gulo hatched a dark ambition. If I can find a way to use this monster, I could conquer the entire continent. No, I could even dominate the whole world. The main character suddenly turned and asked Gulo what's the next step. Gulo flinched and stammered back. Oh, next would be... He began explaining that there are many ways to use mana. Please go observe and learn how the creatures in this place use their mana. Gulo flashed a grin stretching ear to ear, full of cunning. In the Kingdom of Roman, an emergency meeting was underway with a firm declaration. We must drive them out immediately. A bespectacled official asked with concern, did everyone see that demonic energy this afternoon? It will certainly bring harm to the Holy Kingdom. One side still learning skills, while the other's already preparing to kick them out. Another person nodded in agreement. That's right, it was clearly a threatening act. Please allow us to expel that monster. In the solemn council chamber, cries of please grant us permission rang out in unison with absolute resolve. Amid the tense atmosphere, the young Pope Jackman casually asked, how's the Butter Kingdom doing? Are they on their way? The whole room was wound tight, yet he was the only one chatting like he was catching up on drama. In the council chamber, an elderly official anxiously reported that the army of the Kingdom of Zimbertham was conducting guerrilla operations targeting the Gothard Knights. He urgently proposed, therefore you should build a proper fortress wall right now. It's not too late. In stark contrast to the gravity of the situation, Pope Jackman nonchalantly replied, a monster wall looks way cooler though. His remark left the advisors shouting in helpless disbelief. Your Holiness. Faced with opposition, Jackman pouted with a sulky expression. Seeing how tense things had gotten, one official relented. Fine, I understand. Let's discuss the fortress wall one more time. The meeting continued in the vast space of the Great Hall with its rows of empty seats. Meanwhile, in a distant snowy mountain region, howling cold winds engulfed the towering peaks beneath the silent night sky. Amid the white snow, monsters gathered to scheme and plot. A colossal ice entity roared its declaration. I've heard the human's fortress wall has already collapsed. Its eyes blazed with light as it proclaimed, let us seize this opportunity to bring humanity to its knees before us. Immediately, a long-haired female demon spoke up to challenge him. Fine by me, but why are you acting like you're the leader? Our three tribes have always been equals. They haven't even fought yet and they're already fighting over the leader slot. The meeting's barely started and there's already drama. A fierce gray-furred Zeddy bared its fangs and growled with excitement. The demoness is right, among the three tribes the Zeddy have the greatest numbers, so I'm the one fit to lead. To demonstrate its power, the colossal ice entity drew in a deep breath. It channeled all its strength into its massive fists and slammed a sky-rending punch into the ground. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, splitting the earth apart with violent tremors under its suffocating force. Standing tall amid the cloud of dust, the ice entity coldly asked, the Zeddy are the leaders? Say that again. Observing from behind a boulder, a member of the Muscle Army quietly asked the main character, did you just see him use mana to create that ice pillar? He watched silently and replied, fortunately the Lord noticed it in time. The subordinate went on to explain that for monsters, mana is the most accurate measure of strength. He eagerly suggested, now let's try guessing who will become the leader based solely on mana levels. But Yu Hanso already had his own answer. The MC appeared out of nowhere, lifted the Zeddy's massive arm with one hand, and declared boldly, muscle density wins. He flashed a confident grin while the monster could only stare wide-eyed in utter shock. In the middle of a snow-white forest, Hinderbrand stood imposingly, facing off against a red-haired young man in a fierce sword duel. The young man parried while flashing a provocative smile. This old man sure has a short temper. Hinderbrand replied coldly with a stern expression. An old man's time is precious. He suddenly accelerated, shooting forward like a phantom, then growled, want me to make it even more precious? Hinderbrand focused intensely, channeling all his power into a decisive strike. A massive blue pillar of light pierced through the young man's chest, creating a devastating collision. He collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood in agony and writhing in his death throes. Looked like endgame right there, but turns out it was only the beginning. Hinderbrand quietly sheathed his sword and turned to walk away, certain his opponent had fallen. But the young man still refused to give in, his eyes blazing with killing intent. A lightning-fast slash came from behind, forcing Hinderbrand to flinch. He looked back in utter disbelief. The young man stood tall with a gaping wound on his chest and sneered. So you can survive something like that, huh? The boss thought the fight was over, turned around, and got hit with a counterattack. Standing behind him, a companion approached and offered, need me to help? The red-haired young man casually waved him off. Help with what? Just live freely and move on. down. His friend muttered that he didn't look like someone who was winning at all, which made him snap. What did you say, you little punk? Hinderbrand observed silently and concluded. As expected, a peculiar body indeed. Sensing the old man knew something, the young man pressed him. As expected, you say that like you already knew something beforehand. Hinderbrand smiled faintly and replied calmly. Live long enough, and there's nothing in this world you haven't heard. For example, a certain officer of Oculus. Organ's heart is not located in the left side of his chest. Hinderbrand explained quietly. It's somewhere among the internal organs, something like that. Hearing his secret exposed, Organ clenched his teeth in fury. He was both enraged and intensely focused on observing his opponent. Immediately, Organ gathered a blazing red energy in his palm, ready for a frenzied counterattack. Pillars of ice and water erupted one after another with suffocating force, engulfing the entire battlefield in a white tempest, making everything seem insignificant. The battle exploded violently as two streams of red and blue energy collided fiercely in midair. A prismatic shield materialized to block the incoming attacks. Blazing strikes rained down like a storm. Hinderbrand, with his eyes glowing bright, poured all his essence into one decisive swing of his blade. Hinderbrand silently observed the developments, his face full of concern. Organ flashed an arrogant grin, extended his hand forward, and exclaimed with excitement. Now that's exhilarating. Standing in the vast snowy field, Hinderbrand coldly confirmed that the rumors about him using magic in the form of internal organs turned out to be true. Organ screamed in fury. Who the hell are you to judge me? Instantly an arm was severed and sent flying through the air in a horrifying display. Hinderbrand swung his sword without hesitation. Hinderbrand observed quietly and remarked pensively. His regeneration is higher than I expected. A massive lump of flesh resembling a heart beating rapidly appeared suddenly on the battlefield. Little Winnie with her sinister golden eyes let out a haunting smile and said casually, "Thanks for the meal." Witnessing that, Organ shouted, "Winnie, I told you not to help." Winnie replied calmly, "If I hadn't helped, you probably would have had to fight seriously by now." Hinderbrand stood imposingly before the massive entity and declared, "No matter how tough it is. In the end, this is just conceptual magic, isn't it?" Hinderbrand unleashed thunderous slashes one after another into the violently pulsating mass of flesh. An earth-shattering energy explosion erupted after Hinderbrand's final strike. Organ glanced back and reminded the girl behind him, "Winnie, make sure you report everything clearly to the boss." His face turned utterly sinister, his red eyes radiating killing intent. He broke into a crazed grin and screamed, "I'll wipe out every last one of them." Hinderbrand quietly sheathed his sword and declared calmly, "That's enough. I'll accept that offer." The tension subsided for now. At the fortified city gate, a squadron of knights stood in formation, guarding the encampment area with strict vigilance. Du Hanso looked toward the soldiers blocking the path and casually remarked that they were no different from breathing walls. The air had barely settled before another living wall appeared right before their eyes. A bespectacled official in red attire spoke up, declaring that while they were away he had already erected a fortress wall, so their presence was no longer necessary. Hearing this, a member of the muscular squad was deeply suspicious, thinking to himself how it was impossible to repair a fortress wall in just half a day. It made no sense. A green-skinned warrior stepped forward to explain that their group posed no harm, which should have already been confirmed. The official pointed toward the main group and snapped that the ones following them were all Zeti, ice giants, and snow maidens, creatures that always cause trouble in this region. What started as a defense discussion quickly turned into a tense, collective background check. He declared with absolute certainty that the Holy Kingdom would never accept the risk of letting monsters enter the city. Right at that moment, a soldier rushed over in a panic to report urgent news. The official unrolled the scroll and read it, his face visibly tense. He immediately ordered everything to halt for a closed-door meeting. Inside the tent, shadowy figures whispered secretively amid an atmosphere of utmost gravity. After a round of discussion, the official cleared his throat softly to regain his composure. He declared that the Holy Kingdom did not need to shoulder additional risk, but if the group were driven away, they would become vulnerable to attacks from the outside. Suddenly, he broke into a radiant smile and announced grandly that since the value of life is immeasurably precious, the Holy Kingdom had decided to allow the monsters' entry into the city. This took place 1 week before the war officially erupted. Atop the towering fortress wall, a soldier secretly observed the distant situation as the wind howled mournfully. He swallowed nervously, overwhelmed by the terrifying silence blanketing the battlefield. Suddenly, war drums thundered as rows of blazing red banners and spears emerged from the horizon. The elite army of the Butter Kingdom, seasoned veterans with massively muscular builds, marched forward with overwhelming presence. One wore a rabbit mask, another sported a pink bow with flair, yet both radiated murderous intent. The rabbit princess general, wearing red glasses, complained arrogantly that war was so boring there wasn't a single drop of dopamine to be had. The minister grandpa beside her nodded in agreement, saying declining nations were all the same everywhere. Looking toward the structure ahead, the rabbit general muttered that he clearly remembered destroying that fortress wall last time. He let out a cold snort upon seeing how unexpectedly fast the enemy had repaired it. Gazing at the tightly shut city gate amid the blowing snow, he turned to his comrade and asked if they should just charge straight ahead. Receiving a nod of approval, a full-scale assault was officially launched. The massive army with thousands of blazing red banners marched thunderously through the snowy mountain range to the beat of war drums. Soldiers on the wall looked down in horror as the Hildangian Legion had already closed in right at the base of the wall. Suddenly the eyes behind those red glasses flashed with sharp awareness, and a decisive shout of halt rang out, freezing the attack's momentum for a brief instant. The rabbit general immediately noticed something abnormal and muttered, "There's snow maiden trap magic on both sides of the wall." Brilliant blue magic circles began appearing beneath the thin layer of snow. He analyzed that based on experience, the enemy had used fog magic to conceal these formations. He curled his lips into a sinister grin upon realizing those bastards had dared to treat the kingdom as an enemy. The objective was immediately changed. Good, the next mission is to punish the snow maidens. He roared with excitement as the rabbit princess tore off her outer garment and commanded the entire army, "What are you waiting for? Charge straight into the center." The muscular squad charged forward like a tornado of raw power, heading straight for the city gate. On the fortress wall, soldiers were frantically preparing to meet the assault. Archers drew their bowstrings taut, ready for battle. On the command to fire, a volley of arrows tore through the air and rained down upon the enemy like a storm. Yet facing the rain of arrows, the warriors in the muscular squad with their bizarre helmets casually remarked, "Oh look, flower petals flying our way, easy stuff. Watching this scene felt like witnessing a bootleg meteor shower. Instead of getting hit, these warriors executed extremely coordinated movement techniques, dodging every single arrow with incredible style. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, a soldier on the wall gasped in shock. What kind of terrifying soldiers are these? Immediately, a bespectacled muscular guy smirked and announced, "Next step is raising the ladders for the siege." Chants of hev-ho rang out rhythmically as massive wooden ladders were raised and pressed against the sturdy fortress wall. The moment one skill finished, they were right back pushing the tower, not giving the enemy a single second to breathe. Up above, a white-haired warrior asked in confusion, "What's that guy doing?" Just below, a man in a yellow tank top was struggling to climb amid shouts warning him to get away because it was dangerous. The MC suddenly appeared at the top of the wall, focused intensely, and boldly announced the technique name, Cable Bull Lover. The ladders were shoved away, followed by the agonized screams of soldiers plummeting from the dizzying height. Witnessing the strange technique Cable Bull Lover, the rabbit general pondered, "This is magic I've never heard of before. What region does it come from?" He adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with immense curiosity. Well, at this age he still got to encounter magic he'd never seen before. Rather than fear, he was absolutely thrilled and bellowed, "This is way too exciting." With a powerful leap, he launched himself straight toward the fortress wall. The soldiers barely heard the sound before they panicked and shouted warnings. Those were the footsteps of General David. Clear the way immediately. General David, with his signature red glasses and rabbit hands, flashed a crazed smile and roared with determination, "I'll punch straight through this wall." An earth-shattering collision erupted, shaking the entire wall surface. Yet as the smoke slowly cleared, General David suddenly froze in confusion. He realized his attack seemed to have been blocked by an invisible barrier. Something appeared to have stopped it. From within the haze of dust, a pale muscular entity stood towering and immovable like solid rock. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, General David's eyes went wide with shock as he blurted, "What the hell is this?" I was charging full force and ran straight into a Growmark wall blocking the way. Beneath the cloud of dust, an entire squad of muscular figures with pallid skin and lifeless eyes loomed into view. General David stared intently at these bizarre creatures and wondered aloud, "Monsters." In response to his confusion, a member of the squad calmly stated, "Fortress wall." Faced with that defiant answer, General David curled his lip into a sneer. "Oh, is that so?" Then without warning, he swung his rabbit staff and delivered a devastating blow straight to his opponent's neck. After the impact, General David couldn't help but gasp in amazement. "Oh, that's genuinely tough. Seems even harder than the fortress walls themselves." Seeing the smug expression on the pale giant's face, he immediately identified the weak point, shouted, "But you're too short." General David swung his staff from above, aiming straight for the top of his opponent's head, but he instantly froze with his mouth agape at a new presence. What the hell is that thing now? The city gate shattered as a massive creature appeared out of nowhere, forcing General David to cry out in shock, "A Cucaris." He immediately ordered his entire army to fall back 10 paces to maintain a safe distance. Witnessing this, Gudo's soldiers thought they had won, but the Baron quickly warned them that the enemy doesn't rely on brute force alone. In truth, General David is a man who fights with his mind. He was feeling absolutely thrilled by this new challenge. To focus on studying how to conquer his opponent, he ordered his subordinates to bring coffee and donuts right to the battlefield. Taking the tray of food, he smugly prepared to enjoy his sweet pastry right in the middle of the front lines. But a hand suddenly swung in and knocked the pastry flying, leaving him stunned. Du Hanso appeared imposingly right in the heart of enemy territory, his face stern and unyielding. General David grinned wickedly, believing the MC was walking straight to his death by choosing hard mode to face him. He stood tall and fearless before the enemy's spear points. He coldly declared that he could hear screams echoing without end. General David mocked him right back, asking whether those were the screams this young man would soon let out when he's defeated. The MC challenged him plainly, "Can't you hear it?" He explained that the muscles on General David's body were trying to break free and screaming nonstop. Facing the enemy's arrogance, he let out a thunderous roar, "Train harder, you brat!" Killing intent surged from the MC and engulfed the space around them. The muscles want to escape into your world. They're screaming right now. At the base of the towering fortress wall, a massive crack appeared directly above where the muscle army was positioned. Two members wearing heart-shaped and star-shaped glasses quietly observed and chatted, "Hey, looks like we can breach this spot, right?" The other one confidently replied, "Easy as flipping a hand." They decided to race each other to see who could smash through the wall first before the official order was given. Suddenly a deep booming voice rang out from above. "Zeddy won't let anyone bully Big Bro's underlings." A massive entity covered in dark purple fur dove straight from the sky onto the fortress wall. Thick clouds of dust engulfed the entire area as crimson flames erupted. The monster roared with pride. "When Big Bro is away, Zeti is Big Bro. Big Bro must protect the underlings." It bared its fangs and slashed its claws, howling to intimidate the two muscle warriors. The two members of the muscle army exchanged a sharp glance at each other. The moment Zeti swung its attack, they quickly launched themselves aside, dodging those devastating sweeps by a hair's breadth. After the barrage of strikes, the monster suddenly paused with an irritated expression and muttered, "Zeti feels so itchy." Its fury erupted as it screamed, "Die." The monster opened its jaws wide and roared to the heavens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth dripping with menace. The two muscle army members with heart star glasses suddenly charged in and landed a crushing blow that sent the massive Zeti crashing down. They confidently declared they had memorized all of the monster's attack patterns long ago. Looking at the creature lying motionless, the two smugly taunted, "Hey Zeti, why don't you get back up?" Right after that, they shouted attack and charged forward. However, despite taking a relentless barrage of direct hits, that man stood firm as a rock, his expression completely unchanged. His opponent's calm composure in the face of an entire army behind him left the two attackers utterly stunned. Both of them started gasping from exhaustion, bewildered as to why they couldn't deal any damage at all. How are we supposed to break through this? When they looked more closely at the towering blocks of muscle before them, they suddenly realized a shocking truth. Wait, if you look closely at these guys, they stared at the steel-hard flesh and desperately wondered how anyone could possibly break through such a flawless muscle armor. Du Hanso appeared imposingly, his massive physique drawing every eye in sight. A man in a pink rabbit outfit remarked, "Nice outfit, but this is our first time meeting, isn't it?" He coldly warned that if the MC doesn't understand his opponent's attack patterns, he'll throw his life away for nothing. He skeptically asked whether the MC truly had confidence in his own durability. Immediately, he was swarmed and bombarded with a relentless flurry of attacks. In the middle of the chaotic crowd, Du Hanso suddenly closed in on a man from behind and locked him down completely. He used his guardian arms to squeeze the guy tight, then started coaching him. "Grip it firmly just like this." The MC performed a tricep extension right on the victim's body, leaving the poor guy screaming helplessly. "What the hell is a tricep extension? This guy's strength is insane. I can't move at all." The young man casually maintained the exercise and started counting reps. reps. Feel your back muscles. 5 more reps, let's go. 1, 2. The man screamed in agony. Stop moving. This feeling is absolutely horrifying. Ignoring the other guy's cries for help, he moved on to another man wearing a red tank top. He adjusted the guy's posture and reminded him, widen your grip a little. The MC coldly announced the next exercise. The poor bastard was trembling all over in a kneeling position, stunned and wondering what kind of technique just hit him. At first glance it looked like torture, but on closer inspection it was just a personal trainer with way too much enthusiasm. Watching this bizarre scene from afar, a commander with a mustache and sunglasses cracked a sinister smirk. The old man muttered in acknowledgement. Alright, I'll admit this is a type of strength I've never witnessed before. He silently observed the muscle army using bodybuilding exercises to torment his soldiers. However, the commander still appeared supremely confident. He believed that no matter how powerful a wild beast might be, there would always be a way to counter it. By launching continuous waves of attacks, the beast's stamina would gradually be worn down. At that point, the creature's inherent weakness would be exposed. Once it lost its confidence and fell into a state of fear, the wild beast wouldn't even be able to use the strengths it naturally possessed. Finally, when the monster was completely subdued and curled up in defeat, a single sword strike to finish it off would end everything instantly. He confidently declared that time was finally on his side. He watched smugly, wondering how long the MC could hold out under this pressure. Meanwhile, the kid was casually doing overhead presses right in the middle of a smolded battlefield. 30 minutes passed. The enemy was baffled, wondering why their opponent still hadn't collapsed. A member of the muscle army suddenly turned around when he sensed someone approaching. He quietly observed his opponent and realized a shocking truth about the uneven muscle stimulation. Without any regard for his own life, the muscle soldier demanded that his opponent perform 1,029 more reps on this side. Gudo wasn't doing any better either. He groaned that everything was too heavy, making him feel like he was about to die. Hearing that, Yu Han so immediately stepped closer to check and asked bluntly, "Does it hurt?" He continued adjusting the man's posture, demanding he bend his knees lower and lean slightly forward to begin the exercise. Main urged him to maximize the contraction and expansion of each muscle group right where he stood. He roared, demanding one powerful contraction to achieve peak effectiveness. Completely furious at being dragged into this absurd training session, Rabbit whipped around and screamed in utter rage, "This whole time you haven't been fighting, so what the hell are you people doing?" Yu Han so looked at him with a haunting gaze and shot back, "You already know, so why bother asking?" He flashed a radiant yet unhinged grin, clearly declaring his training motto, "Safety first, baby." The entire muscle army moved in perfect rhythm through their training drills, grunting in unison with fierce intensity. Yu Han so took the lead and counted out loud with authority, 3, 4, 5. Their arms began trembling violently under the extreme pressure of the exercise. Jun's entire body was buzzing, but he quietly noted to himself, "This feels amazing, and yet my joints don't hurt at all." The old man even flinched when he realized a strange sense of pleasure was creeping through his entire body, and he reassured himself that everything was still fine. But stamina has its limits. He collapsed to the ground and wheezed, "Alright, that's enough for now." Yu Han so immediately leaned in close, flashing his signature half-crazed smile, and asked cheerfully, "Hey member, feeling tired already?" The old man looked at the young man before him and silently admitted that this session had delivered a fresh and incredibly satisfying rush of dopamine. He told himself he had almost been ready to concede his army's defeat. The reason for this sudden halt was none other than the arrival of the king himself. From the distant peak of a windswept snowy hill, King Hinderbrand, his long white hair flowing, surveyed the battlefield with a piercing cold gaze. A member of the muscle army standing nearby could only break into a nervous sweat from sheer astonishment. Hinderbrand strode leisurely toward Yu Han so and asked in a deep voice, "So you're the one Gudo chose?" The final boss had appeared, and the atmosphere instantly shifted to serious mode. Gazing at Main's imposing physique, Hinderbrand silently assessed, "That body is certainly not the result of ordinary accumulated experience." He stated with absolute certainty that hidden beneath that flesh was the power of someone truly formidable. Hinderbrand silently closed the distance, his eyes never leaving his opponent. Yu Han so stood his ground like a pillar, his expression turning stern as he faced the legendary king head-on. The two stood facing each other, creating a suffocating tension in the snow-covered landscape. Yu Han so hurled a devastating punch straight into old King Hinderbrand's face. The direct blow warped his opponent's features under terrifying force. Currently, Hinderbrand's muscles existed in two primary states, atrophied muscle and a vast reservoir of muscle memory. Main stood tall, showcasing his rippling muscles full of raw power, while the old king struggled to reclaim his fighting instincts. Which state would have the greater influence? Even Hinderbrand himself didn't know until he threw a punch. In other words, this was Schrödinger's muscle. The question now was whether Hinderbrand's muscles truly existed or not. A cataclysmic collision erupted immediately after, shaking the very air around them. The punch slammed into Yu Han so's face, sending white vapor billowing outward, and the initial answer seemed to be, they don't. Hinderbrand unleashed a relentless barrage of punches that tore into his opponent, leaving Main frozen in place, taking hit after hit. Another devastating strike came crashing down, but reality clearly declared otherwise. They do. Yu Han so's eyes blazed with a steady blue light, full of unwavering resolve. He quickly regained his razor-sharp focus to mount a counterattack. Watching the scene from afar, a bespectacled subordinate timidly asked Princess Rabbit, "Why is King Hinderbrand fighting barehanded?" The figure with pink bunny ears observed quietly and replied with deep insight, "You still haven't seen enough of the world. It's simple, really. True class means you don't need weapons, just muscles. The greatest thrill is defeating your opponent at their own specialty. That's the ultimate realm that seasoned veterans always pursue." Yu Han so stood firm against the relentless barrage and declared calmly, "This time I don't feel any pain at all." He immediately countered with a devastating bench press technique. He figured the kid's style was heavy on technique but far too straightforward. Consecutive blows hammered into Main's chest, and he began showing visible signs of struggle. Yu Han so roared defiantly, "Lifting weights is anything but simple." Memories of his earliest training days flooded back, when he was still a naive teenager asking his master, "Master, why do we keep doing the same things over and over?" He complained that repeating the same routine every day was truly boring. The master with the red headband smiled and began explaining the diversity within each body part, the number of sets, and total weight volume. He emphasized that from range range of motion to angle. Countless variables change every session. The most miraculous transformation of all is the change happening in every cell of the body, and that is what makes it truly great. Yu Hanso could only nod reverently at the time and say, "Master, you're absolutely right." Turns out the gym never repeats itself. It's only the lifter who hasn't fully understood yet. Back in the fight, Main blitzed past his opponent at terrifying speed. The enemy still confidently declared that such obvious attacks would never touch him, but a punch ripped through the air and struck him instantly, leaving him badly wounded and coughing up blood in utter disbelief. Witnessing the scene, a bystander excitedly cheered, "That was a lucky punch." Yu Hanso slightly furrowed his brow, repeating the words with doubt. A lucky punch? Without giving his opponent time to react, the MC immediately switched to an overgrip stance. A thunderous blow struck down and sent the old king flying, his body slamming hard into the ground. The old man slowly rose to his feet after the hit. Hinderbrand smirked with amusement and remarked, "You dare change your attack trajectory mid-swing." He openly acknowledged it. "I'll give you credit for your combat technique." Hinderbrand silently drew a sharp weapon. His entire body suddenly erupted with a brilliant blue aura of spiritual energy. He activated a body enhancement technique, then coldly declared, "The game ends here." Witnessing the opponent begin using supernatural power, one member of the muscle army panicked and shouted, "This is bad, he's not just physically strong but also uses magic." "Do Hanso, you need to use magic too." Du Hanso stood there blankly and muttered magic. In his mind, a new definition began to take shape. Magic is the abs. He told himself that the abs are the core, and the core is the center of bodily balance. The MC's abdominal muscles began contracting and trembling with overwhelming power. He channeled all his focus into his core to make his body as hard as possible, then roared, "Magic!" He instantly transformed into the 212 division state, a brutal professional bodybuilding class. With a massive guardian-like physique rippling with muscle, and thigh fibers standing out like cold-forged steel, this young man stood towering in a blazing red aura. Hinderbrand was utterly stunned, muttering that this was a type of magic he had never heard of in his entire life. Yet he showed no hesitation, gripping his sword hilt tightly as brilliant blue spiritual energy condensed around the blade. He scoffed, dismissing his opponent as merely shrinking his body down. Then he suddenly unleashed a massive energy slash that tore through space, heading straight for the MC. A violent collision erupted, but the MC calmly used his steel-hard guardian arms to completely block the energy slash. Hinderbrand's eyes went wide with horror, sweat pouring down his face as he witnessed the young man's unbelievable defense. In stark contrast to that panic, the MC smirked with confidence and arrogance before his opponent. The story suddenly flashed back to the year 2007, a time when all professional YP athletes competed on a single stage without weight class divisions. Amidst the towering muscular frames of the larger competitors, a giant slayer suddenly appeared. He was a shorter athlete who possessed such perfectly chiseled muscles that the entire venue was shaken to its core. From that point on, as shorter bodybuilders kept placing higher than their taller rivals, the bodybuilding industry suffered an enormous shock. The taller athletes began falling into severe depression. That's when people realized height can flex, but muscle definition is the true standard. The pride of the taller bodybuilders was deeply wounded after losing to shorter opponents. They buried themselves in darkness, calling themselves trash and feeling smaller than ants. The situation became so severe it threatened the very survival of professional bodybuilding competitions. Facing that pressure, the authorities had to consider changing the judging criteria to disadvantage shorter athletes. At a tense press conference, when asked why separate divisions were being created, Chairman Ipsantoja clearly stated that his organization had been considering this issue for a long time. But the shorter the human body, the greater the advantage in sculpting it. No matter what size or desired shape you set for these people, it would be completely meaningless. The bodybuilding reporters were stunned and asked, "What does that mean?" Even if the criteria change, it won't make a difference. The official frowned and snapped irritably, "You call yourselves bodybuilding reporters and you don't even understand this? Because every single cell in these people's bodies is extremely close to one another. That means they can transform their bodies as flexibly as a chameleon." Back to the battle, the MC in his towering 212 form stood facing Hinderbrand. The old king concentrated all his magical power and clearly declared, "Using Zata thrust force, I will pierce right through you." A lightning-fast stab tore through the air, the blue spiritual energy lancing straight into the MC's armored back. Yet he stood firm as a boulder, coolly striking a back double biceps pose and flexing both arms behind him. The MC's back muscles began contracting and trembling with tremendous force under the pressure of the blade tip. The situation was sliding beyond normal logic in a direction very hard to explain. He glanced back and addressed the woody builders. "Don't feel insecure just because you're short. Watch this closely." The muscle army behind him could only stare wide-eyed and hold their breath, watching their leader's unbelievable display of power. His back muscles rolled up like mountain ranges of steel, clamping down on the opponent's blade and locking it completely in place. Dry cracking sounds rang out one after another until the MC clearly declared, "Weapon breaker, the destroyer of weapons." The old king's sword shattered instantly under the crushing grip of those muscles, leaving Hinderbrand gasping in disbelief. Impossible. Refusing to accept defeat, Hinderbrand frantically activated a barrage of enhancement states. Muscle force enhancement, burst enhancement, stamina enhancement. Blue spirit flames engulfed the old king as Hinderbrand roared, "I will go all out one more time." He shot forward at wind-tearing speed, unleashing a barrage of thunderous strikes that surrounded the MC in a blinding flash of light. Hinderbrand screamed wildly in utter desperation. Yet the MC still wore that arrogant smile, standing perfectly still and enjoying the continuous impacts, calling it a full-body massage, an electric massage. This young man stood towering, using his opponent's most devastating attacks to stimulate and relax his own magnificent muscles. Hinderbrand panted heavily, the old king completely exhausted after his relentless assault. The MC strolled over casually and asked, "So the massage session is over now?" Standing tall before his collapsing opponent, he clearly declared, "Now I'll return the favor." Du Hanso spun around, showing off his massive rippling muscles, then let out a thunderous roar full of fighting spirit. Instantly, a blinding burst of radiance exploded from his body, leaving Hinderbrand stunned in utter disbelief. Our MC kept striking powerful side chest poses radiating pure dominance, while the old butter king completely collapsed with no strength left to resist. Amid everyone's shock, one observer suddenly screamed out, asking if they couldn't hear the roar of a ferocious beast materializing from those very movements. Immediately, a surge of blood-killing intent shaped like a beast's head engulfed the young man, creating a suffocating pressure that dominated the entire battlefield. Everything escalated to the point where no one could tell the difference between performance and destruction anymore. When Hinderbrand silently gazed at his opponent and whispered that he would lend him a hand, the old man asked whether they should stop, because in his entire long life he had never witnessed anyone possessing such terrifying defensive capabilities. capabilities. The Edged King decisively declared his surrender. The young man smiled back and said the old man had made the right call. As for close quarters combat, things took a surprising turn. The old king swung his brilliant blue magic sword, but our MC dodged it with blinding speed. Hinderbrand marveled and admitted that his opponent's reflexes were truly on a monstrous level. The old man raised his sword high and declared that he now officially recognized his opponent's body as a form of magic itself. Magic is essentially the power to manifest mana into reality, and at that moment the young man was gritting his teeth, channeling all his energy to transform his entire body into a blazing red inferno overflowing with raw power. Brent conjured a special magical weapon radiating brilliant blue energy. Even though our MC's body could destroy ordinary weapons, something without a fixed shape like this was impossible for muscles alone to catch or hold. Brent moved at extreme speed. He swung the magic blade and slashed straight into the young man's shoulder, wounding him. The young man gritted his teeth through the pain and muttered that for the first time in his life, even his muscles had to admit this was getting rough. He began his preparation stance, his leg muscles bulging with tremendous power. This was the act of gathering the necessary strength before unleashing all his energy at once. With a body tempered to its absolute limit, all the cumbersome preparation steps were now almost entirely eliminated. Our MC shot forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a devastating body tackle that pierced straight through the deep blue magical defense. When all preparatory movements vanished, it seemed like there was no way left to take him down. But Hinderbrand suddenly reached out and clamped his hand over the young man's face, coldly denying that assumption. Our MC froze in shock when he realized he had been completely restrained in an instant. Through the thick cloud of dust, the old king silently used one hand to pin the thrashing giant down against the ground. Hinderbrand stared straight at his opponent with razor-sharp eyes and declared boldly that nothing in this world is unconquerable. He gripped the young man's head tight and coldly stated that if he couldn't cut through those muscles, then he would peel away the skin layer by layer. The old king concentrated brilliant blue mana into his palm with the intent of shaving it thin, painfully thin. He would scrape that skin clean off. Razor-sharp streaks of blue spiritual energy repeatedly tore across our MC's back, leaving countless wounds amid the harsh clashing sounds. Caught off guard by the attack, his eyes went wide with shock. He quickly analyzed the situation and came up with an idea. What if he broke the fingers holding him down? Our MC immediately sprang into action, launching a lightning-fast counterattack before deciding to execute a hit-and-run strategy. Strike then retreat to create distance. He used his leg strength to leap far away, but Hinderbrand gave his opponent no chance to rest, roaring with absolute resolve that there was no escape, then charging after him at terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, Hinderbrand's hand once again seized the young man's face. The old king coldly announced he'd caught him again, then casually perched atop his opponent's massive shoulders amid a brilliant blue aura. Our MC gritted his teeth in frustration, silently telling himself that if this were a bodybuilding competition, he would have already won for sure. Brent quietly observed the young man from behind the surging wave of spiritual energy. The old man confidently declared that if this blow landed cleanly, not even his bones would remain intact. His expression turned deadly serious under the pressure of the deep blue magical force. Right at that moment, our MC's speed suddenly skyrocketed to a terrifying level. His strikes came so fast that the naked eye couldn't possibly keep up. They were compared to the punches of a professional boxer, but professional fighters typically dodge such rapid jabs with elegant finesse. What made this possible was the countless hours of real combat experience accumulated over a long period of time. Through those experiences, every attack from an opponent could be seen through with ease. Brent's eyes went wide in shock as he focused intensely, realizing that all of his techniques seemed to be read instantly. Hinderbrand stood frozen before the terrifying speed he was experiencing for the first time in his life, standing in the middle of a vast snowy field, facing a type of warrior that had never existed before. The young man began flexing, showcasing his muscles glowing brilliantly and radiating overwhelming power. His boots stomped hard against the ground. Hinderbrand broke into an excited grin and exclaimed how interesting this was. The old king's fighting spirit officially ignited, burning hotter than ever before. He silently wondered what would have happened if the two of them had met a year earlier, or even 10 years ago. He shot forward with brilliant blue spiritual energy, pouring all his strength into the small blade in his hand. Yu Hansu wasn't backing down either. He roared and charged straight ahead, engulfed in a blazing crimson aura that burned with ferocious intensity. Brent let out a wistful remark, saying if they had met during the Golden Age, this battle would have been infinitely more spectacular. Even as he spoke, the old man unleashed a relentless barrage of close-range strikes without a shred of hesitation. Brent spat bitterly, cursing how detestable this decrepit old body truly was. The main character gritted his teeth and endured, silently lamenting the agony of having to keep moving non-stop without a single second of rest between rounds. He realized this fighting style was exactly like a pyramid drop set, starting at the heaviest weight and gradually decreasing to completely drain all remaining strength. This method minimized the risk of injury while delivering devastatingly deep impact, grinding the target muscle group down to its absolute limit. The young man was suddenly bound tight by a technique called invisible demon spider silk. Watching from below, Hinderbrand sighed to himself, muttering that age had finally caught up. His stamina had declined so he could no longer sustain a prolonged fight, and he didn't want his personal indulgences to ruin the bigger picture. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending everyone staggering. The members of the muscle army panicked and screamed when they saw their leader get blasted away. One of them called out the main character's name in worry, but another immediately cut in. No, this time is different. He's maintaining his stance mid-combat and still keeping perfect form. A true gem warrior with iron discipline. Suspended in midair, he was holding a rock-solid squat position and muttered softly squat. It was originally a movement that used the lower body to push against the ground. He recalled one day while performing squats in the forest, a bizarre thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Why has no one ever tried pushing the sky? That simple shift in perspective was what allowed the main character to fly. By stomping hard against the air as if he were stomping on solid ground, he continuously generated powerful kicks to propel himself across the sky, then landed decisively right in front of his opponent. If Newton had witnessed this, even he would have wept. Hinderbrand realized that stalling for time had become meaningless now. He decided he had to refocus all his power. Hinderbrand extended his hand forward and compressed his mana, generating a crushing pressure of 1,000 pounds bearing down on the main character from a distance. Immediately, a member of the muscle army locked the old man from behind, declaring boldly that he would provide combat support. Seizing the moment while the enemy trembled in helplessness, he poured everything he had into a thunderous punch aimed straight at Hinderbrand's chest. The devastating impact dealt severe damage to the old king's ribs. Witnessing this, a monocle-wearing member of the muscle army cheered with excitement. A direct hit, and with that level of damage, there's no way he can get back up. Brent was gasping heavily, his face drenched in exhaustion and fatigue. The old king uttered bitterly that time was truly merciless, far too merciless. He admitted with anguish that in his prime he could have easily taken down this opponent, yet now he had to struggle this desperately. Right at that moment, a system notification unexpectedly appeared before the main character's eyes. The quest, the former king's regret, was officially completed, yielding the second clue about Oculus. In the still silence, a voice dripping with mockery rang out. Well, who would have thought the legendary Hinterbrand would suffer such a pathetic defeat? From the shadows, the red-haired man named Organ sauntered forward, casually dragging a dark figure across the ground. He muttered with sinister glee that he finally got to face them. Organ stared directly at the main character, flashed a deranged grin, and said, "Long time no see." Physical therapy treatments always deliver outstanding results in correcting posture, restoring function, and alleviating pain. He thought to himself that among those benefits, there was one that gym enthusiasts particularly loved, which was having someone else assist with stretching exercises. He had originally planned to seek out a specialist for intensive therapy once this job was done. Seeing the enemy ahead, the main character clenched his teeth in fury. "If you hadn't done that to my therapist, none of this would have happened." But Block unexpectedly raised his hand to stop him and advised, "Hold on a moment." He declared that the reason he was here was precisely because of that man. That individual was a cadre of the Oculus organization, one who possessed magic that altered the functions of internal organs for combat. And the one standing before them was none other than Organ, the man with the power to control the bladder. Rage erupted as Block recalled the revolting scene, when that bastard dared to spray urine all over the muscles of their seniors. He roared, "I will never forgive someone who dared to defile the muscles of our seniors like you did." The main character radiated murderous intent, growling that he would personally destroy him. However, Block once again stepped in to stop him, telling him he should rest. Because of his injuries, his muscles were looking severely dehydrated. He emphasized that the main character needed to prioritize preventing muscle loss immediately. Hearing this, the main character snapped back to his senses and agreed. He was right, he had almost pushed his body past its limits, without realizing it. Watching Block's retreating figure, the main character felt a quiet sense of pride, because Block had become incredibly dependable, caring this much about muscle health. Good, then for once he would try trusting someone else and actually rest. The red-haired man smirked mockingly upon recognizing him, asking wasn't he the one who ran last time. Block replied calmly, "Thanks for remembering me." The enemy burst into derisive laughter, saying it was because he had been so scared he pissed his pants back then. Block admitted quietly, "I don't think I actually did that, but it doesn't matter. The truth is I was completely defeated." Block's expression turned deadly serious as he told himself that to wash away those days of humiliation, he had put himself through brutal training over and over again. Block threw himself into grueling exercises, starting with powerful bench presses, then moving on to fierce deadlifts performed right beneath a rushing current of water, along with brutal sparring matches specifically designed to temper one's fighting spirit. Witnessing this scene, a member of the muscle army anxiously asked Lord Guro whether Block could actually win. Guro stood atop the wall and let out a slight smirk. Heh, looks like you've never seen Block train before. Another guy remained full of doubt, saying with that fat-covered body he's definitely going to lose. Guro stated clearly, "I'll admit his body fat percentage is high, but when it comes to the 3 basic lifts, Block is no slouch, even compared to Lord Duhan So." Block charged forward like a madman with explosive, soul-shaking power. Organ didn't even think twice, go bird, go home. The red-haired guy effortlessly dodged and taunted, too easy. He gathered a blazing red energy in his palm and launched a lightning-fast counterattack. A brilliant blue energy explosion erupted, tearing through the air. Guro roared in encouragement, "Push forward, Block. With the hardness of your muscles you can do it." He poured all his strength into launching himself like an arrow through the blazing red energy stream to close the distance. Block confidently declared he could easily deflect this kind of attack. But in that very instant, a cold blue beam pierced straight through his chest. He gasped in shock upon realizing his defense had been completely penetrated. Streaks of blazing red light continued raining down, leaving Block severely wounded as blood poured out non-stop. From a distance, the red-haired guy curled his lips into a sinister grin. He mocked that Block right now looked no different from a wild boar writhing in its death throes. Yet the red-haired guy remained unfazed, wearing that same contemptuous smile, and asked whether that was all he could do. Meanwhile, Duhanso was still lying down resting, completely unaware of what was happening outside. The members of the muscle army screamed and wept in desperation, begging someone to save Block. One warrior was about to rush out to help, but was immediately stopped by the order to hold formation. If they abandoned their positions, the wall would be breached, and all their efforts up to now would be washed away. Despite being deeply worried for Block's life, Guro told everyone to look more carefully. Looking closely, as long as he's still breathing, there's still a chance. He affirmed that the fire of battle in Block's eyes had not yet gone out. Block wheezed through broken breaths, weakly insisting that it wasn't over yet. His whole body trembling, he forced his badly wounded legs to drag forward step by step. The red-haired guy stood at a distance laughing, mockingly asking if Block wanted to continue, because he was starting to feel sorry about attacking such a pathetic wretch. His trembling hands gripped the iron bar with everything he had. That is the spirit of a powerlifter. These people dedicate themselves to training or competing with a single goal, lifting the maximum weight possible in the 3 basic lifts. They couldn't care less about building an aesthetically pleasing physique like bodybuilders do. Their philosophy is dead simple. Just lift it up and push it forward with every ounce of spirit and strength you've got. Even if the opponent's attack pierces through the body or half the organs have spilled out, that willpower does not waver. Block roared like a madman, pouring all his focus onto the enemy before him. Just once, just one single time is all he needs. He reached out with his sinewy hands and seized Organ's clothing in a vice grip. His eyes blazed with brilliant blue spiritual energy. The muscles in his arms bulged with overwhelming force, making Organ cry out in terror. What kind of strength is this? He was horrified to realize he couldn't escape that fateful iron grip. Block used his guardian-like arms to hoist Organ off the ground, crushing all resistance with a 1,000-pound squeeze. Block gritted his teeth and roared the name of his finishing move, Deadly Fish. It generated a terrifying pressure that caused the opponent's body to begin deforming under the explosive force. Witnessing that scene, he was stunned and muttered to himself that the guy's entire spine must have been ripped apart. He thought victory was right there, but what a twist of the century, life really isn't a fairy tale. He couldn't believe his own eyes, stammering out, how is that possible? On the ground, Organ with his fiery red hair began twisting his body with dry cracking sounds. He sneered mockingly, you were hitting so hard earlier, but now you've gone quiet, huh? Organ slowly rose to his feet, his eyes glowing with an eerie light amid wisps of white smoke. Just as you said, I am indeed a bladder fusion entity, and a bladder doesn't need bones. Block didn't hesitate for a second. He roared and charged straight at the enemy like a man possessed. He threw a wind-splitting punch called press, but the moment it made contact, Organ's body suddenly inflated violently like a massive balloon, moon. Block froze in astonishment as his opponent suddenly transformed into a perfectly round sphere towering enough to blot out the sky, a pig's bladder. In an era when the concept of a ball didn't even exist, humanity always craved ways to fill the void of boredom. Then they accidentally discovered that a pig's bladder, when inflated with air and tied shut, became an incredibly resilient, elastic object with extreme bounce. Something that could effortlessly absorb and repel any impact from the outside. Back in reality, Organ had now fully transformed into a colossal sphere covered in bulging veins, rendering all of Block's attacks meaningless as he struggled to brace himself against that massive elastic sphere. A soccer ball had been born, and that grotesque transformation plunged the battlefield into a whole new rhythm of chaos. Organ in his spherical form was launched like a bolt of lightning, hurtling downward with a technique called water rocket. The collision created a horrifying explosion right before Block's eyes. Witnessing this scene, Gudo could only widen his eyes in horror and blurt out that they were totally screwed. Another member asked in disbelief, weren't they winning just now? That fragile flicker of hope was instantly snuffed out by reality's cold slap. Gudo immediately denied it, saying no way. He grimly explained that the essence of a powerlifter is to lift up or push out. But against an object with an elastic shape that constantly shifts like that sphere, pushing or lifting becomes completely meaningless. Block silently observed the sphere hovering in midair. He understood that trying to hoist it up would accomplish nothing. Block braced himself and used all his strength to wrap his arms around the sphere. The massive spheres were radiating Organ's pure magical energy. Seeing the dire situation, Gudo frantically screamed for Block to dodge. They needed to figure out a countermeasure first. Block smiled and replied, thanking Gudo for worrying about him, but he said he always believed in the power of powerlifting. The veins on his hands bulged as he gripped the sphere's outer shell with sheer determination. Block asked Gudo if he knew what the most important thing in powerlifting was. It was the strength to push the barbell on the bench press. His hands clenched the bar with iron will. It was also the strength to stand back up during a squat. Every muscle fiber in Block's body tensed as he poured his entire spirit into the barbell. And finally, it was the strength to pull and lift a massive weight in the deadlift. A true lifter's real power originates from grip strength itself. When channeling maximum gripping force into both hands, the fingertips dig deep into the target, carving deep grooves as proof of an unshakable that nothing can move. A devastating explosion suddenly erupted across the smoke-filled battlefield. Back at the gym, a Minotaur warrior was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat from exhaustion. All right, member, on to the next set. The Minotaur groaned and complained that the story was at the most intense part. How could they stop here? If he wanted to hear what happened next, he'd better finish this set first. Immediately, the Minotaur roared and trained like a madman so he could hear the continuation sooner. All right, let's see what happens next. The story was paywall behind muscle. No training, no drama to follow. If the fight had been allowed to play out naturally, Block would have definitely won against Organ. But right at that moment, someone else suddenly appeared and intervened in the battle. Hannah Brent, in a youthful form, casually strolled onto the battlefield. Standing in the vast arena, the young man looked at his opponent and wondered if he could actually win. Hannah Brent coldly advised him to give up, asking whether he was already exhausted. Witnessing the perilous situation, a teammate shouted from afar in desperation, "Block, that's enough, run now." He urged that with the jumping squat skill, retreating at this point wouldn't be difficult at all. The young man muttered back out, "Run away." He lowered his head in deep thought, his eyes sinking into the shadows of contemplation. Looking at the powerful opponent standing right before him, he felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, excitement exploded within him as he clenched his teeth with fierce determination. He roared that a powerful opponent like this was standing right in front of him. Then he suddenly dropped his center of gravity into a powerful ready stance. Hinderbrand scoffed and called him a fool. Then he swung his blade blazing with blue spirit energy and unleashed a thunderous strike. A devastating collision erupted instantly between the two surging forces. Hinderbrand smirked with amusement, saying that whether foolish or not, facing the challenge head-on was the first step. That was a very good habit. The old king declared that thanks to the time Block bought, he had completed his muscle super recovery through deep sleep. Hinderbrand stood there leisurely with a razor-sharp sword in hand. Duhan so boldly proclaimed that his current self was not merely a bodybuilder who had completed today's muscle growth, but a super bodybuilder. On the snow-covered battlefield, Organ lay collapsed on the ground while Hinderbrand stood silently observing from behind the cloud of dust. Super bodybuilder, what was that supposed to be? Immediately, one member of the muscle army broke into a cold sweat, revealing in shock that he had once heard legends about this terrifying existence. Before his astonished teammates, he began explaining the fundamental principle of muscle development, which is based on cycles of destruction and recovery. Normally, exercise destroys muscle fibers, and the lifter must maintain perfect balance with sleep so the body has time to regenerate and grow new muscle cells. But a super bodybuilder was on an entirely different level. Facing everyone's curiosity, the muscular soldier pointed at Duhan So and told them all to look closely at his eyes. Duhan So stood towering with massive muscles rippling and radiating a blinding aura, but strangely his eyes were shut tight. A shocking truth is revealed: the super bodybuilder was never actually in a conscious state. He is an extraordinary existence, capable of destroying and regenerating muscle in the very same instant. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Zimbabwe, the atmosphere grows suffocating before a colossal stone fortress looming overhead. Amid the blinding white snowfall, soldiers anxiously discuss the fact that King Hinderbrand has gone to battle alone. Gudo gazes ahead in deep thought. He worries that in chess, when the king is captured it means defeat, yet now they've let the head of the kingdom charge directly into the battlefield. A white-haired veteran general standing beside Ben overhears this and asks how long Gudo has served in the military. Upon hearing the answer of 35 years, the old general smirks slightly, suggesting Gudo is still too young to understand. He asks what current textbooks teach about the rise of the kingdom of Zimbertham. Gudo answers clearly that they were taught it became a powerful military nation by sending mercenaries across the land. The white-haired veteran nods, confirming that is indeed what the entire nation has always believed. But the truth about the kingdom of Zimbertham is completely different from what the world assumes. In the past, King Hinderbrand single-handedly invaded other nations all by himself. He coldly slaughtered everyone who dared resist, then casually annexed their territories. Standing amid the rubble and countless corpses beneath a blood-red sky, Hinderbrand is the very symbol of this kingdom's birth, forged in blood and tears. He boldly declares that he himself is the kingdom of Zimbertham, then rockets forward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a thunderous slash toward Duhan So. Despite his massive physique, Duhan So is pierced through his muscle layer by the sword strike, leaving a severe wound. Hinderbrand stands above looking down at his fallen opponent, mocking that whether he's a super bodybuilder or anything else, the outcome remains unchanged. Suddenly, the muscle on Duhan So's arm begin to swell and ripple grotesquely right at the wound site. Hinderbrand unleashes a barrage of explosive attacks all around, but seemingly cannot stop his opponent. The muscles in Duhan So's legs continue to expand expand violently with us. He roars the name of his technique, bench press, then launches forward at unimaginable speed. The enemy realizes in horror that Du Hanso is becoming exponentially faster than before. The old king focuses intensely to track every movement of his opponent. Hinderbrand is stunned to realize the issue isn't speed, it's that Du Hanso's body size is growing without end. Du Hanso slams a thunderous blow into the ground, creating an earth-shattering shockwave. Hinderbrand screams in agony as he's completely overwhelmed. Du Hanso channels all his power into a devastating stomp, causing the ground to quake violently under the crushing weight. The muscles on his arms begin to contract and emit brilliant bursts of light in rapid succession. Du Hanso uses his massive hands to crush all resistance from his opponent. Witnessing this, a Zimbertham official cries out in disbelief that the king is being pushed back so one-sidedly. Even a member of the Muscle Corps is shocked, remarking that while they knew Du Hanso was strong, they never imagined the gap would be this enormous. A comparison chart between Hinderbrand and Du Hanso appears. In reality, Hinderbrand's average ability scores are significantly higher, especially in experience and combat instinct. The gap between them is truly night and day. The stats say one thing, but the actual fight tells a completely different story. With his insight capable of seeing through all patterns, every attack from his opponent should have been easily dodged by Hinderbrand. Yet even before his insight could activate, Du Hanso's hand had already closed in right before his face. With every movement, Du Hanso's muscle fibers are continuously torn apart and restructured at maximum speed, radiating an enormous amount of heat. Seeing victory within reach, Gudo cheers excitedly, shouting to keep pushing forward. Among the soldiers standing at attention, one suddenly asks Gudo how Hinderbrand became so youthful. At the same time, a member of the Muscle Corps shudders in terror as he senses a chilling wave of killing intent. He stands atop the towering fortress wall, screaming a frantic warning for his comrades to get away from this area immediately. Below the base of the wall, a green liquid begins seeping out from the large cracks. The sickly green fluid pours out like a flood, surrounding the entire formation of soldiers. The mastermind behind the scheme smirks with sinister glee, eyes gleaming with malice as he whispers that it's too late. This is a full-blown calculated play. The Muscle Corps falls into chaos as panicked screams ring out from the burning, blistering sensation under their feet. Toxic green fumes blanket the area, attacking the warriors' skin directly and leaving them writhing in agony. In the middle of the slimy battlefield, Du Hanso stands silently with his head lowered, his expression deadly serious. He mentally notes that if his skin becomes irritated or damaged, it will cause massive distraction during movement. For someone who values absolute focus like him, this is an unacceptable hindrance. Du Hanso clenches his teeth in fury, his face shrouded in shadow with eyes blazing with rage. He growls that being disturbed during training is the one thing he despises most. The teeth of herbivores tear through vegetation to sustain life. Then at the end of the predation cycle, life gradually loses the strength it once held. An eagle spreads its wings and dives from above, targeting a fox carrying prey in its mouth. Rotting corpses with exposed skeletons lie beneath the open sky as bacteria invade the decaying flesh, causing it to dissolve away. Those crumbling remains will eventually become soil, and from that very earth, new life rises once again. Everything continues in an endless cycle, eating and being absorbed so the flow of life never breaks. From grass to grasshoppers, mice to snakes, eagles above, all form an eternal circle of existence. In essence, life itself is one massive digestive system, and the true function of the stomach is the reincarnation cycle of all things. Within a mystical space, a mysterious entity appeared and boldly declared that the mother of life, known as digestion, is named Winnie. Witnessing their leader's terrifying muscular explosion, the muscle army couldn't contain their excitement and erupted into thunderous cheers. Absolutely magnificent. Du Hanso Nim charged forward, but then, amid that boiling atmosphere, one member looked extremely worried. He swallowed hard, trembling as he cried out in fear that something was wrong. He realized in shock that the MC could no longer maintain this state. While his teammates blindly admire the display, he raised the question of what three fundamental factors are needed for muscle growth, and when the answer came back as proper training, adequate sleep, and nutritional intake, he grew even more panicked. A loud crash tore through the air. From atop the fortress wall, he screamed in desperation that Du Hanso Nim must stop fighting immediately and eat something. Down below, the MC collapsed, his body completely drained from pushing far beyond his limits. One member frantically shouted that they still had emergency protein reserves right here. Immediately, a giant toad chicken hybrid appeared out of nowhere with a face full of terror, its entire body trembling uncontrollably. A worried subordinate approached, looked at the leader's back, and hesitantly asked whether they would lose if the fighting continued like this. Du Hanso flashed a sinister grin in the darkness. He firmly declared they would win. Despite his body being utterly exhausted, the MC officially announced he would claim victory without consuming any additional nutrition. The muscle destruction process began to activate. He lowered his center of gravity into a squat stance, and his entire body erupted with a brilliant orange heat wave that caused his muscles to swell violently under suffocating pressure. He shot forward at terrifying speed. He unleashed a thunderous punch that ripped the ground apart, carving an enormous trench stretching endlessly through clouds of thick dust. He smirked mockingly and said that was way too weak. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, the MC continued charging forward like a blazing red arrow. He closed in on the enemy hiding behind a cloak and wide-brimmed hat. The opponent screamed once more, then suddenly lit up their eyes, activating a powerful summoning spell to turn the tide. The battle seemed all but decided, yet the enemy still fought back tenaciously. A massive wall of flesh called the stomach fortress suddenly rose up, stopping the MC's devastating punch dead in its tracks. The impact pressure sent the summoner flying a considerable distance. The young man gritted his teeth. He poured all his strength into pressing his bulging muscles against the wall of flesh that was violently contracting. He remarked in astonishment that it was seriously thick. The MC was pushed backward, shocked to realize his opponent had suddenly unleashed an incredibly terrifying burst of power. Winnie smirked with blazing eyes full of defiance and asked if he truly thought so. She calmly explained that as a stomach mage, she possessed the ability to convert everything she digested into an endless source of energy. Below, a sickly green liquid filled with debris and bones was bubbling in a grotesque manner. Winnie continued her psychological assault, asserting that as time passed, the MC would fall deeper into disadvantage, while she on the other hand would only grow stronger. Immediately, the ultimate technique stomach gun was activated. Winnie held the brilliant golden weapon in her hand and declared that its elemental counter was truly bad news for him. Deadly green beams were continuously fired from the stomach gun. The MC moved frantically, executing lightning-fast dodges through the rain of energy bullets. Despite being in dire straits, he calmly acknowledged that the attack carried an extremely massive amount of kinetic energy. He suddenly launched himself into the air, charging straight at his opponent while boldly declaring that an overwhelming gap in physical strength existed between them. He closed in on Winnie with razor-sharp eyes, leaving her utterly stunned. The MC roared the name of his technique, jumping squat. Amid the barrage of relentless attacks, he still dodged masterfully with consecutive explosive leaps. Winnie slightly furrowed her brow and remarked that his sixth sense was impressively sharp. She immediately activated her supreme state, full stomach acid armor, transforming her body into a massive grotesque entity with a mouth full of sharp teeth oozing bubbling acid. Winnie stood inside the slimy sphere and mockingly repeated that she had already warned him. This elemental counter was not in his favor. Contrary to expectations, the MC casually leaped straight into the toxic pool and retorted that no, this counter was actually working out great for him. Winnie asked in disbelief what he meant by that. Instead of avoiding the problem, he charged headfirst into it. The MC stood imposingly amid the dust and smoke, calmly explaining that her digestive ability combined with his training intensity. He raised a confident thumbs up and declared that wasn't that the most perfect combination of all. Winnie burst into delighted laughter upon hearing this, while the muscle army standing behind could only exchange bewildered glances. They silently wondered whether the MC's nonsensical words actually matched her sense of humor. Suddenly the smile vanished from Winnie's lips as she realized a shocking truth. Winnie stared intently at the MC and exclaimed that it was impossible. He had been acting calm this whole time, but his muscles hadn't grown even the slightest bit since earlier. She trembled as she posed her final question, asking whether he had truly regained his composure. The MC casually admitted he'd been found out. He explained that when the body lacks nutrition, the first surplus resource it targets is muscle. To maintain his growth, he absolutely could not allow muscle loss to occur. Witnessing this, Winnie coldly declared she would consider her opponent as having surrendered. She gathered brilliant golden energy in both hands and demanded that the creature obediently become her source of nutrition. Winnie's glowing hand pressed directly onto the small monster. The MC stood watching imposingly and confirmed his prediction was entirely correct. He saw through his opponent's weakness and challenged the limits of her digestive capacity. He analyzed that in her desperation to win, the opponent had frantically consumed everything into her stomach until reaching her tolerance threshold. He clenched his fist tightly and posed a threatening hypothesis about what would happen if an extremely powerful external force struck that bloated belly. Winnie silently observed with a deeply worried expression as Duhan So's overwhelming pressure mounted. The initial advantage was gradually turning into a ticking time bomb right inside her body. Suddenly a sinister smile crept across her face. Winnie calmly revealed the truth that when a stomach encounters an appealing new type of food, it automatically contracts to create space for consumption. A massive mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth suddenly opened wide, preparing to swallow his entire body amid a flood of crimson digestive fluid. Winnie gazed at the deadly trap closing in and mockingly asked whether he truly had no idea this was happening. Duhan So widened his eyes in shock and asked back, how could he not know, before being sucked deep into the gaping maw stretching open before him. A brilliant beam of light shot straight into the core of the monster as everyone around watched in awe. The MC fell freely through the air while a soldier frantically called out his name. A massive column of orange fluid suddenly erupted violently from the ground, blasting everything in the surrounding area away. He gritted his teeth and roared block. He stood facing Winnie, who casually remarked that there was no longer any need for further digestion. Winnie stared intensely at the MC and coldly declared, Duhan So, I will focus entirely on you. He felt his body growing unbearably heavy, thinking to himself that his muscles could no longer move. He clenched his teeth in frustration, questioning himself whether it was because he had neglected his nutritional intake. The stomach monster once again opened its mouth impossibly wide. Winnie smiled hauntingly and cooed, good boy, just be obedient and let yourself be absorbed. Right at that moment, the muscle army appeared out of nowhere and charged forward in a frenzy. They shouted in unison, Duhan Sonim, we're here to help. The MC was stunned and demanded, you abandoned the fortress walls to come here? One warrior flashed a confident grin and replied, either way, if Duhan So loses, then the walls collapse too. He affirmed that the entire squad had decided to abandon the defense and come here instead. The muscular warriors simultaneously hurled themselves into the monster's gaping mouth and yelled, we just need to make that woman feel full, right? The muscle army charged headlong into the monster's maw and proudly declared, these bodies were forged thanks to Lord Duhan So's grace. We offer everything we have. Watching his disciples get swallowed one after another, the MC screamed in desperation, stop. He frantically warned them that this was a theory that had never been scientifically proven. But it was already too late. Winnie calmly absorbed all the energy from his connections and let out a satisfied smile, murmuring delicious. An earth-shattering explosion of purple energy erupted immediately after, shaking the entire snow-covered mountain range. Winnie stood amid the thick cloud of dust and debris. She flashed a sinister grin and lavished praise, saying this was truly a cheat-level ability so terrifying it was almost unfair. In the heat of the crisis, Guro suddenly appeared, causing the MC to cry out with joy, Guro. He silently believed that Guro was fundamentally different from those who only relied on brute muscle, and surely he had already figured out a plan to turn the tide. Guro calmly confirmed that he had finished calculating every possible move needed to secure victory. Amid the chaos, his arrival was nothing short of a clutch save brimming with hope. Guro raised a single finger high and boldly declared that this was the one winning move among millions of possible outcomes. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight into the massive orange mouth gaping wide before him. Just before being swallowed completely, Guro calmly told the MC that the winning move was this very sacrifice. The monster's mouth snapped shut, leaving him standing frozen in utter disbelief. The pain and fury of losing his most loyal companion erupted violently within him. A brutal choice where victory had to be paid for with the lives of his own comrades. The MC's brainwaves suddenly flared to life, activating every dormant sense in his body. He began to move again, the massive muscles rippling across his back trembling with overwhelming force. He gathered momentum and launched himself into the air like an arrow tearing through the sky. He channeled every ounce of power into his legs and roared the name of his technique, inner thigh. A thunderous collision exploded between the MC and the opponent's orange energy blast. A voice rang out with absolute conviction confirming the attack had landed, got her. Meanwhile, his companion could only watch in silence as this final confrontation unfolded. Within the crimson space of digestive fluid, the MC's consciousness began to stir as the relentless pounding of heartbeats and the calls of his comrades echoed around him. Two members of the muscle army were overjoyed to see him wake up and cheered. His eyes are open. Duhan Sonim, can you hear us? He looked up groggily and murmured, Woody Builder. The MC gradually grasped the situation and asked, you guys, until I woke up. Hovering between consciousness and oblivion, his awareness was slowly being pulled back. You've been protecting me. It turned out they were all trapped inside a massive stomach, and the muscle army was using every ounce of their strength to push back the fleshy walls contracting around them. One of them answered answered clearly during the rest period between sets. We had to protect you, of course. Another member was straining so hard his entire body trembled, gritting his teeth as he said, "Duhan Sonim, this place is basically a natural gym. The compression force here is absolutely insane." He still managed to smile despite facing mortal danger, warning that if they let up for even a single second, everyone would be crushed and dissolved instantly. Basically a hell-level gym session where taking a break for even a moment means instant death. The stomach is the organ responsible for digesting food. Through the coordination of its muscle layers and continuous peristaltic contractions, it transforms everything inside into a liquefied mixture. Digestion time depends on the type of food. Starches take approximately 2 to 3 hours. Proteins take 4 to 5 hours and fats take 7 to 8 hours. For the MC's group, the maximum time before they would be fully digested was only 4 to 5 hours. The pressure from the stomach walls continuously bore down on them in suffocating waves. In this chaotic environment, maintaining balance was nearly impossible as the fleshy ground constantly contracted and trembled beneath them. The crushing pressure kept changing erratically, making it incredibly difficult for the muscle army to time their pushback correctly. At this point, gastric acid began secreting, clinging to their skin and flesh with a sizzling burn as the process of breaking down protein from their muscles officially began. In this life or death situation, Yu Hanso suddenly spat out a strange object. After loosening up his jaw joints, he clenched his teeth hard, producing dry, threatening cracking sounds. He opened his mouth as wide as it could go. Then he suddenly lunged forward and bit down hard into the flesh of the stomach wall. His eyes blazed with a fierce crimson glow. With tremendous force, he tore a massive chunk of flesh right off the enemy's body. The young man began chewing ravenously for swallowing the meat whole. Though it was merely an act of consuming nutrients, it was enough to reignite his depleting life force. His abdominal muscles began contracting violently, trembling with terrifying power. Every muscle on his body exploded in size, bulging and twitching under the suffocating pressure of this sudden growth surge. He extended his massive hand forward, preparing for his next move. The effect came almost instantly, as if he had just loaded up on full buffs right on the spot. With the energy he had just claimed, he rose to his feet imposingly within the cramped space of the monster's stomach. Standing among his astonished teammates, he opened his mouth wide and declared boldly, "I'm going to enjoy this meal." He was about to launch a brutal rampage, officially kicking off a grand feast right inside the belly of his enemy. He began devouring the stomach lining with terrifyingly powerful bites. Seeing this, one member of the muscle army asked nervously, "Yu Hansonim, can you actually eat this stuff?" While still chewing away diligently, he realized this was essentially braised tripe, packed with extremely high nutritional value, over 21 grams of protein, and virtually zero starch per 100 grams. Learning this was a super high protein food, the entire muscle army cheered excitedly. "High protein food, you say? Let's dig in too." One warrior immediately lunged forward and bit into the flesh wall, sending fluid splattering everywhere. However, he quickly noticed something was very wrong. Despite straining so hard his face contorted, he had no choice but to cry out in frustration, "That's weird. I can't bite through it at all." While the main character was happily feasting away, the other members were completely stuck, unable to handle the insane toughness of this stomach lining. To clarify the issue, a world-renowned eating expert was brought in for consultation. None other than the legendary Takeru Kobayashi, famous for his extraordinary eating abilities. When a reporter asked him about his confidence in eating, Takeru Kobayashi flashed an arrogant smile, sarcastically suggesting the reporter clearly didn't know his true capacity. In response to the apology and question about actual numbers, Takeru Kobayashi proudly declared his record of eating 110 hot dogs in just 10 minutes. Not stopping there, he listed a string of jaw-dropping achievements like eating 12 burgers in 3 minutes, or even consuming over 5 kilograms of cow brains. The reporter was deeply impressed, but didn't forget to pose a tricky question. Those numbers alone are enough to make an ordinary person feel stuffed just hearing them. She curiously asked whether Takeru Kobayashi had ever tried eating a tire. The absurd question made the eating champion choke on his water. He frantically denied it. "Are you kidding me? How could a human possibly eat something like that?" Seeing the reporter about to conclude he'd never tried, Takeru Kobayashi shouted that a tire isn't even something you can chew in the first place. The truth was revealed: the hardness of the monster's stomach wall was actually equivalent to the toughest rubber tires, a comparison that would kill anyone's appetite on the spot. Even the goody builders, with their extraordinary strength, still couldn't chew through this tire-tough stomach lining. One member of the muscle army screamed in utter despair, "I want my protein too." In the midst of their extreme hunger, a strange object suddenly caught the eyes of these protein-starved warriors. The object that stunned him was a mouthpiece, a jaw protector. Normally, this is equipment used in martial arts to prevent teeth from breaking during heavy impacts. However, in high-intensity sports, people also use mouthpieces because when you clench your teeth too hard, the extreme pressure can wear down or shatter your teeth completely. While the average bite force of a normal person is only about 84.2 kilograms. For comparison, a hippopotamus possesses a bite force of up to 770 kilograms, and the apex predator of the waterways, the saltwater crocodile, can reach a staggering 2,000 kilograms. However, thanks to his incredibly rigorous jaw muscle training, his bite force was estimated to reach a monstrous 5,000 kilograms. This power was likened to the awakening of a creature from the ancient Cretaceous era, a strength beyond all known standards that made every comparison obsolete. That number was equivalent to the terrifying bite force of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. To keep himself from being digested, he decided to unleash the full bite force he had been sealing away all this time. He decisively discarded the mouthpiece, choosing to reverse digest the enemy itself. He went on a frenzied biting rampage, devouring the stomach wall raw in absolute fury. On the edge of survival, he chose the audacious path of eating the boss right back. Witnessing his madness, Winnie clutched her stomach in agony, drenched in sweat and trembling as she questioned herself. "Digest before being digested? You intend to reverse digest me?" She couldn't let her opponent gain the upper hand and screamed in rage. "Fine then, let's see what you can do." She immediately unleashed bolts of energy lightning engulfing her entire body. Winnie poured all her mana into it, declaring this power was even more devastating than the crushing force of her stomach muscles. She frantically poured all her strength into maximizing the acid concentration in her gastric fluid, determined to melt her enemy at any cost. But Duhanso merely curled his lips into an ice-cold smile, then declared curtly, "Too late." Instantly, he activated the super bodybuilder state. Amid the sickly green digestive fluid raining down, every muscle on the MC's body began swelling violently. He was astonished to realize the growth rate this time far surpassed every previous instance. Crimson muscle fibers surged with overwhelming power, as if about to burst. Witnessing that earth-shaking spectacle, one member of the muscle army screamed in panic, ordering everyone to grab onto Duhanso Nim immediately or be swept away. The tiny warriors scrambled up frantically, clinging to the towering muscle masses that kept expanding winding across their leader's body. Standing amid the wreckage of internal organs, a subordinate anxiously asked Lord Gudo what this phenomenon actually was. Gudo, his face stern, began to explain. The super bodybuilder technique had never truly been perfected before. He analyzed that although the process of muscle destruction and recovery had occurred, the lack of an energy source meant the MC couldn't break through the final limit. Gudo gazed at his blazing physique and declared that now everything was different. In an environment saturated with protein in all 360 degrees like this, he could absorb nutrients instantly. In other words, this was the most perfect buff map that had ever existed. The MC gritted his teeth and channeled all his colossal strength, tearing through the stomach wall. The muscles on his body became enormous, laced with bulging veins. He boldly declared there was no longer any need to set limits on muscle growth. Utterly terrified by the fierce resistance, Winnie screamed hysterically, demanding he stay still and let himself be jested. She poured all her power into maximizing the acid concentration, determined to burn her opponent alive. The MC's feet began sinking into the bubbling green liquid, his flesh corroding violently under the maximum acid concentration. A true blood-burning showdown where both sides burned through every resource to overpower the other. Powerful stomps rained down one after another, shaking the ground violently. In that critical moment, a thought flashed through his mind. If he was digested, his body would immediately regenerate. Amid the eerie green acid fluid erupting around him, the question of whether destruction or growth was stronger remained unanswered. Winnie smiled smugly, admitting she was genuinely astonished by this extraordinary digestive ability, something she had only ever seen in her master. But Winnie's gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp as she declared he had underestimated her far too much. She roared with fury, insisting that to truly win, one must chew thoroughly. She began lecturing about the nature of the stomach, a digestive organ governed by the autonomic nervous system. Using snakes as an example, she asserted that even without chewing, they were perfectly capable of swallowing prey whole. She clutched her stomach, writhing in agonizing pain. Meanwhile, the MC was still thrashing around in the digestive fluid. Winnie boldly declared she would show him how a snake performs digestion. The image of a massive reticulated python appeared, capable of swallowing creatures far larger than its own body. Yet the tragedy of pythons is that if they can't find a warm, safe place, they completely lose the ability to digest. In the pouring rain deep in the forest, the pitiful python perished before completing its survival cycle. Winnie declared that a snake's inability to chew was actually a fatal weakness, not an advantage. Immediately, the MC opened his mouth wide and unleashed powerful, ferocious chewing motions in response. Before her explanation even finished, he retaliated with brutally direct action. He began mobilizing every muscle group in his body, from longitudinal muscles, circular muscles, to oblique muscles, generating terrifying pressure. The internal organs began contracting and trembling violently with each powerful pulse. He continued listing muscle groups from the masseter, temporalis, to the esophageal muscles and sphincters. The MC channeled all his strength into utilizing every fiber for the process of reverse digestion. A cataclysmic explosion suddenly erupted from inside the orange monster, blasting everything outward. The MC and his muscle army emerged imposingly from the gruesome scene, amid torrents of digestive fluid spraying everywhere. Standing amid the ruins, he quietly declared the final victory belonged to the entire team. A blade sliced through the air, hurtling toward him with a scream. Die! But the moment it struck the man's guardian arm, the sharp weapon was deflected and shattered instantly. This was the other world that Du Hanso's master had accidentally stumbled into while performing the deadly freak exercise. Standing on the battlefield, a soldier trembled as he pointed his spear and screamed in terror. Don't come any closer, you monster, he roared. What the hell is this guy? He realized this new world was truly pathetic, where everyone was nothing but skin and bones. A hilariously ironic moment where he was just training yet got called a monster. Everywhere he went, there were only frail, emaciated people. To change that reality, he began his journey of building an empire called Gym Dungeon. He tirelessly interacted with all kinds of beings, from teaching an old man how to consume enough carbohydrates, quality protein and healthy fats, to befriending even the beastfolk tribes. He patiently taught every training movement to everyone and gathered like-minded companions. He was determined to create a peaceful world where anyone could devote themselves wholeheartedly to training every single day. From a lost outsider, he accidentally built an entire cross-world gym system. As the system gradually took shape, the people began looking at him with worshipful eyes and revered him as a god. With the desire to help others, he clearly proposed the strong should work the fields on behalf of the weak. But his words were tragically misinterpreted by the people. A fanatic raised the book high and screamed fervently, "The god has spoken." Race, gender, appearance, and every difference were twisted into excuses for humans to torment one another. A man wielding a whip lashed out furiously, screaming and forcing the larger ones to work harder, while monsters also relentlessly brutalized humanity. Witnessing this corruption, the man with the red headband felt disgusted and no longer wanted to face this world anymore. He told himself that the system had been completed long ago anyway. Then he silently turned his back and walked away along the forest trail. Suddenly he stopped, as if realizing something. He slowly turned his head back, flashed a cryptic smile, and called out, "Du Hanso, you're watching, aren't you?" His eyes blazed with excitement as he extended the invitation to his disciple. "This place is the home gym I wanted to invite you to." It was none other than Utopia Gym. A blinding burst of radiance erupted, engulfing the entire surrounding space. Right after that, the red headband dropped down through the void, and it landed smack on the MC's face while he was deep asleep. He jolted awake, the red headband still draped across his forehead covering one eye. He blurted out in shock, "Master's waiting." His whole body was drenched in sweat, his face clearly showing disbelief and extreme tension. Seeing Gudo standing beside the bed, he frantically asked, "What happened, Gudo?" Gudo, with his calm expression, replied softly, "You're awake already, sir?" He began recounting what happened after the battle and asked whether the MC still remembered successfully organizing the escape. The young man gave a slight nod to confirm. Gudo continued, saying that at the time the whole team had planned to just push forward and completely suppress the enemy. But Winnie had suddenly collapsed while clutching her stomach, writhing in agony. At that very moment, the MC seemed to have suffered some kind of massive shock that twisted his face in horror. He collapsed and completely lost consciousness. The battle ended when every enemy that attacked the Holy Kingdom was eliminated, leaving the MC's guardian form lying motionless, creating a massive crater in the middle of the battlefield. A conclusion that seemed like victory but left behind no small amount of aftershock. Deep within the dark dungeons of the Holy Kingdom of Roman, an aged figure sat silently among cold chains. Hinderbrand had now returned to his true form. He looked toward the person standing outside the iron bars and sighed. "Old age has truly caught up with me. Have you come here to mock me, young man?" A scene both tragic and carrying the feeling of a final chapter, where a man past his prime sits reflecting on his fate. The MC looked at the old old king with deeply troubled eyes and asked, why did neighboring nations that were living in peace have to force each other into a war like this? Hinderbrand let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Hey, it's all over now and you're still curious? He pondered for a moment, then decided to open up. Fine, I'll tell you. My kingdom has fallen ill, a disease that no doctor can cure. A reason that sounds grand at first, but leaves you wondering what kind of sickness could be that serious. The old king bitterly uttered, it is aging. Hinderbrand explained that to save a kingdom now filled with nothing but the elderly, he had no choice but to find a way to seize the Holy Kingdom's sacred relic. It was a holy artifact with the power to grant any wish. The MC was stunned, sweat pouring down his face as he asked, does something like that actually exist? Hinderbrand confirmed it without hesitation, but also revealed that the true size and energy source of the sacred relic was a secret the world had never known. He revealed that this was precisely why Organ could not seize the entire sacred relic. He could only steal an extremely small fragment to bring onto the battlefield. Their goal was to use that energy fragment to restore the old king's youth. From there, he would have enough power to conquer the entire Holy Kingdom. Looking at those gaunt hands bound in chains, the MC naively asked, so your wish was just to become young again? Hinderbrand gazed at his shackles and lamented that the younger generation has no idea how precious youth truly is. The young man confidently declared that he could absolutely fulfill that wish for the old king. Hinderbrand asked in disbelief whether he could make all of his people young again as well. Looking at those bulging muscles, the MC asked in return whether he truly wanted to transform his entire nation into one overflowing with youthful vigor. Hinderbrand gritted his teeth and declared that as long as it could be done, he was willing to pay any price. An exchange that sounds like nothing short of a major deal, and the cost is certainly not small. The MC stared intensely at his counterpart and asked once more to be sure, any price? Hinderbrand screamed in utter desperation that he would even sell his soul to a demon. The MC flashed a devious grin and declared that he himself would become that demon. The MC's towering silhouette emerged with blazing red eyes. 4 years later, a horse-drawn carriage leisurely made its way into new territory. The old man on the carriage murmured that they had finally arrived, a strange turning point where a promise from years past was gradually becoming an unbelievable reality. The carriage crossed the bridge leading into the kingdom of Senior Classic, formerly known as the Kingdom of Sinbertham. The young boy Taylor curiously asked why they were traveling to such a remote place. The old man calmly explained that as people age they lose their health, but in this kingdom even the elderly maintain their vitality in a miraculous way. Here, anyone can learn valuable life lessons. Everywhere you looked, people with massively muscular physiques were passionately training and showcasing their strength under the flickering torchlight. Cheers of encouragement echoed throughout the space, creating an atmosphere more electrifying and lively than ever before. Amid the roaring crowd, the emblem of Hell's Dungeon blazed brightly as if marking a new era of physical prowess. Time returns to the present. The MC sat quietly at the tea table with a contemplative expression after having obtained the red headband. Gudo took a small sip of tea and admitted, I've never heard the name Utopia Gym before. One of the Muscle Squad members offered a theory. Could it just be a symbol? Like wherever he is, that place becomes a gym? The MC immediately dismissed it. Master isn't that kind of person. He began explaining his teacher's philosophy. Everyone knows the saying that a true master doesn't choose his tools, right? But a true master is someone who can utilize 120% of that tool's potential. He stated with absolute certainty that the equipment at Utopia Gym would be completely different, and that it was undoubtedly an extraordinary gym. Hearing that, the spirit dog wondered aloud, if such a place exists, how is it that no one has ever heard of it? Duhan So replied pensively, perhaps it was because the entrance was a bit special. He recalled his master's instructions. After all, the old man had already become a god. The MC believed that just as Hell's Dungeon was completely different from ordinary dungeons, the entrance to Utopia Gym must also be extraordinary. He speculated that even the conditions required just to step through the door were probably incredibly unique. Watching the discussion hit a dead end, someone let out a quiet sigh. The problem had circled right back to square one. The more Old Toad debated, the more tangled things got. A meeting held for show with nothing to show for it. Gudo sat deep in thought during the meeting, then suddenly threw out a bold proposal. How about we organize a bodybuilding competition? The MC repeated in disbelief, a bodybuilding competition? Gudo explained that he'd heard in the MC's homeland competitions like that were incredibly popular and had a strong performance element to them. Images of muscular athletes flexing and posing on stage flashed across the screen, a testament to the allure of this art of muscle. Gudo raised his hand enthusiastically and declared, then we'll show them. He wanted to combine the hard-earned muscles that everyone had forged through grueling training to create a miracle that could reach the gods themselves. Images of brutal training sessions, from heavy deadlifts to intense stretching, appeared on screen, radiating pure determination. An official announcement rang out. The first step of the bodybuilding competition had begun. A plan that sounded equal parts delusional and irresistibly intriguing. Would it actually become reality? Promotional posters featuring various flexing poses were plastered across tree trunks throughout the forest. Two members of the Muscle Army muttered doubtfully while putting up posters. Who's even gonna show up for this? I was thinking the same thing. One of them worried that the only decent gym around here was House Danjian. So in the end, it would probably just be their own members competing against each other, without generating any real buzz. Suddenly, a massive shadow with blazing red eyes loomed up from behind and spoke. What's this? Right when they thought the event was dead on arrival, someone showed up in the most unexpected way. The two warriors screamed in shock, then immediately confronted the mysterious creature that had just appeared. The giant humanoid monster stared intently at the poster and muttered that this was the first time it had ever heard of bodybuilding. But the moment it read the line about the prize being a year's supply of food, its eyes lit up with excitement. It roared decisively, "You humans, I'm entering this thing." The monster exhaled powerful gusts of breath, revealing glistening muscles that shimmered under the light. It channeled all its strength into its massive arms and struck a powerful flexing pose, leaving the two Muscle Army members frozen in awe before a seriously heavyweight contender. Because this was another world where even a safe meal wasn't guaranteed, the strong grew even more fired up. Powerful fighters scattered across the world were going absolutely wild over the upcoming event. The countdown clock showed only 90 days remaining, and the atmosphere at Hell's Dungeon Gym became livelier than ever, pulsing with energetic music. One Muscle Army member asked curiously, "Sir Gudo, are you entering the competition too?" Gudo answered casually while lifting weights, "Yeah, I figured I'd give it a shot." Seeing Gudo's rather round physique, the junior muttered doubtfully, "I don't think that's gonna work out." Gudo immediately snapped, "Who said I'm entering because I want the prize?" The junior asked in surprise, "You're not? Then why are you entering?" Gudo looked down at his own belly fat and honestly explained. He was supposed to be a trainer, but his body fat percentage was way too high. guy. He felt it was hard to earn his members' trust like this, so he wanted to use this opportunity to lose weight. Hearing that, the junior casually dropped a savage line, "Well, you could just stop eating," advice so bad it practically buried itself underground. Gudo exploded in fury. "You think everyone can maintain a diet as easily as you people?" He screamed in utter helplessness. "There are plenty of people who love eating as much as I do. Without motivation, it's simply impossible." Faced with Gudo's manic outburst, the junior could only sigh wearily. "Sure, you do your best then," and quietly turned and walked away. Gudo could only stand there wailing miserably in sheer frustration, because no one understood his suffering, a tragedy as real as life itself, where the passion for food collides head-on with the goal of losing weight. Over at the machine area, Gudo asked the MC which category he planned to enter while doing leg presses. The MC focused intensely on each rep and explained that back on Earth, bodybuilding had no unified governing body, so categories were usually a chaotic mess depending on whoever organized the event. Gudo listened attentively, drenched in sweat from the intense training. The MC continued his analysis. There were popular categories like 212, men's physique, classic physique, and open bodybuilding, but none of them were suitable for a place with so many diverse races. Gudo was dripping with sweat. He stated firmly that since this was the first competition, the rules were the most important thing. He worried that if participants felt it was unfair, maintaining the of going forward would become extremely difficult. The MC nodded in agreement while training relentlessly. He believed the whole team needed to build this bodybuilding competition in their own way, so that even if the audience didn't fully understand bodybuilding, as the competition progressed, the contestants could still showcase the beauty of their physiques to the fullest. A tough puzzle, balancing the meta while keeping the audience hooked. Gudo watched the MC train and remarked that this would definitely be a headache, but before that, there was one thing they needed to do first. The MC roared with determination, clearing his mind completely to pour everything into finishing today's final training session. 3 grueling months passed as each person pushed toward their own goal. At last, the big day arrived. A massive crowd poured in from everywhere to attend and watch the competition, with overwhelming excitement engulfing the entire arena. After all those days of grinding, the real muscle show was finally about to begin. Stepping onto the stage, the blue-haired girl Randip boldly introduced herself as the host. She expressed her deep gratitude to the huge audience that came out to support the very first House Danjian bodybuilding competition. Randip excitedly announced that the number of contestants had reached a staggering 572. However, because the turnout was so massive, the organizers had no choice but to eliminate many contestants right from the preliminary round. With a serious expression, Randip declared that the rules for this round would be extremely simple. Randip immediately invited the skilled assistant trainers onto the stage. 2 muscle army members appeared. One raised his hand and announced boldly, "I'm a contestant." The other followed up, "I'm a judge." Instantly, the announcement for the first round echoed throughout the arena. The first challenge was simply attack, but instead of the contestants throwing punches, the organizers declared, "From our side, of course." Witnessing this bizarre scene, one muscle army member turned to the MC with a question. "Why is the selection method beating up the contestants?" The MC didn't answer. He silently approached a contestant and suddenly launched an extremely fast close-range strike. By pure survival instinct, the contestant immediately tensed up and displayed a solid front lat spread pose as defense. The MC flashed a bright smile, placed his hand on the guy's shoulder, and asked, "Get it now?" The poor fellow was still in shock, stammering, "But what?" A lightning-fast lesson with deep meaning, but the student hadn't even finished processing it. The MC began explaining that every living creature's instinct is to use the hardest part of their body block when they anticipate an external impact. After delivering a powerful strike to create pressure, the organizers were actually just threatening contestants to draw out their hidden strength without causing real damage. Right at that moment, a monster roared and flexed, screaming ferociously. It frantically showcased its most confident muscle groups under the suffocating pressure of an incoming blow. Below the judges' table, Yuhanso wore dark sunglasses, his hands never stopping as he took notes to screen out the most promising contestants. The contestants stepped up one by one to perform and received their evaluation results on the spot. Even a beetle warrior easily passed the preliminary round thanks to his towering, powerful muscles. However, when a pot-bellied giant lumbered out, Yuhanso immediately failed him without hesitation, coldly declaring, "Eliminated." He absolutely could not accept the result that had just been announced. He let out a thunderous roar and slammed his fist into the ground to vent his rage. Crone stepped forward to protest, arguing that this was a competition showcasing physical beauty, yet he pointed furiously at a dried-up skeleton casually strolling by. Meanwhile, that bony wretch had somehow passed the preliminary round. A jaw-dropping comparison where full option muscles lost to a meatless skeleton. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Crone screamed, "How does this even make sense?" Then he charged toward the staff, ready to attack. Yuhanso quickly appeared, catching a staff member and asking with concern, "Are you alright?" He received a reassuring answer. He stood tall, blocking the giant's path, and sternly reminded him that even if he didn't understand, he shouldn't be picking fights with the organizers like this. Ignoring the warning, Crone began channeling his energy, displaying his trembling muscles along with his super regeneration ability and a stave complete pain immunity. Crone flexed hard, clenching his fists with absolute confidence in his own strength. He declared with unwavering certainty that no existence was more terrifying than a warrior who felt absolutely no pain. With eyes blazing with killing intent, Crone charged straight at Yuhanso from behind and roared, "I'll show you what a truly powerful body looks like." But Yuhanso calmly stopped the devastating punch with a single hand, leaving his opponent in utter disbelief. He leaped into the air, gliding over Crone's head, and let slip a mocking remark. How unfortunate for someone who doesn't know pain. Yuhanso immediately counterattacked with a combination of one-arm dumbbell row and one-arm dumbbell press techniques. He coldly observed that precisely because Crone couldn't feel pain, he never understood the importance of defense. Instantly, Crone's super regeneration skill activated. A green energy current enveloped his entire body, healing his wounds in the blink of an eye. Exploiting the opening, Yuhanso delivered a fatal punch that shattered his opponent's bones to pieces. He stood towering over the giant lying flat on the ground, casually cracking his knuckles with an audible pop. Yuhanso grabbed the monster's head and coldly asked, "Feeling suffocated yet?" He assessed that because Crone was born with innate strength, he had always lived however he pleased with ever worrying about injuries, since they would heal instantly. Yuhanso continued explaining that most creatures have to agonize over their own weaknesses. They strive to train their deficiencies or hone their existing strengths to keep growing. He flexed, showing off a massive bicep, then used his skeleton friend as an example. He asked Crone if he knew how that skeleton friend managed to pass the preliminary round. When attacked, instead of just taking the hit, that friend had an incredibly unique way of handling it. a smooth reversal that was subtle enough to make anyone rethink their approach. By using mana, the skeleton friend had created his own muscle fibers from scratch. He displayed brilliant green muscle fibers, incredibly robust, leaving everyone in awe and admiration. Yu Hanso stared hard at Crone and posed a hypothesis. What if you trained based on your own strengths? The words sent Crone spiraling into deep thought about what would happen if he actually committed to serious training. An image of Crone tirelessly hauling massive boulders on his shoulders to build strength appeared in his mind. He realized that even without feeling pain, he could still use pure strength to stop any attack in its tracks. That was the natural beauty of muscles, forged through grueling training. Acknowledging his opponent's superiority, Crone quietly bowed his head and muttered to himself, a complete defeat. The giant lumbered away, leaving the stage in the silence of the vanquished. The first preliminary round officially concluded with 257 outstanding contestants earning the right to advance to the next stage. The atmosphere in the arena erupted once again as the blue-haired girl boldly announced the start of the second round. A tiny hamster, introduced as a low-level earth spirit, sat nestled in the palms of a contestant's hands. This round's task was extremely unique. Contestants had to find a way to interact with the spirit without using any violence whatsoever. A muscular warrior waved his hand and called out, "Hey spirit, look over here." Right after, the true requirement of the challenge was revealed. No hitting allowed, but you must make this low-level spirit cry. A contestant took a deep breath, flexing until his muscles swelled violently under suffocating pressure. A baffling challenge where you couldn't hit but still had to make your opponent cry. The giant's entire body radiated a fierce red killing intent as he squeezed his bulging muscles to intimidate the tiny creature right in front of him. Witnessing that terrifying sight, the little earth spirit hamster could only widen its eyes in horror and let out pitiful screams. The sole objective of this round was clear: make it cry. In waiting room number 2, a mysterious female warrior in a long cloak silently assessed that this challenge looked simple on the surface, but was actually the complete opposite. She understood that earth spirits don't feel fear simply from observing muscles with the naked eye. Their true terror comes from the dissonant vibrations emitted by those very muscle fibers. The female warrior observed quietly, confidently affirming that she hadn't wasted her time during this entire period either, then revealed her waist with tightly sculpted abs. It looked simple, but the difficulty level was actually extremely high. She began introducing her secret technique, a perfect fusion of traditional martial arts and modern training methods. The result was a balanced physique with rounded shoulders shaped like grenades. Most striking of all were her legs, perfectly symmetrical down to the lower body. She believed she would never submit to anyone. The female warrior was confident that with her current strength, passing the second preliminary round was well within reach. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. A warrior from the Toadbird tribe was struck down, crashing to the ground as those around him watched in shock. From above, a dark figure with massive vulture wings loomed into view, mockingly asking if they wanted to settle things with their bodies. The stranger dove down in a frenzied attack, declaring that fighting like this was also using the body to determine who's superior. The victim could only let out a cry of agony before the surprise blow landed. The attacker revealed herself to be Kira of the Harpy tribe, flashing a sinister grin full of excitement. Kira unleashed a barrage of powerful swimming and sidekick techniques, adding a vicious rending kick that left her opponent severely wounded and coughing up blood on the spot. Looking down at the arena below, countless dark figures lay scattered across the stone floor. A voice rang out with absolute authority, saying, "In a way, you're right. But in this house dungeon, you follow the rules set by the strong." Immediately, the image of Dungeon Master Du Hanso appeared, towering like a massive crimson-muscled entity behind a long-haired girl. Someone issued a challenge, saying if you want to make demands, then shouldn't you defeat him first? The enemy smirked with a sinister grin, heh, pointing out who the Dungeon Master is for me, what a fool. Du Hanso transformed into a violent tornado, sweeping everything into a terrifying vortex of energy. In the midst of the raging storm, the challenger smugly declared that now he had one more reason to win this tournament. He roared with burning ambition, vowing to kill Du Hanso and become the Dungeon Master. The red-haired girl silently observed, then responded with utter contempt, saying he was too stupid for her bother associating with. She furrowed her brow and reaffirmed, didn't she just say the rules are set by the strong? The enemy in his birdman form roared provocatively, asking if even the strongest in the dungeon was going to avoid fighting. Without flinching, the red-haired girl launched her counter-attack called Sidekick. The rending kick struck the birdman dead on, leaving him only able to let out a single cry of terror. After declaring the fight over, she brought down a devastating teaser strike from above with crushing force. The battle concluded with the girl standing proudly in the center of the arena, her fiery red hair blazing brilliantly. She silently surveyed the battlefield around her. Countless defeated fighters lay scattered at her feet. In the stillness, a blinding white light suddenly erupted from the direction of the Great Gate. Do not disgrace the Dragonkin tribe any further. A massive dark figure with glowing eyes surrounded by a blazing red aura declared in a booming voice. It was none other than Dreva, the proud representative of the Dragonkin tribe. In waiting room number 4, a mysterious entity draped in a black robe silently appeared against the frozen backdrop. He casually asked whether anyone had seen a skeleton that lost control somewhere around here. Immediately, a lich named Belich wearing a crown on his head revealed himself with a cold threat, asking if he should rip through the other's brain. In waiting room number 6, a tall demon in a white coat silently observed. Meanwhile, in room number 7, the warrior stone Oros Tendurum was also radiating suffocating pressure. Before the managers of Hell's Dungeon could intervene, Du Hanso had already sensed the roaring of muscles emanating from the waiting rooms. Every fiber of muscle on the MC's body began to tremble violently with overwhelming power. The terrifying killing intent radiating from him made everyone tremble in fear. Every warrior present was shaken to the core, unable to control themselves. All of them were drawn toward the center unnaturally. Du Hanso stood towering in the middle of the arena, radiating suffocating pressure that engulfed all the strongest fighters now revealing themselves. Facing these formidable entities, someone asked if he was the strongest one here. A confident smile appeared on his face along with his confirmation, that's right. The tall demon curled his lip in mockery, asking what the hell he was talking about. He furrowed his brow in irritation and shot back, asking if that included him too. The atmosphere became extremely tense as Simon moved to strike. But immediately a blue-gray arm of the Dragonkin tribe shot forward to intervene. Du Hanso quickly stepped in, using his guardian hands to seize the opponent's arm with tremendous force. He kept a radiant smile on his face, calmly reminding them to hold on and set the argument aside for now. The MC gripped the green monster's arm tightly and asked if he was also dissatisfied with the rules. His opponent broke into a terrified sweat, wondering what kind of monstrous strength this was. Du Hanso flexed his muscles and declared boldly that the winner of this battle would claim the prize money and take over over all of Hell's Dungeon along with everything in it. He asked his opponents whether they were satisfied with this revised set of rules. Seeing the monster standing there stunned, the young man broke into a triumphant grin. The dark entity silently observed and concluded that everyone seemed satisfied with this decision. Du Hanso raised his hand to his throat to control his vocal cords, then tested his voice. Standing in the center of the vast arena, he boldly announced the change in how the tournament would be conducted from this point forward. According to the first rule, the competition scope would expand from the alley mine in Hell's Dungeon all the way to Count Gudo's territory. No matter where or when, win you take everything. The second rule stated that when the final two contestants are determined, they will gather at this arena for one last decisive battle. He raised his thumb with full confidence and added that since the rules had changed, he himself would also be participating in this competition. Du Hanso flashed a sinister, challenging grin at all the contestants. Organizing the whole thing and then joining it himself, what an absolute power move. The disgruntled ones finally left, leaving behind 87 of the most outstanding faces to officially enter the battle round. To help contestants identify each other, everyone was issued a special badge bearing a registration number crafted by Behemoth himself. Faced with this rather unfamiliar procedure, one member of the muscle army nervously approached and asked, Du Hanso Nim, is it really okay for us to hold a bodybuilding tournament like this? The MC didn't answer right away. He silently observed the entire scene, then let a faint, cryptic smile cross his face. He slowly shared that he had always been pondering a method for people to discover bodybuilding in the most natural way possible. He flexed hard, showcasing those abs standing tall like cold forged steel, then boldly declared that bodybuilding and street brawls have always been deeply connected. The MC broke into an excited grin and emphasized, that's right, street brawls. He gave an example of an area where disputes and confrontations happen on a daily basis. It all starts with a tense traffic collision right in the middle of the street. The question is, when men face off in that kind of situation, what's the first thing they do? One driver stepped out of his car with a face full of irritation, cursing nonstop about the other guy's driving. Would it be a full body tackle? Or those powerful straight punches commonly seen in martial arts? The answer is neither. The aggressive driver yanked open the car door and screamed defiantly, hey, you get out here right now. This kind of tension usually starts with everyone pretending to be calm. In reality, the moment men come face to face, instinct drives them to immediately analyze and assess the other guy's strength. The driver suddenly froze in place. Sweat poured down his face as he saw a massive silhouette with Guardian-class muscles looming forward, radiating suffocating pressure. The weaker one could only tremble in absolute terror, his mouth stammering incoherently. He began fearing for his life, because before the law could protect him, the overwhelming power of the strong was already right in front of his eyes. The giant leaned down, stared straight at his opponent, and growled, what did you just say? The other guy could only scream in despair, I'm dead. His eyes went wide with horror, sweat drenching his face as he begged nonstop, I'm sorry. No, it was my fault. Before such an overwhelming presence, the weaker one could only bow his head and admit fault while trembling uncontrollably. The MC realized that bodybuilding is essentially a war of cells, directly tied to survival. He stood towering, showcasing his Guardian-class muscles with a confident smile. At that moment, he truly understood the core value of physical training. His muscles seemed to speak for him. Don't mess with self-discipline. At the alley mine, the one known as the guardian of this place officially revealed himself, none other than Li Xiaoyuan. With his lush green muscular frame, he strode through the forest carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. Li Xiaoyuan gazed up at the sky with eyes full of determination. However, after picking a fight with the MC's group, his standing had plummeted miserably. To escape poverty and save his tribe, the lizard man was determined to win at all costs. He stopped and stood tall, calling out with a challenging voice, hey! Then he loomed over his opponent and declared boldly, let's fight. The one being challenged was a dragonkin warrior draped in a red robe. He looked up and asked skeptically, you're serious about this? Li Xiaoyuan flashed a cunning smile and affirmed without hesitation, of course. The question was whether the dragonkin race was truly weaker than the lizardmen. The reality was the complete opposite. Dragonkin are a race of a far higher tier. If lizardmen are mere tiny geckos, then dragonkin are ferocious Komodo dragons. Between an ordinary lizard and a massive apex predator, there's clearly no contest. So what reason drove the lizardman to recklessly challenge such a superior opponent? He opened his mouth wide and let out an earth-shattering roar. Don't you dare look down on the Lizarian tribe. Then he charged straight at the beastskin man whose back was turned. But instead of taking down his opponent, it was the lizardman's own arm that suffered a devastating recoil force. His eyes went wide with shock when he saw his attack was completely useless against that cold steel defense. The beastskin warrior stood unmoved like a boulder. The old beastskin silently turned his back and walked away, coldly dropping a single word, scram. Only after throwing that punch did the lizardman realize he'd picked the wrong opponent to flex against. Li Xiaoyuan lay flat on the ground, drenched in sweat, watching the strong one's retreating figure in fear. The old beastskin spoke in a low voice. Even though your bloodline has been diluted, aren't you still a race that carries dragon blood in your veins? He declared he would spare his life this time but left a stern warning. Run, and never appear before the dragonkin again. Before this unexpected mercy, the lizardman hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, sir. He promised to bring this grace back to his tribe, turning it into a lesson passed down for generations, then quickly disappeared into deep forest. But a challenging voice suddenly rang out from above. You think things are gonna go that smoothly? Then a surprise attack aimed straight at the old beastkin. The powerful impact forced him to raise his arm to block. The ground shook violently under the crushing pressure of the blow. The old beastkin was stunned to find his opponent's speed was extremely fast, far surpassing those who came before. The attacker smirked confidently at the old beastkin and declared, finally you're in the mood to fight. Li Xiaoyuan looked at the stronger one and asked with a defiant tone, you said you'd spare me once. After that one time, then what? In waiting room number 1, just before the finals officially began, a small lizardman warrior stood trembling, completely overwhelmed by the massive back of a dragonkin tribe member looming before him. He was filled with utter regret, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. If he'd known it would be like this, he never would have entered. Why did he have to share a waiting room with the dragonkin tribe of all people? He was absolutely certain he would die, crushed instantly the moment his opponent decided to make a move. But then the lizardman was stunned when the giant silently turned his back and walked away without so much as a glance. He stood there in disbelief, wondering if the guy really just left like that. Li Xiaoyuan felt no relief whatsoever, only humiliation that to the bone. Being completely ignored, treated as though he didn't even exist, that feeling hurt more than actually getting hit. He clenched his teeth and growled in fury. You dare ignore me like that? To stand here today, our MC had endured insane levels of training with one single goal, to catch catch up to the woody builders. He had tempered his legs to the absolute limit, from the quadriceps, glutes, and hamstrings all the way down to the calves. Even the pelvic muscle groups like the iliopsoas, the coccygeus, and the entire tail muscle complex had been trained to become stronger and more flexible than ever before. This was his explosive combination attack, harnessing the perfect synergy between his powerful tail and his rock-solid lower body. He charged forward with ironclad conviction. With this kind of power, even a high-level dragonkin could be taken down. And yet Dreva stood immovable like a mountain of steel, his eyes blazing with authority, radiating suffocating pressure ready to crush all resistance. The semifinal round officially began, and contestants gradually spread out across the arena. But the members of Hell's Dungeon were different. As the organizing body and the group with the largest number of bodybuilders, Hell's Dungeon maintained iron discipline. Even if an enemy launched a surprise attack, nothing could stop them from finishing their remaining sets. The only thing that could make these muscle monsters pause was the brief rest between sets to let their heart rate stabilize. In the quiet space, Block and one of the muscle army members sat gasping for breath after a brutal training session. His teammate glanced over and remarked admiringly that Block's physique had been developing by leaps and bounds lately. Our MC humbly replied that he was just putting in the work like he did every day, nothing special. Seeing that dedication, his teammate joked that he shouldn't try so hard or people might mistake him for the senior instead. After that, both of them collapsed flat on the floor to savor those precious moments of recovery. He dove right back into heavy sets with intense focus. While straining through the movement, he quipped that his core was a bit thick, so yeah, he could see how people might mistake him for a senior. His teammate burst out laughing and declared that by common sense, whoever started training first was the senior. Block cheerfully agreed, saying that's right, that's right. The seniority rule sounded simple, but somehow it always ended up becoming absolute law. But then he suddenly remembered another unspoken rule, and added that he'd heard whoever had a higher combined total on the big 3 lifts was actually the real senior. His teammate immediately shot down that bizarre take. He insisted that whoever had the better physique was the one who truly deserved to be called senior. In the middle of their heated debate, Du Hanso appeared out of nowhere with a dramatic proposal. If that's the case, then why don't you two just compete against each other? He reminded them that both Block and the Woody Builders were currently official contestants in the tournament. Du Hanso smiled, suggesting that establishing a clear hierarchy was necessary to keep things in proper order. One member of the muscle army broke into a cold sweat, blurting out that monster or not, Block was technically still a human being. Another one stared at his hulking frame and asked skeptically, this body is supposed to be human. Block let out a soft sigh, admitting he had no intention of fighting and insisting there was no way he could attack the Woody Builder seniors. Immediately, a Woody Builder senior stepped forward and channeled all his strength into a pinnacle technique known as the vacuum. Witnessing the masterful stomach vacuum, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in amazement. They realized that by making the waist appear impossibly thin, the aesthetic value of the entire physique was elevated to the extreme. The senior continued his display with a front double biceps pose, showcasing a flawless X-taper down to every last detail. The crowd erupted with excitement when Block immediately fired back with the exact same front double biceps pose, but the difference quickly became obvious, sending murmurs through the crowd. No contest, he was being completely outclassed. Same pose, but it felt like two entirely different worlds. The vibe gap was crystal clear. Du Hanso quietly appeared behind a spectator and asked, look closely now, do you know why Block is being overshadowed by his opponent's overwhelming presence? He began his analysis, explaining that thanks to the vacuum technique, the Woody Builder senior's waist shrank down, creating a powerful visual effect, making the biceps, which were supposed to be the focal point, stand out even more dramatically than ever. Du Hanso pointed toward Block and elaborated further. But look at him. Because of his powerlifting background, his core is extremely thick, and on top of that, he's bracing his abs too hard, which makes the muscle groups that should be showcased in this pose look relatively small by comparison. He noted that even though Block didn't follow the bodybuilding training system, the gap in posing skill at this point was undeniably obvious. Du Hanso declared confidently that at this rate, it would be an absolute victory for the Woody Builder senior. Block relaxed his body slightly and smiled, admitting that he truly couldn't beat the seniors in the discipline of bodybuilding. After a long exhausted breath, he suddenly braced his core and flexed with ferocious intensity. This was his counterattack using the signature breathing technique of a professional powerlifter. He channeled everything he had, expanding his chest and abdomen to maximum capacity, unleashing suffocating pressure that engulfed the entire arena. One single brace and it felt like the entire space was being compressed. Witnessing the scene before them, one member of the muscle army screamed in panic, telling the Woody Builder to get back now. He warned with trembling voice that no matter how big someone's arms were, once a powerlifter got hold of you, your spine would be crushed in an instant. The reality is that even though both involve lifting weights, powerlifting and bodybuilding produce completely different bodies. If those who follow the powerlifting path pour their entire being into a single push or pull, then bodybuilding focuses entirely on the aesthetic beauty of each individual muscle. One side is pure raw strength, the other is beauty elevated to the level of art. A lifter was bracing himself through a heavy deadlift, his face contorted and distorted under the immense pressure. In complete contrast, bodybuilding is the crystallization of every effort devoted entirely to the aesthetics of muscle. When a powerlifter faces off against a bodybuilder, victory will certainly not belong to those who only focus on outward beauty. Block charged forward like a madman, using his sinewy hands to lock down Woody Builder's body. But then a shocking truth was revealed. Block was completely unable to bring himself to harm his opponent. He gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling violently in agonizing inner conflict. Cause in his eyes, Woody Builder's physique was nothing short of a porcelain masterpiece, meticulously sculpted by the hands of grandmasters. Block deeply understood the pain and hardship his teammate had endured to achieve this. How much suffering it must have taken to forge each perfect fiber of muscle. To Block, this body held greater value than even world cultural heritage sites like the Sphinx or the pyramids. Watching Woody Builder spread his arms wide, showcasing the fruits of his training beneath a blinding halo of glory, Block could only clutch his head in despair and helplessness. He stood frozen, completely subdued by the beauty of a living masterpiece he couldn't bear to destroy. A grim-looking member of the muscle army suddenly locked onto the young man from behind, executing a deadly chokehold. The victim gritted his teeth in agony, his face flushing red from suffocation as his entire body trembled under the immense pressure. He realized in horror that he was being constricted like prey in an anaconda's coils, all while being forced into an awkward pose. Du Hanso quietly observed from behind. He could sense the desire to escape brewing in his opponent's mind. Block thrashed wildly trying to break free, but then a bizarre thought suddenly struck him. Looking at the massive guardian muscles right before his eyes, he questioned whether he truly had the courage to damage a work of art like this. Block felt guilty thinking that his own spine spine and skull were obstructing the magnificent pectoral muscles of his opponent. He completely surrendered his will, telling himself that concealing this perfect body was a waste to all of humanity. Better to die than cover it up. Suddenly, a colossal stone entity loomed into view from behind, its glowing eyes radiating pure menace. It coldly called everyone slim, causing the atmosphere to instantly freeze solid. In the middle of the gym, the giant stood towering over the warriors lying flat on the ground. The monster's blazing red eyes radiated murderous intent as he boldly declared he would punish anyone who dared bully the Slims. Hard as rock and heavy as a mountain. Those were the most accurate words to describe Stone Oros. A battle fought with muscles made of solid boulder, making anyone feel like they were facing a mobile fortress wall. Looking at the colossal entity with glowing eyes looming behind the fortress wall, a member of the muscle army nervously remarked that this wouldn't be easy. Duhan So paused and asked why. His teammate explained that golems don't follow the normal path of evolution. If they don't put in the effort, muscle atrophy sets in and they'll quickly revert to being scrawny, pathetic ordinary golems. There was a time they were obsessed with muscle mass, but now they can't even understand why they ever were. In the end, they're left with no choice but to return to their original form. But Stone Oros was completely different. This was the race most suited for bodybuilding, because even without training they absolutely never lose muscle. This type was basically born auto-maxed out, no need to build at all. Facing this heavyweight opponent, Block silently stepped forward and boldly volunteered to handle this fight himself. Duhan So watched with concern and asked Block, "Are you sure you're okay?" Block didn't answer. He just focused on channeling all his strength into his outstretched hands. He told himself that while he couldn't destroy a work of art, smashing apart a weapon of similar build was entirely possible. Block flexed hard, his rippling muscles radiating suffocating pressure. Ready for battle in Hell's Dungeon. Block quickly assessed that the moment had come. He understood there was no need to rush in and take hits from the start. The most important thing right now was to get out of his opponent's attack range. Block dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding a thunderous punch by a hair's breadth. Stone Oros pressed the attack relentlessly with devastating blows one after another, forcing Block to keep moving and stay wary of the stone giant's danger. He was facing an opponent whose arm reach was far longer than expected. He lowered his center of gravity, preparing to channel his power, and told himself there was no other choice but to use the next method. Yet the battle remained grueling as Block continued to absorb bone-crushing punches from Stone Oros. Witnessing this scene, a member of the muscle army anxiously asked Duhan So whether a powerlifter could only take hits before counterattacking. Watching his brother getting overwhelmed, Duhan So maintained his calm expression and affirmed that Block hadn't actually gone all out yet, though his subordinate remained doubtful, seeing Block just standing there taking blows. Duhan So calmly explained that while a powerlifter's signature moves are the squat, bench press, and deadlift, what looks like being overpowered is actually the gradual accumulation of strength. But between the training methods of powerlifting and bodybuilding, there has always existed one critical difference. Duhan So boldly declared that once they used that, the tide of battle would completely turn. Amid the merciless rain of blows, Block gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He felt he couldn't advance even a single step further against his opponent's overwhelming pressure. In his moment of crisis, Block screamed out, begging Duhan So for permission to use it. Receiving a confident nod of approval from the leader, Duhan So gave the decisive order, "Do it, Block." Immediately, Block tensed his entire body and channeled all his strength, his muscle groups swelling violently under the tremendous pressure. He clearly declared that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. This was the technique Block had always suppressed to maintain the most fundamental principles of a power lifter. Block suddenly concentrated all his force into a single point, igniting a burst of radiant power, creating an earth-shattering energy explosion that crushed all resistance in a blinding flash of light. His finger was like pressing the trigger for a chain of explosive attacks. A relentless barrage of punches and kicks rained down on Stone Oros's boulder-like frame, causing the ground to tremble violently under the terrifying force. So fast, the muscle army standing outside couldn't help but gasp in shock. They asked Duhan So in unison what technique was that. This is a move we've never seen before. Duhan So quietly looked at his disciples and calmly explained that pure bodybuilders would never know this technique, because it's virtually never taught in traditional weightlifting curricula. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering another devastating blow straight to the center of Stone Oros's chest. Duhan So affirmed that this was the technique of using the elasticity and reactive force of the entire body to push speed and power to their absolute maximum. We call it the Anjin Star Strike. A thunderous collision erupted immediately after. He declared that once you've mastered the trajectory, your attacks become exponentially faster and more powerful, pouring all's refined essence into one final punch called the one-arm dumbbell press. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, crushing the enemy's stone defense in a cloud of thick dust and the dry cracking sounds of things shattering apart. Stone Oros frantically threw desperate counterattacks, leading Duhan So to silently conclude that this was an utterly reckless fighting style. Stand among the weight benches, Duhan So looked down at his opponent lying flat on the ground and declared that no matter how tough he was, the massive accumulated damage had already stripped him of any ability to resist. He told himself he had to end this with one decisive blow. Tensing up to prepare his ultimate technique, he roared and used his immense strength to hoist the enormous boulder high into the air, executing a powerful deadlift right on the enemy's own body. He squeezed the boulder so tightly it seemed like everything was about to shatter. But right at the climax, he wondered if he had just heard the sound of a spine snapping, yet the reality before his eyes was impossibly hazy. A dark figure with glowing eyes suddenly appeared right behind him. His hand still gripped that dark force tightly until a sharp blue streak slashed straight across his face without warning. What just happened? His body lost control, collapsing and falling freely in utter disbelief as his consciousness slowly sank into darkness. He lost his balance and went into freefall, but he quickly twisted his body and executed a decisive landing. He looked up at the massive entity before him and muttered, "Right, there's no way that could have happened." He silently concluded that he must have taken too many hits to the head, causing hallucinations. He self-diagnosed that he was suffering from punch-drunk syndrome due to taking consecutive blows. However, Block quickly regained his focus and realized that his opponent had also sustained considerable damage. He clearly stated that in terms of raw power behind each punch, he still held the absolute advantage. Block charged forward with full force, unleashing a punch that completely crushed the enemy's resistance. Looking at his opponent collapsed with a deformed head, he boldly declared, "I'm the one with the upper hand." Suddenly, the defeated one's body began to convulse and transform grotesquely, bizarre masses of flesh bulging out from behind his back. He smiled with quiet confidence, but then immediately froze in shock at an unbelievable phenomenon. Before his eyes now stood two individuals with identical builds. There are two Blocks. He stared at the two massive frames, the characteristically core muscles of dedicated powerlifters standing imposingly before him. The boss didn't just regenerate, it duplicated itself. The training frenzy spread spread throughout the space, making someone scream that they couldn't take it anymore. All across the gym, warriors frantically threw themselves into heavy sets to release their pent-up energy. A sharp clang rang out as the heavy iron plate slammed hard against the stone floor. Du Han-so pointed at the barbell and declared boldly, 240 kilograms. The tan strongman asked in confusion, 240. What do you mean? He hesitantly stepped forward, gripped the bar tightly, then strained to hoist the iron mass up high. After lowering the barbell gently, he casually dropped a single word, easy. Du Han-so continued adding weight and announced the new load had reached 280 kilograms. A question immediately surfaced in the MC's mind. What exactly was this guy's intention? He channeled all his strength into both arms, preparing for the next lift. This time his face began to contort under the tremendous pressure. Sweat poured down his forehead as he realized he was struggling against an unimaginable weight. Seeing his opponent showing signs of stalling, Du Han-so suddenly rushed in and slapped him hard on the back while shouting encouragement. Under that relentless urging, the strongman gritted his teeth and poured everything he had into hoisting the barbell overhead, letting out a roar of pure determination. After completing the challenge, he dropped the barbell to the ground and composed himself. Enthusiastic applause erupted from the members of the muscle army. Du Han-so didn't stop there. He pushed the weight up to a staggering 360 kilograms. With just one arm, the MC performed a one-arm deadlift and casually declared it was too easy. The muscles on his arm bulged tight around the iron bar under maximum pressure. The training weight was quickly pushed to an insane level, hitting the 14-ton mark. In the middle of the vast arena, Du Han-so stood towering on a platform alongside his teammates, lifting the massive barbell, while thousands of warriors below roared in excitement. In the grip of utter exhaustion, the muscular man strained to hold the bar, his breath ragged as panic thoughts flooded his mind. What the hell am I doing? Watching his muscle fibers convulse violently, he began to panic. Had his body already gone beyond his control? Immediately, Du Han-so charged forward, slammed a hand onto the man's back, and bellowed, "Go, go, go!" Caught off guard by the pressure, the strongman snapped back in fury. "Cut the crap. There's no way I can lift this thing." The chant of "Go, go, go" thundered across the arena from thousands of spectators below. The man clenched his teeth, his face warping under the crushing pressure, then screamed in despair, "I can't do it." Just as he was about to give up, a hand gently rested on his shoulder to calm him. Du Han-so quietly handed him a lever belt, a specialized powerlifting belt that could be released instantly with just one finger. After tightening the belt, the man regained his composure and stood tall on the elevated platform, amid the endless cheering of the crowd below. He gathered all his strength, preparing for the decisive lift. Du Han-so suddenly appeared behind him, lightly touched his back, and offered a technical tip. Use an alternating grip. He directly demonstrated the hand placement to optimize pulling force, making the man nod in confirmation. Just one small adjustment, and it felt like an entire new level of strength had been unlocked. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense with each counted go. The man's back muscles rolled like boulders, radiating terrifying pressure. He drew in one deep breath. Pouring every ounce of strength he had, his trembling hands suddenly erupted with power. Du Han-so and the muscle army cheered wildly, creating a wave of blazing energy that engulfed the entire arena. The man clenched his teeth so hard his gums bled. He kept pushing with everything he had under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes. When the barbell reached its highest point, the man declared with authority, "Easy." Du Han-so walked over, looked at his teammate drenched in sweat with bleeding wounds, and spoke softly, "Hey, buddy." The exhausted man looked up with a face full of doubt. Immediately, the record-breaking number was announced, leaving everyone stunned. 14.5 tons. After that, the powerlifting training continued with brutal intensity. Members of the muscle army poured all their strength into lifting the crushingly heavy barbell amid roaring encouragement. However, Stone Rose, the one with the weakest mental fortitude, was taken down early and became the first to drop out. He collapsed on the floor gasping for air and was quickly carried away on a stretcher. Immediately, another terrifying challenge was issued with a weight of 20 tons. The atmosphere at the training ground was hotter than ever. Du Han-so gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his face as he poured his strength into the decisive lift. He took one deep breath, his sinewy hands gripping the iron bar as if trying to crush it. Under the crushing pressure, the MC's muscles swelled explosively. The massive barbell was gradually raised higher as everyone held their breath. Du Han-so stood towering like a god of strength, completing the exercise flawlessly amid a blinding aura of glory. Approximately 1,000 years ago in the dungeon of the departed, a gloomy atmosphere blanketed the entire space. Seated on a golden throne surrounded by flickering blue flames, the dungeon's master, Dungeon Lord Belek, gazed silently at a glowing grimoire and remarked, "The intruder has arrived." With crimson eyes radiating murderous intent, he coldly commanded his legion, "Kill them." Hordes of skeleton soldiers immediately obeyed, charging forward in a frenzy with weapons in hand to annihilate anyone who dared set foot here. However, the appearance of this warrior was beyond anything the monsters could have imagined. Standing before the skeleton army, the warrior appeared in all his towering glory, rippling muscles bulging beneath his distinctively pale white skin. Against such extraordinary physical strength, the skeletons were completely helpless, unable to inflict even a single scratch. One skeleton soldier witnessed his comrades being crushed by muscles hard as stone, and suddenly froze in awe. So beautiful it hurts. Even a monster would want to ask for his workout routine. Despite being under Belek's absolute control and unable to speak, a skeleton soldier wearing a red scarf still couldn't hide his admiration and blurted out. Seeing his opponent show interest in his muscles, the warrior began striking powerful flexing poses, radiating a dazzling glow. The skeleton soldier even enthusiastically mimicked the warrior's posing moves right in the middle of the battlefield. Suddenly a sword slammed hard into the warrior's back, producing a dry clang and shattering this friendly exchange. The truth was that Belek's power was absolute. The old lich used magic to directly strip the skeleton legion of their will, forcing them to continue attacking. Watching his potential gym buddies being turned into soulless machines, the warrior began trembling uncontrollably. The warrior's face clearly showed irritation and fury. Refusing to let the old lich run rampant any longer, the warrior struck down Belek completely, smashing his crown and grinding his skull into fragments. The skeleton soldier was finally free. He hesitantly stepped out of the faint green mist, leaving behind the shadow of the one who once controlled him. That was none other than Benzek, freshly resurrected from the dead. His bandage-wrapped hand gripped the scepter tightly, radiating a mysterious pressure. To rebuild his kingdom and reclaim the skeleton soldiers he had lost, Benzek silently advanced into the deep forest, officially joining the tournament. Suddenly, the red scarf skeleton soldier turned back to look at his master and asked, "Wait, hold on. Didn't you say you wanted to cut down the excess weight from uncontrolled eating?" Standing before him was a member of the muscle squad wearing a monocle, who admiringly asked back, "What do you mean eat and lose weight at the same time?" The giant looked visibly worried and explained himself, "If I don't eat, I'll lose my gains." Looking at the sickeningly sweet cream cake on the plate, the skeleton soldier couldn't help but doubt. "I don't think eating cake is going to give you muscles." His pride wounded wounded, the muscular giant roared in fury. You're the one who said you wanted to learn how to bulk up. The skeleton soldier replied nonchalantly. Yeah, but not by gaining fat. Their nutrition debate sounded like two schools of magic trash-talking each other. Instantly, a brilliant green energy burst forth, clearly revealing the shape of a powerful, muscular arm. The skeleton soldier pointed at it and stated clearly, I mean the muscles on the inside. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, the muscular giant froze mid-bite and asked, trembling, you can see my muscles? The skeleton soldier answered sincerely, of course I can. How could I not see the sweat, blood, and tears you poured in? The words left the giant speechless. Nothing could be more moving, because until now his body had only ever received mockery. He remembered those days standing next to real bodybuilders, awkwardly deflecting questions about his abs. Abs. They're hiding because they're embarrassed. Even when he buried himself in the gym, he still had to endure skeptical looks from trainees. Coach, are you actually good at lifting? In those moments, all he could do was shout back helplessly. I told you I'm good at it. He frantically slapped his belly and declared with absolute certainty that all his muscles were completely buried beneath this layer of fat. But miraculously, in the eyes of that melancholic little skeleton, all his efforts seemed to have been seen through. The muscle squad member proudly flexed, feeling the fruits of his labor soaked deep into his very bones. Suddenly a cold voice rang out from the darkness. Found you. Along with it came a bony hand pointing straight at its target. Immediately a massive block of ice erupted from the ground, freezing everything in sight. A muscular warrior screamed in panic. Get out of the way. Then he and the little skeleton soldier frantically fled from the danger zone. The red scarf skeleton soldier's eyes went wide with terror at the destructive force closing in from behind. Guro had been completely frozen, leaving his comrade screaming in despair. Lord Guro, the mysterious standing atop the mountain peak silently observed, then bellowed. Do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you? It was the skeleton king himself, his eyes blazing crimson. He wondered how his domination match had been broken so easily. The red scarf skeleton soldier trembled in fear, his teeth chattering before the overwhelming threat. The skeleton king glared at his target and declared he would uncover the truth through this little skeleton soldier's very body. The skeleton king unleashed his gravity field magic, conjuring razor-sharp ice pillars that sealed off the surrounding space. But he immediately froze in shock when he saw brilliant green spirits diligently lifting weights right before his eyes. He muttered in disbelief, summon creatures? The glowing muscular entities sparkled brilliantly, rhythmically controlling their breathing as they trained. A thunderous workout cry echoed as the guardian spirit channeled all its strength to hoist the massive barbell overhead with unmatched power. After the final shout, a barrage of dumbbells was suddenly launched at wind-splitting speed. The ultimate technique, dumbbell throw, was unleashed. The thunderous impacts crashed down, leaving the skeleton king only able to let out a single agonized scream. Looking down at the defeated foe, he mocked that this seemed to be the former director of this place. He questioned bluntly, isn't hunting down employees who escaped from an exploitative company like this a bit too cruel? The life of a skeleton was truly monotonous. Every day they just trudged through the dungeon without knowing what they were supposed to do, until they encountered a living creature and charged into attack. Even if they were smashed to pieces, it didn't matter, because dark magic would resurrect them all to continue that meaningless cycle. Employees grinding KPIs without even knowing what KPIs are. But then, out of nowhere, one skeleton began flexing and posing with wild excitement amid a dazzling halo of light. It was no longer wandering aimlessly but began walking with purpose, gradually breaking into a jog and calling them its people. Just like that, it kept running tirelessly through the dark corridors of the dungeon. On the first day, its kneecap started aching. It realized that cartilage was a consumable resource and had to be used sparingly. From this point on, the dungeon officially switched to hell mode cardio gym. On the second day, it tried adjusting its running form. Noticing that stomping hard caused sharp knee pain, it began lifting its knees higher and landing on the midfoot. The pain noticeably eased thanks to this new technique. Before long, a running crew had formed. Many other skeletons started following along and mimicking its every move, creating a mighty jogging legion right in the heart of the dungeon. However, not everyone could keep up with this training regimen. One skeleton suddenly tripped and crashed hard onto ground with dry, rattling sounds. The red scarf skeleton silently turned back to look at its comrade scattering into pieces, then thought to itself, that running form was all wrong. It stared at the pile of bone fragments on the floor. Gently moving its jaw with soft clicking sounds, it stammered out 3 words. Foot placement matters. Those were the first words born from the little skeleton soldier's concern for its comrade. It rhythmically executed the midfoot landing technique while sprinting at full speed. In the distance, Guro and the skeleton soldier were facing off against a mysterious entity draped in a black robe. Guro quickly analyzed the situation. In a duel between mage's technique casting speed and mana reserves are the decisive factors. Since Guro's magic had so many variations, the enemy would find it extremely difficult to predict. He decided to go all out with a relentless barrage of attacks immediately. Guro roared gravity magic and unleashed his ultimate technique called Duckweed Tower. A massive purple energy pillar erupted, engulfing the robed entity in terrifying pressure. Yet the enemy silently dragged its staff along the ground, completely unscathed. The old one calmly declared that the fundamental principles of magic are the same everywhere. The Bone King scoffed, dismissing this level of magic as far too easy to counter. He began accumulating radiant energy and announced it was his turn. A wave of frigid aura emanated from him as he prepared to cast frost aura magic. The Bone King rattled out a challenge, daring his opponent to try and block this attack. Immediately, the ultimate technique Blizzard was activated. It created a wall of razor-sharp ice hurtling forward at wind-splitting speed. In the heat of battle, the skeleton soldier was still obsessively shouting land on the midfoot, while frantically fleeing alongside Guro to dodge the ice pillars. Witnessing this bizarre behavior, the Frost King couldn't help but wonder what on earth was going on. Seizing the moment while the opponent was distracted, Guro screamed, "Now's the time," and unleashed his technique dumbbell throw. The Bone King howled in agony as blue energy orbs bombarded him relentlessly. He swung his staff wildly in retaliation, but his target had already vanished from sight. The red scarf skeleton soldier was executing the midfoot landing technique to boost its speed, leaving the enemy far behind. Witnessing this scene, the Frost King ground his teeth in fury. This was no mere escape. Every single step the skeleton soldier took was carefully calculated and infused with immense mana. Guro observed from afar and realized it was using this very footwork technique, charged with mana, to disrupt the Bone King's energy circulation. The colossal Bone King looked down at the palm of his hand, where the tiny skeleton soldier was still tirelessly sprinting away. The observers began to panic because their opponent was an entity on par with a dungeon master. A shocking truth was confirmed. The Bone King's power was actually on the same level as Duhanso. A lightning fast collision sent the skeleton soldier flying into the air. Guro broke into a cold sweat. He was stunned to see a massive blue magic circle suddenly materialize beneath the ground. The skeleton soldier was sprinting frantically along the magic circuit lines, to Guro's utter astonishment. He shouted when he realized the skeleton soldier wasn't running aimlessly but was directly drawing a colossal magic formation. At this scale, the mana and stamina consumed must be an astronomical amount. Yet the skeleton soldier's eyes suddenly ignited with fierce blue flames, marking the onset of runner's high. The skeleton soldier explained that as long as it maintained intense continuous movement for over 30 minutes, its body would gradually feel weightless and flood with euphoria. Guro could only stand frozen, watching each blue flaming step of the skeleton soldier gliding past him. After hearing that, all he wanted to ask was whether this was cardio or unlocking cheat mode. The skeleton soldier slightly curled its lips to reveal gleaming white teeth in a state of peak euphoria. It admitted that at times like these, it usually felt extremely lacking in confidence. Specifically, it had absolutely no confidence that it could stop running. The Lich gripped his staff tightly, silently acknowledging that he would not be able to dispel all of the magic. Blazing red magic circles suddenly appeared, surrounding the members of the muscle army. Just one decisive flick of the wrist, the Lich caused massive ice pillars to pierce through the ground, glowing red like molten lava. The decisive attack had been completely neutralized. Exploiting the opening, the muscle army members and the tiny skeleton soldier swiftly launched a lightning counterattack. The two of them coordinated seamlessly, gliding across razor-sharp ice blocks to close in on their target. A vial of vibrant purple magic potion was collected, clear proof that this reluctant partnership had yielded remarkably promising results. Going solo you can't compare to anyone, but as a duo no one can match you. Out of nowhere, a bony hand slammed a powerful punch into the chest of a muscle squad member, stopping him dead in his tracks. He stood frozen with a blank expression while the tiny skeleton soldier kept throwing punch after punch into his stomach nonstop. The little skeleton soldier looked up with an expression of absolute seriousness, as if carrying out some grand mission. Immediately a notification popped up confirming that the warrior was feeling not the slightest bit good about his current mood. A knight galloped at full speed through the ranks of soldiers forming battle lines, heading straight for the commanding general. A soldier covered in wounds carefully handed back the child and reported, "My lord, I have brought the young master back safely." The lord in his blue robe turned around in shock, unable to believe his own eyes at the sacrifice his subordinate had made. The loyal soldier whispered through trembling emotion, My lord." The lord hurriedly embraced his brother in arms by the shoulders and choked out that he could always sire another son, but a loyal retainer like him was one of a kind in this world, so how could he have forgotten that? Surrounded by his troops, the general gripped the soldier's hand tightly and urged him never to do that again for his sake. That is the power of recognition. When one's worth is truly valued, a person can hold others' lives above their own. Back to reality, a muscle squad member stood immovable like a boulder while the tiny skeleton soldier kept hammering punches into his stomach. Suddenly, a skeleton king wearing a crown on his head laughed loudly with sinister glee, asking if just a little bit of fun was already this entertaining. He arrogantly declared that controlling the mind of a skeleton was easier for him than climbing a flight of stairs. The skeleton soldier's eyes suddenly ignited with eerie blue flames, completely falling under the control of the skeleton king lurking in the shadows. Facing the threat, the muscular warrior silently channeled his energy, radiating a wave of purple spiritual force full of overwhelming pressure to prepare his counterattack. The ultimate technique dumbbell throw was unleashed, a barrage of glowing dumbbells hurtling through the air at wind-splitting speed toward the enemy. The skeleton king calmly dodged and mocked that while was a bit of surprise at first, these techniques were far too mediocre. He looked bored and declared that these attacks only made him feel sleepy. Instantly, the skeleton king swung his staff, conjuring massive ice pillars pierced through the ground and crushed all resistance. Razor-sharp ice shards kept pelting one of the muscle squad members relentlessly, but strangely enough, they only produced dry clinking sounds on impact without inflicting a single wound. The skeleton king stared in disbelief at the scene before him and muttered, "How strange, why do I see their silhouettes overlapping like this?" Every single attack becomes useless. A hulking muscular warrior charged straight ahead, ignoring the ice fragments shattering against his chest. His reckless assault caught his opponent completely off guard. In the blink of an eye, his iron grip hand seized the enemy's head. He boldly announced the name of his technique, one-arm dumbbell press. Then with the force of 1,000 pounds, he slammed a thunderous blow that crushed his opponent into the ground. The devastating impact split the earth wide open, leaving the scene shrouded in a haze of gray smoke. The skeleton king panicked and activated his skill frozen barrier, sealing himself inside a deep blue sphere of ice for defense. Gudo silently looked down at his hands that were gradually freezing over and fell into quiet contemplation. Inside the ice sphere, the skeleton king anxiously told himself that after being defeated once, he had always been thinking about what to do if that person came back, or even if his descendants found their way here. Chicken breasts that are flash frozen always retain their freshness, so you can enjoy them anytime. But the skeleton king was wrong, because that only works on muscles that are no longer alive. Gudo looked at the ice crumbling off his hands and stated that it only applies when muscles are motionless. But muscles in motion are a different story. The muscle fibers in his arms began contracting violently, radiating maximum heat that melted the ice instantly. He declared confidently that it was scorching hot, steam billowing from his entire body, the blazing heat completely overwhelming the dungeon's bitter cold. If we're talking purely about freeze resistance, he far surpasses even Du Hanso, with a body that is the perfect combination of fat and muscle. The ultimate technique Markling Press was activated. It crushed the skull beneath him, leaving the enemy only able to let out a cry of agony. Not stopping there, a stomp came down like divine punishment, making the enemy scream in utter helplessness. A purple aura enveloped the muscular warrior as he continued raining down aerial strikes. A collision packed with energy detonated on impact. He sat triumphantly atop his opponent and proudly declared that this is the power of Gudo. He glared down at the defeated foe and growled, asking if he was ready to dispel the mind control magic now. The enemy could only stare wide-eyed in terror and let out desperate cries for help. The skeleton king trembled and begged, "Ah yes, please spare my life." Gudo quietly observed and then began toying with him, saying, "Let's see now, should I spare him or not?" He laughed loudly with smug satisfaction and said that he himself was also quite torn on the matter. But Gudo's body suddenly began freezing solid right in the middle of his triumphant laughter. The old Frost King stood towering beside the block of ice, coldly declaring that he was not pleased in the slightest. The old king gritted his teeth, reminding himself that this wretch had dared to dredge up his unpleasant memories. He decisively made the call to deal with this arrogant fool immediately. But the tiny skeleton soldier unexpectedly sprang up and threw itself forward, using its own body to block the the blow for the main character. The old king was stunned to realize the mind manipulation magic still hadn't been dispelled. Down on the ground, the little skeleton soldier was still trembling nonstop. Seeing his subordinate's reaction, the old king suddenly understood and asked, "Oh, so you want to hurry back to the laboratory, do you?" He flashed a sinister smile and clearly announced that since there were still many experiments to conduct, the two of them would depart immediately. Meanwhile, Gudo remained trapped inside the eternal ice block, helpless tears beginning to roll down his freezing face. Deep within a dark cavern, a mysterious ritual was underway with a blazing red magic circle and flickering candlelight. The one kneeling inside was none other than the demon Simon, with his red hair and long, menacing horns. From a nearby crevice, two strangers were secretly observing his every move. The orange-haired one confirmed that the primary target was Simon, and this was the perfect opportunity to complete the demon-slaying commission. He drew his weapon, reminding his partner that the demon race's weakness was a deep fear of objects formed from two intersecting straight lines, then resolutely decided he would charge out alone for a surprise attack first. Seeing his teammate about to make a move, his companion asked nervously whether Luck really intended to use that weapon. Luck charged forward like a madman while clearly introducing this as the brand new artifact he had just acquired from the dungeon. He launched himself into the air, aiming straight for Simon, who sat motionless inside the magic circle. Luck roared, demanding the demon forfeit his life, then shouted the technique name Abysai. A gigantic ab-roller was swung with the force of 1,000 pounds, aimed directly at the opponent's head. But the moment the strike came down, Simon casually blocked the entire force of the ab-roller with one hand, effortlessly. He silently rose to his feet with a face full of contempt, declaring that some worthless trash actually dared to ruin his offering ceremony. Luck was now completely defeated, sprawled out on the ground with his entire body trembling helplessly. Simon looked down at the fallen loser with cold, piercing eyes, clearly asking whether he had prepared himself to embrace death. Witnessing Luck in imminent danger, the remaining teammates hiding behind the rock wall frantically discussed using the angel's weapon immediately. Despite some hesitation, the team captain affirmed there was no other way to turn the situation around. He decisively ordered the entire squad to charge out simultaneously to rescue their comrade. The captain roared the ultimate technique name Angel Slashing. Then he unleashed a barrage of weight plates that flew like deadly discs tearing through space toward the demon. The red-skinned demon with his long, imposing hair stood still and took the relentless barrage of attacks head-on. Witnessing the scene, the adventurer group couldn't hide their satisfaction. One of them cheered, "Nice dungeon items really are something else." But then, their joy was short-lived as the demon suddenly appeared right in front of them, his glowing eyes radiating pure menace. He unleashed a thunderous counterattack, generating a blazing red energy wave that crushed their confidence entirely, leaving the two remaining adventurers with nothing to do but stare wide-eyed in sheer terror. He smirked slightly, his eyes darkening as he casually declared he just had a wonderful idea. His gaze flared with a demonic light as he continued, saying this ritual was feeling a bit dull, so he would use them as sacrificial offerings. He laughed wickedly, affirming that this way even useless wretches like them could become some of value. Before the terror-distorted faces of the adventurers, the demon leaned in close and asked in an icy voice, "Fun, isn't it?" Amid the rubble, one adventurer groggily regained consciousness. He clutched his head in pain and asked in confusion, "What just happened?" The horrifying memories came flooding back, making him tremble as he muttered, "That demon." Looking out into the distance, a blazing red magic circle, glowing brilliantly at the center of the gruesome scene where his teammates were being used as sacrificial offerings. The demon strolled leisurely, carrying a motionless body over his shoulder. He glanced toward the one who had just woken up and asked, "Awake already?" He quietly observed his prey, then dropped a warning that things would get troublesome, so don't run too far. The demon flashed a smug grin, clearly stating, "You know you can't escape, right?" The adventurer could only stand frozen, sweat pouring down his face as he confronted the suffocating pressure. He swallowed hard in despair, silently admitting that the demon was right. At this point, he couldn't even think about running. Watching the demon's silhouette leisurely walking away, he painfully questioned himself whether his life truly had to end in such a hopeless and meaningless way. Luck gritted his teeth in fury and roared, "Don't be ridiculous." It turned out that before launching the raid, he had carefully asked how to use this artifact. In his memory, Luck held the ab-roller and curiously asked a member of the muscle army, "Master, how do you use this thing?" The muscular guy casually replied that it was an AB slide roller. The usage was extremely simple, just push out and pull back in. The instructions were given in great detail. Step 1, kneel down, brace your core tight, and slightly curl your lower back inward. Next, push the roller forward, making sure your back and elbows don't bend. Finally, use your abdominal strength to pull your body back to the starting position. One extremely important note was to absolutely never let your back sag too much, and to adjust the push distance according to your own ability. Snapping back to reality the instant he activated the magic item, he frantically pushed the ab-roller forward, but his entire body immediately began shaking violently beyond his control. Our MC's eyes went wide with terror as he screamed in helplessness, because this trembling simply could not be stopped. Watching from a distance, the villain Simon silently observed the struggling silhouette and thought to himself that the guy must have gone insane from sheer fear. His abdomen felt like it was taking thousands of consecutive punches. He gritted his teeth through the agony and screamed that every last drop of mana in his body was being completely drained. Despite the sweat pouring off him and his body on the verge of falling apart, Luke told himself he absolutely could not give up because his teammates were counting on him. He braced himself and let out a thunderous roar to push his own strength even further. Simon stood beside the magic circle filled with suspicion, because he couldn't sense even a trace of magical energy coming from that bizarre action. Gasping for breath heavily, the young man realized in shock that this was a level of strain no ordinary human could possibly endure. He looked down at the ab-roller and kept wondering why. Despite pushing himself to the absolute limit, not a single magical effect had appeared. Stunned by the realization that Gudo was originally a mage, he began to suspect whether the real reason for his exhaustion was actually a lack of mana. With the pitiful amount of mana a thief possessed, our MC questioned whether he could even use this item just a single time. His strength was gradually fading, his breath coming in rapid gasps while his hands still desperately clung to the ab-roller. He blurted out in alarm, wondering if this was actually mana backlash tormenting his body. His whole body trembled violently, sweat pouring off him like a waterfall, with every agonizing movement. Right at that moment, Yuhanso's stern reminder rang out, telling him not to let his lower back sag. Yuhanso stepped closer with an excited expression, urging him to feel the contraction in his abs all the way to the core and absolutely not let up. He felt like he was floating in the vast expanse of a starlit void, where every single push consumed all of his life force. Yuhanso began counting rhythmically. 1, 2, 3, 4. Our MC gritted his teeth and endured, his face contorted from the extreme physical torture under relentless, unforgiving ongoing supervision. The truth about the dungeon item called Abyssly was gradually revealed. It turned out a very special summoning magic had been pre-installed inside it all along. Trainer Yuhan so appeared with a leisurely stride, flashing an awkward smile before placing his hand on our MC's head as if to praise him for that extraordinary effort. That's it for this video. Hit that like button so I can bring you more great series. Thanks, see you all next time.